squeak sound. The door of the house was opened from the inside to the outside. Zen Master Wenlu walked out first. Benefactor Yi. I'm afraid you are not suitable to meet her for the time being. Zen Master Wenlu has a good relationship with Yi Feng. He said it bluntly. Why? Yi Feng was puzzled. The sealed memories of this female benefactor have all been unlocked. It seems to be very painful. I can understand why the master helped her seal the memories back then. Zen Master Wenlu sighed lightly. Now, this old monk helps her suppress that pain a little bit. If I see you again, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it. I see. Yi Feng nodded, feeling a little pity. I can't see my mother right away when she wakes up. Yi Feng already understood what Zen Master Wenlu meant. For the time being, Tang Qingling would not want to commit suicide. Because Zen Master Wenlu helped suppress her thoughts. But if he saw Yi Feng suddenly, he might not be able to suppress it immediately. During this period, please ask other people to take care of her. If it goes well, it will be relieved in a few days. Zen Master Wenlu continued. Then leave it to you. Yi Feng looked at the three girls beside him lovingly. Long Wan'er, Su Menghan, and Xiao Yu nodded their heads in response. They have nothing to do on Peach Blossom Island recently. Every day is to practice and comprehend fairy arts. They are not like Yi Feng. Many fairy arts can be learned immediately. Instead, they need to comprehend for a long time before they can barely use them. For example, Su Menghan. Although his cultivation has reached 50 years, he still hasn't comprehended any of the 9 heavens of star control, nebula crossing, and 7-star binding. Higher-end fairy art like this is no longer as easy to comprehend as it used to be. It's not because Su Menghan is stupid. Compared to most people, she is still very smart. It's just that if you want to compare with Yi Feng, then it's not a little bit worse. Yi Feng's talent is monstrous. Otherwise, Dragon Sword Ancient Ring would not have chosen him. Anyway, cultivation and comprehension don't need to occupy too much thought. The three girls can take care of and enlighten Tang Qingling in addition to cultivation and comprehension. They can still do it. Obviously. The three women regard this as an extremely important task. It is their mother-in-law that they are going to take care of and enlighten. Moreover, what they need to enlighten is not an easy matter. What happened to Tang Qingling back then, even if they were replaced by Long Wan'er and the others, I'm afraid it would be difficult to accept. Just imagine. If Yi Feng was killed by someone with a sword, what kind of reaction would Long Wan'er and the others have? The three girls walked into the house immediately after hearing Zen Master Lu's order. It could be faintly heard. Tang Qingling's weeping came from the room. It made Yi Feng feel a little distressed. But he had no choice. This kind of thing can't be kept in my heart all the time. And judging from what Tang Qingling said when she saw him just now, she should have already noticed something. After all, everyone around her knew something, but she didn't know it. Sometimes a woman's intuition really is pretty accurate. Master. I'm looking for someone to heal your wounds. Please. Yi Feng motioned Zen Master Wenlu to follow him. Zen Master Wenlu nodded, looked around, and sighed with emotion. Indi. It really is a place like a fairyland. The cultivation conditions are far beyond the mortal world. Master Yi, you can occupy this place at a young age. The future is promising. Limited. Master, thank you. This way please. Yi Feng smiled lightly and led him to Shushu's residence. At this time, Shushu had already cultivated for 20 years. Her spiritual sense could detect a range of 200 meters away. Of course she noticed that Yi Feng brought Zen Master Wenlu to come. Xiaoya, do you have anything to do with my aunt? Shushu's graceful body appeared at the door of the house and smiled at Yi Feng from afar. Well, Auntie, please heal this master's injury. As Yifeng said, he brought Zen Master Wenlu into the courtyard. Zen Master Wenlu saw Shushu's appearance. There was a strange look on his solemn face. Yifeng said to find someone to heal his wounds. Could it be that he is looking for such a woman? Zen Master Wenlu is not a cultivator. Of course he didn't realize it. Shushu is the kind of master with cultivation. The key point is that Shushu abolished the Star Tomb art. It has not been a long time since she switched to the Star Immortal code. Therefore, her temperament has not undergone a fundamental change. Therefore, it is not so easy to identify. This master is. Shushu glanced at Zen Master Wenlu and asked politely. My old man smells dear. Zen Master Wenlu made a Buddhist salute. The meridians were damaged in the early years. If the benefactor feels that something cannot be done, there is no need to feel guilty. After all, the old monk's own injury. The old monk is very clear about it. No problem. Shushu smiled softly, raised her head, and glanced at Yifeng with some special emotion. Xiaoya, in the past few days, my aunt has comprehended one of the fairy tricks on the first star map, and now I will show it to you bar. Oh. Yifeng became a little interested. He smiled. Auntie's speed is quite fast. In my impression, Sister Lin was the first to practice the star refining immortal code. She didn't comprehend any fairy arts last time. Maybe it's also related to the level of cultivation. Shushu smiled embarrassedly. Indeed. She just started to practice the Star Immortal code. She has practiced with heaven and earth treasures such as Qianzai Xianbing and Lua Shenchui. She has been promoted to 20 years of cultivation in one fell swoop. As for Lin Shiqing, she doesn't have such good luck at all. I'm afraid that she has only cultivated for about a year now. Let's begin then. Yifeng raised his hand and said with a smile. Right here. Zen Master Wenlu was a little surprised. Don't you need to enter the house to heal your wounds? Right here. Shushu at the door nodded with a gentle smile. Xiaoya, look after me. She didn't even look at Zen Master Lu's injury. Raising her hand was to condense her true energy. Immortal art. Alchemy of stars and returning to heaven. The sky-blue starlight descended from the void in an instant and condensed in Shushu's palm. Then her palm turned over. The sky-blue starlight instantly enveloped Zen Master Wenlu. Yifeng's eyes brightened. Star alchemy return to heaven art. This is one of the fairy arts attached to the star refining immortal code. Yifeng Guang can clearly feel it from the sidelines. The healing effect of this move is more than 10 times better than the common lay on hands in the world of cultivating immortals. Zen Master Wenlu's meridians were damaged so many years ago, and his body was poisoned. If he used lay healing techniques, with Yifeng's cultivation base, at least it would take several days in a row. Healed several times a day to be completely cured. But now, Shushu performed the star-returning spell. Only a moment later, the meridians in Zen Master Wenlu's body began to recover like mushrooms after a spring rain. Zen Master Wenlu himself felt the most deeply. He felt as if he was bathed in a starlight. His whole body was enveloped by a soft force. The pain from his previous injuries disappeared in an instant. His physical and mental state instantly became better than ever. Star Alchemy Immortal Code. It really is extraordinary. Yifeng suddenly looked forward to it. What kind of other immortal arts are in the star charts and the star refining immortal code? The basic healing ability of star refining and returning to heaven art is several times that of lay on healing. In addition to Shushu's understanding of human meridians and medicine, the effect can be compared to 10 times of lay on healing. With her 20 years of cultivation, it is a miracle that she healed Zen Master Wenlu's many years of wounds all at once. Unfortunately, because of his old age, Li Zong, an old Chinese doctor, did not choose to practice the star immortal code, but the star tomb art, so it is impossible to perform the star refining art. However, Li Zong's theory and practice in planting medicinal herbs are stronger than Xu Xu's, and it's not bad to be a dedicated planter on Peach Blossom Island. For Xu Xu's ability, Zen Master Wenlu was amazed. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary beautiful young woman would have such a superb healing ability. Is this the ability of a cultivator? Zen Master Wenlu felt a little scared. As long as he rested for half a day, his whole body would be able to fully recover after more than 100 years of cultivation, but even so, he knew that his strength was not enough in front of Yi Feng. In this way, the magic pupil of the myriad worlds in the black wooden box knows a lot about immortal cultivators. Invited by Yi Feng, Zen Master Wenlu rested at Peach Blossom Island for one night, and prepared to leave the next day, leaving to throw the black wooden box into the sea. Yi Feng knew that an important moment had arrived. Menghan, pay attention to your phone, Sister Lin may come over, and then you go and take her to the island. Yi Feng said to Su Menghan. Su Menghan nodded obediently. On Peach Blossom Island, the mobile phone can't receive any signal, but she can go to the edge of the coast of the island, and she can receive calls and text messages. Now that Yi Feng said it, let Long Wanner and Xiao Yu take care of and enlighten Tang Qingling temporarily. Before Yi Feng sent Zen Master Wenlu away, he inspected Tang Qingling's condition from a distance, and found that under the care of the three women in turn, Tang Qingling's mental state recovered fairly well, so he was relieved. Master, let's go. Yi Feng smiled, raised his sword, and flew towards the East Sea with Zen Master Wenlu. Not long after, Yulan's sword quickly landed in the center of Xiangshan County, and Yi Feng bid farewell to Zen Master Wenlu. Thank you, little benefactor, for saving me this time. Zen Master Wenlu attached great importance to Yi Feng's kindness, and he still did not forget to thank Yi Feng before parting. Yi Feng rescued him from the siege of the Tianzhu Huanqi Zen school, and helped him easily heal his wounds for many years, allowing him to fully recover. This kind of favor is second only to his mentor, Master Kuji. It's a pity that the black wooden box has a lot to do with it. No matter how great a favor it is, it can't make him go against the principle and take Yi Feng to see the myriad realms demon eye. Master, go all the way. Yi Feng cupped his hands and said solemnly. Little benefactor, your achievements will be extraordinary in the future, and I only met this old monk once. Zen Master Wenlu smiled and said, after today, forget about me. After throwing the black wooden box into the sea, Zen Master Wenlu still doesn't know where he went, but maybe he will travel around like Master Kuji. Life was no longer important to him. Even if he was arrested by the Tianzhu Zen sect again, he would have no worries and could die brazenly. Master, take care. Yi Feng cupped his hands again. This junior is going to take a step first. After finishing speaking, he found a small alley and raised his sword, and flew towards Peach Blossom Island in the sea. Seeing this, Zen Master Wenlu stood motionless on the spot, letting the people around him look at him with strange expressions. Where did this monk come from, standing still in the middle of the road? It wasn't until it was confirmed that Yi Feng had gone far away that Zen Master Wenlu stopped a car and told his destination. It's not far from here. Because he, Master Kuji, and his brothers were originally located in the nearby Mount Putua, so the place where the black wooden box was buried is not far away. All the way to the south, for hundreds of kilometers, in the evening, Zen Master Wenlu soon came to a deserted beach. And Yi Feng followed all the way, using invisibility and blindness techniques, quietly followed Zen Master Wenlu 1 mile away, using his spiritual sense to detect his movements. Zen Master Wenlu didn't know that Yi Feng still had this kind of means, and he was able to follow all the way so far without being discovered by him. This old monk will definitely not let me succeed so easily. Yi Feng thought about it, and then he noticed that Zen Master Wenlu was facing a sandy beach, and started digging with the shovel prepared in advance. He detected it with his spiritual sense, and easily found out that there was indeed a black wooden box at a depth of 3 meters on the beach. However, the black wooden box did not exude any special aura at all. Yifeng detected with his spiritual sense, and found that the black wooden box was just an ordinary box, wrapped in blood-stained white cloth, and there was nothing in the box. Could it be that the demon eye of myriad realms escaped? No, it's impossible. Yifeng guessed in his heart. Even if the myriad realm demon eye escaped, the black wooden box once imprisoned the existence of that level, and it would definitely be contaminated with a trace of special aura, but the black wooden box in front of him did not have it at all. Moreover, Yifeng could detect it with his spiritual sense. The black wooden box wrapped in blood-stained white cloth was brand new, not quite like what Zen Master Wenlu said. Of course, all of this is invisible to the naked eye. After all, the black wooden box itself is wrapped in blood-stained white cloth. This black wooden box is quite heavy. It seems that the material is good, but it's a pity that it's fake. Yifeng thought about it, and felt that this thing was probably a move made by Zen Master Wenlu to confuse others. Perhaps Zen Master Wenlu wasn't sure if there was someone following him, so he used this thing to deceive people first. Sure enough, be cautious. Yifeng thought to himself. He hid aside and didn't show up. Soon, Zen Master Wenlu dug out the thing, then hid it in the cassock in his bosom, went to a small fishing village nearby, rented a speedboat, and boarded the speedboat with a black wooden box. Yifeng followed all the way, and found that Zen Master Wenlu was driving a long distance to the east, so he threw the black wooden box into the sea. Yifeng used the dragon turtle's breath-holding technique to dive into the sea. Seeing the black wooden box sinking into the bottom of the sea, he didn't go forward to pick it up. Because he knows it's fake. Sure enough, when he looked at Zen Master Wenlu again, Yifeng found a more dignified expression on Zen Master Wenlu's face. Obviously, after he finished handling the fake black wooden box, he was going to find the real black wooden box. On another beach, Zen Master Wenlu wore stars and moons and began to dig. Yifeng followed closely without showing any signs, but soon discovered that what the monk dug for the second time was also fake. Fuck. Yifeng felt that this monk was too cautious, but it was normal. After all, the myriad realms demon eye in the black wooden box was not a simple thing. Fortunately, Yifeng was very patient. He has been following the other party, but he doesn't believe that the other party can hang around for long. Since he wanted to follow Zen Master Wenlu, Yifeng had no free time to wait for Lin Shiqing to visit, so he could only let Su Menghan greet him. When Lin Shiqing came to East China Sea, she didn't see Yifeng but only saw Su Menghan. She was naturally disappointed in her heart, but she didn't say much, but followed Su Menghan to Peach Blossom Island. It is extremely difficult for outsiders to enter Peach Blossom Island, but Su Menghan is one of his own. With Yifeng's help, he can naturally see through the illusion of 1,000 images, and freely enter and exit Peach Blossom Island. It was the first time for Lin Shiqing to come to such a fairyland like Peach Blossom Island, and she couldn't help being overwhelmed by the beauty here. Men and women have different perspectives on the same thing. For Su Menghan, Lin Shiqing, and other beauties, the first impression when they came to Peach Blossom Island was definitely that it was beautiful. But for Yifeng, Yi Wendian, and other men, the first thought is that this place has a strong spiritual energy in the world, which has a significant effect on improving people's cultivation base. After admiring the beauty of Peach Blossom Island with Su Menghan, Lin Shiqing couldn't help but yearn for it. Being able to live in such a place with the one I love is undoubtedly the most wonderful thing in the world, but unfortunately, Lin Shiqing seems to have never met true love until now. If it weren't for Su Menghan and the others, Lin Shiqing might have fallen in love with Yifeng, but now, she would not be willing to share a man with other women. By the way, Menghan, I also want to ask you this time. Lin Shiqing followed Su Menghan to her yard, and after sitting down, she asked, Yanjing University, what are you going to do? Are you not going now? If not, I can help you with the suspension procedures. When you are free later. Then please trouble Miss Lin. Su Menghan was a little apologetic. This matter still needs to be decided by Yi Feng when he comes back. I'm really sorry to have been bothering you with these trivial matters. We are friends, aren't we? Lin Shiqing smiled. Those 2 months in Menghuangji were the most incredible experience in my life, and it also changed my outlook on life and the world. I think I will be tied to you all my life. I think Yi Feng will be very happy to hear you say that. Su Menghan smiled slightly, and had some thoughts in her heart. If Lin Shiqing also expressed her love for Yi Feng, would she be able to accept Lin Shiqing to come and live together? Su Menghan thought for a while, but did not come to a conclusion. This kind of thing, until it really comes, seems very unimaginable, and the mentality at that time is by no means clear by thinking about it now. Shaking her head, Su Menghan didn't think much about it. By the way, Sister Lin, how is your cultivation in the Star Alchemy Code? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Menghan finally asked about cultivation. I just realized the 3 celestial arts. Lin Shiqing said with a bit of annoyance. The first star map in the alchemy of the stars can improve people to 30 years of cultivation. In addition to the cultivation of immortals, there are a total of 8 immortal arts. But among the 8 immortal arts, it took her so long to comprehend 3 relatively simple ones, which made her feel a sense of frustration. 3 items? Su Menghan opened her small mouth slightly, a little surprised. What's the matter, isn't it very little? Lin Shiqing was even more embarrassed. No, absolutely not. Su Menghan shook her head desperately. Although I haven't practiced the star refining art, there are quite a few people on Peach Blossom Island who have practiced, adding up to dozens of people, but until now, only my aunt has comprehended a star refining technique, that's all. On Peach Blossom Island, there are indeed quite a few people who practice the star refining code. The 50 dragon blood warriors, brought by Ai Xuanhuan from the wilderness realm, all practice the star refining code. However, although this group of people has a high level of cultivation, they all have 20 to 30 years of cultivation, but their comprehension is not enough to comprehend the fairy art derived from the star refining immortal code. In addition, Xiaoyu is also practicing the star refining immortal code, but the training time is not long, and her cultivation level is not as high as Shu Shu's, so she has not yet comprehended the same fairy art. However, Xiaoyu seems to be studying one of the fairy arts, and has achieved certain results. It won't take long, and the fairy art should be completed. Now, when Su Menghan heard Lin Shiqing say that she had mastered the 3 celestial arts, she couldn't help being a little surprised. Sister Lin, why don't you stay here for a while and exchange ideas with them? Maybe it will help you understand the celestial arts. Technique helps. Well, that's fine. When Lin Shiqing heard Su Menghan's words, she felt relieved. It turned out that the fairy arts in the star refining immortal code are so difficult to comprehend. In this way, it is not too bad for her to be able to comprehend the 3 kinds of fairy arts, and of course she is not considered great. After all, Lin Shiqing was the first to practice the star immortal canon, and she has been familiar with this fairy art for 2 months in the wild world. It is precisely because the foundation has been laid for such a long time, that it will be relatively easy for Lin Shiqing to comprehend the first level of immortal art in the star refining immortal code. Lin Shiqing has comprehended the 3 immortal arts, one of which is the star refining art, but her cultivation level is not high, so it is definitely not as effective as Shu Shu's. The other 2 celestial arts are Star Trail Step and Star Refining Palm. Star Trail Step is a movement magic technique. Its effect is similar to Suning Xian Zong, but it is stronger than Suning Xian Zong in one place. Star Trail Step can teleport for a short distance. The Star Trail Step on the first floor can be teleported by 1 step, and the second floor can teleport 2 steps, until the 7 steps on the 7th floor. However, it is definitely more difficult to comprehend this fairy art to a higher level than to comprehend the derivative fairy arts of other star alchemy books, so it can be ignored for the time being. Just this first level of star tracking step already gave Lin Shiqing the ability to dodge bullets. Although it is only a small step of teleportation, many times, this small step can change many things. At this time, Lin Shiqing had only cultivated for 1 year, and compared to Yi Feng, who had cultivated for 1 year at that time, she was already much stronger. As for the star refining palm, it is also a relatively magical attacking fairy art. It can gather the power of star refining in normal times, and then hit it with one palm when facing the enemy, which can exert extremely powerful power. However, such a powerful palm is only one palm, and the second time in a short period of time is basically useless. Gathering the power of star refining for a month is enough for the star refining palm to exert 10 times the power of its own cultivation. If Yi Feng were to use it, this palm would be as powerful as his void sword art. Of course, it's still incomparable with the void sword dance, and it's even more incomparable with Tai Chi void sword. As for the star refining palm, at most it can condense the power of star refining for a month. Even so, the star refining palm is already extremely powerful, at least compared to most of the immortal arts in the world of cultivating immortals. Its ability to explode instantly is terrifying. Then stay here for a while. Lin Shiqing nodded gracefully with a smile, and agreed to Su Minghan's invitation, and at the same time, she also had the intention of waiting for Yi Feng to come back. After finally taking the time to come out, Lin Shiqing is really not reconciled if she doesn't see Yi Feng. When Lin Shiqing arrived at Peach Blossom Island and stayed at Su Minghan's invitation to discuss the alchemy of the stars and immortals with the others, Yi Feng was following Zen Master Wenlu and began to travel around. Obviously, Zen Master Wenlu was not in a hurry to take out the real Myriad Realms demon eye and throw it into the sea, but leisurely, as if he had already settled the matter, quite leisurely. Yi Feng once thought that this monk might have confused himself, thinking that he had thrown the real Myriad Realm demon eye into the sea, right? Yi Feng could be sure that the 2 black wooden boxes thrown into the sea by Zen Master Wenlu were both very common imitations, without any special aura. There is no doubt that he must continue to follow Zen Master Wenlu quietly. 1 day, 2 days. Zen Master Wenlu's actions are quite boring. Whenever he goes to a new place, he spends most of his time sitting in his room chanting, meditating, and practicing. It is a benefit to society. As expected of an eminent Buddhist monk, he accumulates good deeds wherever he goes. Yi Feng thought to himself. Following Zen Master Wenlu all the way, he admired Zen Master Wenlu quite a lot, because this monk is not hypocritical, but truly considers others and devotes himself to Buddha. Yi Feng felt a little guilty about following the other party in order to get the black wooden box, but this did not dissuade him from following the other party. Soon a week passed. Yi Feng was already a little anxious, but he didn't show his feet. To test patience, Yi Feng is obviously no worse than Zen Master Wenlu. What's more, there is no urgent matter on Peach Blossom Island. Even if there is, Long Wanner and the others will definitely be able to solve it with the help of Qianxiang Mirage. If it really gets to the point where they can't hold on, they will definitely send a text message to Yi Feng. Although it is inconvenient to answer the phone, Yi Feng's cell phone is still on, and he often checks text messages. It is 500 meters away from Zen Master Wenlu. If you read the text message, it is absolutely impossible for him to find out. I don't know what's going on at Punlai Island and Kunlun Mountain. Yi Feng thought in his heart, but for the time being, he could only continue to follow Zen Master Wenlu. At this time, Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island were in some confusion. The East Asian Cultivation Conference is coming soon. This is a grand event for exchanges and cultivation among East Asian countries. There are dozens of participants. However, Huagua has only 2 opponents worthy of attention in East Asia. that is Tianzhu and the Red Sun Kingdom. The cultivation circles of other East Asian countries are not strong, at least far behind Huagua. For the East Asian cultivation event, Penglai Island and Kunlun Mountains have recently stopped all external activities, and have called back all the disciples who were on missions outside. Including the newly joined masters from Peach Blossom Island, they are also nervously preparing for the East Asian cultivation event. There is 1 month left, which is the time when the East Asian Cultivation Grand Meeting will be held every 4 years. Although there are only small-scale exchanges at the East Asian Cultivation Conference, it will have a direct impact on the allocation of resources in the East Asian cultivation world 5 years later. There are many cultivation resources that are not privately owned by a certain sect in a certain country, but are jointly owned. How well they performed in the East Asian Cultivation Fair, how to allocate those common cultivation resources in the next 5 years. For example, the large coral kings and small coral groups that are abundant somewhere in the East China Sea are shared cultivation resources, which are distributed every year according to the results of the last East Asian cultivation event. In the last time, a talented ninja who rose from the Red Sun Kingdom caused heavy losses to the Hua Kingdom. In the past 5 years, the shared cultivation resources obtained were quite limited. At this East Asian cultivation event, neither Penglai Island nor Kunlun Mountains wanted such a thing to happen again. Therefore, they have no intention of paying attention to Peach Blossom Island for the time being, and they will only deal with the Peach Blossom Island after the East Asian cultivation event. As for the East Asian cultivation event, they didn't count the current Peach Blossom Island among them, they just sent someone over to inform them. As for whether Peach Blossom Island under Yifeng's control can play a role in the East Asian cultivation event, they don't know, and they don't care. The people of Kunlun Mountain and Penglai Island have arrogance. In the past 5 years, they have worked hard to govern, and all the young talents in the sect have improved significantly. I believe that this East Asian cultivation event will not disappoint them. Unknowingly, it has been a month since Yifeng left Peach Blossom Island. As for what he went out for, only Long Wanner and other key figures such as Yang Shuning knew. Others were a little puzzled, they hadn't seen Yifeng for so long, could something have happened to him? Lin Shiqing also stayed in Peach Blossom Island for more than a month. During this process, Xu Shu and Xiaoyu discussed the derivation of the fairy art from the alchemy of the stars from time to time, and practiced the art of refining the stars back to heaven, the palm of refining the stars, and the step of star trail to perfection. During this period, the heaven and earth aura of Qianzai Xianbing gathered 4 times, which were respectively absorbed by the 4 daughters Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan, and Zhang Xinyun. Thus, Long Wanner had 55 years of cultivation, Su Menghan had 60 years of cultivation, Zi Jianlan had 48 years of cultivation, and Zhang Xinyun had 40 years of cultivation. Faced with such a situation, Lin Shiqing was not to mention how jealous she was. In the next week, Xiaoyu must be promoted, and then there will be many people around Yifeng. She, Lin Shiqing, has no chance to absorb the heaven and earth aura of Qianzai Xianbing. And a month later, Lin Shiqing still hadn't waited for Yifeng to come back, so she could only leave. If they don't leave, there will be problems in Yanjing. First of all, her father Lin Dedian will not be able to sit still. Lin Shiqing left in disappointment, feeling quite resentful towards Yifeng in her heart. She had clearly promised to come here to find him, but in the end she hadn't been seen for a month. But deep down, she was a little worried about Yifeng. If it wasn't for Su Menghan's frequent reports that Yifeng was in good condition, Lin Shiqing might think that something happened to Yifeng again, just like he was sent to Menghuang realm last time. At this time, Lin Shiqing didn't know that Yifeng would be back soon, she just left a day or 2 early. After a month of tracking, Yifeng finally ushered in the moment of harvest. Zen Master Wenlu traveled for a month, all the way south from the East China Sea, approached the Cross-Strait Straits, and climbed an unknown mountain. Yifeng followed closely and found that Zen Master Wenlu had entered a cave. Sweeping around carefully with his spiritual sense, Yi Feng's whole body shuddered. A frightening aura emanated from the underground deep in the cave, as if the 9 netherine spirits were right in front of them, making people shudder. It's the demon eye of myriad realms. Yi Feng's heart trembled, he knew that he was very close to the target. Yi Feng did not follow Zen Master Wenlu into the cave. Instead, he waited outside the cave. Because he has already detected the location of the black wooden box that imprisoned the magic pupil of the myriad realms with his spiritual sense. It is 300 meters away from the entrance of the cave. It's the obsidian wood. Yi Feng instantly detected the material of the black wooden box. Obsidian wood. It is a rare material in the world of cultivating immortals. But it is not very rare. Even Yi Feng has seen it several times. In the world of cultivating immortals, many places where people place important items are isolated with obsidian wood. There is an obsidian tree. No matter whose spiritual consciousness can penetrate and detect the scene in it, even an old monster with a cultivation base of 700 or 800 years can't do it. Because the obsidian wood can completely shield the consciousness. In other words, at this moment, Yi Feng's spiritual sense couldn't detect what was inside the black wooden box, but judging from the strange aura he felt, it must be the myriad realm's demon eye. And on the surface of the box made of obsidian wood, there is still a layer of blood-stained white cloth, which looks miserable. Although he didn't know what the blood-stained white cloth was, Yi Feng knew it. It was definitely the magic pupil of the myriad realms imprisoned in the black wooden box by these white cloths. Otherwise, it's just obsidian wood. It can't trap anything. Yi Feng hid his body outside the cave, and soon felt that Zen Master Wenlu took out the black wooden box and held it in his hand. Zen Master Wenlu did not hesitate. After getting the black wooden box, he immediately walked out of the cave. Next, we should follow to the sea. Yi Feng's plan went very smoothly. Although it took a month to delay, he finally waited for this moment. Zen Master Wenlu put the black wooden box into the cassock, quietly went down the mountain, returned to the seaside, and rented a small wooden boat with the villagers of the seaside fishing village. This time he did not rent a speedboat. Because the speedboat is not far away and there is a fuel limit. And with Zen Master Wenlu's cultivation base, even a small wooden boat can still walk on flat ground in the vast sea. After bringing enough water and dry food, Master Wenlu set off soon. As usual, Yi Feng used the dragon turtle's breath-holding technique to follow him in the sea water about 500 meters behind him. He was not in a hurry. He kept a distance where he would neither lose track nor be discovered by the opponent because he was too close. The weather at sea is unpredictable. When we first set off, the surrounding area was still clear. But when we were more than 100 kilometers away from the sea, it immediately became violent and stormy. The waves were churning. Zen Master Wenlu steered the small wooden boat to advance bravely in the rapids on the sea. And Yi Feng is under the sea surface. The resistance he faces is even greater. However, with Yi Feng's cultivation base, it is completely sufficient to deal with such a situation. Thunder and lightning. Wind and rain. The small wooden boat moved forward firmly. The sea is getting colder and colder. The sky was dark and people couldn't tell whether it was day or night. Yi Feng followed all the way. He only felt that after about 4 or 5 hours, Zen Master Wenlu suddenly let out a soft sigh. Yi Feng was wondering. Suddenly, he heard Chan Master Lu's murmur, "Ba, I don't go to hell." Who goes to hell? Scoff. Yi Feng only felt that there was a burst of internal energy fluctuations on the small wooden boat in front of him, and then several bolts of lightning were suddenly attracted to him, and even struck on the top of Zen Master Wenlu's head. This monk is actually triggering the thunder himself. Yi Feng dived into the sea water, his expression changed when he saw it. What does this monk want to do? Swish. Zen Master Wenlu's whole body started to burn. Yi Feng could even clearly detect it with his spiritual sense. Zen Master Wenlu's cassock and body were burning. Even the heavy rain couldn't extinguish the flames on his body. Soon, Zen Master Wenlu's whole body cultivation base turned into a Buddha child. It was suppressed on the black wooden box like this. The vast Buddha's righteousness. For a while, it even covered the gloomy aura emanating from the black wooden box. Poof. The black wooden box was pressed by the golden Buddha sun. It fell into the rough sea water all of a sudden. No matter how the torrent surged, the black wooden box could not stop the trend of sinking into the bottom of the sea. It looks like a big piece of iron being thrown into the sea. It turns out. Yi Feng was stunned as he watched from behind. Zen Master Wenlu actually triggered a thunderbolt to split himself, turning his whole body into a Buddha disciple, to suppress the black wooden box and let it sink to the bottom of the sea. It's not too late. Yi Feng didn't have time to take care of Zen Master Wenlu, who was gradually turning into ashes on the small wooden boat. Instead, he quickly swam towards the bottom of the sea, following the black wooden box that sank into the bottom of the sea. This monk is so naive. Yi Feng gritted his teeth. To Zen Master Wenlu, he undoubtedly felt that he was acting like an idiot. Zen Master Wenlu is not the kind of real eminent monk. Even if he sacrifices himself to become a Buddha, he can only suppress the black wooden box for a while. Yi Feng could feel that under the erosion of the dark wood box's gloomy atmosphere, the Buddha sun transformed by Zen Master Wenlu was rapidly depleting its energy. If this continues, the Buddha sun will run out of energy and disappear. Although I suppressed the black wooden box for a moment. But what's the point? Perhaps the master just wanted to prevent the black wooden box from drifting away in the violent ocean current, so as to sink to the bottom of the sea smoothly, so that no one else would have a chance to find out. Yi Feng guessed in his heart. This is the only explanation. Obsidian wood is not heavy. If it is thrown into the sea like this, it will probably float away with the waves. It will definitely not sink to the bottom of the sea. But even so, this monk should have brought an iron block at the beginning. At this time, it is enough to tie it together and sink. Yi Feng shook his head. He really couldn't understand Zen Master Wenlu's thoughts. After all, this is his own choice. He has no right to interfere. Maybe it's because Zen Master Wenlu feels that there is nothing to miss in life. And he is like this. It can be regarded as devoting himself to the last wish of Master Kuji. Yi Feng didn't think much about it. The key now is to get the black wooden box. Although this monk's behavior is a bit despicable and shameless, but only by doing so can Yi Feng get what he wants, increase his strength, and win the hope of crossing the border. He didn't want to wait a year before going to the Menghuang realm to find Su Feiying. God knows if Su Feiying will encounter any accidents in the Menghuang realm in such a long time. Under the pressure of Jingguang Fozi, the black wooden box was wrapped in blood-stained white cloth and sank to the bottom of the sea. Even in such an environment surrounded by seawater, the blood-stained white cloth has not been wet at all. It can be seen that its material is extremely special. At least Yi Feng can be sure. It is definitely not something that belongs to the earth. Soon, Yi Feng followed and dived into the bottom of the sea. This place is already 7 or 8,000 meters away from the sea surface. Although it is not the deepest trench in the world, it is no longer within the reach of ordinary people. Facing the black wooden box, Yi Feng had a complicated mood. In order to make this black wooden box sleep forever, Zen Master Wenlu is willing to sacrifice his life. Yi Feng, however, tried everything possible to get him. At this time, Yi Feng really felt that he had fallen into a magic barrier. But he is not from the earth. As a member of the world of cultivating immortals, when encountering such a thing, of course he will not let it go easily. It's called chance. although it may not be a good opportunity. Yi Feng quickly came to the black wooden box wrapped in blood-stained white cloth. Looking at the Buddha child emitting golden light, Yi Feng did not directly go forward to take the black wooden box. Instead, he thought about it, waved his hand, and put the Buddha child into the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring. After all, it was transformed by Zen Master Wenlu after his death. Yi Feng didn't have time to prevent the other party from committing suicide. But the evidence of the other party's last existence can be preserved for him. Although it's useless to keep this Buddha child. But it's not big anyway. It doesn't take up space in the storage space. Just put it away first. The golden Buddha was put away by Yi Feng. The black wooden box finally continued to exude a gloomy and cold atmosphere, which made people tremble more than the surrounding sea water. Originally, there were some deep-sea fierce fish. One by one, they stared at Yi Feng. Especially after the golden Buddha was put away, many fierce fish around wanted to attack Yi Feng. But as soon as they felt the eerie aura emanating from the black wooden box, they were all scared away. Within a radius of several kilometers. It didn't take long for it to become dead silent. No living creature was willing to stay in the area. Yi Feng was the only one. He dared to float in front of the black wooden box, and tried to reach out and grab it in his hands. As soon as he touched the black wooden box, Yi Feng felt a bone-piercing coldness, which instantly spread to his limbs and bones. At the same time, a feeling of despair and fear emerged from the bottom of his heart. This thing is really evil. Yi Feng felt the ancient dragon sword ring flashing in his hand, and immediately suppressed the despair and fear in his heart. Let me see what the Myriad Realms demon eye is. Yi Feng glanced at the ancient dragon sword ring on his finger. I hope that if there is any accident, this simple ring can help him. Of course. Yi Feng will definitely not open the black wooden box in a foolish manner. Master Dead Branch uncovered part of the blood-stained white cloth before, and he was able to receive the information of the Myriad Realms demon eye. And he can seal it again later. It can be seen that as long as the blood-stained white cloth is on, the Myriad Worlds demon eye cannot escape from the blackwood box. Yi Feng believed that the curse that Master Withered Branch had cast would be useless to him. After all, he had such an existence as the dragon sword ancient ring in his hand. Although the name of Myriad Realms demon pupil sounds bluffing, but the ancient ring of dragon sword is not covered. Yi Feng was able to cast teleportation swordsmanship with his low and weak cultivation base. It can be seen that the inheritance of Dragon Sword is definitely not in vain. Even if it is compared with the demon eye of Myriad Realms, even if it cannot overwhelm the opponent's fierce power, it will definitely not be overwhelmed by the opponent. Yi Feng thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, and tore off a small part of the blood-stained white cloth on the bottom of the sea. Immediately, that gloomy and cold aura surged out even more majestically. Yi Feng, who was close at hand, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The whole person shivered involuntarily. It's too cold. Yi Feng's face became serious in an instant. But after waiting for a while, he didn't find any thoughts coming out of the black wooden box. Could it be? Yi Feng pondered for a moment, and soon thought of something, and then smiled. This Myriad Realms demon eye is quite intelligent. It takes a fall to gain wisdom. When the Dead Branch Master got it, it couldn't wait to communicate with the Dead Branch Master. But it was sealed by the Dead Branch Master. 10 years passed. But now Yi Feng also tore off a small part of the blood-stained white cloth. It no longer jumped out impulsively to communicate with Yi Feng. The fear was that the communication would not be successful. Yi Feng sealed it again. And as long as it doesn't make a sound, I believe Yi Feng will drive the blood-stained white cloth non-stop until the seal is removed. Of course. This is just a perfect situation imagined by Myriad Realms demon eye. If Yi Feng hadn't heard the story of Master Withered Branch, he might have fallen for the trick. But now, it is impossible for Yi Feng to continue tearing off the blood-stained white cloth. The other party succeeded. The myriad world demon eyes inside are listening. Yi Feng smiled faintly. The spirit communication technique was passed into the obsidian wooden box. I have already seen you through. Don't pretend to be dead. There is no response in the black wooden box. Yi Feng was not in a hurry. He continued to speak without saying a word. Myriad Realms Demon Eye. What kind of abilities do you have? If your ability is really useful to me, maybe I can let you out. Myriad Realms Demon Eyes. Where did you come from? Are you from the world of cultivating immortals? Yi Feng persisted for half an hour. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Even he himself felt a little annoyed. And the black wooden box at this time still didn't respond at all. Yi Feng was angry. He grabbed the blood-stained white cloth. If you don't show up, you are not sincere. I think you should continue to stay on the bottom of the sea for hundreds of years. Immediately afterwards, he began to rewind the blood-stained white cloth. He was going to wrap the black wooden box tightly. These words finally had an effect. Etc. A ghastly idea came out of the black wooden box. It directly passed into Yi Feng's mind. There was a bit of frustration in the voice. Obviously, the myriad realm demon I never imagined that he would be forced out one day. He also had a little fear of Yi Feng. At least it seems that the young boy is not stupid. If you come out early, you'll be fine. Yi Feng snorted lightly. Without thinking about it, he continued to wrap the blood-stained white cloth around the black wooden box. Regardless of the request of the myriad realm demon Eye, Yi Feng sealed the black wooden box tightly again. Gradually, the voice of the myriad world demon Eye could no longer be heard. Yi Feng is teaching myriad realms a lesson. Close it for a while longer. Let him know that there is no good end to going against him. Don't play tricks in front of him. Then, Yi Feng took the black wooden box wrapped in a blood-stained white cloth and swam towards the sea. This stuff has a lot to do with it. Yi Feng must be fully prepared before he can start negotiating terms with the other party. Now that the black wooden box is in hand, it is time for Yi Feng to go back to Peach Blossom Island to have a look. This month is not long or short. The changes on Peach Blossom Island are definitely not small. Especially from Su Minghan's text messages. Lin Shiqing actually waited for him on Peach Blossom Island for a month. This made him quite surprised. Unexpectedly, this sister Yu wanted to see him so much. It's a pity. She still left a step early. However, soon the spring festival in Huagua will come. At that time, Yi Feng can go to Yanjing to pay a good visit to the Lin family. Swish. Yi Feng stood up with his sword and flew towards Peach Blossom Island against the storm. It was already the next morning when Yi Feng returned to Peach Blossom Island. After a lapse of a month, Yi Feng finally came back, making everyone on the island alive. Shu Shu and the others went directly to prepare a big meal, and wanted to have a good meal, while Long Wanner, Su Minghan, and Yi Feng discussed some things together. As for Xiaoyu, she continued to take care of Tang Qingling, and reluctantly left after only seeing Yi Feng. East Asian Cultivation Event? When Yi Feng heard what Long Wanner said, his heart moved. The people from Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island, what did they say? Long Wanner recalled the scene when the other party came to report, and thought it was a bit funny, covered her mouth with a chuckle and said to Yi Feng, they seem to look down on us a bit. They didn't tell us to behave well, they just said we can go and watch. It seems that we used relatively despicable means when we snatched Peach Blossom Island, so that they don't understand our true strength. Su Minghan also smiled. Hard to say. Yi Feng shook his head. What kind of East Asian event is this? We should not participate. Wanner, tell everyone later that we are not allowed to go to Peach Blossom Island alone, do you understand? Why? Long Wanner was surprised. How can we say that we are all from Huagua, and now we occupy one of the 3 hidden places, but we don't go to have a look? It seems a bit unreasonable. In that case, when they ask, you say that we are too weak to go to the meeting and you will be ashamed. Yifeng smiled and didn't care. To Yifeng, whether to participate in this Grand East Asian cultivation event does not mean much, and Yifeng has no interest in the distribution of some common cultivation resources. What's more, he seized Peach Blossom Island, but it didn't weaken Peach Blossom Island's power much. Huagua's power to participate in the East Asian cultivation event was not weakened because of him. Although Long Wanner didn't quite understand why Yifeng made this decision, she still nodded. This time I went to Tianzhu. I met a person with the strongest Zen practice in Tianzhu. Yifeng told the 2 girls slowly what happened in Tianzhu. A strong man with more than 200 years of cultivation is invincible to everyone on Peach Blossom Island except him. At this time it is indeed not suitable to participate in the East Asian cultivation event. Moreover, the East Asia Cultivation Grand Meeting was held 2 days later. Yifeng had no time to go there, and most importantly, he wouldn't get any great benefits from going there. Having just obtained the Myriad Realms Demon Eye, the first thing Yifeng has to do is to negotiate with the other party, not some other things. On the earth, there is a place where he lives and is suitable for cultivation, which is enough for Yifeng. There is no need to pursue others. It's actually pretty good to have nothing to contend with, isn't it? Yifeng smiled faintly. Long Wanner and Su Menghan stood together, carefully thinking about the meaning of Yifeng's words, and suddenly realized. That's right, their identities are different from those of the martial arts people on Earth today. They are all immortal cultivators. That being the case, they should have a broader vision, not limited to the Earth. There is no need to participate in unnecessary disputes, unless it is something that affects one's own development. By the way, where is the venue of this East Asian cultivation event? Yifeng finally asked. It's on a luxury cruise ship. Long Wanner replied, if we want to participate, someone will take us to the designated place. That's it. Yifeng thought about it, and said, Wanner Menghan, you choose 10 brothers from the Battle Soul Army, and go to the East Asia Cultivation Festival to see the situation. If there is any special situation, just remember to report it at any time. Long Wanner nodded, thinking that Yifeng's idea was also good. Let the members of the War Soul Army go, firstly, to hide and not be in it, secondly, they will know the situation on the spot well. If there is any unexpected situation, they will know immediately. If necessary, Yifeng can set off with others at any time. Yifeng asked about the cultivation status of the 2 girls, and learned that the 2 girls had reached 55 or 60 years of cultivation after absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the 1,000 years of Xianbing. Even he himself is only 55 years old now, and since he has been wandering outside for a month, the upper limit of his cultivation is only 58 years old, so it would be a waste to absorb Luotian water. Sure enough, it is better to squat in a place like Wonderland to quickly increase your cultivation base and the upper limit of your cultivation base. Yifeng shook his head. He was quite happy in his heart. After all, the 2 girls have reached 50 years of cultivation. Given time, they can fly with the sword, and Xingyun Crossing can also help him. While the 3 were chatting, someone from the Battle Soul Army reported that a speedboat had come from Peach Blossom Island, and some people who claimed to be from the Tang family wanted to enter Peach Blossom Island to meet Yifeng. The Tang family? Yifeng and the 2 women looked at each other, feeling a little strange. What is the purpose of the members of the Tang family coming here at this time? Yifeng remembered that after the martial arts conference, he and the members of the Tang family hadn't seen each other very much. Of course, except for Tang Xiefeng and Tang Qingling. Let Grandpa come with us to meet. Yi Feng signaled to let the member of the Battle Soul Army go and inform Tang Xiefeng. Soon, Tang Xiefeng came over to meet Yi Feng and the others. The people from the Tang family are here? Tang Xiefeng walked all the way in a Tang suit, frowning slightly. That's right, Grandpa will come with us to have a look. Yi Feng waved his hand as a signal. Let's go. Tang Xiefeng nodded, looking at Yi Feng with obvious satisfaction. To be honest, Tang Xiefeng couldn't imagine living like this now, and all of this was because of Yi Feng. Because of the powerful Yi Feng, he and Yi Wendian could still have such a comfortable cultivation and living environment in their later years. The most important thing is that the qi in their bodies is rapidly transforming into true qi. As long as another 10 or so months pass, when all the qi in their bodies is transformed into true qi, their lifespan will increase by more than 10 or 20 years, and their combat effectiveness will directly double. For a martial artist, there is nothing more exciting than this. If this news gets out, I am afraid that countless people from all over the world will flee to Peach Blossom Island. As for the news about the cultivator, Yi Feng certainly wouldn't let it spread out at will. Now the people on Peach Blossom Island can't leave Peach Blossom Island without Yi Feng's permission, and outsiders can't enter Peach Blossom Island at all. A group of people came to the beach of the island, and at a glance, they saw a speedboat 5 kilometers away, with several people standing on it. One of them was Tang Qing Tian, whom Yi Feng had met before, one of the elders of the Tang family. It stands to reason that Tang Qing Tian should be one of the people with the highest status in the secular Tang family, but now Tang Qing Tian is standing behind another older man. Could it be that the Tang family is in the hidden place? Yi Feng thought in his heart. Chapter 724. Yi Feng didn't know what the other party wanted to say, but seeing the other party, it wouldn't hinder anything. I'll go out first. If there is any problem, you don't have to panic. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and said to Long Wanner and the others. Well, be careful yourself. Long Wanner nodded, but judging from her expression, if Yi Feng really encountered any danger, she would definitely rush out desperately. Su Menghan also nodded gently, but said nothing. She believed in Yi Feng's strength more than Long Wanner, and felt that Yi Feng would be fine if he went out this time. After all, this is in front of his own house. No matter how daring the other party is, it is impossible to attack Yi Feng here. Yi Feng can fly even if he does it. What are you afraid of? Tang Xiefeng stared at the speedboat 5 kilometers away from the sea, showing some nostalgia on his face, but turned indifferent. He used to be from the Tang family. But 20 years ago, the Tang family expelled him and his daughter Tang Qingling from the Tang family. No one can understand how much this incident has affected Tang Xiefeng. This is not just as simple as losing his status, but that he has lived in the Tang family since he was a child, and has made countless contributions to the Tang family, but the Tang family abandoned him in the blink of an eye. Outsiders can understand. It's like a housewife who works hard at home, manages the house diligently, does laundry, cooks, and takes care of the children, but in the end she is abandoned by her husband. Compared with this, Tang Xiefeng's mood was almost the same. The current Tang Xiefeng only recognizes Yi Feng's relatives, including Yi Feng, Yi Wendian, Tang Qingling, and Yi Feng's wives. Whether it is Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Xiao Yu, or Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun, they are all the same in Tang Xiefeng's eyes. They are all his grandson's wives. After all, in the eyes of the old men, the relationship between Yi Feng and the girls is very close. But Tang Xiefeng looked at the old man standing on the bow of the speedboat, who seemed to have a higher status than Tang Qingtian. It's been 20 years, and I finally see you again. It's a pity, it's not like it used to be. Tang Xiefeng sneered inwardly. Now, he no longer needs to look at the other person's face. Swish. Yi Feng raised his sword, and the Yulan sword drew a stream of light, which traveled 5 kilometers away in an instant, landed in front of the Tang family's speedboat, and stood on the waves. Everyone, what are you doing? Yi Feng stood on the sea, as if walking on flat ground, and glanced at the several Tang family members in front of him. Tang Qingtian cultivated in 101 years, and the few people behind him were less than 100 years old, all of whom had cultivated in 70 or 80 years. Only the older man, standing in front of him, has a cultivation base of 178 years. You are Yi Feng? Why are you so rude? The old man frowned slightly. They came from afar, Yi Feng just didn't welcome them, but he even said, "What's the matter?" This is completely unacceptable to the old man who has always been in a high position. Haha, politeness is for your own people. I don't think you are your own people. Yi Feng laughed. Old man, what's your name? Hearing Yi Feng's words, the old man's face twitched a bit, but he still held back his anger and introduced himself, Old Man Tang Yutian, the right inspector of Kunlun Mountain. Tang Yutian looked very proud of his identity. But Yi Feng squinted his eyes and didn't take it seriously. You are Tang Yutian, you were the one who forced my mother and grandfather out of the Tang family. Tang Yutian didn't feel ashamed when he heard the words, but took it for granted. So what? Today, the old man is not here to see them, but to see you. See me? Yi Feng let out a huh, see what I'm doing? Our Tang family wants to make a deal with you. Tang Yutian said domineeringly, you give some of the treasures of heaven and earth that you got after occupying Peach Blossom Island to the Tang family, and the old man can help you speak well in front of the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain. Otherwise, you think that with your strength, can you defend a treasure like Peach Blossom Island? As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng's eyes widened. You old fellow, don't you have too much appetite? Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all, and directly said what he thought in his heart, just talking about it, you want me to give things to you? I am. Don't say you are an old man of the Tang family, you are the Kunlun Mountain Sovereign Station. Don't even think about talking to me like that in front of me. Old man. These 3 words are undoubtedly heavyweight to Tang Yutian. Tang Qingtian from the secular Tang family stood behind Tang Yutian, seeing Yi Feng talking to Tang Yutian like this, secretly thought that this kid is really bold, but this time he is really dead. Who doesn't know Tang Yutian's character and temper? It's not much different from Long Moran, from the Long family before. Boy surnamed Yi, you are courting death. Tang Yutian gritted his teeth, and said every word in a word, and the white beard was so angry that it turned up. Want to kill me? Just come. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, his expression remained unchanged. Die. Tang Yutian couldn't bear it anymore, with a urge of internal energy, the strength of his whole body gathered, and an overwhelming palm swept towards Yi Feng, setting off a large sea wave, like rolling up 1,000 piles of white snow. Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm, the proud move of the Tang family, was performed with great proficiency in Tang Yutian's hands, with astonishing power, as if hundreds of bombs had exploded under the water. Hailang swept towards Yi Feng at a high speed. As long as he killed Yi Feng, wouldn't he be able to take Peach Blossom Island as his own? Tang Yutian thought very simply, but what he didn't know was that even if he wanted to kill Yi Feng, it was not an easy matter for him. Well done. Yi Feng laughed out loud, and without moving his body, facing the surging scorpion from the opponent, he put on the dragon scale armor in an instant, and displayed the dragon's reverse scale. Boom! There was a loud noise. Tang Yutian, who was originally standing on the bow of the speedboat, was condensing all the energy in his body to kill Yi Feng. Suddenly his whole body flew upside down, his eyes popped out, and he spit out blood. Plop! Tang Yutian fell into the sea and was seriously injured. And Yi Feng endured the remaining 20% of Tang Yutian's palm power, just adjusted his breath a little, and the whole person has returned to normal. After a short fight, even Tang Qingtian didn't see clearly. Tang Yutian flew upside down and fell into the sea. Old man, before you come to bully someone, you don't investigate first. Is what you want to bully a soft persimmon? Yifeng chuckled and stood on the sea laying without moving a step. The sea waves caused by the sky shaking calmed down, and Tang Qingtian and others finally realized that their ancestor Tang Yutian first tried to kill Yifeng, but now he was seriously injured by Yifeng and fell into the sea. With another plop, a disciple of the Tang family jumped into the sea and quickly helped Tang Yutian's seriously injured body onto the speedboat. Yi, little brother. Tang Qingtian became the only person on the field who could take care of things. He glanced at Yifeng, his mouth was parched, he didn't know what to say. Yifeng glanced at Tang Qingtian. Stop talking nonsense, if there is nothing else, you can leave quickly. After he finished speaking, he ignored the other party's reaction, flew up with his sword, and headed back towards Peach Blossom Island. Now the news that he was able to control the sword must have spread throughout the martial arts circle of Huagua, so there is no need for him to hide it. What are you afraid of when a man walks in the world? As for hurting Tang Yutian, how Kunlun Mountain will react, Yifeng needs to think about it a little bit, but it's only a little bit. There are thousands of illusions, as long as the people on Peach Blossom Island don't take the initiative to leave the area of Peach Blossom Island, there will be absolutely no danger. Soon, Yifeng returned to Peach Blossom Island. Tang Xiefeng and the two girls came up to ask about the situation. Yifeng told the truth, and asked the two girls to cover their mouths and chuckle, while Tang Xiefeng opened his mouth wide, he couldn't believe it. In Tang Xiefeng's eyes, Tang Yutian was a strong man who was absolutely impossible to defeat. 20 years ago, Tang Yutian was already a pinnacle powerhouse with more than 130 years of cultivation, ranking in the top 3 among the top 10 masters in the entire martial arts world. Levels. Tang Xiefeng, who was only about 80 years old at the time, would naturally not be Tang Yutian's opponent. If he forced him out of the Tang family, he could only smash his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. But now, when Tang Yutian faced Yifeng, he was seriously injured by Yifeng's countershock just as he made his move. Although he knew Yifeng's strength long ago, Tang Xiefeng was still extremely shocked when the facts were in front of him, which made him have to re-examine this grandson. Everyone didn't stay at the beach for too long. After seeing the Tang speedboat leaving quickly, everyone returned to the center of Peach Blossom Island and went to work on other things. Su Menghan came to Yifeng's yard, found Yifeng and asked softly, when Sister Lin came here, she asked us what to do at Yanjing University. We are like this now, but we don't look like students. This? Yifeng scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed about it. Although he now claims to be an immortal cultivator, Yanjing University still has a name. In the secular world, he is still a student of Yanjing University. Now that he has a cultivation wonderland like Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng is really unwilling to leave this place if it is not necessary. If he hadn't followed Zen Master Wenlu and stayed outside for a month, the current Yifeng would have been able to absorb Luotian water and improve his cultivation to 60 years. Now, Yifeng still has to stay on Peach Blossom Island for 7 days before he can widen his meridians and raise the upper limit of his cultivation to 60 years. It just so happened that the East Asia Cultivation Grand Meeting was held recently. Yifeng can also wait for news on Peach Blossom Island. If there is any situation, it will not be too late to take corresponding countermeasures. As for the myriad world's demon pupil imprisoned in the obsidian wood, it would be too late to deal with Yifeng's cultivation base. Before that, Yifeng can also wait for a few days to see if there will be any adverse reactions to his body in the near future. After all, like Master Dead Branch, he tore off a part of the blood-stained white cloth. Master Withered Branch turned black and died. Will Yifeng do the same? If there is any adverse reaction in the body, then Yifeng has to delay opening the obsidian wood later, otherwise it is not a joke. Yifeng's greatest reliance is the ancient dragon sword ring in his hand. At this moment, under the observation of the 10 members of the War Soul Army, the East Asian Cultivation event was finally held on a luxury cruise ship in Bohai Bay. However, the atmosphere of this East Asian cultivation event is obviously a little tense. This tense atmosphere does not come from the country of Hua, but from between Tianzhu and the country of Red Sun. Due to the disturbance caused by Yifeng in Tianzhu before, the Tianzhu Zen sect informed the senior officials of the Buddhist and Brahma sects about it. At the East Asian Cultivation Grand Meeting, the conflict finally broke out. Just over a month ago, a young man from the Red Sun Kingdom broke into the Tianzhu Zen temple and robbed an important criminal, and wounded the Zen master Na Zen, causing him to be seriously injured. Even after resting for a month, the Zen master was still unconscious. Fortunately, his body was fine, and he should be able to recover after resting for another month. During this period, in order to treat the Zen master's injuries, Zen Buddhism spent countless precious medicinal materials, and many natural materials and earthly treasures were thrown on the Zen master in this way. Even the people of Huanqi Zen and Guangde Zen have to take out the stored treasures to treat the Zen master. After all, the Zen master is the strongest in Tianzhu Zen. If something happens to him, the entire Tianzhu Zen will be cured. The situation will plummet. On the luxury cruise ship held at the East Asian Cultivation Festival, Tianzhu Zen is difficult, and Buddhism and Brahma, although they disagree with Zen, they are also unanimously condemning the brutal behavior of the Red Sun Kingdom at this time. But the people of the Red Sun Kingdom were very wronged. They didn't even know that a young man in a black shirt who could fly went to Tianzhu to make a big fuss. You say that kid is from our Red Sun Kingdom, what evidence do you have? The representative of Sword Ninja, who was highly cultivated in the Red Sun Kingdom, was furious and asked back. The young man is proficient in the Red Sun language, so he is definitely a member of the Red Sun country. The Indian monks answered in unison. The arrogance of the Red Sun Kingdom was immediately suppressed. Baga, there is no reason to talk to this group of old monks. On the other hand, people from Kunlun Mountain and Huagua and Punlai Island were listening, with strange expressions on their faces. Wearing a black shirt and being able to fly with a sword, isn't that referring to Yifeng from Huagua? Now Yifeng's appearance has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the two hidden places, especially the new members of Taohua Island who joined the two hidden places are even more impressive. After all, it was Yifeng who took away their homeland, Peach Blossom Island, just like robbers. People from Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island looked at each other, then shook their heads, expressing their silence on the conflict between Tianzhu and Hongsun Kingdom. They did not participate in it, and no one exposed Yifeng's appearance. Even Hua Wuxue, who hated Yifeng to the core, didn't say a word about Yifeng. They are not idiots. Under the current circumstances, they should obviously sit back and watch the conflict between Tianzhu and the Red Sun Kingdom break out, while they are reaping the benefits. Soon, the conflict between the cultivators of Tianzhu and the Red Sun country escalated. Except for the cultivators of Huagua, the cultivators of other small countries had no right to intervene. As for the two hidden places in Huagua, they only offered a few words of dissuasion symbolically, which did not affect the whole situation at all. Come out and compete. The ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom couldn't bear this situation at all. They jumped out decisively, pointed at the Tianzhu monks, and shouted loudly. Of course the Indian monks are not afraid. 1-to-1, life or death. An eminent monk of Huanqi Zen school stood up with a smile on his face. He wants to show some color to these bastards who hurt that Zen master. A strong person at the level of Master Zen is also an extremely important figure in Huagua. If Yifeng had done something to Ouyang Ti before, causing him to be seriously injured or even died, the entire Hua country would definitely be turned upside down. Fortunately, Yifeng didn't do anything, he just drove them out of Peach Blossom Island. One must know that for a strong person of this level, it is a great thing for a country to have more than 5 people in each period. How can it be so easy to achieve 200 years of cultivation? Tianzhu's move was also for one thing, that is to let the Red Sun Kingdom hand over the young man and get rid of this huge threat. Unfortunately, they found the wrong partner. It's not like they didn't suspect that it was other forces that were doing the tricks, but they ruled out the possibility of Huagua first, because a strong man like Yi Feng who can seriously injure the Zen master in an instant is absolutely impossible to do it overnight. That is to say, the young man was already very strong 5 years ago, but at the East Asia Cultivation Conference 5 years ago, the Huagua Cultivation Circle was beaten to the ground. The ninja genius of the Red Sun Kingdom has swept across the younger generation of Huagua, and no one is his opponent. In that case, with the face-saving personality of Huagua cultivators, how could it be possible not to let the young genius appear? From this point of view, the young man in the black shirt is definitely from the Red Sun Kingdom, and practitioners in Tianzhu also want to obtain the move of Yujian flying. On the luxury cruise ship, there was an uproar immediately, and there was a miasma of smoke. And these have nothing to do with Yi Feng. Hearing the news from the Battle Soul army from the scene, Yi Feng smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, this action at that time would affect the situation of the entire cultivation world in East Asia, beyond his expectation. Fortunately, it is beneficial to the country of China, and it can be regarded as indirectly helping the two hidden places of Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island. In this way, Tianzhu and the Red Sun Kingdom will lose their strength when they fight against each other, and then it will be easier for the Hua Kingdom to beat the crowd in the grand cultivation event and gain more benefits. Yi Feng didn't think too much about it, and let the members of the Battle Soul army continue to observe, and then he entered into the practice of concentration. 7 days later. After Yi Feng absorbed a drop of Luotian water's heaven and earth spiritual qi, his cultivation level rose to 60 years in one fell swoop. During this period, Su Menghan finally comprehended Xingyu Jiutian and was able to fly with the sword, but Long Wanner reached 50 years of cultivation relatively late, so she didn't comprehend it for the time being. As for the crossing of the nebula, they were the first to study it, and they can already use it at this time. If the two women crossed their own cultivation levels to Yi Feng at the same time, then Yi Feng's sword could exert 3 times the original power, and with brute force, he could kill a strong man with a cultivation base of 170 or 80 years. Before, he could only rely on the rebound of the dragon's reverse scale to achieve such an effect. At this time, the heaven and earth aura of Qianzai Xianbing overflowed again, and Zi Jianlan ordered Binger to let Xiaoyu absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Since then, both Xu Shu and Xiaoyu have cultivated for 20 years, and for the alchemy of stars, both women have gained some experience due to the previous discussion with Lin Shiqing. The art of refining stars and returning to heaven is the simplest fairy technique in the first star map. Both women have already mastered it, while Xu Shu has learned the star trail step, and Xiaoyu has comprehended the star refining palm. Comparing each other, for the time being, Lin Shiqing's comprehension of the alchemy of stars is the best. There is still 1 month until the spring festival. Yi Feng vaguely felt that his body was a little abnormal in the past 7 days, but he was easily suppressed by the ancient ring of dragon sword, which let him know that the ancient ring of dragon sword was indeed able to restrain the magic pupil of 10,000 realms. Making Yi Feng's body worse is undoubtedly one of the strategies of Myriad Realms' Demon Eye. If it was a different person, if he was about to die, he would definitely open the Myriad Realms' Demon Eye again, and then the Myriad World's Demon Eye would have completely taken the initiative. It's a pity that Yi Feng is not an ordinary person, nor is he an eminent monk like Master Kuji, who sacrificed himself for the common people. After explaining to Long Wanner and other girls, and checking Tang Qingling's situation from a distance, Yi Feng took the black wooden box alone and came to one of the captured destroyers by the sea. It's time to open up. Yi Feng kept everyone away from here, then sat cross-legged on the deck, and stretched out his hand to tear off a part of the blood-stained white cloth. "Matong, how are you thinking?" Yi Feng asked lightly. "Stinky boy, count yourself as cruel." The Myriad Realm demon pupil obviously noticed that Yi Feng had a unique treasure, which prevented his curse from having any effect on Yi Feng. This meant that he would never be in a strong position during the negotiation process with Yi Feng. But who is it? It is the demon Eye of Myriad Realms, a part of the demon Lord of Myriad Realms, and has already produced its own consciousness. With its status, it is absolutely impossible to compromise with Yi Feng. There is only one way for the two sides to go, and that is to negotiate a deal on an equal footing and get what they need. Answer your question first. Myriad Realms demon pupil snorted coldly, "Old devil, my ability is to travel through various worlds at will. As long as I have enough magic energy, I can open space cracks and allow people to pass through. Stinky boy, I think you seem to be eager to leave here. Do you miss the world of cultivating immortals? Quack quack. With your strength, it is better to stay in this place. Otherwise, you may not even know if you are in the world of cultivating immortals. How did you die?" Myriad World Demon Eyes said with a light smile. "You don't have to worry about that." Yi Feng said indifferently, and asked back, "You said that you need enough magic energy to open the space crack? It means that you don't have enough magic energy now, so you can't do this?" "Humph. Don't underestimate me, Lama." Myriad Realms demon pupil was furious. "Now I can only open the space crack once, but if you release me, the old devil, I can recover quickly, and when the time comes, Myriad Realms will accompany me and arrive in an instant." Obviously, the Myriad Realms demon Eye was angry, and Yi Feng even questioned its ability. "Isn't this teasing it? It turns out that it can only be opened once." Yi Feng groaned. "As for releasing the Myriad Realms demon Eye, that is absolutely impossible. Brat, old devil, I still have a high-level magic cultivation method for you to practice." Myriad Realms demon Eye seemed to observe Yi Feng for a while, and then said confidently, "It's much better than the tattered mentality you're cultivating now. As long as you release the old devil me, you can get this high-level magic cultivation mentality. Stop dreaming." Yi Feng shook his head resolutely. "He has the high-level cultivation method of immortality, and he has the alchemy of the stars, so why bother to try to cultivate some magic cultivation method? God knows what will happen if the demon Eye of Myriad Realms is released. Even if it is released, it cannot be released in this place. At least, the opponent cannot be released on the earth. What exactly do you need to open this box?" Myriad World Demon Eye was angry again. This guy really has a bad temper, or rather bad. "Tell me first, which world can you open the space rift to?" Yi Feng didn't answer, but asked instead. "Anyone is fine. There is no place in the world that I can't go to." Myriad Realms Demon Eye said proudly. "The realm of cultivating immortals?" Yi Feng asked. "Of course it can." Myriad Realms demon pupil was quite disdainful. At this moment, it thought of a condition for Yi Feng to release him. "This brat will definitely accept it, right? Can it work?" Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Myriad Realms' answer. Since he could really return to the immortal cultivation realm, then the Myriad Worlds demon Eye should be quite reliable, but the prerequisite is to release the other party, which Yi Feng directly vetoed. Even if the Myriad Realms demon Eye can open the space crack once, if Yi Feng does not release the other party, it is unlikely that the other party will use it for him. At this moment, Myriad World Demon Eye suddenly said, "Stinky boy, what do you think of this?" "How?" Yi Feng frowned. "Old devil, I see that the one in your hand is the inheritance of Dragon Sword?" Myriad Realms demon pupil chuckled. "So what?" Yi Feng asked indifferently, but his heart trembled. The Myriad Realms demon Eye could recognize the Dragon Sword inheritance. It really wasn't something simple. "Since that's the case, old devil, I can use up all the magic power in my body at this time and send you directly to the Tomb of Dragon Sword." The demon Eye of the Thousand Worlds said very temptingly, "With the ring in your hand, you will definitely be able to open the Tomb of the Dragon Sword and enter the Tomb of Inheritance. If you can truly obtain the inheritance of the Dragon Sword, then your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng was taken aback. To the Tomb of the Dragon Sword? It has to be said that the temptation of this condition is too great for Yi Feng. The ancient ring of Dragon Sword has been with him since he came to the earth, but he knows that it is just a key to open the place of inheritance of Dragon Sword. It is not so easy to really obtain the Dragon Sword inheritance. I thought that if I wanted to go to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, I had to go back to the world of cultivating immortals first, but now it seems that this step can be skipped. However, Yi Feng was not overjoyed. How could a sinister guy like Wanjie Madong be so kind? I can agree to this condition. Yi Feng smiled. However, do you want me to let you go first? Needless to say, it's impossible. Young man, why refuse in such a hurry? Myriad Realms demon pupil sent out a thought. Old Mo, I will open the space crack first, you take Lao Mo with me, and then you are satisfied, then let me go. So? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Yi Feng was really surprised that this Myriad Realm demon I was willing to offer such a superior condition, but there must be a fraud in it. After all, Yi Feng doesn't know where the space crack opened by the other party leads to. What if he ran to the base camp of the Demon Eye of Myriad Worlds and encountered danger? At that time, not to mention the obsidian tree being taken away, even his own life would have to be taken away. If you still don't believe me, we can make an ancient contract. Myriad Realm Demon Eye said lightly, Dragon Soul, don't pretend to be dead, come out quickly, making a contract won't exhaust you to death. The latter words were not addressed to Yi Feng, but as soon as the words fell, the ancient dragon sword ring in Yi Feng's hand emitted a burst of golden light, and suddenly a dragon roar was heard, resounding through the sky. Immediately afterwards, a translucent dragon soul flew out from the ancient dragon sword ring. Its huge body almost enveloped the entire sky of Peach Blossom Island. This miraculous scene surprised everyone on Peach Blossom Island, but they all knew it was created by Yi Feng, and no one approached the destroyer Yi Feng was on. Roar. The dragon soul didn't speak after it came out, but let out another dragon roar, and then a burst of mysterious energy spewed out from the dragon's mouth, condensing into a semicircular mark the size of a palm in front of the obsidian tree. Swish! A burst of black air was condensed from the obsidian wood, and a semicircular mark was also condensed, which merged with the mark formed by the dragon's soul and finally became a complete circle. A burst of golden light radiated from the complete circle. At the same time, Yi Feng felt his own destiny faintly merged with the circle of light. A thought of dragon soul slowly entered Yi Feng's mind. This demon is believable. Suddenly, the translucent body of the dragon soul dissipated, the ancient ring of the dragon sword returned to normal, and the sky of Peach Blossom Island became clear again. The whole process only lasted 2 seconds. Not to mention the other people on the island, even Yi Feng was stunned by the sudden change. This Myriad Realms Demon Eye can actually call out the dragon soul hidden in the ancient ring of dragon sword, and why can he help to sign the contract? Smelly boy, are you satisfied now? The voice of the Demon Eye of Myriad Realms came out from the obsidian wood again. Quack, I will send you to the entrance of the dragon sword tomb, and you will release me when you get there. Either party violates the ancient contract, will be punished. Yi Feng didn't know what the ancient contract was, nor did he know the effect of violating the ancient contract, but he now knew that the other party could indeed send him to the entrance of the dragon sword tomb. Even the dragon soul appeared, saying that the other party was trustworthy. What else could Yi Feng hesitate? That's good. Yi Feng nodded. By the way, if you violate the contract, what should you do? Signing the ancient contract means you make an oath in front of the ancient gods. If you break it, you will be marked as a treacherous person for life and become the enemy of the ancient gods. Myriad Realm Demon Pupil explained rather fearfully. Even the dragon soul in your ancient dragon sword ring was only an ancient god in life, and the current one is not qualified enough, only the strong one who has attained Taoism and become an immortal. Only those who can sign the ancient contract. Be enlightened and become a fairy. Yi Feng's face changed slightly. 1,000 years of enlightenment, 10,000 years of immortality. Brat, with your cultivation, it is impossible to reach the realm of Taoism for 1,000 years, let alone become an immortal. Myriad World Demon, I sighed, if you don't try it at the Tomb of Dragon Sword, you will never have a chance to rise in this life. Yi Feng didn't speak, just pondered. 1,000 years to achieve Taoism, 10,000 years to become immortal. Is this the ultimate state of immortal cultivators? But the current him has not even reached the stage of a century-old young god. Judging from the speed at which the upper limit of cultivation can be increased by widening the meridians, it is difficult for those who practice the Star Tomb art to improve after reaching the upper limit of 300 years of cultivation. It is absolutely impossible for a beginner's cultivation method to reach a 1,000-year cultivation level. Of course, this level is still too far away for the current Yi Feng, and he doesn't even need to think about it. It's just that what Wan Jiamatong said was right, it made Yi Feng see the future more clearly. That's it. Yi Feng nodded slowly, and glanced at the ancient contract that shone with golden light. Being able to conclude this ancient contract means that the dragon's soul and the myriad realms' demon eyes are both existences who have achieved Taoism and become immortals, with at least the strength of 1,000 years of cultivation. It is a great opportunity for Yi Feng to meet this kind of existence. One must know that in the past, even Su Feiying, let alone seeing her, had never even heard of it. Since it is an opportunity, grab it tightly. Inheriting the dragon sword, Yi Feng must get it. Yi Feng was able to be selected by the dragon sword ancient ring. His own talent is indispensable. Because if you want to obtain the inheritance of the dragon sword, you must not have enough talent. Just the swordsmanship added to the ancient sword of the dragon sword, and those who are not talented enough can't understand it, let alone the swordsmanship of the real dragon sword inheritance. Yi Feng put the obsidian wood of the myriad realms demon pupil into the dragon sword ancient ring, then went back to Peach Blossom Island and wandered around, found Long Wanner, Yi Wendian and others, and gave some orders. Yi Feng said that he was going to do an important matter soon, and he might not come back in the near future. Although reluctant, Long Wanner knew what Yi Feng was busy with. Many times, Long Wanner wondered if their lives would be peaceful if Yi Feng didn't work so hard. But if you think about it carefully, no matter which world you are in, many times, if you don't look for trouble, trouble will come to you. If there is no strength at that time, wouldn't he just be bullied by others? Just like Tang Xiefeng and Tang Qingling's father and daughter in the past. And this kind of pressure is now borne by Yi Feng alone. If Yi Feng were not there, what would happen to the other people on Peach Blossom Island is completely unimaginable. Now that Yi Feng was about to set off again, they had no reason to stop him. Shall I go with you? Long Wanner asked aloud. No, I'll go alone this time, you guys take good care of your home. Yi Feng touched her lovely face lovingly. I'm relieved to have you at home watching over me. Don't worry. Now on Peach Blossom Island, Long Wanner and Su Minghan's cultivation bases are all very good. They have 50 or 60 years of true qi cultivation, plus various kinds of celestial arts emerge endlessly, so they are not weak in frontal combat. Although it is not as good as the Kunlun Mountains and Penglai Island, it is far superior to other martial arts sects in the secular world. In addition, there are Shu Shu, Xiaoyu, and Li Zong. As long as those who go out to fight do not die, they will be alive and well soon after returning. In addition, there are also the War Soul Army and the Dragon Blood Army. If you want to fight for numbers, Peach Blossom Island is not in vain. Most importantly, for other people outside, how to break through the 1,000 illusion realm is the top priority. Just the existence of Qianxiang Mirage can keep everyone out. Even if you want to trouble me on Peach Blossom Island, if we don't go out and stay on the island, what can you do to me? Everyone, be careful in everything. If you encounter any situation, just stay on the island. Don't be reckless. Yi Feng gave a solemn reminder at the end. Everyone nodded. Do you see us as reckless people? Long Wanner covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Whether it looks like it or not, listen to Uncle Yang more often. Yi Feng smiled. Uncle Yang was once a vice admiral of the Hua Kingdom, and he has more experience in war than you. Yang shunning is still very important to Yi Feng. Not only is he the current commander of the War Soul Army, but he also has many ways of dealing with people and experience in leading troops in battle that young people can learn from. Including Yi Feng, sometimes they need to ask him some questions. Everyone nodded again. Of course, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng didn't need it. The two elders were devoted to pure cultivation, so even if they encountered some problems, they didn't need them. Unless it really came to a critical moment of life and death on Peach Blossom Island, it was necessary for them to consider making a move. Yi Feng didn't tell them that he was going to the Tomb of Dragon Sword in the Immortal Cultivation realm, otherwise Long Wanner and the others would definitely be even more worried. After explaining these things, Yi Feng left, taking the obsidian wood alone, and flying with the sword towards the farther ocean. Soon, Yi Feng came to a calm sea. Looking around, only the blue sea and skyline remained, which looked extremely peaceful. Come on out, we can start. Yi Feng took the obsidian wood out of the storage space of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, and then tore off a little bit of the blood-stained white cloth, so that the Myriad Realms demon I could perform the fairy art of breaking the space crack. Feeling Yi Feng's seriousness, Wanjia Madong felt a little disdainful. It's just a space crack, don't make a fuss. If it wasn't for the old devil that I was sealed in this obsidian wooden box, I would be able to break through the space crack and escape. Now, I can only let the old devil take me through the space crack, brat. Hearing the words of Myriad Realms demon Yi Feng also gave a disdainful smile. Of course I will take you there. I don't feel at ease if I leave you here. By the way, is there anyone on this earth like you who comes from other lands, existence of the world? Aren't you? Myriad Realms demon pupil smiled lightly. Except you and me. Yi Feng was slightly annoyed. This old devil actually had the time to joke with his young man. Then I don't know. Myriad Realm demon pupil looked indifferent. Look at me locked in the box. Can I know what's going on outside? Who locked you up? Yi Feng asked. Can you stop asking this? Myriad Realms demon pupil seems to be very taboo about this. Then don't ask, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Open the space rift. Yi Feng waved his hand and raised the obsidian wood above his head. Myriad Realms demon pupil smiled, hee. Bursts of black magic energy gushed out from the obsidian wooden box, quickly forming a dark area. A trace of space power emanated from the dark area, and soon spread to cover Yi Feng's whole body. Wave after wave of tearing force came out from the dark area in midair, as if it wanted to drag Yi Feng into it. The space formed by the space crack is not as stable as the teleportation array. Myriad Realm Demon I said indifferently, but you have the protection of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, so you don't have to worry about anything. Alright, now take me into the space crack. Yi Feng Yujian was hanging in the air, only 5 meters away from the dark space crack. Let's go. Yi Feng didn't hesitate. Holding the black obsidian wooden box, Yujian flew directly into the space crack. Outside the space crack, Yi Feng felt an extremely strong tearing force, and once he entered the space crack, he felt like his whole body was being cut by knives. Yi Feng still doesn't know what the power of space is. Previously, he was only able to use the Void Sword technique with the help of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring to break through the space and complete the teleportation. After entering the space crack, Yi Feng's surroundings immediately became pitch black. Swish! A piece of golden light suddenly flashed from the ancient dragon sword ring, condensing into a golden shield, which firmly guarded Yi Feng. Accompanied by the golden shield, several roars of the dragon soul were sent out to the surrounding void storm for a long distance, and even the manic power of space was repelled by a long distance. But this can't last long. Soon, the power of space like a gust of wind swept towards Yifeng like sharp blades. Yifeng was protected by the golden shield of the ancient ring of dragon sword, and he didn't even dare to detect his spiritual consciousness. The ghost knows whether these violent space power will also cause damage to the spiritual consciousness of the immortal cultivator. In case the detected consciousness cannot be recovered, the damage to Yifeng will be very great. And if you don't need divine sense, if you only use your naked eyes, you can't see anything beyond the golden shield. It's just a dark piece, deep, mysterious, and terrifying, like a bottomless hell. Fortunately, under the protection of the golden shield, the berserk force of space outside could not affect Yifeng. It seems that the ability of Dragon Sword Ancient Ring is still very strong. However, Yifeng could also feel that the energy in the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring was being consumed rapidly. On weekdays, even if Yifeng was facing a life-and-death crisis, Dragon Sword Ancient Ring would not condense a mask to protect him, perhaps because it felt that Yifeng was capable of facing it by himself. But now, the berserk space power in the space crack cannot be resisted by Yifeng with his own strength. Hurrah! The power of space roared past. Yifeng could feel as if he had passed through an extremely long distance, and after only a few minutes, his eyes suddenly brightened. Arrive. Yifeng's expression became serious. The world of cultivating immortals, the place he left for nearly a year, is finally back. At that time, he was just an ordinary young man with 10 years of cultivation, but now, he is already a young master with 60 years of cultivation. Among the immortal cultivators of the same age in the immortal cultivating world, he is already quite good. Of course, compared with those personal disciples of those big sects and super masters, he is still not as good as the other party with 60 years of cultivation. The gap in resources is too great. Swish! The surrounding space distorted for a while, and the scene before Yifeng's eyes suddenly changed. A beam of bright light suddenly burst out from the darkness, and immediately lit up the entire surrounding area. The golden shield condensed from the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring also gradually dissipated at this time. After Yifeng stood still, he immediately opened his eyes and looked around, only to find that he was on the shore of a lake. The aura of heaven and earth in the surrounding air is even stronger than that on Peach Blossom Island. Peach Blossom Island is already a fairyland for cultivation, but now there is such a strong aura of heaven and earth on the edge of this lake? Yifeng thought in his heart, recalling that he and Su Feiying had experienced in the world of cultivating immortals before, and he had never been to such a place. In the world of cultivating immortals, which place like this is not occupied by those big sects? But now, Yifeng was directly teleported to such a place by Myriad Realm's demon eye. I saw that the lake was thousands of feet square, sparkling, and there was no debris on the calm and clear surface of the lake. Around the lake, there were bluestone towers at intervals, standing hundreds of feet high. There are 9 bluestone towers in total, each of which is engraved with a lifelike giant dragon pattern in different shapes and types. This is the place where the dragon sword is inherited, the dragon sword tomb? Yifeng looked around, his heart was shocked. Not only is the rich aura of heaven and earth in this place, but the surrounding environment is also shocking. After careful observation, he found that the 9 bluestone towers and the central lake formed an extremely profound magic circle, blocking the entry of all outsiders. The bottom of the lake is the entrance to the tomb of the dragon sword. In the obsidian tree, the voice of the demon eye of Myriad Realms came out faintly. You have the ancient ring of the dragon sword, so you are qualified to pass through the magic circle and enter it. Just to remind you, you'd better go in quickly, otherwise. Otherwise, what? Yifeng asked back. Otherwise, the crack in the space created by me, Lao Mo, will soon attract other nearby experts from the cultivation world. Myriad Realms' demon pupil chuckled. If you haven't found a way to enter by then, you can only wait to die. Indeed. Yifeng nodded, and tightened the dragon sword ancient ring on his right hand. Dragon soul, can you feel my thoughts? Yi Feng thought in his heart, but there was no response from the dragon sword ancient ring, as usual, lifeless. Of course, before that, brat, you first need to help the old devil break the seal and let me regain my freedom. Myriad Realms' demon pupil urged him to do what he cared about the most. Rest assured. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. Now that he's here, he doesn't need to be restrained anymore. Anyway, with the dragon sword ancient ring, the Myriad Realms' demon eye will definitely not threaten his safety. And now, releasing the Myriad Realms' demon eyes can cause some confusion in the vicinity, and it will also make Yi Feng's actions go more smoothly. Swish! Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all, grabbed the blood-stained white cloth on the obsidian wood, pulled it aside and tore it apart, revealing the obsidian wood box that had been wrapped for an unknown number of years. Quack quack quack. Little bastard, you are really refreshing, old devil, I saw you right. The Myriad Realm demon pupil laughed loudly, and then a puff of black smoke sprang out from the obsidian wood box, and with a loud bang, the obsidian wood exploded into pieces. A black pupil exuding an incomparably deep dark aura just flew out of the broken obsidian wood box, circled around a few times in the air, and then the deep pupil turned towards Yi Feng. Looked over. This glance made Yi Feng feel unparalleled pressure. If it weren't for the ancient ring of dragon sword, just one look from Myriad Realms' demon pupil would have blown Yi Feng's soul away. Your name is Yi Feng, old devil, I remember you. The deep voice of the Myriad World demon pupil came slowly, let me out today, and I will help you and stop those nearby cultivators for a while. Need not. Yi Feng shook his head, this is the end of the ancient contract between you and me. I let you out in exchange for sending me here. Quack quack. Open the crack in the space. It's just a little effort for me now, so what's the point? Myriad World demon pupil laughed wildly, stinky boy, don't be like a woman, hurry up and enter the tomb of Dragon Sword. I hope you can successfully accept the inheritance of Dragon Sword, and we will have a chance to meet each other in the future. Yi Feng stood for a while, staring at the dark eyeballs in the air in front of him for a while, and couldn't help but smile. This demon eye of Myriad Worlds is quite affectionate, and it is still a bit different from Yi Feng's imagined murderous, bloodthirsty, turning-faced and ignorant character. There will be a period later. Yi Feng nodded, glanced at the Myriad World demon eye, turned around and walked towards the edge of the lake. Hurrah! Myriad Realms' demon pupil exuded demon energy all over his body, leaped up directly, and brought a gust of black mist and wind, spreading out all over the sky. Although the detection range of Yi Feng's spiritual sense is only 600 meters, he can still feel that there are several powerful existences not far away, and they are rushing towards this place. Here. This kind of cross-border space crack, the power of space fluctuates extremely powerfully, and it is normal for some powerful people from the world of cultivating immortals to be attracted. If the Myriad World demon pupil let go and left Yi Feng here alone, even if Yi Feng entered the Dragon Sword's tomb soon, those strong men would definitely stand guard outside. When Yi Feng came out from Dragon Sword's tomb, he still had to face the situation of being besieged by many strong men, absolutely not even scum was left. But now, the demon eye of Myriad Realms can easily attract those strong men who come to find out, and even massacre them all. The location of the Dragon Sword tomb is in the middle of the entire immortal cultivation world. At Yi Feng's level, of course he still can't know this, but the Myriad Realms demon eye is very clear. In the middle of the entire world of cultivating immortals, the number of strong men is the largest, and there are even some terrifying Taoist immortals who have cultivated for thousands of years and achieved Taoism. And the place where Yi Feng and Su Feiying traveled was hundreds of thousands of miles away. In that remote corner, a guy with 400 or 500 years of cultivation could occupy the mountain as king and rule one side. The strongest member of the Mo family in Nanling is a 400-year-old patriarch who has been cultivating latently, and has not appeared for many years. If the family that could bully Yi Feng and Su Feiying at will appeared in front of the Myriad Realms Demon Eye, they wouldn't even be regarded as little ones at all. The Myriad Realms Demon Eye flew up with a large cloud of demonic energy, and soon came 3 immortal cultivators with their feet on the clouds, all of whom had cultivated for hundreds of years. Together, the 3 of them can occupy a place even in Zhongzhou, where there are so many strong people in the world of cultivating immortals. Today, however, they encountered the Demon Eye of Myriad Realms. "Brother, look at what that is?" One of the handsome-looking men felt the monstrous aura of the Myriad Realms Demon Eye from a distance, and his face changed slightly. After detecting it with his spiritual sense, he found that it was only one eye, which made him feel a little strange. "Be careful." The person who was called Senior Brother by the handsome man was a rather mature middle-aged man, wearing Taoist robes, and he had the deepest cultivation base among the 3. It is definitely not easy for them to cultivate to this point, and they have been cautious all the way. Now seeing a suspicious-looking eyeball flying in the air with a devilish aura, it is only natural that he would become cautious. "I have a bad feeling." One of the 3 was a sweet-looking female cultivator. After sensing the breath of the magic pupil of the world, her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she wanted to retreat a bit. Such a strong spatial fluctuation occurred at the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. Something unusual must have happened. The handsome man was not quite reconciled. Recently, the Lord of the Thousand Yuan sect went out to find a treasure, which is said to be able to refine a magic weapon of the Taoist level. If we don't have some countermeasures, the days from now on will be difficult. It's better. Junior Brother is right, but the eyeballs in front of me are a bit weird. Let's observe for a while before thinking about it. The sweet junior sister was still worried, and after speaking, she looked at the strongest senior brother in the middle with her big watery eyes. "Stand still." The mature middle-aged man said calmly, leading his juniors and sisters to keep 1,000 feet away from the Myriad Realms Demon Eye. However, suddenly, the monstrous demonic energy that made them curious but afraid suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the strange eyeballs they had been staring at all along disappeared. "Brother, it's gone." The handsome man's face changed, and he looked there. "I saw the black air in the sky gradually dissipating. Where was the black eyeball? Where did you go?" The mature middle-aged man and the sweet junior sister were startled at the same time, and hurriedly spread their consciousness around them. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, an extremely strange voice came from among the 3 of them, followed by a burst of monstrous devilish energy, which instantly submerged the bodies of the 3 of them. "Ah! Damn it, ugh! Ah!" 2 screams and 1 scream came from the demonic energy in the sky, and then the 3 immortal cultivators who had cultivated for hundreds of years fell silent. It only takes a moment for the Myriad Realms Demon Eye to deal with the 3 dominating immortal cultivators. This scene fell into the eyes of other cultivators who were coming from other directions, frightening them out of their wits one after another. As if they had seen a demon god, they fled in all directions, several times faster than when they came. "A bunch of cowards." Wang Jiamatong snorted coldly, then rolled his eyeballs, and laughed twice, hee. It stimulated the gathering of demonic energy, and instantly refined the 2 male monks it had just captured, turning them into 2 strange, black pills. And another sweet-looking female cultivator was held by the palm of the magic pupil, condensed with magic energy. It seemed that she didn't want to deal with this female cultivator like a male cultivator. "Stinky boy, it's cheap for you." A strange laugh came out, and then the demonic energy in the air began to dissipate again. With the ability of the Demon Eye of Myriad Realms, it can travel freely in space, so short-distance teleportation is naturally nothing. And at this time, less than half a minute had passed since Yi Feng started walking towards the lake. At this time, Yi Feng had already activated the joint magic circle of the 9 bluestone dragon pagodas, and was raising his right hand, trying to break through the magic circle with the ancient dragon sword and enter it. Little brat, wait a moment. The voice of the Myriad Realms demon pupil suddenly came. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, stopped his hands, and looked back. The scene he entered shocked him. I saw the Myriad Realms demon pupil who had just flown away suddenly appeared behind him, with demonic energy flying around the eyeballs, actually supporting a sweet-looking petite woman. What's wrong? Surprised in Yifeng's heart, he probed the petite woman with his spiritual sense, but found that he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation base at all. Obviously, the petite woman's cultivation base was much higher than his. This is a gift from me, the old devil, take it. The Myriad Realm demon pupil quack smiled, mobilized the devilish energy, and threw the sweet and petite female cultivator she was holding towards Yifeng. Know what it is? Yifeng didn't expect the other party to come out like this, so he quickly reached out to catch it, and the soft and fragrant nephrite immediately broke down. The other hand also stretched out subconsciously, grabbing the 2 jet black pills in his hand. This beauty is a luxurious gift from me, Lama, quack. Wanjiamatong said with a sinister smile, there are also these 2 magic puppet pills, which are used to refine the living immortal cultivators into puppets for driving, and retain their previous cultivation. Golems fight for you. Magic puppet pill. Yifeng had never heard of this kind of thing before. He looked at the 2 jet black pills in his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He actually refined a living person into a pill puppet. It doesn't matter whether it is made into a living pill or a puppet, the pain involved can be imagined. This kind of method can only be done by people in the magic way like the magic pupil of the world. However, Wanjiamatong said that these 2 magic puppet pills and this sweet woman were gifts for him, which made him a little confused. It's okay to say that the magic puppet pill, after all, crushing it can summon puppets to fight. These are definitely 2 extremely powerful combat powers. But sending beautiful women, Yifeng can't understand. Yifeng hugged the comatose sweet woman, raised his head and frowned slightly, looking at Myriad Realms' demon eyes. At this time, what's the use of me wanting a woman? Why is it useless? Myriad Realms squinted. The essence of dragon sword inheritance is dragon refining. Do you know what dragon refining is? Now that the other people around were scared away by the method of Myriad Realms' demon eye just now, it is time to stop and talk to Yifeng. Dragon refining? What is that? Yifeng was puzzled. Of course he didn't know the real dragon sword inheritance. What is so powerful about it? In the past, he only knew some illusory legends about the inheritance of the dragon sword, so that he has always been skeptical about the existence of the inheritance of the dragon sword. Refining dragons is the essence of the inheritance of dragon swords. Myriad Realm demon pupil said in a tone of lecture, and the medium for refining dragons is your woman. Have you seen the 9 bluestone dragon pagodas around this lake? See, so what? Yifeng had a strange expression. He glanced at the beautiful woman in his arms, not only didn't understand anything, but became more and more confused. Quack quack, little bastard, you should figure it out yourself. Myriad Realms demon pupil smiled sinisterly. Anyway, take this little beauty with you and let her enter the dragon sword tomb with you. If you are talented enough and can really obtain the dragon sword inheritance, then you will naturally understand what I said. But if you failed to become the successor of dragon sword, then you don't need to know this. Yifeng listened to the other party's words. He couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Could it be? By the way, there are these 2 magic puppet pills. The Myriad Realm demon pupil changed his face, and suddenly said solemnly, unless it is absolutely necessary, don't crush it. Especially in the tomb of dragon sword, don't use this magic puppet pill, otherwise it will not only be of no benefit to you, but will also make you feel sick. You have the opportunity to become the successor of dragon sword. Yifeng put away those 2 jet black magic puppet pills. They are life-saving things. Since the Myriad Realms demon eye was given to him, don't take it for nothing. Anyway, with the dragon sword ancient ring, the other party can't harm him no matter what. These two magic puppet pills, the larger one has a cultivation base of 420 years, and the smaller one has a cultivation base of 380 years. If you meet a strong person in the world of cultivating immortals after you come out, you can crush them, the magic puppet pill resists. Wang Jiamadong continued to remind, each magic puppet pill can only be used once, so there is no more after it is used up. I have been trapped for many years, old devil, and I have other important things to do, so I have no time to worry about you. You take care. Yi Feng continued to nod, and at the same time he was a little puzzled. Why did the Myriad Realms demon eye treat him so well? Don't think too much about it. The pitch-black eyes in midair seemed to see Yi Feng's doubts, and he said lightly, if you can become the successor of Dragon Sword, then you will be on the same level as Lao Mo, let alone my benefactor. I will make some investment now, so that there may be rewards in the future. You are a smart person, you should be able to understand what I mean. When Yi Feng heard it, it turned out that this was the case. What happened today must be remembered in my heart. Yi Feng solemnly clasped his fists in salute to Myriad Realms' demon pupil. Although the other party's move is also for profit, but there is no doubt that it has a great effect on Yi Feng. Not to mention the beautiful woman in his arms, those two magic puppet pills were used to save lives at critical moments. Having two more magic puppet pills is equivalent to two more lives, to a large extent. Forget it, you should spend more time in the tomb of the Dragon Sword. Myriad Realms' demon eyes said lightly, this beauty's cultivation has been crippled. After entering the Dragon Sword's tomb, she may wake up. You must not tell the truth. Yi Feng nodded, he probably understands the other party's meaning now, but this way of doing it is not benevolent. Of course, now he can only listen to the Myriad Realms demon eye first, and then consider other things when he is in the tomb of the Dragon Sword and faced with the specific situation. After all, the Myriad Realms demon eye is a senior, and his knowledge must be much broader than Yi Feng's. After the demon eye of Myriad Realms finished explaining, it disappeared without a sound, and the demonic energy in the sky gradually faded away. The short-distance teleportation of this thing does not even need to be activated by the power of space, which is really amazing. This is far from the level that Yi Feng can touch now. Yi Feng has no way to understand what the Myriad Realm demon eye is doing now. Even if he understands, it is completely useless. Now he can only devote himself wholeheartedly to obtaining the inheritance of the Dragon Sword. In addition, the sweet woman in his arms is also very confusing. Why did the Myriad Realm demon eye insist that he bring this beauty into the Dragon Sword's tomb? Do not care. Yi Feng didn't think too much. He raised his head and looked at the shielding circle formed by the 9 bluestone dragon pagodas. This is a thin transparent barrier that spreads out from the 9 bluestone dragon towers, forming a semicircular cover that envelopes the entire lake and prevents people from entering. Although it looks like this barrier is very thin, but Yi Feng just tried it casually. No matter how much force he uses to attack this barrier will completely bounce back the attacking force. It is more terrifying than the dragon's reverse scale of the dragon scale armor. But what Yi Feng didn't know was that if he didn't have the ancient dragon sword ring on his body, as soon as he activated the shielding circle, it would immediately cause thunder to descend into the world. Anyone who tries to approach the lake will be struck by lightning. The appearance of the shielding circle is bound to be accompanied by the roar of thunder within a radius of several thousand feet. Even a Taoist immortal who has cultivated for 1,000 years and has achieved Dao fruit cannot survive such thunder. This is also the reason why no one is practicing here, even though the aura of heaven and earth is strong here. The closest one is also tens of thousands of feet away, and a little bit of heaven and earth spiritual energy can drift out and gain some benefits. Those strong men from the world of cultivating immortals came so quickly just now. Of course they used the magic of teleportation, such as star shifting. It's a pity that they ran away in despair as soon as they arrived. The magic power of the Myriad Realms demon eye really makes people shudder. Boom! The ancient dragon sword ring in Yifeng's hand suddenly burst into 9 colors of light, reflecting the 9 bluestone dragon pagodas respectively, and then the aroused barrier magic circle gradually faded and then disappeared. Yifeng's expression changed. The ancient dragon sword ring condensed the color of the true energy sword. It was not 7 colors, but 9 colors? Yifeng also guessed before that the true chi sword of this dragon sword ancient ring has 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple according to the 7 colors of the rainbow. But it now appears that the previous guess was wrong. Of course, as long as the ancient dragon sword ring can open the tomb of the dragon sword, it doesn't seem to matter much as to the color of the true energy sword. In addition to the 7 colors of the rainbow, there are 2 more colors, gold and silver, which can brighten people's eyes, and are the most conspicuous among the 9 colors. And the 2 golden and silver light beams shot towards the tallest bluestone dragon tower, as if they activated the golden and silver dragons carved on the bluestone dragon tower. Swish! The thin translucent barrier circle disappeared from Yifeng's eyes in an instant, and then a water vortex began to appear by the lake in his direction. The vortex on the water surface expanded rapidly, and after a while, an underwater staircase leading to the bottom of the lake appeared, which was completely condensed by the lake water and was crystal clear. And those scattered waves rolled up from the surface of the water, forming 2 water curtains that went straight to the sky, like waterfalls descending from the 9 heavens. The scene was so magnificent that even Yifeng, who grew up in the world of cultivating immortals, was stunned by the huge waterfall falling from the sky. However, Yifeng knew that now was not the time to be stunned. Holding the sweet-looking woman in the pink gauze dress in his arms, he walked towards the underwater stairs leading to the bottom of the lake. Judging from the woman's appearance, Yifeng can't tell how old she is at all, but since the 2 guys with her have cultivation bases of 420 years and 380 years, then this woman should not be too old. Would be too weak. Even with a cultivation base of 300 years, this woman will not be too young. Of course, for immortal cultivators, age does not mean anything. The most important thing is whether the cultivation base is deep or not. In the world of cultivating immortals, those powerful men who choose their wives and concubines never look at their age, but pay more attention to their cultivation. As for appearance, of course it is also a very important part. Even a cultivator, if he is born ugly, it will be difficult for him to become beautiful and handsome the day after tomorrow. For example, Su Feiying and Mo Jioga from the Mo family in Nanling are 2 excellent examples of extreme beauty and extreme ugliness. No matter how much cultivation you had before, but now you have been crippled by the demon eye of myriad realms. For the sweet woman in his arms, Yifeng also felt a little pity. In terms of appearance, this woman in a pink gauze dress is no weaker than Long Wanner, Xiaoyu, and other women. Her facial features are exquisite and perfect. Even compared with Su Feiying, she will not lose at all. The only difference lies in the temperament of the 2 parties. Different. In terms of cultivation, the sweet girl in the pink gauze skirt has even greater advantages. But such a woman in the world of cultivating immortals encountered such an accident so easily. Her cultivation base was abolished, and even her 2 senior brothers were refined into magic puppet pills, which is really embarrassing. With so many beauties around Yifeng, and a rare existence like Long Wanner with a jade body, if he is not strong enough, he will be trampled under his feet sooner or later. At that time it will not be others who will suffer, but everyone around me. Yifeng will not allow such a thing to happen. So knowing it was very dangerous, he still followed the demon eye of myriad realms to the immortal cultivation realm, in order to gain the inheritance of the dragon sword desperately, improve his strength, and have the power to protect everyone around him. Yifeng embraced the sweet woman whose cultivation was exhausted, and walked towards the bottom of the lake along the stairs, completely made of lake water. When he stepped on the stairs made of lake water, he found that in this place, his consciousness had once again lost its function, and he could only rely on his naked eyes to observe the situation ahead. This made him more cautious. Step by step, Yifeng walked towards the bottom of the lake, and soon he discovered that the stairs formed by the lake water were surprisingly long. Looking back, he had walked more than 1,000 steps, but there was still no sign that he was about to reach the bottom of the lake. In front, there is a platform made of lake water, which seems to be for people to rest. Of course Yifeng didn't need to rest, but when he walked onto the platform, the sweet woman in his arms suddenly opened his eyes with a beep in confusion. Yifeng's heart trembled. He knew that he had to find a good excuse, otherwise there might be problems in the future. "Girl, you're awake," Yifeng said immediately, and let go of the arm around her waist. Here is." The sweet woman blinked her eyes twice, and when she raised her head, she found that she was walking on a staircase made of water. The water curtains on both sides turned out to be all over the sky, like a waterfall hanging from the sky, and the sound of rolling water was shocking. Suddenly, her expression changed. "What's going on, my body, my cultivation?" She finally found out that she had lost all her cultivation. "Girl, what's wrong with you?" Yifeng pretended to be very sincere. "I saw you fainted by the lake, so I helped you in here." "Who are you?" The woman's face instantly turned pale, and she looked at Yifeng with a bit of surprise and uncertainty. Now that she has lost all her cultivation, even facing a young man like Yifeng, she has no confidence. "My name is Yifeng, and I'm here to obtain the dragon sword inheritance." Yifeng answered truthfully, and then asked back, "Miss, how about you?" "My name is..." The woman's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she stroked her forehead with her slender hand, as if she was a little tired. "My name is Yuechan." "Yifeng, where did you meet me? Have you ever seen my two senior brothers?" "No." Yifeng shook his head. "I only saw you by the lake, because I was in a hurry to open the tomb of the dragon sword, and I couldn't leave you there, so I had to bring you in together. I hope you will forgive me." "No, I'm going back to find my brother." The woman frowned, stood up reluctantly, and wanted to walk back. "No." Yifeng stretched out his hand to stop the other party. "With your current appearance, you will fall if you take 2 steps. How can you find someone?" "Miss Yuechan, why did you faint by the lake?" Yuechan's beautiful face, especially the frowning of her black eyebrows, made any man feel pity when he saw it. "I forgot too." Yuechan frowned, as if she was thinking hard. In this way, Yifeng lowered his head, stared at the sweet face of the petite beauty, and asked, "Then do you know what the dragon sword inheritance is?" "I probably know a little bit." Yuechan raised her head and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng's handsome face was reflected in her beautiful eyes. "You said you came to obtain the dragon sword inheritance, that is to say, you have the dragon sword ancient ring?" "Good." Yifeng nodded. The other party lost all of his cultivation base, and there was no threat to Yifeng at all. Now Yifeng only hopes that bringing this petite beauty will really be useful for him to get the dragon sword inheritance. Recommend the book Emperor Xiantian, a passionate fantasy. You must read it. Introduction. The little drug slave has a rough life, but I am the only one who swallows the tripod. Emperor Xiantian controls the universe, and the double hammer shakes all spirits in the world. Li Chen, a drug slave of the Li family with a special bloodline, was unable to condense his inner energy because a drop of the true blood of the ancestor of the myriad monsters, the Tunchen Kuanping, was sealed in his body, and became a waste that everyone could bully. Joined the sect by chance, swallowed the demon core alive under desperate circumstances, practiced the Jumai Tong Tianju, achieved the Hunyuan Desolate body, and obtained the 2 magic hammers of shaking the sky and soul, suppressing. Break through the sect, suppress demons, suppress the emperor's veins, with the power of swallowing the sky and refining the cauldron, overlook the prehistoric universe, and finally respect the Xiantian emperor. You show off your prestige in the sect, and I dominate outside the territory, and all spirits fear me. Li Chen. Yuechan saw the quaint ring on Yifeng's hand, a gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes. She has been cultivating, living, and experiencing near the legendary dragon sword tomb. But she has never seen the real dragon sword ancient ring. There are rumors in the world of cultivating immortals. This time there are 9 ancient rings of dragon swords scattered all over the world of cultivating immortals. As long as you find the ancient rings of dragon swords and your talent is recognized by the ancient rings of dragon swords, you can come to the Tomb of Dragon Swords to start the trial. If you pass the test, you can become the successor of Dragon Sword. Hundreds of years have passed since the last successor of the Dragon Sword appeared. The legend about the inheritance of the Dragon Sword in the world of cultivating immortals has also gradually faded away. However, Yuechan grew up in this neighborhood since she was a child. How could she not have heard of the prestige of the Dragon Sword inheritance? Now, for the first time, she met a candidate heir who possesses the ancient ring of Dragon Sword. Although it is still far away from Yifeng becoming the heir of Dragon Sword, it is already very rare. Why don't you follow along? Yuechan doesn't know much about the inside story of Dragon Sword's inheritance. Most of what she's heard are legends. At this moment, she lost all her cultivation and was exhausted. There was really no other way to go. Yuechan was full of doubts and fears about the weird eyes that were filled with demonic energy before. She knew that her loss of cultivation must be related to those eyes. But she didn't know where the 2 senior brothers went. Yifeng looked at Yuechan's somewhat confused expression, and he knew very well in his heart. The 2 magic puppet pills must not be crushed and used in front of Yuechan. Otherwise, his deed with the Myriad Realm's demon pupil will be completely exposed. Of course. This is all done by Wanjie Madong himself. Thinking about it carefully, it has nothing to do with Yifeng. But the beneficiary is Yifeng after all. This makes him feel very guilty. Let's talk about it after entering the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. With their own thoughts in their hearts, the 2 walked down the stairs formed by the lake together. This long staircase is tens of feet away. It is narrow and steep. It leads to the Tomb of Dragon Sword hidden deep in the bottom of the lake. After about an hour or so, the 2 finally came to the end of the lake steps. A bluestone gate appeared in front of it. 9 long dragons of various colors were carved on the gate, lifelike. Especially the eyes of the dragon. When Yifeng looked at it, he felt as if a living thing was staring at him. It was quite a creepy feeling. In the center of the bluestone gate, there is a ring-shaped hole. Yifeng pondered for a moment. He wondered if he must put the ancient dragon sword ring into it to open the bluestone gate. Yifeng didn't think much about it. He took off the ancient dragon sword ring on his right hand, and then put the simple ring into the small hole of the same simple bluestone gate. Rumble. A series of ancient and thick rock rubbing sounds came from the inside of the bluestone gate. Then the bluestone gate split in 2 from the center and opened towards the inside. What made Yifeng a little anxious was that the ancient dragon sword ring was actually sucked on the bluestone gate. It seemed impossible to take it off. Swish. The golden light flashed past. A golden dragon soul emerged from the ancient dragon sword ring. Then it rushed into the bluestone gate and disappeared. At the same time, a thick and steady voice that seemed to come from ancient times came to Yifeng's ears from the bluestone gate. Young man, once you enter the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, you can only rely on yourself, relying on external objects, and you will never be able to climb the road. When Yifeng heard this, his whole body was shocked. Only by yourself. In other words, the ancient dragon sword ring really cannot be taken back. This was accompanied by his top-grade treasure for more than half a year. It just stayed in the place where the dragon sword was inherited. Yifeng didn't know at all whether there is still a way to get the ancient dragon sword ring in the future. Young people. Willing to give up. Why not give up? That misty and ancient voice continued to come, like a heavy bell, echoing in Yifeng's mind. Yifeng thought for a while, and understood what the other party meant. Since I have come to the tomb of the dragon sword, the purpose is of course to become the heir of the dragon sword. If I can become the heir of the dragon sword, this small ring is nothing. If you can't become the heir of the dragon sword, then I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to have the dragon sword ancient ring. Not to mention owning the ancient ring of dragon sword. Even leaving here alive may be a problem. Can I go in? Yuechan stood at the gate of the slowly opened bluestone gate, a little nervous. Now she has lost all her cultivation. She is unable to deal with any dangers. But Yifeng, she can feel that her cultivation is not high. It is only at the level of decades. She has just started cultivating immortals. If they enter together, can Yifeng protect her? Or, would Yifeng be willing to protect her? Although she was worried about the safety of the two senior brothers, Yuechan knew that even if she found the two senior brothers, she would not be able to help at all. Wanting to enter the tomb of the dragon sword is entirely because of her curiosity. In addition, she still has some ideas. She hopes that her cultivation can be restored in the tomb of the dragon sword. Now she just lost her cultivation base, but her meridian core is intact, so she can still continue to practice. I don't know what that strange magic pupil did to her. It can remove a person's cultivation directly without destroying the meridian core in the human body. They come, the security. An ethereal and ancient voice came, making Yuechan and Yifeng feel relieved. It seems that there is an existence in the tomb of the dragon sword. I am also happy to see Yuechan enter with Yifeng. This reminds Yifeng of the words of the myriad world demon eye. Maybe Yuechan can really play a role in his trip. Let's go. Yifeng glanced at Yuechan, then turned his head away, and walked towards the bluestone gate first. Dragon Sword Inheritance selects people. It is obviously similar to other large sects of cultivating immortals. It is nothing more than the following 3 points: talent, heart, and wisdom. Talent. It refers to the ability to comprehend immortal arts. Talents are different. The achievements of cultivating immortals in the future will be very different. Xinqing mainly tests people's personality, patience, etc. Whether they are suitable for the cultivation of martial arts. For example, some immortal sects require upright people to join. Some demon sects only accept disciples with cruel hearts. If you have no patience, it doesn't matter. It's because you can't achieve too high a result by practicing any mental method. Wisdom. This is also a matter of course. No matter which sect, you don't want all the disciples in the sect to be fools. It's just that each sect's way of assessing this point is strange. And it changes from time to time. It's impossible to prepare in advance. I just don't know. What is the most important aspect of Dragon Sword Inheritance? Yifeng thought in his heart. He stepped into the bluestone gate. The moment he stepped through the bluestone gate, the originally dark gate suddenly lit up with a great glow, and an exquisite hall appeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, a skeleton that had been weather-beaten also came into Yifeng's eyes. That bone. Obviously dead for a long time. Yifeng saw the white bone at a glance. Judging from the skeleton, he should have been a relatively thick man when he was alive. And the hall where the bones are located is just at the entrance of the tomb of the dragon sword. The walls of this hall look simple, but full of domineering. The great glow comes from a pattern on the wall. It was a dragon-shaped pattern carved on the ceiling. The whole body was golden. Just a single dragon eye was about the size of Yifeng's entire body. The entire golden dragon occupied the entire ceiling, emitting a golden glow. Yuechan followed Yifeng into the hall. Her eyes were full of curiosity. It was the first time she had seen the legendary dragon sword tomb. Unless you have the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, you absolutely cannot enter the Dragon Sword Tomb. In the past, several immortal cultivators were very capable. They wanted to join forces to break through the 9-dragon magic circle outside the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. But in the end, they were refined by the magic circle, and their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Since then, no one has dared to forcibly break into the Tomb of Dragon Sword. This is one of the tests. The distant and deep male voice continued to pass. Please try to comprehend the Dragon Sword Ju in the center of the hall. This is the most basic way of cultivating immortals inherited by Dragon Sword. If you can't even comprehend the Dragon Sword Ju, then please go back. To be like this person before. He died here of old age. His bones are left unattended. Saying this, Yi Feng couldn't help but cast his eyes on the weather-beaten bones in the hall. This guy. It turned out that he also came to try to obtain the inheritance of the Dragon Sword. It's just that I haven't even comprehended the basic mentality and Dragon Sword Ju inherited by Dragon Sword. So I died of old age in this place. If you can't comprehend the Dragon Sword art, there is still a chance to leave. It's just. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and thought to himself. This is how reconciled. The ancient ring of Dragon Sword has been lost. If you don't get the inheritance of Dragon Sword, wouldn't you lose your wife and lose your army? I can't blame this guy for overestimating his abilities. He couldn't comprehend the Dragon Sword Ju and was exhausted here. Even if Yi Feng was replaced, if he was allowed to return without success like this, he would definitely not be willing. Girl, you also comprehend it together. If you can comprehend it, you are a qualified candidate. If you can't comprehend it, then it's okay. Dragon Sword Ju is not suitable for women to practice. The ancient and deep voice continued to come. Yuechan was a little surprised behind. She can also try to practice the Dragon Sword Ju. This is the method of cultivating immortals inherited by the Dragon Sword. There is no doubt. This is a great opportunity for her. It's just that she is also like a mirror in her heart. Knowing that the other party asked her to practice Dragon Sword art, it is obviously not that simple. The legend of the Dragon Sword Ju. Dragon Sword inheritance definitely does not want this kind of thing to happen. So if she comprehends the Dragon Sword art, she will definitely be tied to the Dragon Sword inheritance in the future. That is to say, she can be regarded as a part of the successor of the Dragon Sword. However, there has always been only one successor of the Dragon Sword in the legend. Could it be? Yuechan secretly glanced at Yi Feng, wondering if she wanted to become his vassal. In other words, he became a vassal of the heir of the Dragon Sword. This heir of the Dragon Sword is not necessarily Yi Feng. Let's start. Yi Feng didn't think much about it. He glanced at Yuechan, then turned around and walked towards the center of the hall. When he came to the bone, Yi Feng was full of respect and bowed to him, expressing his respect for the senior. Although he doesn't know who the other party is, but this kind of perseverance and courage that would rather die of old age than give up the inheritance of Dragon Sword is worthy of Yi Feng's admiration. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng cast his gaze on the ground in the center of the hall. It was a circular pattern, but in the center stretched a golden dragon, with teeth and claws, extremely powerful. And this golden long dragon is tightly wrapped around an ancient long sword. Even so, the long sword is still sharp. Yi Feng only glanced at it, and felt a sharp breath coming from the pattern, making him almost out of breath. This is the Dragon Sword art. The same as the Alchemy of the Stars, the Dragon Sword art is also a comprehension type of exercise. It's just that the Immortal Alchemy of the Stars is a high-level cultivation method. I don't know what the effect of the Dragon Sword art will be when it is practiced. Maybe it's because he has been in contact with the ancient ring of Dragon Sword for a long time, and has comprehended the dragon-slaying sword energy and void sword technique on the ancient ring of Dragon Sword. So when Yi Feng saw this picture, he immediately had a special understanding in his heart. But now there is a problem. He has practiced the Star Tomb Ju for 60 years. What should he do? If he wants to practice the Dragon Sword Ju, he must abolish the Star Tomb Ju. Then his 60 years of cultivation will be ruined. He must start from scratch. But if you don't give up the Star Tomb Ju, you won't be able to practice the Dragon Sword Ju. This is really a painful decision. Suddenly, Yifeng turned his head and glanced at Yuechan, who was beside him, frowning and thinking hard. When Wanjia Matong gave Yuechan to him, it abolished all her cultivation, but did not destroy the meridians and pill core in her body. It was definitely not just for the sake of Yifeng's safety. Let Yuechan also practice Dragon Sword Ju. Myriad Realms Demon, I must mean this. Then, let's get in touch with the dragon refining mentioned by the magic pupil of the world before. Could it be that the inheritors of the Dragon Sword inheritance must rely on women to refine dragons? Yifeng still doesn't understand this. But it doesn't matter. As long as he comprehends the first Dragon Sword art pattern in the center of the hall, he will definitely be able to understand it. That deep and distant voice didn't come back. It seemed to have disappeared. Only Yifeng and Yuechan were left in the first hall, quietly. As for the main entrance of the main hall, it was closed when the two of them entered the main hall. The sound of rushing water outside could not enter the main hall for half a minute. Beside that pattern, Yifeng and Yuechan sat on the ground. As for the bone beside them, neither of them paid any attention to it. It's best not to mess around with this kind of relic of the predecessor. After all, he died here for the inheritance of the Dragon Sword. Yifeng still respects the other party very much. Dragon Sword Ju. The first picture. Whether it is the basic method of cultivating immortals or the derived immortal swordsmanship, you can get the cultivation method from this picture. Yifeng sat for half an hour and finally made a decision. Fight. I can't bear to let a child fall short of a wolf. If he can't bear to have a mere 60 years of cultivation, how can he become a real strong man in the future? Thousands of years to attain the Tao, 10,000 years to become immortals. It is absolutely impossible to achieve it only by relying on the basic method of cultivating immortals. Then, practicing Dragon Sword Ju became the way he had to go. The most important thing is that during the half an hour of sitting upright, Yifeng has already understood the pattern of the Dragon Sword art. This made him make a decision. For obtaining the Dragon Sword inheritance, Yifeng is more confident. Stargrave art. Repealed. Although he temporarily lost 60 years of cultivation, what Yifeng is about to get is a super opportunity that is envied by the entire world of immortality. Yifeng didn't hesitate too much. Just like before, Shu Shu abolished the Star Tomb Ju in order to practice the Star Immortal Code. However, Shu Shu's cultivation was still very low at that time, so it would not be a pity to abolish it. Now, Yifeng had to give up his 60 years of cultivation, and he could imagine the psychological pressure and struggle. However, for the sake of the future, Yifeng still stimulated his true qi without hesitation, condensing all the true qi condensed from the Star Tomb art into his dantian, and then passed through the core of the pill for a shock. Click! Those true qi passed through the elixir core, instantly transformed into spiritual energy of heaven and earth and dissipated in the air, and Yifeng suddenly changed from a 60-year-old immortal cultivator to a mortal who has not yet started cultivating immortals. The current Yifeng is exactly the same as the beautiful woman beside him, Yuechan. It took a total of half an hour from Yifeng entering the hall to when he decided to abolish the Star Tomb art. Immediately afterwards, he glanced at the golden dragon spinning sword pattern on the ground, and based on the understanding he had just obtained, he began to condense a trace of true energy in his dantian. This trace of Jinqi is golden Jinqi, and the energy contained in it is much more violent than the Jinqi of the previous Star Tomb art. The infuriating energy of the star tomb Ju is relatively mild and tranquil on the whole, because although the stars are bright, they are always in that position in the starry sky, changing very slowly and in a stable state, which makes the true energy of the star tomb Ju cultivated. There is an air of tranquility in the air. However, this golden dragon sword Juzhenqi is extremely domineering, as if any object will be destroyed by it if it blocks in front of it. This is. Feeling the energy contained in the golden truth, Yifeng quickly understood in his heart that this dragon sword art is at least at the level of advanced cultivation methods. Compared with the immortal alchemy of stars, the true energy of dragon sword Ju is more domineering and grows faster. It seems to be more advanced than the immortal alchemy of alchemy. 4 times. The true energy growth rate of the dragon sword Ju is 4 times that of the star tomb Ju, that is to say, without absorbing the natural treasures, Yifeng can increase his cultivation base by 4 years in 1 year of practice. And the star refining immortal code obtained from the ancient temple before is only 3 times that of the star tomb art. Judging from the nature of the mental method, the star refining immortal manual is definitely a high-level cultivation mental method. As for the current dragon sword art, Yifeng doesn't know what level it is, because he had never heard of any other level of mentality above the advanced cultivation of immortality. However, Yifeng was quite moved by the 4 times the training speed of dragon sword art. If he had had such a speed, his upper limit of cultivation could have reached more than 100 years ago, and he would not be restricted by the upper limit of his cultivation. When you first embark on the road of cultivating immortals, the most important effect of the more advanced cultivating methods is to increase the speed of broadening the meridians, so that the upper limit of cultivation can grow faster. Only in that way can it accommodate enough heavenly materials, earthly treasures, heavenly earth spiritual qi, and allow the cultivation base to grow rapidly. And after 50 or 60 years of cultivation, the cultivation of immortality has become more and more important to the growth rate of cultivation. Especially for some old guys in the world of cultivating immortals, who have lived for 100 or 200 years, and can't find a kind of heaven and earth treasures that have not been absorbed in the past few years. If they want to improve their cultivation base, they must rely on natural growth. In this way, the more advanced the cultivation method, the more terrifying the advantage. A very simple example, in Huagua, the highest cultivation level in the martial arts world has been around for 130 to 40 years. But in the 3 hidden places, there are strong men with more than 200 years of cultivation. This is the gap. To put it simply, the quality of the cultivating mind runs through the entire cultivation process of the cultivator. From the beginning to the end, it is almost a step ahead, step by step. If I succeed in cultivation and have enough strength to solve the dangers on the earth, then Wan'er and Menghan can both practice dragon sword art, but Yifeng thought in his heart, it still depends on whether he can get the dragon sword inheritance. Even if one obtains the inheritance of the dragon sword, there must be many rules in this inheritance. As for whether the dragon sword art can be passed on to the outside world, there must be strict restrictions. Since Yuechan can cultivate, the dragon sword art can still be passed on when a certain condition is met, but I don't know what kind of condition it is. Yifeng started the training of dragon sword art smoothly, and then began to study several derived fairy arts and sword arts expressed in the pattern of the golden dragon spinning sword. Like the alchemy of the stars, it is not difficult to start practicing, but it is not so easy to understand the fairy arts recorded in it. And in order to obtain the inheritance of the dragon sword, these fairy arts and sword arts must of course be comprehended as quickly as possible. Yifeng paused for a moment, and glanced at the beauty Yuechan beside him, and found that the beauty was frowning, as if she was deep in deep thought. Not yet? Yifeng guessed in his heart, judging from Yuechan's aura, she was still an ordinary person. Obviously, within half an hour, she couldn't even run the dragon sword art smoothly. Compared with the star map of the star refining code, the difficulty of comprehending the dragon sword art, which is of higher quality than the star refining code, obviously increases exponentially. For the star refining immortal code, Yifeng knew how to cultivate it at a glance, but the star refining code was not high enough for him to abolish the cultivation base of the star grave art. However, Yifeng studied the dragon sword art for half an hour before he was able to practice it, which shows how difficult it is. Yifeng didn't pay much attention to Yuechan. The current time must be spent on comprehending the fairy art and sword art of dragon sword art. After studying for a while, he found that there should be a total of 3 fairy arts in this picture of the golden dragon spinning sword, but the names and effects of these 3 fairy arts are completely unclear to him now. It is definitely more difficult to comprehend the derived fairy art in this kind of fairy formula than to understand its mental method. Yifeng's plan and goal is to use one day to comprehend the first fairy art. It is not that simple to break and then stand. After the Star Tomb art was abolished, Yifeng couldn't use many fairy arts, such as Star Control 9 Heavens, Nebula Crossing, 7-Star Binding Art and so on. Undoubtedly, such a change has made him unstable, and he is always under a sense of crisis. This also made him more eager to comprehend the derivative fairy art in the dragon sword art. As an immortal formula that is stronger than the advanced cultivation method, the derived immortal technique of the dragon sword Ju will definitely not be inferior to the Star Tomb Ju. The Star Grave sect is only a short-lived sect in the world of cultivating immortals, relying entirely on the immortal art of xuanhuan crossing the heaven and earth. Simply put, it is the strength of the number of people. The more people you have, the stronger you are. In terms of personal combat effectiveness, the Star Tomb sect doesn't have any outstanding individuals. Even during the heyday of the Star Tomb sect, only the name of the Star Tomb sect was circulated in the world of cultivating immortals, not a certain master of the Star Tomb sect. The difference is huge. It's just that it is really difficult to comprehend the derivative fairy art in the dragon sword art. Yifeng's talent is definitely at the top level in the world of cultivating immortals, but it took him nearly a week to figure out what the immortal and sword skills in the first picture are. During this week, that deep voice from ancient times never appeared once, and Yifeng and Yuechan were left to comprehend the diagram of the golden dragon spinning sword alone. Whenever the two feel a little tired and hungry, there will always be some food and water sent to them through space, so that they can replenish their energy and continue to fight. In this place, even the food and water are different from the outside world. The food is an unknown fruit, the whole body is blue, eating one will make you full of energy. Yifeng can feel that after eating this fruit, the speed of dragon sword art cultivation in the body will be doubled temporarily, including the speed of widening the meridians. After the fruit is digested, the effect of improving the cultivation speed will disappear. Although it was only temporary, in this way, in just this week, Yifeng had widened his meridians a lot, and the upper limit of his cultivation had been raised from 60 years to 70 years. This speed is almost 10 times faster than before. And water is a kind of colorless and odorless sweet spring. After drinking it, the fatigue of the whole body will be dissipated, and the spirit will be refreshed again, and a certain amount of true energy will be restored. Yifeng has never seen blue fruit and nameless sweet spring before, but this is not the point. The point is that during this week, in addition to raising the upper limit of his cultivation for 10 years, he also comprehended the 3 immortal arts in the first picture of the golden dragon spinning sword. This also made him understand why the Myriad Realms demon pupil asked Yuechan to follow him into the dragon sword's tomb, and also be able to practice the dragon sword art. Related to this is the first fairy art in the picture of golden dragon spinning sword, dragon control art. The dragon control technique was comprehended from the golden dragon's eyes, demeanor, and movements. The most important thing was the eyes, which were full of agility, and Yifeng quickly gained some understanding from it. The mental method inherited by Dragon Sword is Dragon Sword Ju. And the foundation of the Dragon Sword Ju is the Dragon Control Art. The efficacy and role of Dragon Control Art are related to the level of comprehension of the immortal cultivator. The first level of dragon control art, you can refine dragons. The second level of dragon control art, you can control dragons. The third level of dragon control art, you can transform swords. The fourth level of dragon control art, you can combine human and dragon into one. The first level of dragon refining requires a woman who also practices dragon sword art to refine the woman's 3 souls and 7 souls into the soul of the dragon. Such a woman, known as the dragon sword maid, will not die, nor will her mind be controlled, and she will still be a cultivator with her own independent thoughts. The second level of dragon control can control the soul of the dragon. Of course, the soul of the dragon is refined from the 3 souls and 7 souls of the maidservant of the dragon sword. The role of Yulong is diverse. The 3 souls and 7 souls of each dragon sword maid, the souls of the dragon refined out have different attributes, and each has different abilities. In this regard, each generation of dragon sword successors have no the same. The third level of sword transformation is to transform the soul of the dragon into a sword, which is used to perform various sword techniques. It is similar to the true energy sword transformed from the ancient dragon sword ring, but it is more powerful than the ancient dragon sword ring. The Zhenqi sword condensed from the dragon sword Gujia is probably of the Taoist level, which can double the power of swordsmanship. And this sword of the soul of the dragon is a legendary fairy weapon, which can double the power of various swordsmanship. As for the fourth level of the dragon control technique, Yi Feng has not been able to comprehend what it means. It is even more difficult for Yi Feng to start cultivation in the first 3 floors alone. When he comprehended the dragon control technique and realized its usefulness, he immediately gave up the idea of practicing this immortal technique first, and instead shifted his attention to the other 2 immortal techniques. These 2 tricks are both swordsmanship. First, the phantom sword technique is learned from the long sword and the golden dragon spinning sword picture. With the use of phantom swordsmanship, you can confuse the enemy with sword light, achieve effects such as invisibility, unpredictable, etc., and it has the most core function teleportation. If you want to compare it, this phantom sword technique is a combined version of Yi Feng's previous concealment technique, invisibility technique, void sword technique, etc., with mixed functions. However, to sum up the phantom sword technique in one word, it would be elusive and elusive. Now that Yi Feng has lost the ancient ring of dragon sword, it is very difficult to comprehend the phantom sword technique, especially the part about the power of space. Practicing phantom swordsmanship requires a deeper understanding of the power of space than Su Feiying's star shifting. Even Yue Chan, who was already an immortal cultivator capable of teleporting over long distances, can't comprehend phantom swordsmanship, which shows how difficult it is. The second of swordsmanship is fighting swordsmanship. If phantom sword technique is an auxiliary immortal technique, then sword fighting technique is an extremely terrifying ultimate move. Fighting swordsmanship is a sword that is sharp to the extreme. Just this simple sword is as powerful as the dozens of swords of the previous Tai Chi void sword. Simply put, it can exert 4 or 5 times the power of its own cultivation. However, it is very difficult to practice sword fighting, because it requires a thorough understanding of several mysterious formations in the golden dragon spinning sword picture. These formations are the core of sword fighting techniques, and only by incorporating the essence of these formations into them when performing swordsmanship, can the power of sword fighting techniques be brought into full play. Whether it is dragon control art, illusion sword art, or sword fighting art, none of them can be easily cultivated successfully. This is true for Yi Feng, and even more so for Yue Chan. At this time, Yue Chan had just started to practice dragon sword art, but she and Yi Feng had different comprehension of the derived fairy art. Different from Yi Feng, Yue Chan only comprehended 2 sword techniques, that is illusion sword technique and fighting sword technique. As for the dragon control art, I'm sorry, this is practiced by men, and women only need to accept it passively. When the successor of the dragon sword practices the dragon control art, she can condense her 3 souls and 7 souls into the soul of the dragon, so that she can become the soul of the dragon. She became Dragon Sword Maid. For Yuechan, it is a little less difficult to comprehend phantom swordsmanship, so she is going to use this as a breakthrough. As for Yifeng, he didn't understand the power of space enough, and it was more difficult than Yuechan to comprehend the magic sword technique. As for the dragon control technique, he had to cooperate with Yuechan. Yifeng is not ready yet how to tell her. Therefore, Yifeng first researched the sword fighting technique. After 1 month, the sword fighting skill is small. Yifeng didn't have a sword in his hand, but with only his fingertips, he displayed the form and implication of the sword fighting technique. 1 finger pierced through the air, and there was a strong whistling sound. The sword fighting technique on the first level can exert 4 or 5 times the power of cultivation. To comprehend the second level of fighting swordsmanship, one has to study those 5 formations in depth. Yifeng feels that with his talent, it may take a year to do this. So he changed the target first. Dragon Control Art. He stood up and walked towards the beautiful woman Yuechan, who was practicing phantom sword skills. Yifeng was still a little curious about dragon control technique. Refining the 3 souls and 7 souls of a woman who also practiced the dragon sword art into the soul of the dragon sounds very powerful. If it wasn't for sure that the dragon control technique would not be inappropriate for women, Yifeng would have to consider whether to use the dragon control technique on Yuechan. But now Yifeng also understands that according to the rules of dragon sword inheritance, wanting other men to practice dragon sword art is a serious act of betrayal and will be punished. And if you want other women to practice dragon sword ju, you must make her a dragon sword maid. Yifeng thought to himself, although the title of maid is not very nice, but practicing dragon sword ju can greatly improve the strength of cultivators. If possible, let Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Xiaoyu, and the others try. Miss Yuechan, there is one thing, please ask me. Yifeng came to the beauty Yuechan and said something very politely. Yuechan is comprehending the phantom sword technique by herself, but she still can't get the point. Hearing Yifeng's words at this time, he raised his head to look at him, and then he was a little puzzled. Yifeng, just say anything, I will definitely not refuse if I can help. In Yuechan's eyes, it was Yifeng who gave her the opportunity to practice dragon sword art, so Yifeng was a kind of benefactor to her. Of course, if she were to learn the truth, she would definitely die of anger, and would even draw a sword against Yifeng. That's right, this dragon sword art contains a kind of fairy art called dragon control art. Yifeng coughed, and told the other party the details of the dragon control technique. Dragon control technique. After hearing this word and Yifeng's explanation, Yuechan showed a thoughtful look on her pretty face. Obviously, as a woman, she couldn't see the dragon control art from the picture of the golden dragon spinning sword, but thinking about it, Yifeng would not lie to her. After all, she doesn't have any cultivation now. Yifeng, if you want to harm her, you have already done it, why wait until now? Moreover, seeing Yifeng abolishing the previous 60 years of cultivation without hesitation, Yuechan also clearly understood Yifeng's determination to practice dragon sword art. How is your dragon sword art? How is your practice? Yuechan didn't answer Yifeng first, but instead asked a question like this. Fighting swordsmanship has been cultivated to the first level. Yifeng said, as for the phantom sword technique, put it aside for now, I haven't comprehended it yet. The first floor of sword fighting. Surprise appeared on Yuechan's face, it was done so quickly, this Yifeng's talent is really amazing. Although she was studying the phantom sword technique, she hadn't made any progress in the past month. Yuechan was not in a hurry, after all, in the past, when she practiced the celestial arts of her master's sect, which one didn't she need to comprehend for several months or even several years? However, Yifeng actually comprehended such an exquisite swordplay as sword fighting technique, including several mysterious formations, within a month. This is really shocking, and it also made Yuechan imagine the difficulty of inheriting the dragon sword. The inheritance of the dragon sword is indeed not something that ordinary people can obtain. Just like the white bone next to it is an example. It may have taken a lifetime, but it has not been able to comprehend the illusion sword technique, sword fighting technique, and dragon control technique. Of course, to be selected by the dragon sword ancient ring, this person's talent must not be bad. So it can be seen that in order to pass this first test, it is definitely not as simple as comprehending these three immortal arts. It may even require people to comprehend all three celestial arts to a high level. The difficulty of this is even more impressive. Without decades of effort, it seems absolutely impossible to pass a series of tests of dragon sword inheritance. Yifeng didn't know the conditions for passing the first test, but he didn't take it too seriously. Anyway, his current strength has improved rapidly. No matter it is any one of the three immortal arts, he is eager to comprehend. Dragon Control Art, the first floor, refining the dragon. This level requires sufficient tacit understanding between Yifeng and the woman. Not just Yifeng can complete it. If there is not enough trust, it is absolutely impossible to successfully refine the woman's 3 souls and 7 souls into the soul of the dragon. Because it is an extremely dangerous behavior to hand over one's 3 souls and 7 souls to others. According to the current situation of Yifeng and Yuechan, if Yuechan handed over the 3 souls and 7 souls to Yifeng, Yifeng would be in control of her life and death. When Yuechan promised Yifeng that she could use the dragon control technique and practice dragon refining, she was still a little apprehensive. After all, Yifeng and her had only met for less than a month. In this short period of time, the number of exchanges between the two parties was limited. Yuechan didn't know exactly what kind of person Yifeng was. If Yifeng had malicious intentions, then she would be finished. But gritted her teeth, Yuechan still did not refuse Yifeng's request. There are risks in this, but it is also an opportunity. If Yifeng can really obtain the inheritance of the dragon sword and become the heir of the dragon sword, then she will also become the mate of the dragon sword, and her future cultivation path will definitely be more magnanimous than her previous one. If she still has the previous 300 years of cultivation, maybe she will think about it for a while, but now that she has lost all her cultivation, she has no choice. What's more, she has already practiced the dragon sword art, and she can't do it if she wants to go back, so she might as well take a gamble. Bring it on. After Yuechan finished speaking, she sat down in front of Yifeng. Under the pink tulle of the beauty, the white and smooth jade back is facing Yifeng, which attracts people's imagination, but Yifeng has no time to observe these things. Then I'll start. Yifeng looked dignified, nodded and said, then stretched out his hands, urging the dragon sword art to condense the true energy in his palms, and then pressed it on Yuechan's soft jade back. Dragon Control Technique, the first floor, Dragon Refining. It took Yifeng a month to practice the sword fighting technique to the first level, but it didn't take that long to perform the first level of the Dragon Control Technique, to refine the 3 souls and 7 souls of a woman into the soul of a dragon. Soon, Yifeng could feel that Yuechan's soul was quite gentle, like a spring breeze blowing on her face, which could make people feel at ease. 3 souls and 7 souls, including the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and destiny, as well as heavenly soul, Linghui soul, boldness, strength, central soul, essence, and heroic soul, respectively, correspond to people's joy, anger, sorrow, 7 emotions of fear, love, hatred, and desire. Everyone's 3 souls and 7 souls are like human fingerprints. No 2 people can be exactly the same. Therefore, the attributes of the dragon souls refined from the 3 souls and 7 souls of women by using the dragon control technique are also different. In one day, Yifeng figured out the nature of Yuechan's 3 souls and 7 souls. It took another week for Yifeng to master the first layer of the dragon control technique, and began to refine the dragon. The critical moment has come. If Yuechan doesn't trust Yifeng enough, then this dragon refining will definitely end in failure. Trust, this kind of thing is hard to say clearly. Some people have been with each other day and night for decades, and it is still difficult to say that they trust each other, but some people only meet each other once, and trust will be born in their hearts. But for Yuechan, Yifeng couldn't be said to be too trustworthy, because she always felt that Yifeng's appearance was a bit weird, but it happened after her cultivation base was abolished. However, she couldn't let her think about the current situation. The people selected by the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring should not be bad in character. Yuechan thought in her heart. Soon, she let go of the grudge against Yifeng in her heart, and fully showed the 3 souls and 7 souls in front of Yifeng, but in her heart, she naturally kept a trace of vigilance. Don't be nervous, relax. Yifeng frowned slightly. Yuechan was vigilant. This was not good for refining the soul of the dragon, and it would even lead to the failure of the dragon refining, which was not a good sign. However, Yifeng knew that it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult for Yuechan to completely trust him now. Perhaps only if Long Wanner, Su Menghan and the others come over, can they leave everything to Yifeng. When Yuechan heard Yifeng's words, her delicate body trembled, knowing that Yifeng had discovered her vigilance. However, this vigilance is not what she thinks, but a living habit that she has developed over the years, which is involuntarily produced. In the realm of cultivating immortals, even for her 2 senior brothers, Yuechan didn't dare to rest assured, let alone Yifeng now. Sorry, I cannot do it. Yuechan told the truth, feeling a little guilty in her heart. After all, it was because of her that Yifeng was unable to practice the dragon control technique, which might have some adverse effects on obtaining the dragon sword inheritance. It's okay, girl, don't force yourself. Yifeng frowned slightly, and loosened his palms. Then I'll practice other things first. If it doesn't work for the time being, let's put it aside for a while, and after the 2 get along for a long time, maybe some kind of tacit understanding can be formed. Yuechan nodded and didn't say much. Yifeng backed away and turned to study the magic sword technique. It took him a month to comprehend the first level of the sword fighting technique, and the second level of the sword fighting technique required an in-depth study of the 5 arrays. With his talent, it would probably take a year, so he could only put it later. Illusion swordsmanship requires a certain degree of mastery of the power of space. However, the current Yifeng has only just started to practice dragon sword art for a month, with only a pitiful half a year of cultivation base. Even if he comprehends the power of space, he still can't use it. There is no hierarchy in the magic sword technique. If you have learned it, you have learned it. If you have not learned it, you have not learned it. As the cultivation base grows, its effect will naturally become stronger and stronger. Unlike dragon control art and sword fighting art, it is necessary to increase the number of comprehension layers in order to increase its power and enhance its effect. Now Yifeng has no choice but to try to comprehend the magic sword technique. If you stay here for too long, I'm afraid on the other side of the earth. Yifeng was a little worried. If something happened to the earth during this period, it would be bad. And he didn't explain to Long Wanner and the others how long he would be away this time, and it would be bad if they worried for too long. If he stays here for a year or 2 and doesn't go back, then things will explode. But in order to obtain the inheritance of the dragon sword, Yifeng had no other choice. He could only practice here until he got the approval of the inheritance of the dragon sword and left. As for going back to Earth, Yifeng wasn't worried either. On the 2 magic puppet pills, Myriad Realm's demon pupil left a line of small words, and if Yifeng couldn't return to the Earth, he could crush one of the magic puppet pills, and let the puppet that the magic puppet pill turned into be extremely powerful. The strong cultivation level informs the Myriad Realm's demon eye. Under normal circumstances, Myriad World's demon eyes can come and pick up Yifeng in an instant, which is extremely convenient. Another month. Another month. 3 months after Yifeng came to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, he finally made a breakthrough in his understanding of the illusory sword technique and successfully cultivated it. Thanks to the ancient precepts of Dragon Sword, Yifeng still has a little understanding of the power of space, coupled with the description of the magic sword technique on the picture of Golden Dragon spinning sword. Yifeng finally spent 2 months comprehending the power of space. If the power of space is comprehended, then the success of the cultivation of phantom swordsmanship will be a matter of course. With the help of that blue fruit and the nameless sweet spring, within these 3 months, Yifeng had 2 years of cultivation. With the 2-year-old Golden Dragon sword True Qi, he unleashed his phantom sword technique, and saw a golden sword light flickering, and Yifeng's figure shuttled through it, invisible and invisible. The effects of teleportation, invisibility, and blindness are perfectly combined. And the most important thing is that the consumption of phantom sword technique is not too much, just like Sun Ying Xianzu. As long as there are 20 or 30 years of cultivation, you can use phantom sword technique without stopping, without worrying about the exhaustion of true energy. The only regret is that the teleportation distance of phantom swordsmanship is not far, that is, it is similar to void swordsmanship, and cannot be used for long-distance travel, but can only be used in battle. The movement technique of phantom sword is the fastest and most elegant that Yifeng has seen since he practiced with Su Feiying. The same is true for Yuechan. Although she had already comprehended a certain amount of space power before and was able to teleport over a long distance, it also took her a very long time to comprehend the magic sword technique. When Yifeng was able to use the phantom sword technique, Yuechan could also successfully cultivate the phantom sword technique. It's also 2 years of cultivation, but it's still not as smooth as Yifeng's, and it's a bit jerky, which shows that there is a huge gap in talent between the two sides. It can't be said that Yuechan is too stupid. In fact, Yifeng's talent is more obvious in this situation. How could Yuechan be an idiot if she was able to cultivate the master's mentality before and had more than 300 years of cultivation? It's just that due to her mentality, the growth of her upper limit of cultivation has become extremely slow after more than 300 years, and the growth of her cultivation has almost reached a bottleneck. Now that she has practiced dragon sword art, it is equivalent to giving her a chance to go further. The two performed phantom swordsmanship in the hall, and the light of the sword confuses people's eyes and ears. Although there is no sword in their hands, the golden chi of dragon sword art can simulate the light of the sword, achieving the effect of confusing the eyes and ears. As long as you want, you can also put away these sword lights, then the phantom sword technique will become an invisibility technique, and it is teleportation invisibility, which is much stronger than the previous invisibility technique alone. Illusory sword technique, practiced successfully. Yuechan, what are you thinking now? Yifeng raised his head and looked at Yuechan. Yuechan was already shocked by Yifeng's talent at this time, stopped using the phantom sword technique, came to stand in front of Yifeng, and smiled softly, thought it over. Dragon control, I think it should be able to start. During these 2 months, Yuechan had been trying to completely trust Yifeng. Now that she had successfully cultivated the magic sword technique, the two of them could finally try again. It is not easy, or even extremely difficult, to completely let go of one's guard against a person. But Yuechan is not an ordinary person. She was originally an immortal cultivator with more than 300 years of cultivation, with extremely high talent. As a cultivator, one must control one's emotions well, so under Yuechan's deliberate efforts, she finally minimized her vigilance towards Yifeng in the past 2 months. In addition, when she saw that Yifeng had comprehended the fighting sword technique and phantom sword technique consecutively within 3 months, this kind of talent was really something she had never seen before. One must know that Yuechan's talent for cultivating immortals is considered the best among the teachers, and none of her brothers can match her. She is only in her 30s this year, and she has already comprehended most of the practical immortal arts of her master's sect. This achievement is simply not comparable to that of her seniors. Although the 2 senior brothers who were refined into magic puppet pills looked young, they were both over 100 years old this year, and they didn't comprehend as many immortal arts as her Yuechan. It can be seen that Yuechan's talent is high. As for the cultivation base of more than 300 years, this is relatively normal. After all, their masters practice the advanced cultivation method of immortality, and they stay near the tomb of the dragon sword. Around here, it can be said that it is one of the places with the most powerful people in the world of cultivating immortals. If any sect around it is placed outside, it can deter everything. Therefore, of course, there will be no shortage of various natural treasures. Even in the first year, when Yuechan started cultivating immortality and showed her talent, she already had 100 years of cultivation. How can this be cultivated by ordinary sects? But today, Yuechan saw a more monstrous existence than her. Yi Feng. His talent for cultivating immortals, his comprehension of immortal arts is at least 5 times faster than Yuechan's. Yuechan was almost unheard of, even the most gifted immortal cultivators around here probably couldn't compare to Yi Feng. This increased Yuechan's confidence in Yi Feng a lot. Perhaps Yi Feng can really rely on this talent to become the next successor of Dragon Sword. The successor of the Dragon Sword has not appeared for a long time, but now, Yuechan actually participated in the trial of the successor of the Dragon Sword. In this vicinity, although there are many powerful sects, each sect is in awe of the inheritance of the Dragon Sword. They all just rely on the rich aura of heaven and earth from the tomb of Dragon Sword to practice. Just like this, they can all dominate the world of immortal cultivation, which shows the strength of Dragon Sword's inheritance. Yuechan's figure was slim, and she came to Yi Feng gracefully. Under the thin veil was a graceful and delicate body, which made people want to hug her into their arms. Yi Feng has been waiting for dragon control technique for a long time. When both the illusion sword art and the sword fighting art are successfully cultivated, only the dragon control art is left, which makes him more worried. Refine the dragon. Yi Feng sat behind Yuechan again, with his hands forming palms, urging the golden dragon sword Ju's true energy. According to the operation route of the dragon control art, the nature of the dragon sword Ju's true energy changed a little. Yi Feng's true energy directly touched Yuechan's 3 souls and 7 souls. Concise. After 2 months, Yi Feng finally tried for the first time to condense Yuechan's 3 souls and 7 souls. When Yi Feng's thought was born, the dragon sword Ju's true energy immediately began to circulate, enveloping Yuechan's 3 souls and 7 souls. This made Yuechan tense all over her body and mind, but she soon relaxed. Since she had spent 2 months fully trusting Yi Feng, she would not make mistakes when things came to an end. Everything is going smooth. In dragon refining, the woman's life soul is used as the dragon's heart, the heavenly soul is used as the dragon's head, the earth soul is used as the dragon's tail, and the other parts of the dragon's soul are composed of spirit. This dragon's soul is not the pterosaur Yi Feng saw in the wild world, but the long dragon in the Oriental mythology. It's the same as the dragon soul in Yi Feng's dragon sword ancient ring before, except that the one that Yi Feng condensed with Yuechan's 3 souls and 7 souls is much smaller in outline than the one in the dragon sword ancient ring. The size ratio of the 2 sides is similar to the comparison between an adult tiger and a small mouse. Dragon refining is not simply a matter of condensing the soul of the dragon. It is also necessary for women to remember to condense the dragon's soul in their daily practice. Only in this way can the dragon's soul grow stronger, and the dragon's soul also has its own set of cultivation bases, which are independent of the female's own cultivation base. Roar. It was as if a brisk dragon's roar came from Yuechan's body, but neither of them actually heard any sound. Immediately afterwards, Yuechan frowned suddenly. The soul of the dragon that Yi Feng had just condensed wanted to leave her body. All immortal cultivators know what will happen to a person's soul once it leaves the body. If you can't come back within a period of time, then the immortal cultivator is dead. Now Yuechan seems to feel that her soul is no longer her own. It was a wonderful feeling, but it also terrified her. Almost involuntarily, Yuechan mobilized the true energy in her body, and stopped the dragon soul that wanted to fly away, preventing her from flying away. Miss Yuechan, please relax, it will come back. Yifeng's voice immediately reached Yuechan's ears. When Yifeng condensed Yuechan's 3 souls and 7 souls into the dragon's soul, Yuechan's soul no longer belonged to her alone, but shared with Yifeng. Through the soul of the dragon, Yifeng could feel Yuechan's emotions to a certain extent, including joy, anger, sorrow, joy, etc., but not the other way around. This perception is completely one way. As for the newly formed dragon soul, it must be relatively active, and likes to run around. The most important thing is to run around Yifeng's body, and get contaminated with Yifeng's breath. This can also be regarded as a process of recognizing the master. Once this is done, it means that Yuechan will become Yifeng's dragon sword maid. Even if other descendants of dragon sword appeared, they would not be able to control Yuechan. Only Yifeng. This was a ritual that had to be performed, however, it caused fear in Yuechan's heart involuntarily. After hearing Yifeng's voice, Yuechan couldn't help pursing her lips, struggling in her heart for a long time. When she found that the newly condensed dragon soul seemed to be starting to wilt, she finally made up her mind. Let go. Roar. The invisible and invisible soul of the dragon leaped from Yuechan's body into Yifeng's body like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, and then circled around happily in his body. Since the soul of the divine dragon was condensed by Yifeng, Yifeng is also its host, and it must have part of Yifeng's blood and breath in order for the soul of the divine dragon to survive. Immediately afterwards, with a sound of schwa, the soul of the dragon rushed out of Yifeng's body and returned to Yuechan's body. Yuechan, who just felt a little empty, suddenly felt her soul return to her body, and a hanging heart finally fell down. For cultivators, this is really one of the most frightening horrors in the world. Yuechan dragon soul was born. It's just that the Yuechan dragon soul at this time has not yet cultivated, not only can't cohere into a solid body like the dragon sword ancient ring dragon soul before, but it is only the size of an adult's arm, and it is just a small one. The birth of Yuechan's dragon soul represented that Yifeng had finally succeeded in practicing dragon control art. And at this time, the ancient deep voice that had been silent for 3 months finally rang in Yifeng's ears again. Young man, you have good talent. In 3 months, you have comprehended all 3 basic fairy arts. However, for the first trial, you need to condense the dragon soul sword yourself. At that time I will let you pass this. As soon as these words came out, Yifeng immediately broke out in cold sweat. Condensing the sword of the dragon soul means to cultivate the dragon control technique to the 3rd level, to transform the sword. It seems that only 3 months is not enough. Yifeng thought to himself, this is what he expected. After all, if it is just to comprehend the 3 celestial arts initially, it is impossible for someone to die of old age and become a bone in this place. Then, what Yifeng needs to do next is to try the 2nd layer of dragon control technique, dragon control, and the 3rd layer, sword transformation. The level of Yulong also requires the cooperation of Yifeng and Yuechan. However, with the previous situation of refining dragons, Yuechan already trusted Yifeng enough, and the cooperation between the two went smoothly all the way. And in Yuechan's heart, there was a feeling that the dragon soul was her own child, which gave her the urge to raise the dragon soul well. This is the natural reaction of becoming dragon sword maid, and it is not harmful to her. From the diagram of the golden dragon spinning sword, Yifeng noticed that the 2nd level of dragon control art, there are 10 moves in total. From the 1st move to the 10th move, each move can strengthen the relationship between him and the soul of the dragon. Induction. After the 10 moves are completed, it can be regarded as having reached the realm of Yulong, and can perform sword transformation. And these 10 tricks alone are not so easy to complete. The 1st move, Yifeng and Yuechan spent a week to finally get it done, and after this move was completed, the tacit understanding between Yifeng, Yuechan and Dragon Soul increased a lot. The subsequent second and third moves all require longer practice and practice. Another 3 months later. Yifeng has completely mastered the 10 strokes of controlling the dragon, and the tacit understanding with Yuechan and Dragon Soul has almost reached its peak. At this time, Yifeng almost felt that the relationship between him and Yuechan seemed to be closer than the relationship between him and Longwaner and Su Menghan. This may be an illusion, but it may also be true. It has been half a year since he came to the Tomb of Dragon Sword. During this half year, Yifeng abolished his cultivation and started from scratch. Now he has 5 years of cultivation. The Dragon Sword Ju is a stronger fairy art than the advanced cultivation method, and the speed of its cultivation is completely unimaginable. I don't know, what's going on with Longwaner and the others on Earth? Yifeng didn't have time to think about it, because he was about to perform the most important part of the dragon control technique, which was to transform the sword. At this time, Yuechan was already very close to Yifeng, and she would joke and play a little at ordinary times. It was to adjust the atmosphere, and the days of cultivation passed by quite quickly. Unknowingly, Yuechan became more familiar with Yifeng, and she was full of admiration for this young, but extremely talented young man. If Yifeng really becomes the heir of the dragon sword, then she is willing to become the mate of the dragon sword, assisting him, and galloping all the way in the world of cultivating immortals. She was almost certain that as long as Yifeng could successfully get out of the dragon sword's tomb, it would definitely cause a bloodbath in the world of cultivating immortals. This has always been the case with the heirs of the dragon sword in all dynasties. Every time they appear, they can make the world of cultivating immortals into chaos, and then disappear when their prestige, cultivation base, and strength have reached the highest point. Finally finished. Yuechan breathed a sigh of relief, raised her snow-white and slender arms, and gently brushed her hair. We're going to start trying to transform swords next, right? It shouldn't be difficult. Yifeng smiled, raised his hand, and instantly summoned the dragon soul in Yuechan's body according to the scene in the picture of the golden dragon spinning sword. Turn into a sword. Yifeng gave a soft drink, and the golden dragon sword archanchi overflowed around his body, forming a phantom light. Swish! Yuechan's dragon soul was instantly condensed by Yifeng's true energy, and gradually transformed into a golden long sword from top to bottom, and the original virtual shape of the dragon soul also suddenly became a solid body. The ancient ring of dragon sword can condense true energy sword, and this is the sword of dragon soul. Yifeng held the dragon soul sword in his hand. Yuechan stood slim and graceful in front of him. She couldn't help but open her mouth slightly when she saw the scene. She couldn't believe it. That's it? It took them 3 months to complete the second level of the dragon control technique, but the third level was completed in an instant. Surprised? Yifeng laughed. Actually, we have a high degree of tacit understanding and a good foundation, so the part of transforming the sword is a matter of course. Hoo-hoo. Yifeng swung the dragon soul sword a few times, and could feel the powerful effect of this sword on him. For any sword technique, the power is doubled. This is not just the effect of turning one sword into 3 swords. And because it is the dragon soul condensed from Yuechan's 3 souls and 7 souls, this dragon soul sword looks quite soft, and there are other unknown powers faintly attached to it. The current Yifeng still doesn't know what that unknown power is, but he can be sure, that power must be no small matter. This is called the Moonchan sword. Yifeng smiled, withdrew his true energy, and let the dragon soul sword disperse. What she said made Yuechan's pretty face show 2 red clouds, and she was slightly embarrassed, but when Yifeng held the dragon soul sword, she felt her heart beating faster. This dragon's soul will be raised by you from now on. Yifeng said with some teasing taste. Can't you help? Yuechan rolled his eyes at him. I want to help, but don't know how. Yifeng spread out his hands, and with a hey smile, Yuechan gave him another gouged-out look. showing incomparable contempt for him. The two stood in the center of the hall. On the ground beside them was the picture of the golden dragon spinning sword, and at the same time there was a gloomy white bone. Apart from this, there was nothing in the hall. But suddenly, a ray of light cast down from the top of the two of them. Careful! Yifeng didn't even think about it. He pulled Yuechan over to protect her in his arms, then covered her eyes, closed his eyes and lowered his head. That flash of light is really too strong. If you still open your eyes, you will definitely be blinded by the light. What is it? Before the two could react, they simultaneously felt the vicissitudes of life quickly filling the entire hall. Eternal. Old. Silence. The desolation in the room made Yifeng and Yuechan involuntarily become dazed. At this moment, they seemed to be unable to remember anything. After a long time, Yifeng barely woke up and opened his eyes. The dazzling light around has disappeared, replaced by a kind of desolate twilight, filling the entire hall. He raised his head to look, but saw an ancient long sword quietly floating above the center of the hall. Two incomparably complicated characters were engraved on the body of the long sword. Although Yifeng had never seen such characters, he felt that the meaning of these two big characters was dragon sword. A long time. Yuechan finally came to her senses. She noticed that Yifeng's body, who was hugging her to protect her, was a little stiff. She couldn't help but raised her head, and followed Yifeng's gaze to look up at the top of her head. An ancient and steady simple long sword is quietly floating above the hall, exuding a mysterious and profound aura. This is the dragon sword. Yifeng whispered softly. His eyes were fixed on the simple long sword, and he couldn't move it away for a moment. This is... Yuechan was stunned when she heard the words. The reason why the dragon sword inheritance is powerful has a lot to do with the legendary dragon sword. The last appearance of the dragon sword is already a very long legend. It is as old as the legends of Pengu and Nuwa on the earth. In the past few times, the descendants of the dragon sword walked the world of cultivating immortals. They didn't use the dragon sword. They already turned the world of cultivating immortals upside down. Not to mention what will happen when the dragon sword appears. Inheritance of the dragon sword. The core is the dragon sword. Including the one who guided Yifeng to carry out the dragon sword inheritance trial before. It is also this dragon sword. Young man. The second round of trials begins now. Take the move. The deep and ancient voice came to Yifeng and Yuechan's ears. The source of this voice turned out to be the simple dragon sword floating above their heads. As soon as the words fell, before Yifeng and Yuechan could react, two quaint sword lights burst out from the dragon sword in an instant, sweeping towards the two of them. Careful. Yifeng didn't have time to think about what the second trial was. Seeing this, he immediately hugged Yuechan to stimulate his true energy. Shwa. Shwa. The figures of the two flashed away in the golden light. Yifeng subconsciously displayed the magic sword technique very smoothly. It can be seen that his fighting consciousness is strong. Although Yuechan has very rich fighting experience in the world of cultivating immortals, her fighting instinct and consciousness are not as good as Yifeng's. When these two sword lights struck, Yuechan couldn't react at all. If it wasn't for Yifeng, she would have been cut in half by these two simple sword lights in an instant. After all, in the past, Yuechan was already used to the wide range of divine senses as far as 3 kilometers away. At this time, she only had 5 years of cultivation and didn't even have divine senses. She couldn't detect the danger coming immediately. And this chance of escape is fleeting. Yifeng took Yuechan to perform the phantom sword technique, and moved 10 meters away. The difference from void sword art is that illusion sword art can also teleport with others. This is a great improvement. It can be seen that illusion sword art is the essence of the true dragon sword inheritance. Void swordsmanship alone is still too weak in front of the real dragon sword inheritance immortality. Don't be careless. Yue Chan followed Ji Feng, shouted nervously, and then turned around and grabbed Ji Feng, and the golden sword glowed out. Phantom sword. Swish. The figures of the two of them changed again. And two sword lights attacked from where they were originally. This time, Yi Feng failed to find those two simple sword lights. He had just used the phantom sword technique to escape from the dragon sword's attack. But he didn't realize that the dragon sword had launched a second attack. Fuck, there is no end. Yi Feng hadn't gained a firm footing yet. He felt two sword lights descending from the sky. And Yue Chan was the same as him just now. She couldn't recover from the phantom sword technique just now. Phantom sword. Yi Feng carried Yue Chan to perform this sword technique again. His figure changed position again. At the same time, Yi Feng discovered that the sword lights they avoided would not disappear after they fell through. Instead, they changed direction and continued to sweep towards the two of them. There are more and more simple sword lights in the sky of the main hall. 2, 4, 6, 8, and Yi Feng and Yue Chan began to exchange and replace the magic sword, leading each other to avoid the attack of the sword lights. Soon, the total number of sword lights in the hall reached 20 or 30. The most frightening thing is that there are more and more sword lights, but there is no sign of decreasing. When will this hide? Yi Feng gritted his teeth. Fortunately, he and Yue Chan cooperated tacitly. After Yue Chan realized this, the speed of using the phantom sword technique was not slow. Otherwise, they would have been chopped into dozens of large pieces by the sword light. If Yue Chan was replaced by another woman, neither Long Weiner nor Su Menghan would be able to adapt to such a rhythm of battle without divine consciousness. As for Xiaoyu, Zi Jianlan, and Zhang Xinyun, let alone the others. It is worthy of being a cultivator with more than 300 years of cultivation in the world of cultivating immortals. Yi Feng's evaluation of Yue Chan was finally higher. There were more and more sword lights. It became more and more difficult for Yi Feng and Yue Chan to dodge. Gradually, the entire hall was filled with the sharp sword lights emitted by the dragon sword. The frequency of their phantom swordsmanship is getting higher and higher. Gradually, every time they appear in a position, there are more than 10 simple sword lights sweeping around. It's almost impossible to hide. Yue Chan said anxiously. In that case. Yi Feng said in a deep voice, clenched one hand tightly, I can't dodge it. Then destroy all these sword lights. Smash. Yue Chan froze for a moment, then felt the dragon soul in her body suddenly condensed in Yi Feng's hands. Swish. Dragon control art. Sword transformation. Yi Feng instantly grasped the Yue Chan sword emitting golden light in his hand. The movements and reactions were incredibly fast. Yue Chan hadn't fully reacted yet. Yi Feng had already displayed the sword fighting technique. Break. Yi Feng condensed the sword light, waved the Yue Chan sword, and danced towards the ancient and simple sword light closest to him. A golden light lit up on the Yue Chan sword. The golden sword light condensed and swept out in an instant. It collided with the attacking simple sword light. Boom. The quaint sword light was shattered in an instant. The sword light condensed by Yi Feng's sword fighting skills also dissipated in the collision. In this way, a quaint sword light was resolved. But Yi Feng did not relax, because what he needed to face next was more quaint sword lights. If one is not careful, it will be beyond redemption. Take me away. Yi Feng hugged Yue Chan, said something softly, and waved Yue Chan's sword casually. The sword fighting technique smashed the other sword light. Fighting swordsmanship. You can attack from a distance or close to the enemy. The long-distance attack is sword spirit, and the close enemy is chopping. There are not too many bells and whistles. but there are 5 extremely mysterious formations in it. This is the essence of sword fighting. Yuechan saw more than a dozen sword lights surrounding them. She didn't dare to neglect them at all. She pulled Yifeng's waistband and practiced phantom swordsmanship. The two teleported to another corner of the hall. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng's sword-fighting sword, Qi, kept throwing out the 5 primitive sword Qi in an instant. When they found out that this primitive sword energy could be eliminated, the two of them immediately had a bottom line in their hearts. With Yuechan's assistance, whenever those ancient sword Qi were approaching, he took Yifeng's phantom sword technique and moved away. Yifeng seized the opportunity and eliminated those sword lights with the fastest efficiency. This requires extremely high requirements for the two people's reaction ability and the speed of stimulating true energy. When the first quaint sword light is shattered, no new sword light will be produced in the end. When Yifeng wiped out all the ancient sword lights in the entire hall, those broken ancient sword lights suddenly condensed and became a pure heaven and earth aura, enveloping both Yifeng and Yuechan in it. Absorbing these heaven and earth auras can actually improve your cultivation. Of course Yifeng would not miss this opportunity, and neither would Yuechan. When Yifeng just absorbed part of the heaven and earth aura transformed from the simple sword light, his cultivation level increased from 5 years to 10 years. Without hesitation, he immediately began to gather Yinshan and derive his consciousness. Swish. 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 This process is easy and familiar. Yifeng quickly condensed Yin God and spiritual consciousness again. In the feeling, this time the Yin God and spiritual consciousness seemed to be a little different from the previous one. It should be due to the true energy of dragon sword art. Yifeng did not carefully study the difference between this ancient consciousness and the previous ones, but immediately continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve his cultivation. There is no doubt that this is the reward given by Dragon Sword for passing the second trial. Originally, the abolishment of 60 years of cultivation made Yifeng feel a little brooding in his heart. Now that he has an opportunity to improve his cultivation, of course he will firmly grasp it. 15 years. 20 years. 25 years. In a short period of time, Yifeng improved his cultivation for 20 years, jumping to 25 years. He finally had a feeling of becoming stronger. At this time, he has practiced Dragon Sword Ju for 25 years, coupled with the 3 immortal arts of Dragon Control, Illusory Sword and Fighting Sword. Even if he is not as strong as before, he will not be too weak. On the other hand, Yuechan, who was also baptized by the aura of heaven and earth, had been promoted to 25 years of cultivation, advancing hand in hand with Yifeng. Young man, the reaction is good, but it's not enough, come again. Long Jian's deep and thick voice continued to come out, and then 2 simple long swords instantly condensed from the midair of the hall. Different from the previous quaint sword light, these 2 quaint long swords can both break through the space and come to Yifeng in an instant to attack him. It became impossible to dodge relying on phantom sword skills. When the 2 simple long swords just appeared, they flashed out immediately, and they came to Yifeng in an instant, and the 2 swords swished. Fortunately, Yifeng was already prepared when he heard the sound of the dragon sword, and immediately held it with one hand, Yulong. He took out Yuechan's dragon soul, held it in his hand, and then activated his true energy to transform into a sword. The golden long sword appeared again, and Yifeng swung it with one hand, instantly blocking the 2 simple long swords. Sword fighting. Yifeng swung his sword, knocking the 2 simple long swords into the air. Seeing Yifeng standing in front of her with a sword, Yuechan's heart skipped a beat, feeling her soul being held by Yifeng and turning into a long sword. That feeling is very wonderful. There are not many immortal arts that Yifeng can perform now. Even the celestial arts such as the red flame fireball that I learned before can no longer be used, because the true energy of the Dragon Sword Ju is quite special, and it cannot be used to perform this kind of celestial arts. The current Yi Feng can only use the immortal arts derived from the dragon sword art. For now, they are the dragon control art, illusory sword art, and sword fighting art. Very simple, but very brutal. However, it is still not enough to deal with those two ancient long swords. As soon as Yi Feng knocked the two simple long swords into the air, the opponent turned around and slashed towards Yi Feng in two directions, like a broken bamboo. Yi Feng felt that the combination of the Yuechan sword and the sword fighting technique alone would not be able to destroy these two primitive long swords. There is no other reason. The current Shenlong soul is too weak, so the Huajian has not exerted its due power. Just 3 months is not enough for Yuechan to cultivate the dragon soul properly. However, even so, Yi Feng would not admit defeat. The first level of sword fighting is not enough, then comprehend the second level. Yi Feng discovered that it is much easier and quicker to comprehend the celestial arts and sword arts inherited by dragon sword in battle than in ordinary times. If you just think and comprehend under normal circumstances, with Yi Feng's talent, it may really take a year to comprehend the second level of sword fighting. But now, under the encouragement of the two simple long swords, Yi Feng felt that his understanding of the 5 formations of sword fighting became clearer. Because these two simple long swords are using the second level of sword fighting to attack Yi Feng. Bang! Clang! The collision between the sword and the sword made the sound of metal clashing, echoing in the empty hall, shocking people's hearts. Yi Feng couldn't resist. His whole body was swept away by the force of the ancient long sword. Like a kite with a broken string, he was smashed on the walls around the hall. It's so cruel. Fresh blood dripped from the corner of Yi Feng's mouth as he stared at the two primitive long swords. Yuechan was not attacked by the ancient long swords. It seemed that the target of these two long swords was only Yi Feng. Yi Feng could feel that these two quaint long swords, including the light of the quaint sword before, were completely intended to kill him. If he is not strong enough, he will definitely be obliterated at this time. Dragon sword will definitely not show mercy. Yi Feng held the sword and fought with Gu Pu's long sword for a whole day, during which time he had no choice but to win the opponent, but the opponent couldn't kill him either. Sometimes, Yi Feng would rather be cut with a sword on his arm or thigh, but also protect his vital parts, so as to save his life. After a whole day, he was already scarred. Young man, let's stop here today. Tomorrow, the ancient sword will be even more powerful. The sound of the dragon sword came out, and then the simple dragon sword floating in midair gradually disappeared. The blue fruit and nameless sweet spring from before appeared in the hall again. It seems to let Yi Feng and Yuechan rest. When the dragon sword disappeared, Yuechan quickly ran towards Yi Feng. How are you? There was concern in Yuechan's tone. Fortunately, I can't die. Yi Feng forced a smile and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If this continues, it only takes a month or 2 for me to master the second level of sword fighting. Don't try too hard. Yuechan frowned slightly, brought the nameless sweet spring, and handed it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng took the water glass, took a sip, and immediately felt a lot better. His whole body's strength had recovered to a minimum. Even if I don't try my best, Long Jian probably won't let me go. Yi Feng shook his head. Now, he can only charge forward all the way. Take a good rest. The ancient sword will be even more powerful tomorrow. I'm afraid it will be hard to resist. Yuechan said worriedly, I will also try my best to condense the dragon soul to make the dragon soul sword more powerful. Yi Feng glanced at her beautiful face, smiled, and nodded. If he could really become the successor of the dragon sword and have a woman like Yuechan as a maid, it would be an extremely happy thing. Unfortunately, this road seems to be far from over. 2 months passed by again. Click. Yi Feng held the golden Yuechan sword in his hand, and slashed at the menacing ancient long sword, finally cutting it in half. The power of the simple long sword at this time is several times that of the initial one. However, Yi Feng finally comprehended the second level of fighting swordsmanship and defeated the opponent in one fell swoop. Yi Feng's whole body was covered with scars. For 2 months, Yi Feng fought with those two simple long swords every day. The power of the two simple long swords is becoming stronger day by day, but fortunately Yi Feng's understanding of sword fighting is getting deeper and deeper, so he can keep up with the pace of the opponents becoming stronger, and even become easier day by day. In the end, he comprehended the second level of sword fighting and smashed two simple long swords in one fell swoop. The second level of fighting swordsmanship can display 10 times the power of one's own cultivation, which is completely a terrifying swordsmanship that Yi Feng has never heard of before. In general, swordsmanship in the world of cultivating immortals can exert twice the power, which is already very rare, but compared to swordsmanship, it is several times stronger. The key lies in those 5 formations. In the diagram of golden dragon spinning swords, each comprehension of one of the 5 formations can enhance the power of sword fighting skills by 1 time, and comprehension of 2 layers of each of the 5 formations can enhance the power of sword fighting skills by 10 times. If the cultivation base is high enough, it will destroy the world. And after that, the 5 formations can be further understood, but this is not what Yi Feng can do now. Fighting every day for 2 months was already his limit, and almost completely emptied his mind. If he was slow to comprehend for a month or 2, he would definitely be killed by 2 simple long swords. Among them, there is also Yuechan, who nourishes the dragon's soul with her own true temperature every day to improve the cultivation of the dragon's soul. While doing this, Yuechan herself was unable to widen her meridians and increase her cultivation limit. Fortunately, she had cultivated for more than 300 years in the past, her meridians were wide enough, and the upper limit of her cultivation was more than 350 years. And the soul of the dragon in Yuechan's body finally possessed 10 years of cultivation within 2 months. The cultivation level of the dragon's soul represents its combat power and the degree of increase in the power of Yi Feng's swordsmanship after transforming into a sword. The Yuechan sword with a 10-year cultivation base can increase its power by 10% on the basis of doubling the power of swordsmanship. This is of great help to Yi Feng. In the future, when Yuechan's dragon soul is cultivated to a very high level, the quality of Yuechan's sword will be even higher, even surpassing the legendary fairy weapon. This is the horror of dragon sword's inheritance of immortality. Yuechan, come here. Yi Feng shattered 2 simple long swords, and immediately greeted Yuechan. Because after these 2 simple long swords were cut into pieces, they turned into a rich aura of heaven and earth again, which can be absorbed by people to enhance their cultivation. Yi Feng would not waste such an opportunity, so he quickly absorbed it, and through the pill core in his dantian, transformed it into true qi, improving his cultivation. When Yuechan heard Yi Feng's words, she didn't hesitate at all. With a movement of her footsteps, the phantom sword technique was displayed, and she plunged her head into the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and began to absorb it. Within a total of 8 months, Yi Feng's upper limit of cultivation has been raised to 90 years. If he hadn't been fighting with Gu Pu Longjian for the past 2 months and often neglected to broaden his meridians, he would now have a 100-year cultivation limit. Swish! 40 years of cultivation. 50 years of cultivation. 60 years of cultivation. Yi Feng absorbed the aura of heaven and earth transformed from the ancient long sword, and his cultivation finally returned to the level before he entered the dragon sword tomb. At this point, the improvement of cultivation finally stopped. Yuechan was absorbing the aura of heaven and earth at the side, and she had also improved to 60 years of cultivation. Her complexion became better. At least, with her 60 years of cultivation and the immortal arts inherited by Dragon Sword, under normal circumstances, it is enough for herself. It made her feel more secure. It's really refreshing. I don't know if there will be trials in the future? Yi Feng thought in his heart. If he did it again, he might be able to directly reach a century-old cultivation base. By then, his strength would definitely be stronger than that of Su Feiying before. If he were to fight Su Feiying, he would probably be able to easily defeat Su Feiying with only one sword strike. It's a pity that such an opportunity to advance, by leaps and bounds, is obviously not so easy to get. Young man, 2 months to comprehend the second level of fighting swordsmanship, chopping ancient swords, the talent is really excellent. Dragon Sword's voice finally came out again. From the beginning of the trial, it has been a total of 8 months. The achievements achieved are the best results among the previous 7 competitors. Best score. Yifeng was slightly surprised when he heard the words. He never thought that he could achieve such an achievement, but it was also thanks to Yue Chan. If it was another woman, or Yifeng entered the Dragon Sword tomb alone, the whole thing would not be so simple. If there is no woman, it is impossible to practice the dragon control technique, and then the subsequent trials cannot be carried out. Therefore, Dragon Sword should make people go out to find women and come in to try to practice Dragon Sword art, and this process may take more than 8 months. After all, where is it so easy to find a woman who has a tacit understanding with me, and is talented enough to cultivate immortals? It will take 4 or 5 years for someone with excellent talent to achieve your current achievements. Your talent is indeed amazing. Long Jian changed the subject. However, this is just the first 2 trials. If you want to get the inheritance of Dragon Sword, talent alone is not enough. The third trial, meditation. It will test your endurance. As soon as the words fell, Yifeng suddenly felt a powerful and strange force surrounding him. What's this? Yifeng glanced back at Yue Chan, and found that she was also shocked. Obviously she also felt this powerful and strange force, but she didn't know what it was. Moments later, the two were completely separated by this force. No, both of them were surrounded by this force and fell into a special scene. Yifeng looked around, and found that he came to an endless starry sky. There was emptiness under his feet, emptiness above his head, and a boundless emptiness around his body. The third level is a trial of meditation and a test of endurance. What does it mean? As soon as Yifeng thought about it, he felt an itchy feeling all over his body, which suddenly made him extremely uncomfortable. The most frightening thing is that this burst of numbness actually emanates from the inside out, and it cannot be relieved by external objects at all, so it can only be endured. Fuck. Yifeng cursed from the bottom of his heart, isn't this thing too deceitful? But after thinking about it, the name of this trial is called meditation, and Long Jian also said this word on purpose. Like the previous 2 trials, there is no name to say. Yifeng endured the numbness all over his body, thought for a while, and soon thought, is this trial intended to make people endure all kinds of painful feelings and enter a state of meditation? Do whatever comes to mind. Yifeng did not hesitate, and immediately began to try to enter the meditation state. However, what he didn't know was that this trial would torture him for an extremely long period of time, and the area he was in now had a different speed of time from the outside world. 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 1 year in it. Among the knowledge that Yifeng has seen and heard, he has never heard of the power to control time. But now, such a force surrounded him and Yue Chan together, placing the 2 of them in a place where time passed slowly. However, Yifeng didn't know all of this. All he knew was that his whole body was itchy, sore, and tingling, and all kinds of uncomfortable states kept appearing alternately, making him miserable. In this state, it is undoubtedly difficult to concentrate and meditate, but gradually, Yifeng overcame these painful states in his body, and gradually relieved his body's perception. At the same time, Yifeng didn't waste time, and began to recall the picture of the golden dragon spinning sword in the hall of the Dragon Sword tomb. The 4th level of dragon control art, where human and dragon become one. The 3rd level of fighting swordsmanship, comprehending the 5 arrays to the 3rd level at the same time, can make fighting swordsmanship exert 15 times the power of one's own cultivation. Yifeng didn't know what the use of human-dragon fusion was, but he guessed it should be a big killing move, but it was to use the soul of the dragon. Therefore, Yifeng is more inclined to comprehend the third level of sword fighting. Each of the 5 formations represented an extremely mysterious rule, which made Yifeng intoxicated. When he comprehended it, he almost forgot all kinds of physical pain. Only when there are other pains alternately, Yifeng will feel it a little bit, and then quickly throw it behind him, and re-enter the state of comprehension. Meditation. This trial is definitely not for the pain of the dragon sword inheritance candidates. Until now, Yifeng already knew that the 5 formations of sword fighting technique contained the 5 forces of heaven and earth, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The more profound the comprehension of each formation, the more the power of the corresponding attribute can be contained in the sword fighting technique, thereby enhancing the power of the sword fighting technique. The function of these arrays is to transform the invisible forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into the purest dragon sword archanchi, and then gather them together and sweep them out. Each array absorbs different energies in nature. For example, the gold array absorbs the energy of metals, lightning, etc. in nature, while the water array absorbs rivers, lakes, seas, rain, and snow in nature. The power of. Then it transformed into dragon sword Jutru Chi, condensed into one body, and came out majestically, producing extremely terrifying power. For everyone, the difficulty of comprehending the 5 formations is different. After all, everyone has different affinity for the attributes of the 5 elements, but for Yifeng, it is almost the same. According to his current talent, it would take at least 100 years to comprehend all 5 formations to the 3rd level. That is to say, Yifeng will be able to cultivate to the 3rd level of sword fighting after 100 years, which is quite fast for the pinnacle of sword fighting. If it were someone else, they would not be able to comprehend it in their lifetime. For example, the bone that died of old age in the hall before. Yifeng didn't intend to directly comprehend the sword fighting technique to the 3rd level, but just wanted to take this opportunity to check the situation a little bit. After all, he didn't know how long this meditation would take him. However, soon he felt that he seemed to be in a bad state. The sore, itchy, and paralyzing pain in his body became more intense every moment than the last moment, and gradually made Yifeng grit his teeth involuntarily when he understood the 5 elements formation diagram, and was distracted by it. It's too difficult. In this state, the speed of comprehension will be at least twice as slow. After about several hours, Yifeng's comprehension did not make much progress, but his body was almost unable to hold on, like a candle in the wind, he might collapse at any time. But at this moment, Yifeng suddenly felt that the painful symptoms in his body had weakened, replaced by various strange and majestic energies sweeping from the outside. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth 5 elements gathered energy and surged towards Yifeng at the same time, making his eyes shine. These 5 kinds of energies are very useful to Yifeng. The most important thing is that these energies are very suitable for the 5 elements formation diagram that is required to be comprehended in sword fighting. Could it be that this is helping me comprehend the 3rd level of the 5 elements formation diagram? However, in a short period of time, even with these energies gathering around my body, it will not allow me to practice sword fighting to the 3rd level. Yifeng thought in his heart, but without hesitation, he immediately began to comprehend the energy around him. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth condensed around his body, but they didn't sweep over him. Once they got to him, they couldn't take a step forward. Yifeng, on the other hand, can only choose one of the energies for observation and comprehension. He chose the wood energy. These energies are extremely gentle, making people feel comfortable in nature. Soon, part of the wood energy penetrated into Yifeng's body. The body that was tortured and exhausted due to various pains, before was nourished by these wood-type energies, and immediately became full of vitality and recovered. It works well. Yi Feng was very satisfied. But just as he was fully recovering, an itchy feeling suddenly emerged from his body again. Is it over? Yi Feng gritted his teeth and endured, but after the wood energy healed him, he immediately retreated from his side, making him fall into a state of unbearable pain again. But as a result, Yi Feng's comprehension of the wood-type formation has increased a lot. If it continues like this, the speed of his comprehension of the third level of fighting swordsmanship will be increased by 10 times. In other words, from the original 100 years, it only takes 10 years. Even so, 10 years is too long. On Earth, so many things happened in less than a year. If you don't go back for 10 years, God knows what will happen? This is still relying on Yi Feng's talent. For others, even with the help of these 5 elements, they cannot speed up their comprehension speed by 10 times. It will still take 7 or 80 years to comprehend the third level of fighting swordsmanship. This kind of peak-level swordsmanship is no longer something ordinary cultivators can expect to comprehend. Now Yi Feng felt a little anxious. Could it be that Long Jian was going to trap him here until he comprehended the third level of sword fighting before letting him go? Soon he learned that this was true. Young man, this is a holy place for cultivation. As long as you comprehend the third level of the sword fighting technique, you will be considered as having passed the third test. You can inherit half of the dragon sword inheritance. Long Jian's deep voice seemed to reach Yi Feng's ears from the distant void. After comprehending the third level of sword fighting, one can inherit half of the dragon sword inheritance. Yi Feng was startled by these words. First of all, it is not too difficult to obtain the dragon sword inheritance. Secondly, does he really need to stay here for 10 years? What a tragedy. Long Jian didn't tell Yi Feng that the time in this place was 365 times slower than that of the outside world, and he had one purpose, to see how Yi Feng was. In this way, without knowing it, Yi Feng started the third level of training in sword fighting. Yue Chan quickly escaped from the place of meditation, because as a dragon sword maid, her requirements were different from Yi Feng's. She only needed to comprehend the second level of sword fighting in the meditation space. The current Yue Chan only knows 2 kinds of immortal arts, sword fighting and phantom sword. As for the various fairy arts she had learned in the past, without the support of the true energy of cultivating immortals in the past, she could no longer perform them now, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. But Yue Chan knew very well in her heart that the grades of the 2 immortal arts, phantom sword art and sword fighting art, were much higher than the most advanced immortal arts she had learned before. The 2 sides are not at the same level at all. The attacking fairy art that she practiced before, even if she comprehended the highest level, the 5th level, the 6th level, etc., could only increase the power by 4 or 5 times. However, the sword fighting technique is only on the 2nd level, and it can increase its power tenfold. How can the 2 sides be compared? It took Yi Feng only 2 months to comprehend the 2nd level of fighting swordsmanship in the battle with 2 simple long swords. And Yue Chan comprehended the 2nd level of sword fighting, in the meditation space where the passage of time slowed down, and also had the help of the dragon sword, but it took 5 years. In the real world, only 5 days have passed. When Yue Chan broke away from the meditation space, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over. In her feelings, she really experienced 5 years, and these 5 years were all used to comprehend the 2nd level of sword fighting. Needless to say, it was boring. However, she is better than Yi Feng in that her body will not have that painful feeling. 5 years older. Yue Chan frowned, raised her head and looked around the hall, but did not see Yi Feng. In 5 years, her cultivation base has naturally increased to 90 years, and the speed of cultivation of the immortality method of Long Jianju is really amazing. Yue Chan knew that only 5 days had passed in the real world, because as dragon swords maid, Long Jian didn't need to test her character, so he told her about it. Yi Feng, is he still meditating now? I don't know what conditions he needs to meet to be able to come out. Yuechan thought in her heart, and condensed the soul of the dragon in her body. When she was in the meditation space, she did not broaden the meridians to raise her upper limit of cultivation, but kept nourishing the soul of the dragon in her body with true air, allowing it to grow stronger. After 5 years, the soul of the dragon finally possessed 50 years of cultivation and was able to become a reality. The current soul of the dragon is 3 feet long, enough to circle Yuechan several times. When a golden dragon wraps around Yuechan's delicate body, she looks like a dragon sword made. The dragon head is majestic and majestic. If Yuechan appeared like this in a modern city on the earth, she would definitely be watched as a monster and then arrested by the country for scientific research. Yuechan caressed the golden dragon's head. She never thought that one day, she would have such a chance to become the maid of the dragon sword heir. However, all of this is based on one premise, that is, Yi Feng has successfully become the successor of Dragon Sword. I don't know, how is Yi Feng's situation now? Yuechan waited in the hall for 5 days, that is to say, Yi Feng has been in the meditation space for 10 days. 10 days outside is equal to 10 years in the meditation space. At this time, Yi Feng had spent 10 years in the meditation space, and with the help of the energy of the 5 elements, he finally comprehended all the 5 elements erased to the 3rd level, thus promoting the sword fighting technique to the 3rd level. The sword fighting technique on the 3rd level is thunderous, twice as powerful as the sword fighting technique on the 2nd level, and can exert 20 times the power of one's own cultivation. This is already the peak level of sword fighting, and it is no longer possible to comprehend a higher level. At this level, there is no other magic power that can be compared with sword fighting. And Yi Feng has been in the meditation space for 10 years, and his age has increased by 10 years. The natural growth of cultivation alone has reached 40 years. In other words, the current Yi Feng already has 100 years of cultivation. During these 10 years, Yi Feng was always in a state of being tormented by pain, and his thoughts were all devoted to comprehending the 3rd level of fighting swordsmanship, so the upper limit of his cultivation did not increase much. Now, 100 years of cultivation is Yi Feng's limit. Fortunately, he is practicing the Dragon Sword Ju. As long as he slows down, it is much easier to increase the upper limit of his cultivation than when he was practicing the Star Tomb Ju. 10 years. Yi Feng reappeared in the main hall of the Dragon Sword Tomb, with a sense of bewilderment in his eyes. In the meditation space, he has an extremely strong goal, which is to comprehend the 3rd level of sword fighting, but now that he has achieved his goal, leaving the meditation space, he seems to have lost his goal all of a sudden. 10 years have passed, how are the people on Earth doing? He touched his chin, and casually cleaned off the beard that hadn't been trimmed for many years. Since he had practiced the dragon sword art and had 100-year cultivation base, his appearance remained unchanged from before. Yi Feng, it is like spending 10 years in another time and space, but in this world, only 10 days have passed. As soon as he looked up, he saw Yuechan wrapped around a golden dragon. Yuechan. Miss, how long have you been out? Yi Feng didn't speak for a long time, his voice was a little hoarse. Not long, only 5 days. Yuechan smiled softly, but for you, it should be 5 years. This kind of time-space transformation scene is really miraculous. I really don't know if we will be able to master it one day. What you said made Yi Feng confused. 5 days? 5 years? Time and space transformation? What is this? At this time, Long Jian's deep voice finally came over after a long time. Young man, congratulations, you have passed the first 3 trials of Dragon Sword Inheritance in less than 11 years. Refining, in the real world, it took a total of 8 months and 10 days. Yi Feng, who has passed these 3 trials, has cultivated for 100 years and has reached the peak of sword fighting skills. Swinging out a sword will definitely make people in the martial arts world with 250 years of cultivation experience hate on the spot. Previously, Yifeng was not excited about such an achievement, because he spent too much time here. But now, after hearing Long Jian's words, it took 8 months and 10 days in total in the real world? What does it mean? Ha ha ha. Sensing Yifeng's doubts, Long let out a mighty laugh, and then explained the whole thing. It was only then that Yifeng realized that the 10 years he spent in the meditation space had only passed 10 days in the real world. It is unreal, but it is not unreal, but the meditation space and the real world already belong to two different time and space. This kind of method can only be used by an existence at the level of Dragon Sword. This is the method of the legendary Immortal. Dragon Sword did not appear in front of the two of them again, but it quickly let Yifeng understand the whole story. Immediately afterwards, Long Jian explained the matter of Long Jian's inheritance in general, letting Yifeng know that he still has a long way to go, and even among the 7 immortal cultivators who have the ancient dragon sword ring that have been here, you are the fastest to pass the first 3 trials. Especially the 3rd stage of comprehending the sword fighting technique, maybe because you are anxious in your heart. Some people and things. However, you are indeed the most talented among the personnel selected by the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring this time. Long Jian said, however, if you want to obtain the complete inheritance of Dragon Sword, the next step is the beginning. Among the 7 competitors who came here before, one of them lacked innate perseverance and died of old age in the meditation space, have passed the first 3 trials, and the subsequent trials are already underway. As soon as these words came out, both Yifeng and Yuechan felt tense. Competitor. There are 6 more. Yifeng didn't ask anything out loud, because he knew that Long Jian would definitely explain what he should tell him. Now, I will pass on half of the Dragon Sword inheritance to you, Dragon Sword disciple, Yifeng. Long Jian's voice came next, although Yifeng couldn't see its shape, but Yifeng felt that something was in the process of approaching him quickly. Swish. Moments later, Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he saw a simple long sword similar to a dragon sword, suddenly shattered into the void, and appeared in front of him and Yuechan. This is the legendary Dragon Sword, the saber sword of Dragon Sword's disciples. It has extraordinary power and many benefits. You can experience it yourself. After Dragon Sword finished speaking, the ancient long sword similar to Dragon Sword flew to Yifeng. Yifeng stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of his sword. Good sword. Yifeng immediately exclaimed. Although this long sword is simple and unpretentious, without any dazzling light, Yifeng can feel that the quality of this long sword is definitely at the level of a Dao weapon. Su Feiying's Snow Shadow Streamer is only at the level of spiritual weapons, and there are treasures on top of spiritual tools. For example, Yifeng's Dragon Scale Armor and Xinghe Yanwu Sword are treasures. On top of the treasure vessel is the Taoist vessel. Since it is called a Dao weapon, it can be known that it is definitely a magic weapon suitable for a person who has 1,000 years of cultivation. If it appears in the world of cultivating immortals, it will definitely cause another bloodbath. You must know that the heads of those big sects probably only have one Taoist artifact, and it was passed down from the ancestors of the big sects. But now, Yifeng directly owns a flying sword of Taoist level. This one is not a true energy sword like the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, nor a Dragon Soul sword like the Yuechan sword, but a real flying sword magic weapon. If Yuechan is by his side, of course Yifeng doesn't have to worry, he can have Yuechan's sword directly by using Dragon Control Technique and Transforming Sword, which will be stronger than this legendary Dragon Sword. But if Yuechan is not around, then the Yuechan sword cannot be used. For Yifeng, the Dragon Sword is already a very high-end thing. The legendary Dragon Sword is already a Dao weapon, so is the real Dragon Sword a fairy weapon? In the entire world of cultivating immortals, I am afraid that there are not many immortal artifacts to be found. It's just that it's not so easy to get the real dragon sword. There are at least 6 competitors who are ahead of Yi Feng. Among you, if someone is the first to complete all the tests and obtain the complete inheritance of the dragon sword, then the other disciples of the dragon sword will become the bodyguards of the successor of the dragon sword and serve him for the rest of his life. Long Jian's voice continued to come, making Yi Feng and Yuechan's hearts tremble. So cruel. Yi Feng, if you become the bodyguard of dragon sword, then this beautiful girl, beside you, will also become the maid of dragon sword heir. Whether life or death, everything will be controlled by dragon sword heir. There was a bit of indifference in Long Jian's tone. Although Yi Feng's results in the first 3 trials are the best, it doesn't mean that Yi Feng can really get the dragon sword inheritance. The current him is still far away from the dragon sword inheritance. On the journey of cultivating immortals, if you only have talent, you will definitely not be able to go very far. Yi Feng glanced at Yuechan, but found that she was also looking at him. It's okay, Yi Feng. Yuechan pursed her lips and smiled. Actually, from the moment I became the maid of dragon sword, my fate has already been tied to you, isn't it? Well, I will definitely not let you down. Yi Feng nodded solemnly. He held up the xuanhuan in his hand, only to hear the xuanhuan make a crisp dragon cry, and then finally a faint light shone from Capujian. As a Taoist weapon, xuanhuan naturally has some special functions like other magic weapons. Now xuanhuan and Yi Feng are united as one, telling Yi Feng that one of his special abilities is that no matter how far away he is, he can open the door of space and summon his own dragon sword maid to his side. Similarly, when he is in danger, he can also open the door of space, allowing himself to be teleported to any dragon sword maid. This teleportation can be teleported across borders, which made Yi Feng couldn't help feeling, this dragon sword inheritance is really a big deal. In order to cultivate a real dragon sword successor, to send such a dragon sword as a disciple's token, it is really amazing. People are surprised. In other words, there are at least 9 or more dragon sword inheritances in the entire dragon sword inheritance. If this is spread, it will definitely cause madness in the world of cultivating immortals, and even once again make those cultivators who are greedy to join forces to break into the tomb of dragon sword. Of course, with the dragon sword itself, even if all the people from the world of cultivating immortals come out, they may not be able to enter the tomb of the dragon sword, let alone snatch the dragon sword. However, it is not a fun thing to take such a treasure on the road and be coveted by others. It took more than 8 months for Yi Feng to obtain half of the dragon sword inheritance, and he knew that he had 6 other competitors. At the same time, I also learned the content of my next experience. The previous successor of Dragon Sword had 9 maids in his life, and also gave birth to 9 dragon souls. As long as Yi Feng can complete the tasks assigned by the 9 dragon souls, he will be considered as having completed the entire dragon sword inheritance trial. That is to say, there are still at least 9 things that Yi Feng needs to run to complete. This is the dragon sword order. A jade pendant engraved with a dragon appeared in front of Yi Feng out of nothing, and at the same time the voice of the dragon sword came. When you accept the experience of a certain dragon soul, you can be sent there to complete the experience. It can be teleported back later. Now, you can find the 9 dragon souls yourself. After the words fell, the dragon sword token fell into Yi Feng's hands. At this time, Yi Feng was already returning home. No matter what, he had to go back to the earth first. With his current cultivation base, he could calm down any situation on the earth. After stabilizing the situation on the earth, he would be able to practice the inheritance of the dragon sword with peace of mind. I don't know what kind of experience each of the 9 dragon souls have, and should be handed over to him to complete. After Long Jian explained these things, there was no more sound. However, Long Jian's strange and unpredictable means left a deep impression on Yi Feng and Yuechan's heart. If such a sword can really be controlled by Yi Feng. Yi Feng shook his head and didn't think about it any further. I'm afraid, even if one truly becomes the heir of the dragon sword, it is impossible to control the dragon sword. Otherwise, why didn't the previous successors of the dragon sword take the dragon sword away? The inheritance of the dragon sword is a series of inheritance, and the dragon sword is the core. Without dragon sword, this inheritance would exist in name only. In the past, Yifeng might not have thought of too many possibilities, but after seeing the relics of the ancient gods in the wild world, he knew that this world was far more complicated than he imagined. The previous descendants of the dragon sword will definitely not all die, but have gone to another world and embarked on a new journey. As for what actually happened, Yifeng couldn't guess. Holding the dragon sword token in his hand, he found that the entire body of the dragon sword token was made of a dark purple metal, with a hovering golden dragon engraved on its surface, which looked mighty and extraordinary. As soon as the dragon sword token came into his hands, it was immediately bound to him. At the same time, he discovered that the dragon sword token also had a storage space. Moreover, this storage space is 10 times larger than the storage space of his dragon sword ancient ring before. In the storage space of the dragon sword token, Yifeng's previous items in the space of the dragon sword ancient ring were stored in it, including some change of clothes, dry food, drinking water, and other miscellaneous things, such as the xuanhuan niche, the Chunyang treasure jian, Luotian water, and the like. It seems that Dragon Sword has transferred all these things to Dragon Sword token. The ancient Dragon Sword ring probably won't be given to me. Yifeng was quite regretful, put the Dragon Sword in his hand into the storage space of the Dragon Sword token, and looked up at Yuechan. I also have made pay. Yuechan pursed her lips and smiled, put one hand on her slender waist, and showed Yifeng the jade pendant on her waist. The maid's pendant should be similar to the dragon sword token, a magic weapon with a storage function, and also represents Yuechan's identity as a maid of the dragon sword. Well, it's time for me to find the 9 dragon souls. Yifeng nodded. Go. Yuechan smiled. Yifeng turned his head sideways and saw a stone door opened in one direction of the dragon sword tomb's main hall, and a long corridor appeared in front of him. That is the passage leading to where the 9 dragon souls are. Next, as long as Yifeng completes the experience given by each of the 9 dragon souls, he will be able to truly obtain the inheritance of the dragon sword, and let other competitors treat him as his younger brother. Of course, it is also possible that someone else finished it before him, and then he became someone else's younger brother. This possibility, of course, exists, and the possibility is not small. Those who can pass the previous trials are definitely geniuses, and they are very likely to be protected by powerful forces in the world of cultivating immortals. Whether it is to complete the experience of 9 dragon souls, or to cultivate the resource conditions, it is much more advantageous than Yifeng. Yifeng walked into the long corridor with strides. Yuechan didn't keep up. The next experience was all Yifeng's alone. Long Jian had already told her that as Long Jian's maid, she only had the obligation to help Yifeng, but she did not have the right to see the 9 dragon souls. She can only wait outside. After 5 years in the meditation space, her appearance has not changed, but her hair has grown a little longer. During this time, she thought a lot. She misses the former master of immortal cultivation and the 2 senior brothers who disappeared with her. After leaving the tomb of the dragon sword this time, she must go back to the teacher's gate to check, otherwise she will never feel at ease. Even if she made up her mind to follow Yifeng and follow the path of dragon sword inheritance, if she didn't find out the situation of the master and the 2 senior brothers, she would always have a knot in her heart. Yifeng walked along the corridor and soon came to the first dragon palace. At the entrance of this palace, there is a simple stone tablet, engraved with several large characters, Kuei-shui Shunlong. Just like Yuechan Dragon's soul, Kuei-shui Shunlong is the Shunlong soul condensed from the 3 souls and 7 souls of a woman by the previous dragon sword successor. It's just that the Kuei-shui Shunlong has already grown up, and it can become a giant existence, which is many times stronger than Yuechan dragon soul. I just don't know where that woman is. When Yifeng stepped into this Kuai-Shui divine dragon hall, he felt that the hall was full of damp water vapor, as if the whole hall was located in a fairyland shrouded in clouds and mists. Bang! Suddenly, a huge water-blue broadsword descended from the sky, and stuck straight in front of Yifeng. This is? Yifeng stopped in his tracks, and took a closer look, only to see two big characters, Kuei-Shui, engraved on the huge water-blue broadsword. This blue broadsword was formed by the sunflower dragon. Just like Yuechan dragon's soul transformed into Yuechan's sword. There was no sound, but without a sound, Yifeng felt that the dragon sword token began to change. At the same time, a thought was transmitted from the dragon sword token to Yifeng's mind. Experience first, pass on the sunflower art. Sunflower Immortal Ju, the mistress of sunflower dragon soul, used to practice the Immortal Ju, but because she switched to practicing Dragon Sword Ju, Sunflower Immortal Ju was lost. Now the first experience that the Sunflower Dragon gave Yifeng is to pass on the sunflower art to fulfill the wish of its mistress. A jade slip that recorded the Sunflower Immortal art appeared in front of Yifeng out of thin air. Along with the jade slip, there was also a small and exquisite treasure chest. Yifeng didn't need to look at it to know that what was contained in this treasure box were all kinds of natural and earthly treasures collected by Sunflower Dragon these days. The purpose of course was for those who practice Sunflower Immortal art to absorb it. Have someone practice Sunflower Immortal Ju to a century-old cultivation level, and comprehend all the fairy arts before the 100-year cultivation level, then you can bring her to see me. She must pass the test, and your experience will be considered complete. The idea of Kuei-Shui Shenlong was passed on again through the Dragon Sword Order. The younger generation takes orders. Yifeng cupped his fists respectfully, and put the jade slips of sunflower art and the box of heaven, material and earth treasures into the Dragon Sword token. This experience should be fairly simple for Yifeng. For Yifeng, there may not be many other things, but there are many talents. On Earth, he is always paying attention to recruiting talents. It couldn't be easier to find someone to practice sunflower immortal art. The only thing to consider is whether it is suitable or not, and whether the other party is willing. And the content of this experience is also in line with Yifeng's intention. Because in this way, he can let the Kuei-Shui Shenlong teleport him to the Earth. Yifeng walked out of the Kuei-Shui Divine Dragon Palace and returned to the Great Hall of the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. Yuechan waited here for a while, then saw Yifeng coming out. She stood up to meet him. Yifeng, are you all right? Yifeng nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I'm afraid I have to leave for a while. Can't you take me with you? Yuechan was puzzled. I'm going back to my hometown. Yifeng said. Yuechan heard the words, nodded her head and didn't say anything, but she was in a bad mood. Now she is Yifeng's maid, but Yifeng is unwilling to take her with him when he goes back to his hometown. No doubt he doesn't regard her as one of his own. However, in the past few days, Yuechan had completely trusted Yifeng, which made her a little unbalanced. However, Yifeng didn't take her with him. She just happened to want to go back to the Teacher's Gate to have a look. After all, she has been away from the Teacher's Gate for such a long time, and those friends and masters in the Teacher's Gate must be very concerned. However, she also knew that the identity of Dragon Sword Maid must not be exposed, otherwise even if she was a teacher, she would not be able to let her go easily. Now, she just wants to go back and have a look, and she has no other plans. After all, she has lost her cultivation base. Although she has made progress in the past 8 months, her cultivation base has changed from more than 300 years to only 90 years of cultivation. Will men still value her as much as before? Yuechan didn't know. She only knew that even if men stopped paying attention to her, it would not be against her. Seeing Yuechan nodded in agreement, Yifeng felt a little sorry, and suddenly asked, By the way, Yue-chan, have you absorbed Luotian water before? Luotian water? No. Yue-chan opened her mouth slightly, a little surprised when she heard this name. Luoshenchui, that is a legendary thing, the whole world of cultivating immortals may not exist. Yi Feng is asking her this now. What is he trying to do? I have Luotian water here, you should absorb it first. Yi Feng took out the Luotian water bottle and handed it to Yue-chan. It is difficult to have the opportunity to improve the cultivation level by leaps and bounds like before, so Luoshenchui's 5-year cultivation base improvement is still very impressive. Yue-chan was taken aback, and subconsciously took the bottle of Luotian water. This is Luotian water? Yue-chan felt incredible, but Yi Feng would not lie to her. She opened the Luotian water bottle, and felt a strong aura of heaven and earth emanating from it, which made her complexion change, and quickly poured a drop of Luotian water in Susho's palm, and then plugged the bottle. Swish! Yue-chan mobilized her true qi, absorbed Luoshenchui's heaven and earth aura into her dantian, and then transformed it into true qi through the elixir core. Her cultivation has suddenly increased from 90 years to 95 years. This is a free promotion without any price, unlike before in the meditation space, although she only used 5 days to improve her cultivation for 20 or 30 years, but for her it took 5 years and consumed a lot of money. 5 years of Shuyuan. The efficacy of Luotian water is known to those who use it. It is not so simple and common to directly improve one's cultivation level for 5 years. The most important thing is that Luoshenchui is not just a simple way to improve one's cultivation level for 5 years. Yue-chan glanced at the bottle of Luotian water. She was afraid there were hundreds of drops of Luotian water. What is Yi Feng's identity? There are so many Luoshenchui, such legendary things. With Luotian water, there is no need to fear the depletion of true energy. Where is Yi Feng's hometown? In Yue-chan's eyes, Yi Feng became more and more mysterious, but she didn't ask any more questions. If Yi Feng wanted to say something, he would naturally tell her. Perhaps, this is a secret to Yi Feng, otherwise why can't Yi Feng take her to his hometown? In Yue-chan's heart, Yi Feng instantly became that kind of genius, rich and handsome, who came from a mysterious place. She never thought that Yi Feng's Luotian water would be obtained from a place like the earth, where cultivation is not popular. But in Yu Changsen, I am afraid that she would not know that there are other worlds in this world. The world of cultivating immortals that she has lived in since she was a child is not the only world. Yi Feng and Yue-chan left Dragon Sword Tomb side by side. When the two appeared on the edge of the lake outside the Tomb of Dragon Sword and saw the sun again, they couldn't help feeling that time flies. The two of them have experienced too long a time in the meditation space. One 5 years, one 10 years, during this period, it is very likely that anyone else will not be able to survive it at all. Especially Yi Feng, who persisted for 10 years under the condition of whole body pain. Every time he couldn't hold on anymore, there would be the energy of the 5 elements of the wood system to fully recover him, and then continue to suffer. Even for Yi Feng, he didn't want to have that kind of experience again. Fortunately, he has achieved some success in the meditation space. The 3rd level of sword fighting, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. With the dragon sword token hanging on his waist and the legendary dragon sword stored, Yi Feng stepped out of the tomb of the dragon sword. Compared with when he came here, Yi Feng's strength is completely different from that of when he came here. If he met the former him now, Yi Feng would be able to fight 5 with 1. You go back to the teacher's gate now, be careful all the way. Yi Feng gave Yue-chan instructions. Ah, you too. Yue-chan glanced at Yi Feng, turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. When she looked back, where was Yi Feng? At this time, Yue-chan suddenly felt reluctant to part with her, but Yi Feng had disappeared, and she couldn't go back to Dragon Sword's tomb alone. When in danger, you can use the maid's pendant to let him know. Yue-chan thought to herself. Fortunately, there are Maid Pei and Long Jianling, so if the two want to meet, it is as easy as pie. However, the teleportation function of the Dragon Sword Order cannot be used frequently. Once the energy of the Dragon Sword Order is exhausted, it must go back to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword to replenish it. After Yuechan left, Yifeng returned to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword alone, and came to the Dragon Palace of the Sunflower Water again. Senior, please send this junior to Earth, and this junior will complete your training in the world of Earth. Yifeng said respectfully. There was no response from the Kuishui Divine Dragon Palace, but two imprints suddenly appeared on the Dragon Sword token on Yifeng's waist. One of them is marked with the word Go, and the other mark is marked with the word Lie. Obviously, these two imprints represent two opportunities for cross-boundary teleportation, namely, to go to the Earth and return to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. Yifeng didn't think too much. Just in the Kuishui Shenlong Palace, he activated the imprint with the word Go with his true energy. Swish! The brilliance flowed, and the power of the colorful space instantly wrapped Yifeng up. Unlike the magic pupil of myriad realms that opened the space crack, this cross-boundary teleportation is the same as the teleportation array. The power is gentle and will not cause any danger to people. Yifeng's figure finally disappeared from the Tomb of Dragon Sword. Appeared again, but in the vast ocean of the Earth. On Earth. China. East China Sea. On the endless sea, more than a dozen speedboats gradually appeared, heading towards an open place in the middle of the sea. These speedboats are obviously divided into two teams, and it looks like they have come from afar. One side is coming from the north, and the other is coming from the south. If you look carefully, you can find that both of them are not Chinese people, but some Red Sun people wearing ninja clothes, and some Indian monks. In fact, this is the fifth encirclement and suppression of Peach Blossom Island by both sides. Because last year at the East Asian Cultivation Conference, the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu had a big fight because of a misunderstanding, but it benefited the fishermen in the Huagua cultivation circle. When they vaguely learned the truth, it was already too late. The one who seriously injured the Zen master of the Tianzhu Zen school and blamed it on the Red Sun Kingdom turned out to be a young man from the Hua Kingdom. On the one hand, because of the huge loss this young man brought to both sides. On the other hand, it is also because of the fear that this young man will pose a greater threat to them when he grows up. Huagua came forward. Of course, they are the two hidden places of Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island. This kind of hatred, the two great hermits will not help Yifeng say anything. For the practitioners from the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu who came to question and make trouble, the two great hermits have the same opinion. Want to trouble Yifeng? Whatever you want. But don't mess with our two hidden places. Yifeng's forces are located on Peach Blossom Island, one of the three hidden places. If you want to trouble him, go ahead. But don't spread the war. Otherwise, the two hidden places will definitely not sit idly by. The meaning is very clear. If you want to deal with Yifeng, just go. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of Huagua's other two hermits. Obviously, the other two hermits don't want to see Yifeng grow too fast. Obviously, the two hidden places in Huagua used a borrowed knife to kill people. Originally, they thought that it would be an easy task to use the strength of the cultivation world of the two countries to catch a mere young man from the Hua country. But what I didn't expect was that Peach Blossom Island was so weird. In the previous half a year, the two sides launched a total of 4 encirclement campaigns, all of which ended in failure. Not only that, they didn't even see Yifeng's face, which made them extremely frustrated. Every time the encirclement and suppression is almost close to the rumored Peach Blossom Island, there will be some strange scenes. For example, there will be a gust of wind, and bone spears will suddenly appear out of thin air to attack them and so on. There are still many masters who lost their souls inexplicably. After approaching Peach Blossom Island, they became vegetative. This is the soul-shattering slash by the masters of the War Soul Army. 3 souls and 7 souls were chopped into pieces. However, it is impossible for the practitioners of these 2 countries to understand the details. However, during the 4 rounds of encirclement and suppression, both sides still gained something. It can be felt that the practitioners of the Hua Kingdom on Peach Blossom Island have always avoided seeing each other. They have always avoided direct contact between the 2 sides. This shows that the frontal combat forces on Peach Blossom Island are quite weak. This is great news for them. It's just that this Peach Blossom Island is a bit too weird. Just from the surface, the existence of Peach Blossom Island can't be seen at all. It's really surprising. Therefore, in this 5th siege, both sides invited well-known formation masters and illusion masters in the domestic practice circles of both sides to try to break through the illusion formation on Peach Blossom Island. For this siege, the 2 sides have been preparing for nearly 3 months. They both feel that this time is almost done. Moreover, the 2 sides have invited the strongest combination in their respective practice worlds. Originally, some of the strongest members of the ninja world of the Red Sun Nation still looked down on Peach Blossom Island. They felt that they didn't take it seriously. But after the failure of the previous 4 encirclement campaigns, the Red Sun Nation gradually paid more attention to Peach Blossom Island. The ninjas sent by the Red Sun Kingdom are stronger each time. But they end in failure every time. Even the last time, the leader of the Sword Ninja tribe of the Red Sun country made a move. They all returned from Peach Blossom Island. This made several bigwigs in the ninja world of the Red Sun country finally couldn't bear it and decided to take action in person. The Tianzhu side is also in a similar situation. Jianzhu Zhen suffered a big defeat in China. Several powerful monks returned to other countries, and finally attracted the attention of Buddhism and Brahma. Fanzong of Tianzhu is a typical militant. When he heard that there was such an interesting thing in Huagua, he immediately selected some young disciples to participate in the 3rd encirclement and suppression. He wanted to train them. It's a pity. This time, Tianzhu Fanzong dispatched a total of 5 young monks and 2 eminent monks to lead the team. In the end, they all died near Peach Blossom Island. They died inexplicably. This angered the upper echelon of Tianzhu Brahma sect. They sent several Buddhas who had cultivated for more than 100 years to participate in the 4th siege. The result? Equally tragic. The 5th time. All the Brahma sects in Tianzhu couldn't bear it anymore. The famous 4 Vajras in the Brahma sects were dispatched together. This almost represents the strongest combat power of Tianzhu Brahma sect. And Tianzhu Buddhist sect was not to be outdone. 3 eminent monks whose strength was comparable to that of Master Na Zhen were dispatched at the same time. They tried their best to wipe out Huagua Peach Blossom Island this time. Both the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu. Because they lost too much on Peach Blossom Island, they are already red-eyed. They can't stop at all. Tianzhu, please. On several speedboats of the Red Sun Kingdom, a middle-aged man with a mustache bowed respectfully to an old man in a white robe. This old man in a white robe is the greatest formation master and illusion formation master in the Red Sun Kingdom for nearly 100 years. Fujiwara Zhouxiang. He is honored as Fujiwara Celestial Master. Leave it to me. Don't worry. The old man in a white robe, Tianzhu Fujiwara, didn't even open his eyes. His mouth moved slightly, and he spat out a few characters. It's just a small island. Tianzhu. The middle-aged man with a beard saw that the old man didn't care much. He was quite dissatisfied. But he didn't dare to show it. Instead, he said euphemistically, Master Shibazaki also participated in the 4 previous encirclement campaigns. But he failed to break through the Taohua, the illusion of the island. Shibazaki, that old guy. How can you compare with me? Fujiwara Jiuxiang frowned slightly. He was quite dissatisfied with the statement of the middle-aged man with a beard. Abe Tenman is your father. You dare not question me like that. Don't dare. Don't dare. Abe Tianmen, that is, the middle-aged man with a beard, quickly said respectfully, if that's the case, please leave this matter to the Heavenly Master. Having said that, Abe Tianmen was thinking in his heart, this Peach Blossom Island is not as easy as the old man thought. If the magic formation cannot be broken by then, it will have to rely on the eminent monks on the other side of Tianzhu. It is said that Tianzhu Master Luang, mother of the Buddhist sect, has a deep knowledge of formations. A total of more than 10 speedboats from both sides, carrying a total of more than 100 people, gradually approached the sea area where Peach Blossom Island is located. When the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu came to besiege Peach Blossom Island from 2 directions, the Peach Blossom Island at this time was still as peaceful as usual. However, the Peach Blossom Island at this time was not as lively as it was when Yifeng left. It has been nearly 9 months since Yifeng left. For such a long period of time, everyone on Peach Blossom Island had already gotten used to the days when Yifeng was not around. Even Long Wanner and Su Menghan would not stay on Peach Blossom Island all the time. Due to the planning of the Kunlun Mountains and Punlai Island, Taohua Island is facing siege from Tianzhu and Hongri Kingdom, which makes the people in these 2 hidden places feel a little bit apologetic. What's more, in the past, they had already recognized the status of Peach Blossom Island, so of course they would not go back on their promises at this time. Otherwise people in the international practice circle would definitely laugh at them. Therefore, the people from the 2 hermits will not deliberately embarrass the people who came out of Peach Blossom Island. Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Xiaoyu and the others would return to China when they had free time, and they would not encounter any difficulties, and there would be no troubles from practitioners from other countries within the territory of China. On Peach Blossom Island, in a water pavilion, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng were playing chess together. Although facing the siege of Tianzhu and Hong Sun Kingdom, the 2 elders did not appear panicked, instead they were very relaxed. The Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu are here again. Yi Wendian got the news from the War Soul Army, said it quite leisurely, and dropped a sunspot on the chessboard at the same time. After 3 months this time, the 2 countries should be prepared. Tang Xiefeng smiled, tapped lightly with one hand, and the white piece landed on the chessboard. The current elders will not be afraid of the masters in Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island at all, because they are in a fairyland like Peach Blossom Island, and the speed at which the internal qi in their bodies can be transformed into true qi has increased by 50%. Originally, it took a year to completely transform the inner energy into true energy, but now it has only been 9 months, and the 2 of them have completed this process, from the original martial arts practitioners to the outright immortal practitioners. Not only that, due to the accelerated speed of cultivation on Peach Blossom Island, and the help of Zijianlin Qianzai Xianbing, the current 2 elders have each possessed a cultivation base of 115 years. These cultivation bases are all cultivation bases of true qi, that is to say, apart from being inferior in immortal arts, the 2 elders can already be compared with the previous Su Feiying in terms of strength level. Even if the 2 of them don't use any celestial arts, just using the martial arts routines they learned before, they can beat the crap out of a 200-year-old martial arts master. Therefore, the 2 elders did not pay much attention to the siege of Tianzhu and the Red Sun Kingdom. What's more, Peach Blossom Island is protected by Thousand Images illusion. Those guys can't break through and enter the range of Peach Blossom Island. It's still the same, the War Soul Army will go to find out the truth first, and if there is any situation, report back immediately. Yi Wendian thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Yes, sir. The soul of Yang Shunning who was flying beside him nodded, and immediately conveyed the order. Battle Soul Army, start dispatching. In the waters around Peach Blossom Island, 5 kilometers away, Fujiwara Jiuxiang of Red Sun Country is trying to break the 1000 image illusion around Peach Blossom Island. As a well-known powerful formation master in the ninja world of the Red Sun Kingdom, Fujiwara Joseon's ability is naturally extraordinary. If you want to break the illusion under the gate of the Taiji Temple, for Fujiwara Joseon, it is simply a matter of waving your hand. Even if he wanted to break the illusion of Peach Blossom Island in the past, for Fujiwara Joseon, it only took some time and he could do it easily. Because of this, Fujiwara Kugo's understanding of phantom formations and formations is top-notch on Earth, so he is so confident. Although a formation master named Shibazaki from the Red Sun Kingdom died on Peach Blossom Island before, this did not attract the attention of Fujiwara Kugo, because in the eyes of Fujiwara Kugo, Master Shibazaki was completely a parallel importer. The level is not enough, and he went abroad to embarrass the Red Sun country, which is a disgrace to the ninja world. Today, the purpose of Fujiwara Joseon coming to Peach Blossom Island is to wash away this shame and let Huagua know that their Red Sun country is definitely not to be bullied. There are capable people and strange men, there are many in Huagua, and there are as many people in Honriguo as he is. Standing on the fast boat, Fujiwara Joseon began to operate his dantian, allowing the internal air flow that he had cultivated for a long time to circulate throughout his body, increasing his 5 senses to the extreme. Although in the Red Sun country, the energy cultivated in the body is called differently, and it is not called inner chi, but in fact the nature is the same, they are all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that is absorbed by oneself without being transformed by the pill core. Therefore, it is enough to call it inwardly. Fujiwara Joseon has practiced for most of his life, and his own cultivation has already been outstanding, and his attainment in illusion array is even more outstanding. In the Red Sun country, if he wants to invite him to be a horse, at least he has to offer dozens of beauties. Now there are not many pursuits of Fujiwara Joseon, the only thing he still can't forget is that there are too many beauties in this world, but he can't have them all. When Fujiwara Joseon's internal energy was surging, his eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body perception were all improved, and when he looked towards Peach Blossom Island, he managed to barely see some extremely shocking scenes. Part of the structure of Qianshang Mirage was actually observed by him. Although it is only 1% of the structure, it is enough to prove the strength of Fujiwara Joseon, but just seeing this 1% of the 1000-image illusion structure has no effect on his breaking the formation. No. What's even more frightening is that this 1% scene alone has shocked Fujiwara Joseon beyond any means. What kind of ingenious workmanship is this to be able to create such an exquisite phantom array? Fujiwara Joseon has learned all his life, but he can't understand 1 part in a million of the illusion. Just as he was shaking, suddenly, in the midair above his head, a long knife condensed by soul power suddenly descended. Swish! Fujiwara Kugo himself, including Abe Tianmen and other masters of the Red Sun ninja world, couldn't react, and felt the savage wind condensed into a knife, and swept across Fujiwara Kugo's body. Almost in an instant, Fujiwara Joseon's originally piercing eyes immediately lost their spirit, as if his soul had been taken away all of a sudden. His 3 souls and 7 souls were instantly wiped out by the soul cultivator's soul-shattering slash, without any reaction. Boom. The body of Fujiwara Kugo fell heavily on the deck of the speedboat. The death of the most powerful celestial master in the popular Japanese country, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, who were playing chess on Peach Blossom Island, happened to decide the winner. As Yi Wendian's last black piece landed on the chessboard, Tang Xiefeng's white piece was doomed, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. It's time to go out and have a look. The 2 elders looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Battle Soul Army. There are quite a few soul cultivators who can perform soul-breaking slash at this time, but there are only a few truly powerful soul cultivators, and that is Yang Shuning, Zhao Yi, and Ling Chen. It was Zhao Yibei who made the move against Fujiwara Joseon of the Red Sun Kingdom just now. Since Yifeng left for nearly 9 months, during this time, Qianzai Shenbing has been absorbed by all the main personnel on Peach Blossom Island, and has been improved for 10 years. Therefore, Zhao Bei's cultivation has grown extremely fast. Soul control art. It was practiced in the first 50 years. It is a relatively practical soul art, and it takes a long time to accumulate power, so it can only be used in special circumstances. But when you have practiced the soul control art for 50 years, the strength of the soul cultivator will be greatly improved once. The soul control formula of 50 years of practice allows soul cultivators to quickly gather soul power. The speed of the attack is several times that of the past. It originally took several seconds to prepare. The soul-breaking cut can be released in an instant. In addition, soul cultivators are invisible, and it is extremely difficult for earth martial cultivators without spiritual consciousness to find their traces. In this way, their level of sneak attack and assassination has reached a new height. A large part of the Hongri and Tianzhu monks who came to encircle and suppress Peach Blossom Island before died under Zhao Yi and Ling Chen's soul-shattering beheading. Of course, they are so rampant only because on Earth. If you go to a place like the Earth or the wild world, other people have a sense of consciousness, and you can immediately detect where they are, and it will be even more difficult to sneak attack. The previous 4 encirclement campaigns against Peach Blossom Island by the practice circles of the two countries failed even to pass the level of the War Soul Army. And this time, Fujiwara Kugo, who was placed high hopes by Abe Tianmen, the leader of the ninja world of the Red Sun Kingdom, was chopped into 3 souls and 7 souls by Zhao Bei at once. It's like this again. Abe Tenman lowered his head in shock and saw the bewildered look on Fujiwara Kugo's old face. Obviously, Fujiwara Zhouxiang didn't know what kind of existence he died in before he died. Just before he died, he was still feeling the magic and mystery of the 1,000-image illusion around Peach Blossom Island. Twice. The last master Shibazaki died in the same way as Fujiwara Kugo. Damn it, those 2 hidden places are probably playing tricks on us. Abe Tianmen gritted his teeth, the sea breeze blew his mustache, making him look a bit hideous. He raised his head and looked around. In the vast and endless sea, there is no Peach Blossom Island at all. If he hadn't believed in the information from the ninja world of the Red Sun Kingdom, he would definitely think that this sea area is a haunted place. Go at full speed around this sea, to join the Indian monks. Abe Tianmen lowered his face and gave an order with a wave of his hand. 6 speedboats followed his order and began to circle around Taohua Island 5 kilometers away, wanting to reach the opposite side to meet the eminent monks of Tianzhu. This 5th siege, Abe Tianmen has persuaded several sects in the domestic ninja world and brought the strongest existences in the entire Red Sun country. Including him, there are only 3 strong men with more than 230 years of cultivation. There are also 6 ninja masters who have cultivated for more than 200 years. If so many people still have no way to deal with Peach Blossom Island, then Abe Tianmen can be sure that this Peach Blossom Island is invincible and will definitely dominate the world in the future. What's more, on the other side of the Tianzhu practice world, there are also the 4 great Vajras of the Brahma sect, each of whom has a terrifying cultivation base of 220 years. In addition, the 3 great monks of the Buddhist sect, the comprehensive strength of Tianzhu coming here is no better than that of the Red Sun Kingdom weak. Things have developed to the present, and it is impossible for the Red Sun Kingdom and the Tianzhu practice world to stop. Only by completely conquering Peach Blossom Island can we be worthy of those comrades who died before. Now that Fujiwara Zhouxiang is dead, the only way to conquer Peach Blossom Island is to rely on Master Luang Fu of Tianzhu Buddhist sect. In terms of cultivation, there is not much difference between Master LP and Fujiwara Zhouxiang, but in terms of understanding of the magic circle, Master LP Master has a deeper understanding than Fujiwara Zhouxiang. The SP of the 3 existing magic arrays in the world is that Master Luang Fu participated in the construction. So far, no one has been able to break it. Compared with Fujiwara Zhouxiang, the level is lower. On more than a dozen speedboats around Peach Blossom Island are all the strongest practitioners from the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu. If they were placed elsewhere, they would scare to death a bunch of fledgling young practitioners. Yi Feng is extremely afraid. In the previous 4 times, they couldn't even see Yi Feng's face, only saw a few hazy figures occasionally. They seemed to be people from the island, but they were also faint, indistinct, like a mirage. After Fujiwara Kugo died, Abe Tianmen asked all the strong to supervise each other, fully raised their minds, and put them on defense. Zhao Bei fluttered to the side, and found that there was no chance to kill any of the opponents. He was a little puzzled, so he changed his mind, and flew back to Peach Blossom Island first. Except for that Fujiwara Jiuxiang who has only 100 years of cultivation and Zhao Bei can kill them instantly, these people from the Red Sun Kingdom this time, each of them has a cultivation of more than 130 to 40 years, Zhao Bei is no longer able to deal with them. Moreover, due to the death of Fujiwara Kugo, the group of Red Sun ninjas have become extremely vigilant. Even if it only takes a second to condense soul-breaking slash, it will definitely be discovered by the opponent, so it can be easily resisted. If this is the case, it is tantamount to wasting effort. Zhao Yi might as well go back and discuss with others to see what should be done. On the other side, Ling Chen led many members of the War Soul Army to monitor the movement of several speedboats on the Tianzhu side at all times, and there was also no chance of attacking them. Moreover, Tianzhu's side is more stringent than the Red Sun country's side. Ling Chen couldn't even sneak attack and kill a single person. This group of highly cultivated monks seems to have a strange sixth sense. Just as Ling Chen wanted to get closer, a monk looked in the direction he was floating. Right now, he obviously sensed his presence. Under such circumstances, Ling Chen did not dare to act rashly. Not long after, when Ling Chen and Zhao Bei went back and joined Yang Shuning, Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng and others, the Tianzhu speedboat and the Hongri country speedboat also joined together to discuss how to deal with Peach Blossom Island. Soon, under the protection of dozens of eminent monks from Tianzhu and dozens of ninjas from the Red Sun Kingdom, the bald-headed Luangpa master from Tianzhu began to investigate the thousand-image illusion around Peach Blossom Island. On the island, Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng and other soldiers from the Battle Soul Army and the Dragon Blood Army stood on the shore observing the scene 5 kilometers away. Too tricky. Yi Wendian finally frowned. This time, the opponent has come out of the country, there are too many masters. On Peach Blossom Island, there are only people like Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, the War Soul Army led by Yang Shuning, and the Dragon Blood Army led by Ai Xuanhuan. In addition, there are Tang Qingling, Li Zong, Shu Shu, Zhang Yang, Mu Qingqing, Medusa, and Benjamin who have no fighting ability, and those from the Pecan Group and the Viper Organization captives. From the mouths of these guys, you can hear a lot of useful information in the world, so they have been detained under Taohua Island Square. Others such as Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan, and Zhang Xinyun didn't stay on the island, but went back to China to do their own things. Facing the joint efforts of the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu, adding up to dozens of eminent monks and ninja masters with more than 200 years of cultivation, Yi Wendian and the others finally felt the difficulty. The previous 4 rounds of encirclement and suppression can all be done by the War Soul Army. But this time, the opponent's masters gathered together like Tai Tong, and even if the Battle Spirit Army swarmed up, they would not be able to hurt the opponent, but might be counter-injured. Although many practitioners in this world can't deal with soul cultivators, some exceptions are not ruled out, such as some special weapons and magic weapons, etc. In order to prevent accidents, Yang Shuning ordered the War Soul Army to stand by on the island. Anyway, there are thousands of illusions, and it is almost impossible for the other party to go to the island, so let them do whatever they want outside. But in this way, outsiders will know better that their Taohua Island's frontal combat capabilities are relatively weak. Too tricky. Yi Wendian shook his head while watching. with so many masters, even if they go to besiege Kunlun Mountain or Punlai Island, they will definitely be caught off guard. Hey, these two hidden places really have a good plan to let these two countries join forces to attack us. Tang Xiefeng smiled softly. I just don't know where that kid Yi Feng went to. I haven't seen him come back for so long and so many things. It should be something of my own, otherwise he won't come back. Yi Wendian frowned slightly. He wondered whether Yi Feng had encountered an accident outside, but he didn't say it out. In fact, many people are concerned NBSP, but no one has said it out, otherwise as long as one person says so, this kind of worry will soon spread to the entire island, covering the entire Peach Blossom Island with a layer of mist. Little Leaf is fine. Yang Shunning said lightly on the side, looking at the dozen or so speedboats in the distance, Tone Br/. Yi Feng is the most special young man he has ever met. Yang Shunning believes that no matter what happens to Yi Feng, he can work hard to save himself from danger. Maybe Yi Feng has encountered some difficulties now, but absolutely nothing will happen. The current Yang Shunning's 60-year cultivation base is equivalent to Yi Feng's level before he left the earth. However, even if Yang Shunning is a soul cultivator, if he wants to compete with Yi Feng at that time in terms of actual combat power, there is still no comparison. Yi Feng has learned too many fairy arts, and many of them are advanced fairy arts and swordsmanship, which cannot be compared with Yang Shunning's soul-breaking move. I haven't seen you for nearly 9 months, but Yang Shunning really misses that talented young man who always wears a black shirt. It is impossible for him to know that the current Yi Feng has returned to the earth and is flying towards Peach Blossom Island on the sea not far from them. 100 kilometers away from Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng's figure suddenly spattered from the void and fell into the seawater with a plop. It fell into the water. Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of seawater, drew out the xuanhuan sword, and activated the true energy of the dragon sword to display the phantom sword technique. In a blink of an eye, he had already stood on the xuanhuan, and the xuanhuan was clinging to the water, and was flying towards Peach Blossom Island at low altitude. Now he has 100 years of infuriating energy, same as Su Feiying before, and he can fly without considering the consumption of infuriating energy. What's more, the Dragon Sword Ju in his cultivation world has a natural recovery rate of true energy that is nearly twice as fast as that of the Star Tomb Ju at that time. This feeling is very cool. When Yi Feng was flying with his sword, he always had to consider the consumption of true energy, so he couldn't travel long distances. But now back to the earth, the sky is big and the earth is big, there is nowhere to go. Illusory sword art is also a fairy art used to fly with the sword, and when flying with illusory sword art, it can fly a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers per minute. Compared with the previous Xingyu Jiutian magic sword, the flying speed is nearly twice as fast. This is faster than an airplane. The distance of a few kilometers is reached in a flash and extremely flexible. Steering, acceleration and deceleration, raising and lowering are extremely easy. Legend has it that the dragon sword quickly swept in against the sea surface, drawing out a simple gray streamer, as if a layer of white clouds appeared on the sea surface, extending to the distance in an instant. Some flying birds sensed Yi Feng approaching from a distance, fluttering their wings one by one away from Yi Feng's direction. The crisp chirping of various seabirds on the sea surface, accompanied by the sound of the surging waves, constituted a natural and beautiful symphony. In just over 5 minutes, Yi Feng has flown a distance of more than 100 kilometers and returned to the memory location. Finally home. Yi Fengxin SP suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sea ahead, only to see more than a dozen speedboats gathering near Peach Blossom Island, seeming to be doing something suspicious. Ninjas of the Red Sun Country, monks of Tianzhu. Yi Feng saw the identity of the other party at a glance. His heart SP, Long Jian's true energy stimulated his figure in a simple gray and white sword light /. On the speedboat group not far away, many people focused their attention on protecting the teacher at the same time. But there are still some people who have noticed the abnormal situation on the sea behind. What is the gray-white cloud that suddenly appeared on the sea? It stretched all the way from the distant sea, but when it reached the end visible to the naked eye, it suddenly stopped extending and gradually dissipated. Of course they didn't know that it was someone flying fast across the sea with a sword. And that person has now quietly used phantom swordsmanship to come to them. A simple flash of sword light passed through the crowd, followed by a gust of fresh blood gushing out. Located in the crowd P, who was concentrating on studying the illusion of thousands of images around Peach Blossom Island, suddenly his head was in a different place, and his bald head flew high. Who? Many masters around reacted at the same time, shouting loudly. Welcome to Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng laughed, and Yu Jian flew over the crowd. Everyone came from afar. Mr. Yu warmly welcomes you. Even Yifeng's indifferent appearance can definitely attract the attention of everyone around him. But now, he suddenly appeared on the heads of the masters of the crowd. This scene scared the ninja masters of the Red Sun Kingdom and the eminent monks of Tianzhu to the ground. You know, they are protecting Master Luang for now, but they are the strongest existences in the practice circles of the two countries. Even if the Kunlun Mountains of China and Punlai Island join hands, it is impossible to kill Master Luang for so silently. No, not only that, but looking at the whole world, who can kill Master Luang for under such a group of protection? Even if it is killed, it is impossible to be so easy. However, Yifeng did it. The practice circles of the two countries, from the time they first wanted to encircle and suppress Peach Blossom Island, until now, had never been able to see Yifeng's true face. Now that Yifeng appeared, he dealt them a serious injury. Master Long Mother, the Formation Master is gone, and Peach Blossom Island is already invincible, among other things, as long as Yifeng and his group cannot come out from Peach Blossom Island, no matter how powerful their outsiders are, so what? Too arrogant. Therefore, the ninja masters of the Red Sun Kingdom, as well as the eminent monks of Tianzhu, are arrogant in one word. That's right, the current Yifeng is very arrogant, but in front of these people, he has the capital to be arrogant, and, who asked the other party to come to Peach Blossom Island to trouble him? Forget about Tianzhu, anyway, Yifeng once ran over and injured the Zen Master, the strongest Zen Master, but why did the Red Sun Kingdom come to join in the fun? Yifeng thought about it for a while, and related to the situation at the East Asia Cultivation Fair before he left. It was easy to guess that it must be the Kunlun Mountains and Punlai Island that are behind the instigation. No matter who is instigating behind the scenes, and wants to harm my Peach Blossom Island, then taste the taste of my dragon sword. Yifeng Xinfei took a quick glance at the speedboat in midair, and found a luxuriously dressed corpse on the speedboat of the Red Sun Country. He died under Soul Cultivator breaking Soul Slash. It seems that Uncle Yang and Kewpie have made a lot of progress during these days. Yifeng nodded secretly. From Fujiwara Joseong's body, he could tell that the current War Soul Army must have been cultivated for more than 50 years. These 50 years of cultivation were either Yang Shuning, or Zhao Yi, or Ling Chen, or all three of them had surpassed 50 years of cultivation. It's a pity that Yifeng only knows the soul cultivation method of soul control art, otherwise, if they switch to other advanced methods, they will become stronger faster. Just like Yifeng. I don't know why you all come to my Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng raised his head, glanced at the people on the speedboat ahead, and asked a faint question. His appearance instantly made the masters on the speedboat swallow their saliva. Flying with the sword, he instantly killed Master Luang for. Just these two things made Yifeng a secret among all of them, and made them feel an emotion called fear that they hadn't had for a long time. With Yifeng's method, it would be very easy to kill anyone present, right? However, these people are not vegetarians. As soon as they saw Yifeng appeared and instantly killed Master Luangpa, they immediately subconsciously moved closer, preparing to gather together to deal with Yifeng. Even if it is easy for Yifeng to kill alone, it is absolutely impossible to deal with them all together. This group of people has been in the practice world for so many years, and they still have some confidence. If Yi Feng could really challenge a group of them by himself, why would he hide in Peach Blossom Island? You don't need to say anything, and I can't understand it unless you say br/. Without waiting for the other party to answer, Yi Feng smiled again. However, it's unnecessary, I'll go first, see you by fate. As soon as the words fell, Yi Feng's figure flashed, and the simple sword light bloomed, and he had already advanced several kilometers towards Peach Blossom Island. With thousand images and illusion, even if they completely ignored those people outside, they still couldn't get half a step closer to Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng killed the eminent monk who was proficient in the magic formation, just to be on the safe side. In fact, the level of the thousand-image illusion is far beyond the understanding of these formation masters on Earth. It's not that Yi Feng doesn't want to get rid of this group of guys, it's just that they are all gathered together, he doesn't have the guts to break in and poke a hornet's nest. Although he has 100 years of true Qi cultivation, he is still powerless to fight against so many peak masters alone. Of course, if it's a one-on-one fight, the current Yi Feng is not afraid of these people. No matter who he faces, Yi Feng can kill him with one strike. The best solution is to ignore the other party and let the other party make trouble outside. Yi Feng has just returned to Earth from the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. There are some things to do. The most important thing is to meet with everyone on Peach Blossom Island and get to know their current situation. As for other things, we have to postpone it. From Yi Feng's figure, the ninja masters of the Red Sun Kingdom and the eminent monks from India looked at each other in blank dismay. This is gone? They didn't dare to be careless, and focused on observing the surroundings, in case Yi Feng appeared suddenly. After all, Yi Feng's disappearance brought too much pressure to them. Everyone secretly circulated the Dantian. As soon as Yi Feng's meridians appeared, they could immediately give Yi Feng a fatal blow. With so many masters gathered together and preparing to make moves, their aura is undoubtedly astonishing, but they don't know that these are all in vain. Yi Feng ignored them a long time ago and returned to Peach Blossom Island, the home he hadn't returned to for nearly 9 months. Peach Blossom Island. Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, Yang Shuning, and others thought they were dazzled the moment Yi Feng appeared. After all, Yi Feng hadn't appeared for nearly 9 months, and when he appeared now, he actually killed the eminent monk from Tianzhu who was protected by many strong men. Is this still Yi Feng? 9 months ago, Yi Feng would never be able to do this. Even facing that group of masters, Yi Feng at that time would have been terrified. But now, Yi Feng is killing people like a pack out of a pack, and his swordsmanship is superb to the extreme. What have you experienced in these 9 months? There is no doubt that Yi Feng's strength has improved very obviously, and it was so obvious that Yi Wendian and they couldn't believe it. This progress is too fast, right? Among the eminent monks and ninja masters on the speedboat, which one has not been cultivated for 100 years? However, Yi Feng had only started practicing for more than a year, and he was already able to kill important people who were heavily protected under their noses. Yi Feng once again created a myth. There is no one before, and there will be no one after. Just at this time, the simple sword light flickered in front of everyone, and Yi Feng appeared in front of them out of nowhere, with a smile on his face. It has been nearly 9 months since Yi Feng left. During these 9 months, everyone on Peach Blossom Island has made great progress. As soon as Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness came out, he found that the inner qi in the meridians of Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng had all transformed into true qi. He couldn't help being a little surprised. In this way, the strength of the second elder is almost the same as his now. The difference is only in the immortal art that they comprehend. What the 2 elders can use now is nothing more than those martial arts from the martial arts world. Those martial arts are not even comparable to the previous void sword art, let alone the illusion sword art and fighting sword art that Yi Feng understands now. In terms of actual combat power, the two elders together would not be Yifeng's opponent. Grandpa, Grandpa, Uncle Yang. Yifeng said hello one by one, long time no see. You little bastard, next time you go for such a long time, remember to tell us in advance. Yi Wendian laughed, and patted Yifeng on the shoulder. He couldn't believe it just now, but now that he saw his grandson standing in front of him, he couldn't help but not believe it. Actually, I don't know how long I will be away before I leave. Yifeng was a little puzzled and scratched his head. Just come back. Tang Xiefeng nodded in relief. Come to the island quickly, your mother has been talking about you these days. Mother, is she ready? Yifeng asked with some joy. Well, thanks to the blessing of Zen Master Wenlu, although your mother's memory has come back, it feels like it has faded a lot. Tang Xiefeng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Besides, your daughters-in-law took good care of you back then, and you quickly let her put it down. After letting go, I just wanted to see you, but it's just that you didn't come back after so long, let her worry. Sorry. Yifeng had some self-blame on his expression. It's okay, just come back. Tang Xiefeng shook his head. Let's go back and have a look first. Yifeng nodded, turned his head to look at Yang Shunning, Zhao Bei, and Ling Chen. The three of them are all soul cultivators, flying in mid-air. Seeing Yifeng's return at this moment, they also had expressions of joy on their faces. After all, Yifeng made them soul cultivators. If it wasn't for Yifeng, they would still just be repeating the same monotonous life as before. And now, they have seen a wonderful world that is different from others. Uncle Yang, Cup, Xiaochen, how are you all these days? Yifeng said hello. Hello, we'll be fine. Yang Shunning smiled meaningfully. Yifeng is the core of Peach Blossom Island. If something happens to Yifeng, they really don't know who can have the courage to lead so many people down. As long as Yifeng is still there, Peach Blossom Island will not fall. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Yifeng heard the meaning of his words, and knew that this former vice admiral must have put a lot of thought into protecting Peach Blossom Island. Even if it is to lead the War Soul Army, it is definitely not that simple to stop the practitioners of the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu and intimidate them. Because of Yang Shunning's presence, Yifeng was not too worried after being in the Tomb of Dragon Sword for nearly 9 months. On the one hand, there is 1,000 images illusion on Peach Blossom Island. On the other hand, with Yang Shunning as a military advisor, no matter what happens, he has enough emergency response capabilities. Who is on the island now? Yifeng turned around and asked, while following Yi Wendian to the island. It's just us. Yi Wendian smiled. You want to see your daughters-in-law, but you may not be able to see them for the time being. They have all returned to China recently. Is there any danger? Yifeng frowned slightly. That's not going to happen. Yi Wendian shook his head. Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island still dare not attack our people blatantly. Except for the people from the 2 hermits, there is no one in the secular martial arts world who is their opponent. How is everyone's cultivation now? Yifeng asked. It has been promoted for more than 10 years. Tang Xiefeng looked strange. Xiaoya, where did you find that 1,000-year-old black ice that can improve people's cultivation for 10 years every other week? Hey, that's the treasure I got in the East China Sea before. Yifeng chuckled, but he couldn't help but think of his master, Su Feiying. Now, his actual combat power should be about the same as that of Su Feiying in the past. The word fast is not enough to describe his growth speed. However, Su Feiying has been in Monghuang realm for more than a year, so something will definitely happen to her after such a long time. Whether it is danger or opportunity, Su Feiying will have a way to deal with it. Yifeng shouldn't think too much about it, but he can't help worrying about her in his heart. Now that he has 100 years of true qi cultivation, and with the presence of Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, he can easily open the large cross-boundary teleportation array. After meeting Long Wanner and the others, it's almost time to go to the Menghuang realm to investigate. Regarding Qianzai Xianbing, Tang Xiefeng didn't ask any more questions, but directly explained the situation on the island to Yifeng, and then took him to Tang Qingling's residence. The current Tang Qingling has come out of the previous shadow. This was also what Yifeng expected. On the one hand, he believed in Long Wanner and the others. On the other hand, Tang Qingling's living environment is not bad now. Although her husband died, Yi Yunfei had an affair with other women, so it wasn't worth her heart. As for her son Yifeng, his achievements far exceeded her imagination, which made her feel extremely gratified. It's a pity that Tang Qingling hadn't been able to see Yifeng for nearly 9 months. Needless to say, she was worried in her heart, but Tang Qingling didn't talk about it often. After all, she also knew that no one on the island knew Yifeng's whereabouts. You can think about it, let mother practice the sunflower xuanhuan formula. Yifeng thought in his heart. Before he left, Tang Qingling hadn't practiced any immortal formulas. And after he left, Tang Xiefeng said that Tang Qingling was not keen on cultivation, but only practiced the Star Tomb Ju under Long Wanner's persuasion, and it has only been more than a year since his cultivation. Anyway, if you want to choose someone to practice sunflower immortal art, why not let Tang Qingling be the candidate? This sunflower immortal art was originally practiced by a maid of the previous dragon sword heir. No matter what, it couldn't be too bad. At the very least, it will definitely not be worse than the Star Tomb art. The sunflower dragon also gave Yifeng a treasure box, which contained all kinds of natural treasures. This box of treasures must only be absorbed by those who have practiced the sunflower art. In this way, giving Tang Qingling the Kuai Shui Xianju was also giving Tang Qingling a chance. After all, it's my mother, so if I don't give it to her, who will I give it to? Soon, Yifeng followed Tang Xiefeng to the courtyard where Tang Qingling was. Yi Wendian and Yang Shuning left first to inform the whole island that Yifeng had returned. Yifeng stood outside the gate of Tang Qingling's courtyard without disturbing his consciousness. After all, the other party was his mother, and he should have the necessary respect. Soon, Tang Xiefeng uttered a voice, letting Tang Qingling in the yard know that Yifeng had returned. Suddenly, the courtyard door was opened from the inside. What appeared in front of Yifeng and Tang Xiefeng was a somewhat haggard and beautiful face. It was Tang Qingling. As soon as she heard Yifeng came back, Tang Qingling immediately ran out of the yard. When she saw Yifeng standing in front of her, her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. "Fenger, you're back." For a while, Tang Qingling choked up. The last time we met, she didn't know that Yifeng was her son. She just guessed that there might be some special relationship between Yifeng and her. But the next time we met, it was 9 months. Since she knew that Yifeng was her son, she was very depressed for 2 days due to the influence of previous memories. It was not her fault. It was just that those memories had been sealed for 20 years, and suddenly burst out. It had a great impact on people's spirits. But when she finally recovered, Yifeng had already left Peach Blossom Island. And it's been 9 months since I left. If Tang Xiefeng and the other daughters-in-law were not still there, Tang Qingling couldn't help but want to leave Peach Blossom Island and go out to find Yifeng's trace. "Mother." Yifeng nodded, "I'm back. You've worked hard these days." "It's not hard. Just come back. Come in and sit down." Tang Qingling smiled and quickly took Yifeng's arm and led him to the yard. Yifeng walked into the yard, raised his head, and saw Shu Shu drinking tea in the yard, and stood up at this time, looking at Yifeng with deep thoughts. "Auntie, sit down." Yifeng swept his consciousness at random and found that Shu Shu had cultivated for 30 years. She has made great progress. It's just that she has comprehended how many immortal arts of the star-refining immortal code. "Xiaoya. Since you're back, talk to your mother first." She misses you a lot these days. Shushu said softly. Yifeng nodded and didn't say much. Shushu followed Tang Xiafeng and left with some reluctance. Only Yifeng and Tang Qingling remained in the courtyard. Yifeng first asked about Tang Qingling's recent situation. Knowing that she was in good condition, he thought for a while and asked, "Mother, there is something I want to tell you first. See if you can agree." "Well, if you have anything to say to Fenger, just say it." Tang Qingling smiled and helped him straighten the collar of his black shirt. Yifeng often ran around. He really didn't pay much attention to the details of his clothes. At this time, Tang Qingling helped him take care of it. His whole person suddenly looked more energetic. "Here is a fairy formula. I want you to practice it. Are you willing?" Yifeng first asked a simple question. "What kind of magic trick?" Tang Qingling was a little curious. "She is very smart." Knowing that Yifeng and her are talking about this matter alone, they must have brought an unusual fairy art. At least, it will not be the Star Tumard and Star Refining Immortal code that they have come into contact with before. Sunflower Immortal art. Yifeng replied, "How about this fairy formula? I don't know myself, but I can be sure. This is a good fairy formula. And it comes with a box of heavenly materials and earthly treasures." A box of treasures. Tang Qingling was a little surprised. Heaven, material and earth treasures are not so easy to get. No matter what kind of heaven, material and earth treasures are extremely precious. Even for the 3 hidden lands of Peach Blossom Island, Penglai Island, and Kunlun Mountain, the treasures of heaven, material and earth are extremely precious resources. They are the most precious resource reserves of all sects and forces. But now, Yifeng said that there is a box of heavenly materials and earthly treasures with the Sunflower Narcissus formula. Could it be that in Yifeng's eyes, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are as common as candy? For now, Tang Qingling didn't bother with the matter of heaven, material and earth treasures. After listening to Yifeng's words, Tang Qingling said without hesitation, "If Fenger wants me to practice, then I will practice this sunflower fairy art. It's just that my mother is already old. I'm afraid I can't cultivate to a high level." "How can it be?" Yifeng smiled. He shook his head and explained, "This is the way of cultivating immortals. After practicing, it can improve people's lifespan. It is not difficult to even make people younger. You may not know. I have been away for 10 years. Now I am actually 30 years old. And from the outside, mother, can you tell?" Saying this made Tang Qingling look a little weird. She couldn't understand Yifeng's words. Yifeng had been away from Peach Blossom Island for less than 9 months. How could he have been away for 10 years? Yifeng did not explain this. Since Tang Qingling was willing to practice, he took out the jade slip that recorded the Kuai Shui Xian Ju from the storage space of the Dragon Sword token. Accompanied by it was the treasure chest full of heavenly material and earthly treasures. Yifeng can't open this treasure chest by himself. Only those who have practiced Sunflower Water Immortal Ju can open it with Sunflower Water True Qi. Tang Qingling took the jade slip that recorded the Sunflower Ju in one hand, looked it over and over again, but saw that it was a rather smooth piece of beautiful jade, crystal clear, as if it could be compared to the most perfect jade in the world. It's just that she doesn't know how to use this jade. Stimulate true energy. Enter the jade slip. You will be able to see the cultivation method of Sunflower Shui Xianju. Yifeng reminded. Tang Qingling did as he said, and soon found out about the cultivation method of the Kuai Shui Xianju. This is the advanced method of cultivating immortals. Tang Qingling quickly exclaimed. She withdrew her true energy from the jade slips and raised her head to look at Yifeng in surprise. Advanced cultivation method. It should be. Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief. The level of sunflower Ju is really within his expectations. The Dragon Sword Ju is a higher-level immortal formula than the high-level cultivation method, so the Sunflower Fairy formula that comes with it should not be at the same level as the Dragon Sword Ju. But if the grade of the Sunflower Immortal art is very low, the Sunflower Dragon may not be able to do it either. Okay. I have successfully cultivated. Soon. Tang Qingling's words startled Yifeng. What? Just practice like this. Yifeng opened his mouth wide. He was quite surprised. Tang Qingling's practice was so easy. Could it be that Tang Qingling's physique is very suitable for the attributes of this Kuai Shui Xian Ju? Yifeng stretched out his hand, grasped Tang Qingling's wrist, probed it, and found that it was true. The original Star 2 Mart Zhenqi in Tang Qingling's body had disappeared. It was replaced by the more powerful sunflower water Zhenqi. In that case, let's open this treasure chest and have a look. Yifeng put the treasure box full of natural treasures given by the sunflower dragon in front of Tang Qingling. Originally, Yifeng thought that there were at most some natural and earthly treasures in this treasure chest that could be upgraded to 100 years of cultivation. But when Tang Qingling opened it, he realized that he was wrong. After seeing the contents of this treasure chest, he knew what real wealth and power are. Compared with the things in this treasure chest, the things stored in Peach Blossom Island are nothing but scum. On the original Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng found half a bottle of Luotian water, a pile of spirit stones, and a pile of small corals, which already made him very happy and helped him a lot. But now, the treasure chest that Kuei-Shui Shenlong gave him was filled with treasures of heaven, material, and earth. The total value of those treasures was 10 times more precious than those on Peach Blossom Island. When Tang Qingling activated the freshly cultivated sunflower water Zhenqi and opened the treasure box, Yifeng saw Healy D star sand at a glance. The Heli D Xingsha, Yifeng spent a lot of effort to take it out from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, but he didn't expect such a precious material to exist in the treasure chest, and it was not so precious. With a second glance, Yifeng saw an oil lamp placed next to Heli D Xingsha, with a flame on it, fluttering in the wind, but it never went out, and it didn't burn anything else in the treasure chest. The fire of eternal night. This is a very famous refining material in the world of cultivating immortals. Countless refining masters want to pursue such a flame, because if the magic weapon is refined with the fire of eternal night, the quality of the magic weapon will be greatly improved. And the fire of eternal night can also be used as a treasure of heaven and earth, just like the 1,000-year-old black ice. For Qianzai Xianbing, being able to improve a cultivator's 10-year cultivation base is just a side function, and it has many benefits to the cultivator. Because of the fusion of the 1,000-year-old Xianbing, Zi Jianlan has comprehended the supercultivation method of ice stars. Although the supercultivation technique is not precious to Yifeng now, it is the beginning. If the compatibility between Purple Sword Orchid and Qianzai Xianbing improves, then he will be able to comprehend other mental techniques and immortal techniques in the future. The most important thing is that Zijianlin can release some special fairy arts together with Qianzai Xianbing, which can only be performed by her alone. The flame of eternal night in front of Yifeng is a treasure of the same nature as the 1,000 years of black ice. Correspondingly, the fire of eternal night will also have its own soul, just like Binger of the 1,000 years Xianbing. If the flame of eternal night absorbs its heaven and earth aura, it can improve its cultivation for 10 years at once, and its recovery speed of the heaven and earth aura is about the same as that of Qianzai Xianbing. The difference is that the attributes of the two are different, and there are only some things that are wrong in some aspects. For example, the current Purple Sword Orchid definitely cannot absorb the heaven and earth aura of the flame of eternal night, because it conflicts with the 1,000 years of black ice in her body. It turned out to be the flame of eternal night, and now I'm making a lot of money. Yifeng's heartbeat increased suddenly, but he didn't act rashly. The things in this treasure box are all given by the sunflower dragon to the people who practice the sunflower art. Yifeng is not suitable to mess around with it. Moreover, it may not be so easy to subdue the soul of the flame of eternal night. Mom, look at this light. Yifeng pointed to the oil lamp, and said mysteriously via sound transmission, "Can you try to feel the soul of this lamp?" Tang Qingling was a little surprised when she heard Yifeng's voice transmission. She glanced at the oil lamp, but didn't speak. Immediately afterwards, she raised her hand, supported the lamp socket of the oil lamp with one hand, held it up, and then tried to urge the true energy of sunflower water towards the flame of the oil lamp. It is quite miraculous that such a flame can burn continuously in a treasure chest. Tang Qingling was already familiar with such unreasonable things. If she was curious about everything around Yifeng, it would definitely make people's brains collapse. Ah! Suddenly, Tang Qingling exclaimed and withdrew her plain hand. Mom, what's the matter? Yifeng became nervous and asked immediately. But before Tang Qingling could answer, Yifeng discovered that the flame on the oil lamp had suddenly gone out. The flame of eternal night cannot be extinguished. The only possibility is that it has moved. Yifeng put his whole body and mind into a state of vigilance, and his spiritual consciousness quickly spread out towards the surroundings, but he couldn't find any trace of that flame. Just when he was a little worried, he suddenly saw a flame slowly igniting in Tang Qingling's fair white hand, just as Tang Qingling held the flame in his hand. Mom, this is? Yifeng was surprised. It seems that the fairy art I just practiced fits well with this flame. Tang Qingling was a little puzzled, and opened her eyes wide to look at the flame in her hand, but, what I practice is obviously called the sunflower dew, and this flame should be incompatible. In that case, it's easy to handle. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, the flame of eternal night belonged to the previous mate of dragon sword, so it fits well with the sunflower immortal art, and now as soon as he felt the breath of the sunflower immortal art, he immediately clung to Tang Qingling. Can you feel its soul? Yifeng asked again. As long as the soul of eternal night flame can be recognized, then it is not difficult to control and master eternal night fire, just like Zi Jianlan controlled Qianzai Shanbing. Able. A gentle expression appeared on Tang Qingling's face. What a shy little guy. Fenger, he dare not come out to see you. When Yifeng heard this, he was a little surprised. Binger, the soul of Shanbing for thousands of years, is a very active little girl, and she always looks at Yifeng very unhappy. But now, the soul of the flame of eternal night turned out to be a shy little guy? Well, don't force it. Yifeng nodded. However, if something happens, Mother must find me quickly, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry, Fenger. Tang Qingling nodded obediently, and played with the flame in her hand, looking quite fond of it. That flame also seemed to like Tang Qingling quite a bit. It kept wandering around her, sometimes jumping onto her hands, sometimes jumping onto her shoulders, and sometimes wandering around behind her, enjoying itself. Yifeng always felt a little uneasy, so he decided to observe quietly for a while before talking. He glanced at the other items in the treasure chest, and found that they were quite common treasures of heaven and earth, but what was rare was that the treasures of heaven and earth were quite complete, and none of them were the same. There is no doubt that the contents of this treasure box are prepared for Tang Qingling, so that she can directly absorb the aura of heaven and earth to improve her cultivation. Yifeng estimated that if all the natural materials and earthly treasures were absorbed, it would take about 100 years of cultivation, and by then, the training of the sunflower dragon would be complete. What restricts this experience now is the upper limit of Tang Qingling's cultivation. Since he had only practiced for a few months, Tang Qingling's meridians had not been widened too much. With the improvement effect of Peach Blossom Island on widening the meridians, her current upper limit of cultivation is only more than 50 years, which is still a long way from 100 years. Fortunately, now that she has practiced the Qui Narcissus art, the speed of widening the meridians is 3 times faster. After practicing the Sunflower Immortal Ju, an advanced method of cultivating immortals, if Tang Qingling has been practicing on Peach Blossom Island, it will still take more than half a year for Tang Qingling to raise the upper limit of her cultivation from more than 50 years to 100 years. As for the treasures of heaven and earth, there is no need to worry. The treasures of heaven and earth in the treasure box are enough for Tang Qingling to improve to a century-old cultivation base. Even now, Tang Qingling took some natural materials and earthly treasures from the treasure chest at will, and has already cultivated for 50 years. This speed is simply beyond Yifeng's reach. This is the treatment given to direct disciples of some top sects in the world of cultivating immortals. In just an instant, Tang Qingling's cultivation had reached the level that Yifeng took more than half a year to reach, and this was because Yifeng was very lucky. There is no comparison between people. Yifeng shook his head, thinking to himself, obtaining the dragon sword inheritance is of course his own chance, something others can meet but not seek. If Su Feiying hadn't chased Huiyun Demon Lord to his cave, how could he and Su Feiying be in the current situation? Su Feiying had long been forced to marry Mo Jioga, an ugly man from the Mo family in Nanling. And if that was the case, Yifeng would also become a servant under the roof of the Mo family. How could he be at ease now? If we go to Mo's house in Nanling now, we can have a good time. Yifeng thought in his heart. Now he has 2 magic puppet pills, which can summon strong men with 300 or 400 years of cultivation to fight for him. Such a strong man, within 1,000 miles of the Nanling Mo family, is absolutely unmatched. Just put one in there, and it will turn the world upside down. The Tomb of Dragon Sword is located in the center of the world of cultivating immortals. The sects surrounding it are not the strongest sects in the world of cultivating immortals, but they are still first-class sections. How can it be that the Mo family in Nanling is so remote? Can the family compare? Just talking about Yuechan, with the previous 300 years of cultivation, she could destroy the entire Mo family in Nanling. You must know that the patriarch of the Mo family in Nanling only has more than 200 years of true energy cultivation, and just like that, he has already dominated the local area and can do whatever he wants. Su Feiying took Yifeng to practice, and accidentally entered the territory of the Mo family in Nanling. When she was discovered, she was forced to restrict her and was not allowed to leave the Mo family's sphere of influence in Nanling. Forget it, the Mo family in Nanling is no longer my target. Yifeng's eyes were full of light. After obtaining half of the dragon sword inheritance, his vision naturally became far-reaching. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the name of the dragon sword inheritance? Seeing that Tang Qingling's cultivation was going well, Yifeng said goodbye to her, and after leaving the courtyard, he quietly squatted aside for a long time. He was monitoring whether the eternal night flame had any unruly plans against Tang Qingling, but after squatting for a full day and night, he found that the relationship between Tang Qingling and the eternal night flame had become very good very quickly. In front of Yifeng, Yongye Jihua didn't dare to show up, but after Yifeng left, Yongye Jihua turned into a little boy and came out to play with Tang Qingling, which was quite cute. Perhaps seeing the image of this little boy reminded Tang Qingling of Yifeng's childhood, but it was a pity that she lost her memory and failed to raise Yifeng herself. Seeing the flame of eternal night now made Tang Qingling's maternal love overflow. Yifeng felt relieved, and finally returned to the courtyard where he lived with some tired steps. Long Wan'er, Su Menghan and Xiaoyu were not there, not even Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun were on the island, making Yifeng feel a little lonely. Fortunately for him now, cultivation is the top priority, so in his room, he used the aura of heaven and earth from Peach Blossom Island to quickly expand his meridians. Now he has 100 years of cultivation, but the upper limit of his cultivation is also 100 years, so he must improve quickly. Up to now, even if he has practiced dragon sword art, even if he is in a fairyland like Peach Blossom Island, it takes 10 days to broaden his meridians if he wants to improve his cultivation level for a year. It can be seen that it has become more and more difficult to cultivate to this level, but no matter how difficult it is, Yifeng can only face it. After practicing all night, Yifeng left his yard early the next morning and found Zhao Yi and Ling Chen flying towards him. "Cup, Xiaochen, good morning." Yifeng said hello. "Brother Yi, something good is coming." Zhao Bei chuckled, "My uncle and brother Nan sent a message that they found Elder Yi Wuming." "Found Yi Wuming?" Yifeng was overjoyed when he heard the words, "Did you find Elder Yi? Where are they now?" Yifeng was a little excited when he didn't expect to encounter such a good thing just after he came back. Although his strength has improved a lot now, Yi Wuming's cultivation base is at least 150 years old now. If it takes a year to transform into true energy, then its strength is stronger than Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. Only when the power of Peach Blossom Island is stronger, Yifeng can rest assured that he will go out alone. After all, he needs to complete the experience of the 9 dragon souls, and it is impossible to stay on Peach Blossom Island forever. "Already in the East China Sea, shall we pick them up?" Zhao Bei asked. "I'll go too, by the way, call Grandpa and Grandpa." Yifeng nodded and said. After more than half a year, Nanfang and Dao Scar lived up to everyone's expectations and finally found Yi Wuming. No matter what method they used, it would be great if they could invite him here. Soon, Yifeng, Yi Wendian, and Tang Xiefeng came together, and after explaining the situation to the 2 elders, they boarded a speedboat together and headed towards the east coast. When they were on the speedboat, both Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng couldn't help looking forward to it. Yi Wuming, the great elder of the Yi family 20 years ago, was already one of the best masters in the martial arts at that time, except for the 3 hidden places. What level of cultivation will he achieve now? But what the 2 elders are proud of is that no matter what level Yi Wuming has reached now, it is impossible for him to be an opponent of either of them. Because the meridians of their 2 elders contain true qi, and 100 years of cultivation is equivalent to 200 years of inner qi cultivation. Yi Wuming, who lives in seclusion, can't reach 200 years of cultivation no matter what. 160 or 70 years is already considered pretty good. Most likely, it's only 150 years of cultivation. The speedboat sailed towards the east coast, and soon, the coastline appeared in everyone's sight. Zhao Bei and Ling Chen took the lead and flew to the front, guiding the direction for everyone. Gradually, a team of more than 10 people stood on the coast and fell into the eyes of Yifeng and others. It was Nanfang, Dao Scar, and the others, along with a few former Yi family disciples. The leader is a man with white hair and white beard, sword eyebrows, and star eyes. Although he has an old face, but does not look old, he is full of energy. He stands with his hands behind his back and looks at the center of the sea with his hands raised. When he saw Yifeng's speedboat approaching, the man's eyes lit up. Obviously he knew that the person he was waiting for was about to arrive. Yifeng followed Yi Wendian off the speedboat and looked up at the people on the beach. Nanfang, Dao Scar, and his 8 friends. Yi Wuming with sword eyebrows and star eyes, white hair and white beard, and the other 4 former Yi family children. They are all almost old now. Yi Wendian saw it. He was a little bit embarrassed. He gave Yifeng more than these 4 clues. At least he could find traces of more than 10 Yi family children. But now, only Yi Wuming and the other 4 Yi family children came back. It can be seen that in the past 20 years, those Yi family children who have been away have experienced a lot. Of course, Yi Wendian didn't blame those Yi family children who didn't come over, because he also knew that it was the lack of strength of the Yi family back then that caused them to be like this. If Yi Yunfei back then could be like Yifeng now, then the Yi family would never have experienced such a tragic event of being wiped out. It's a pity. Now everything is a thing of the past. Fortunately, Yifeng is very strong. It is unbelievably strong. He even worshipped an immortal cultivator as his teacher, which made the Yi family shine again. Great Elder. Long time no see. Yi Wendian got off the speedboat and came to Yi Wuming, who had sword eyebrows and star eyes, white hair and white beard, and stretched out his hand in embarrassment. The corner of Yi Wuming's mouth twitched, but he didn't speak. It's just that there was a little bit of crystal in his eyes. He also reached out his hand and shook it with Yi Wendian. The hands of the two are strong and hold each other tightly. For Yi Wendian, Yi Wuming is still his elder. In the field of martial arts, he gave him a lot of advice. And for the Yi family, Yi Wuming is a hero who is loyal to 2 generations and has an extraordinary status. As for Yi Wuming, Yi Wendian was the patriarch of the Yi family that he had single-handedly cultivated. It's just that something like that happened 20 years ago, which led to the collapse of the entire Yi family and no longer the glory of the past. Scar. South. Welcome back. Yi Feng smiled and ran to the side. He talked to the young people by himself. Brother Yi. It's a good luck not to disgrace your life. Scar smiled heartily. He glanced sideways at Yi Wuming, who was quite emotional. Obviously. It is not easy to bring Yi Wuming back. The most important thing is to convince Yi Wuming that Yi Feng is very strong now. Strong enough to make the Yi family rise again. Even stronger than before. There is no basis for the words. Scar and Nanfeng persuaded Yi Wuming. Obviously racked his brains and thought of many ways. Yi Feng didn't want to ask any more questions. Anyway, Yi Feng believed in their abilities since he gave them this task. At this time, while Yi Wuming was talking with Yi Wendian, he looked towards Yi Feng from time to time, with some curiosity and doubt in his eyes. After Yi Feng grew up, Yi Wuming had never seen him. Unexpectedly, a baby who was still in his infancy back then has grown into such a young man now, and has the strength to make the Yi family rise again. What kind of adventures did he get? Yi Wuming would agree to go out of the mountain. Come and have a look. He also wanted to see Yi Feng in his heart. After all, it is impossible for Nanfeng and Dao Scar to directly explain the matter of cultivating immortals to each other. Feng's curiosity. Yi Feng's spiritual sense rushed out and swept everyone present. Scar and Nanfeng. They even have more than 40 years of cultivation. It is obvious that they have absorbed the aura of the 1,000-year-old Xianbing heaven and earth from Zijianlin before. Otherwise, it would be impossible to improve so quickly. Yi Wuming, on the other hand, has a cultivation base of 152 years. The other 4 disciples of the Yi family all have a cultivation base of about 100 years. From the whispers in the south, Yi Feng knew that these 4 Yi family children were all alone, so when he heard them talk about the rise of the Yi family, he followed them without hesitation. Even one of them, whose daughter is almost 20 years old, still left his wife and children behind, and followed them to the south to meet Yi Feng. It can be seen that he has a deep affection for the Yi family. In addition to them, there are also 8 friends from Scar. They all have 30 to 40 years of cultivation and have made considerable progress. Right now, beside Yi Feng is the cultivator who cultivates martial arts and transforms inner energy into true energy. Dao Scar, Nanfeng, Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng are all like this. Azura Ju, Hidden Immortal Ju, Fei Heart Sutra, and Dragon Elephant Prajna Ju. These 4 kinds of martial arts mental methods can naturally cultivate true energy after a person has a pill core. They are not the same as Shinto Ju and other elementary cultivation methods. Different. It's just that if you want to improve your combat power, it's not easy. After all, these 4 kinds of martial arts mental methods are only matched with martial arts moves, not fairy arts. Using Zhenqi to perform martial arts moves. The power is strong. But after all, it is still not as powerful as some fairy arts. Therefore, they still have a long way to go. The best thing is to be able to comprehend some fairy arts by yourself. Then the combat effectiveness will rise in a straight line. There is only one speedboat now. How to get to the island? After a while, Yi Wendian and Yi Wuming came to an end to reminisce about the old days. They turned their heads to look at the seaside. A speedboat was parked there. Obviously, it could only seat about 10 people. But there were 18 people in total. Give it to me. Yi Feng smiled slightly, waved one hand, and took out the xuanhuan sword. He urged the 8 brothers with their scars immediately, and let them fly into the air together. Yi Wuming and Yi Wendian were left behind, looking at each other. The current Yi Feng can fly with so many people at the same time. As for Yi Wuming, he was stunned all of a sudden. What kind of method did Yi Feng use? He flew away with his sword, and flew to Peach Blossom Island with 8 people. The ones left on the shore are Dao Scar, Nanfeng, Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, the elders, Yi Wuming, and the 4 Yi family children. Take a speedboat. No problem. And Yi Feng left them together. Of course, he also wanted to give them some space to reminisce about the old days. Soon, Yi Feng took Scar's 8 brothers, from the oldest to the youngest, together through the mirage, and landed on the fairyland-like Peach Blossom Island. Everyone can move freely on Peach Blossom Island. But don't break into other people's yards. Yi Feng gave some instructions, then pointed to the square, not far away. Many people are competing in martial arts over there. You can also go and have fun. Everyone looked over there. I saw some very barbaric guys competing in the square. There were also some soul cultivators flying all over the sky. They were also competing with those barbarians. Those on the square are naturally members of the Dragon Blood Legion and the Battle Soul Army. It has become a habit to learn from each other in their spare time. Seeing the people fighting fiercely in the square, the boss to Xiaoba and others were quite eager to try. But when they thought of Scar, Nanfeng and others who were still behind, they held back for the time being. Wait until Big Brother arrives. Xiaoba scratched his head and said in a rough voice, when the old people come, I'm afraid they will have a match first. Brother Yi. Yi Wuming never thought that he would be your grandfather's opponent. Yi Feng heard it. It was a little funny. Now that Yi Wendian has cultivated his true chi for 100 years, he is much stronger than Yi Wuming in fighting. Soon, Yi Wuming, Yi Wendian and others returned to the island by speedboat. Seeing the fairyland-like scene on Peach Blossom Island, and feeling the rich aura of heaven and earth in the air on the island, Yi Wuming and the 4 Yi family disciples were shocked. The legendary hidden place is really extraordinary. Yi Wuming thought so. After all, he was the great elder of the Yi family before. Of course he knew about the 3 hidden places, but he had never been there. As for the 4 Yi family disciples, they have never heard of the term Indi. Now they only think that there is such a fairyland-like place in the world. Not only the scenery is beautiful, the air is fresh, but also the heaven and earth are full of aura. Practicing in this kind of place will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Great Elder. How? Yi Wendian smiled from the side. You said you want to compete with me and old Tang. Why don't you start now? When Yi Wuming heard it, he immediately came to his senses. His expression was still full of disbelief. You said that this old man can't beat you and Mr. Tang. But I don't believe it. If that's the case, let's have a fight now. Although he lived in seclusion for 20 years, Yi Wuming never failed in martial arts training. Now that he has cultivated for more than 150 years, he doesn't believe that he will be inferior to Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. After all, both of them are still his juniors. In terms of age, Yi Wuming is 20 years older than the second boss. The 2 sides have agreed. One-on-one duels. As soon as possible. And the location of the discussion. Of course, it is in the central square of Peach Blossom Island. The entire Peach Blossom Island. There is only one place that is relatively empty. The rest of the places are houses and yards. They are either rockery, vegetable fields, or medicine fields. Obviously it is not suitable for martial arts competitions. Seeing Yi Wendian and Yi Feng coming over, the people from the Battle Soul Army and the Dragon Blood Army stepped aside. They looked at Yi Feng with obvious respect. "Brother Yi." A clear and lively voice came from the side. Then a gust of fragrant wind hit Yi Feng. A petite beauty appeared in front of everyone. "Xiaowei. Long time no see." Yi Feng smiled. Looking at the lively and lovely little beauty in front of him, he remembered those experiences in the wild world. If it hadn't been for a trip to Menghuang realm, his strength had been improved once. It would be impossible to go to Tianzhu to rescue Zen Master Wenlu. It would be impossible to get acquainted with the magic pupil of the world. Teleport to the Tomb of Dragon Sword to get the Dragon Sword inherited. What's more, due to lack of strength, he was even killed by those martial arts masters on the earth long before. Moreover, the current Su Feiying is still in the Menghuang realm. Whenever Yi Feng thinks about this, he will think of Su Feiying and the golden legs that appeared in the Menghuang realm. "Brother Yi." Ai Xuanhuan ran over in a jerk. The moment she saw Yi Feng, tears welled up in her eyes. "I haven't seen her for 9 months. She really misses Yi Feng. She can't go back to the wild world. Therefore, in this strange place on earth, a large part of her spiritual sustenance is on Yi Feng." "Why are you crying?" "I'll go back to your hometown with you in a few days." Seeing it, Yi Feng felt a little distressed. He put his arm around her shoulder and patted her lightly to comfort her. Under Yi Feng's comfort, Ai Xuan calmed down. Especially when she heard that Yi Feng was going to go to the wild world with her again, she immediately became happy. Ai Xuan nodded and stood aside obediently. Nanfeng stood behind Yi Feng. He didn't look sideways. However, he secretly laughed in his heart. He thought that Brother Yi was always accompanied by a beautiful woman wherever he went. Then he raised his head and looked at the square with great interest. At this moment in the square, Yi Wuming and Yi Wendian were already standing opposite each other, bowed their hands and saluted, and then prepared to compete in martial arts. As for Yi Wentian's cultivation level, no one on Peach Blossom Island knows. Moreover, everyone on Peach Blossom Island now has spiritual consciousness. At this time, they can feel Yi Wuming's cultivation base of more than 150 years. They all know that he will definitely not be Yi Wentian's opponent. However, none of them made a sound. After all, it was Yi Feng's elders who were fighting in the martial arts competition. Of course, they didn't dare to make mistakes. "Elder. Please." Yi Wendian stretched out his hand, greeted Yi Wuming, and gave the initiative to the other party. "The old man will be impolite." Yi Wuming was full of arrogance. He felt that it was impossible for him to lose to Yi Wendian, so he circulated his dantian, and the inner air in his meridian circulated. He quickly displayed the Yi family's famous move. Crazy boxing. A golden fist print jumped out from Yi Wuming's fist and swept towards Yi Wendian. Yi Wuming is full of confidence. When he shook hands with Yi Wendian before, he detected Yi Wentian's reality. He knew that Yi Wendian was a genius with 100 years of cultivation. Although the qi in his body is a bit weird, it is still undoubtedly cultivated by Yi Jiafei's Yi Heart Sutra. 110 years of cultivation. How could it be possible to compete with his 150 years of cultivation? As for Yi Wendian and Tang Xifeng, they will definitely be able to defeat him. Yi Wuming is 100% unbelievable unless it is proved by facts. Originally, Yu Wuming felt that facing his punch, Yu Wendian would definitely dodge and then counterattack. But soon he found out that he was wrong. Facing this punch, Yu Wendian didn't have the slightest fear at all. Instead, he went up to meet him and threw the same punch. The condensing speed of the golden fist print is faster than Yu Wuming's fist print. It is only an instant. The two golden fist prints collide heavily. There was a loud bang. Yu Wuming's golden fist was directly smashed apart. It exploded into pieces of golden fragments. And Yu Wendian's golden fist swept towards Yu Wuming without any hindrance. This scene is normal in the eyes of everyone around. After all, they all know Yu Wendian's cultivation level. If it weren't for the gap in immortal arts, Yu Wendian would be stronger than the current Yu Feng, not to mention Yu Wuming, who had cultivated qi within 150 years. However, in Yu Wuming's eyes, this scene was as unbelievable as a fantasy. His fist prints can't beat Yu Wendian's fist marks. This is impossible. The difference in cultivation between the two sides is almost 50 years. How could he not be Yu Wendian's opponent? Yu Wuming didn't have time to think about it because Yu Wendian's golden fist had already arrived in front of him. He gathered his inner energy and swung out two more fists with a xuanhuan and finally defeated Yu Wendian's golden fist mark, relieving Yu Wendian's offensive. Impressed, Yu Wuming panted slightly. Looking at the smiling face of Yu Wendian opposite him, he knew that the current Yu Wendian was indeed much stronger than him. Since Yu Wendian is so strong, then Tang Xiefeng's strength will not be much worse. But Yu Wuming turned his head and looked at Yi Feng, who was standing on the sidelines. This grandson of Yu Wendian is said to be the leader who led everyone to occupy Peach Blossom Island. He is also called the boss by everyone here. Even Yu Wendian admitted that now he is no match for Yi Feng. He, Yu Wuming, wants to see what is so special about Ji Yunfei's son. Yi Feng, you come to the stage and compete with the old man. Yu Wuming smiled and invited. Looking at Yu Wuming's eyes, Yi Feng knew what he was thinking. The junior will compete with the elder for a while. Yi Feng smiled. He didn't say much. At this time, he still made a decisive move. It would be better to establish his prestige in the eyes of everyone. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Yi Feng walked onto the square and stood opposite Yu Wuming. Elder. Please. Yi Feng clasped his fists in salute. There is no need to be polite. Yu Wuming smiled slightly. Now the Yi family can turn around. The old man can go out of the mountain again. It all depends on you. Thank you. Elder, why be polite? Let's make a move. Yi Feng smiled. No, no, no. The old man still asks you to do 3 tricks. Yu Wuming shook his head and said. In his heart, Yi Feng is so young. He is several decades younger than him. No matter how talented and lucky he is, it is impossible to beat him now. Yi Feng was able to lead Yi Wendian and the others to occupy Peach Blossom Island. It must have relied on tricks, not force. Really ask me to do 3 tricks? Yi Feng had a strange expression on his face. He glanced at the scar on the side of the square and Nan. He wondered what these two guys told Yi Wuming. Obviously, scar and the south did not mean that Yi Feng was very powerful. The reason why Yi Wuming was able to persuade Yi Wuming to come out of the mountain probably used other reasons. For example, Yi Feng outwitted Peach Blossom Island, etc. Of course, Yi Feng's occupation of Peach Blossom Island is indeed outsmarting, but without the support of force, even if he outsmarts and occupies Peach Blossom Island, he will definitely not be able to hold it. For example, the Red Sun Kingdom and the Tianzhu Cultivation Circle coalition forces are still lingering outside Peach Blossom Island. If their formation masters are given enough time to study the thousand-image illusion, the consequences are really uncertain. You are a junior. The old man gave you 3 tricks. Why not? Yi Wuming's tone was full of confidence. Haha. If that's the case, the juniors are welcome. Yi Feng laughed. However, you don't need 3 moves. You only need 1 move. The elder should know the strength of this junior. Oh. Yi Wuming gave a sound of surprise, a little unbelievable. Elder, be careful. Yi Feng was holding the xuanhuan sword. The true energy of the dragon sword was condensed, and his footsteps were light. Phantom sword. Sword fighting. Yi Feng's figure instantly disappeared from the original place. Immediately afterwards, a quaint sword light appeared in front of Yi Wuming, like a death scythe, slashing towards Yi Wuming's neck. This sword is infinitely powerful. Yi Wuming's white hair and white eyebrows were blown wildly by the wind pressure brought by this sword, making his vision a bit blurred. Good boy. Yi Wuming didn't have time to react. He could only condense the inner energy in his whole body in a hurry, forming an inner energy shield, which blocked Yi Feng's sword. Puff. His 150-year-old inner qi condensed inner qi shield. In front of Yi Feng's sword, it was like paper paste. It was instantly pierced by the sword qi. Elder. Be careful. Yi Feng's voice came out from the void. Immediately afterwards, his figure flashed. He grabbed Yi Wuming with one hand and led him to the edge of the square in an instant. There was a crisp sound of bang. Yi Feng's simple sword energy rushed to a rockery outside the square, smashing the rockery into pieces, and exploded. At this time, Yi Feng brought Yi Wuming to the ground on the edge of the square. And at this time, Yi Wuming had completely fallen into a sluggish state. The power of Yi Feng's sword just now was so terrifying. Not to mention 150 years, even a martial artist with 200 years of cultivation would have a hard time catching Yi Feng's sword. As for Yi Feng's sword, he only used the 2nd level of sword fighting skills. If he uses the 3rd level, which is the peak level of sword fighting skills, he may not even be able to rescue Yi Wuming in time. The level of sword fighting has been improved. It is not only the power that is enhanced, but also the speed and a series of things. Yi Wuming's inner qi shield condensed from his whole body was shattered by the sword qi. But the sword qi didn't seem to be weakened at all. The power of sword fighting is truly terrifying. And what surprised Yi Wuming was also Yi Feng's body skills. In just an instant, he can be rescued under the sword energy released by him. How fast it needs to be. I am afraid. Only teleportation can do this. There is no doubt that Yi Wuming not only underestimated Yi Feng, but also underestimated Yi Feng too much. Yi Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. No wonder. No wonder. Yi Wuming murmured, with such strength, even the 3 great hermitages can only bow down. Being able to occupy Peach Blossom Island is not a coincidence. Elder, are you okay? Yi Feng asked with concern. It's okay. It's okay. Yi Wuming reacted. The way he looked at Yi Feng became completely different. The Yi family has an existence like Yi Feng. It has surpassed all previous glory. Just occupying Peach Blossom Island and no one else has any objections. You can see Yi Feng's strength. For the current Peach Blossom Island, the other 2 hidden places, and the people in the original Peach Blossom Island hidden place, there must be nothing they can do. Fortunately, Peach Blossom Island under the leadership of Yi Feng will not carve up their cultivation resources. For their strength improvement, the impact is not that great. In that case, the elder should go and have a good rest first. If you need anything, just ask. Yi Feng made arrangements. Ask Yi Wendian to take Yi Wuming to find a place to live. 4 seniors. Thank you all for trusting me, Yi Feng. If you have any orders in the future, please send them. Yi Feng clasped his fists and saluted. He said to the other 4 Yi family disciples. Young master, you don't need to be too polite. The 4 Yi family disciples immediately returned their salutes and said something. They looked at Yi Feng with surprise and relief in their eyes. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunfei, who was as good as a piece of wood back then, could have such an outstanding son. God has eyes. After letting everyone disperse, Ai Xuan immediately clung to Yi Feng like a fluttering butterfly. Brother Yi. Are there still so-called foreigners watching outside now? Ai Xuan rolled her eyes. Why don't we go and get rid of them together? They're all coming together. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yi Feng smiled but didn't nod. Brother Yi, you are stupid. Ai Xuan barked her teeth and claws. Didn't we capture 2 destroyers? Let's bombard them a few times first. I don't believe they are still together. Yo, you little girl, you know about bombs. Yi Feng was a little surprised. People are very interested in it. Ai Xuan was a little embarrassed. You didn't come back before. No one dared to mess with those shells. Now I can finally see and see. Okay. Then listen to you. Try it. Yi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He touched Ai Xuan's little head and could only agree with her words. Speaking of which, it's time to make some arrangements for the prisoners of the destroyer. It's been half a year. Peach Blossom Island will not have any burden to keep them, but it will always cost a lot of food expenses. Yi Feng took Ai Xuan, called Yang Shunning, and together they came to the detention place below the square. There are dozens of foreign captives held in Peach Blossom Island, and they are members of the Pecan Group and the Viper Organization. However, there are 2 people who have been free all the time, and that is Medusa and Benjamin. These 2 people can be said to completely obey Yi Feng's orders. It cannot be removed. Because of the existence of these 2 people, Yi Feng could communicate with the captives of the 2 organizations relatively smoothly. Of course, there were also some people who scolded them as villains who betrayed the organization, but those who scolded them were dealt with, and since then, no one has expressed any dissatisfaction with their betrayal of the organization. And this also led to the original 121 captured naval members of the 2 major forces, but now there are only more than 80 people left. Seeing Yi Feng approaching, Medusa immediately greeted her in a charming manner. Mr. Yi, I don't know why you took time out of your busy schedule to come here. Seeing Medusa's enchanting figure, Ai Xuan showed great vigilance on her pretty face, and quietly stood in front of Yi Feng, so as to prevent Medusa from getting too close to Yi Feng. Get me some guys who can operate destroyers, and I'm going to use the cruise missiles on them. Yi Feng said straightforwardly. Let them assemble immediately. Medusa obeyed and immediately arranged with Benjamin. Ai Xuan looked at the figures of the 2 leaving, and quietly asked Yi Feng, Brother Yi, these 2 people, will you teach them how to cultivate immortals? Of course not, keep them, just want to know more information about the 2 organizations. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. These 2 guys, there are still some things that I haven't confessed to me. Most of them are the precautionary measures that the 2 organizations have for every member of their subordinates, so that they shut up about certain things. With your current strength, do you still need to be afraid of any organization on this earth? Ai Xuan is strange. She could feel that Yi Feng's strength had become extremely strong after he came back this time. With a cultivation base of 100 years, he might be able to kill the strongest in the martial arts world with a random strike. With such strength, does he need to be so cautious and troublesome? Maybe there is no need to be afraid, but it is not a bad thing to be cautious after all. Yi Feng smiled. Besides, when I left before, I wasn't as strong as I am now. When I come back this time, it's time to deal with these guys. I think it's about the same. Ai Xuan gave a quirky and playful smile. I'll tell you a secret. During the time you were away, Brother Yi, I taught many members of the Dragon Blood Legion to operate destroyers. Take control. Can they learn to fly a destroyer? Yifeng looked strange. Although those dragon blood warriors absorbed the power of dragon blood, they still came from tribes in the wild world after all, and they were equivalent to primitive barbarians. Such a guy can also learn to drive a destroyer? Brother Yi, don't underestimate the warriors of my tribe. Seeing Yifeng's doubts, Ai Xuan was dissatisfied. Although I don't understand the principles, it's not that difficult to control, isn't it? There are not many people in this world who don't know the principles of computers and mobile phones, but isn't it also very smooth to use? Haha, that's right. Yifeng smiled, and didn't worry too much about this issue. Anyway, he didn't pay too much attention to these two destroyers. Even if the dragon blood warriors can drive it, at most they can show it off, and basically have no practical effect. Furthermore, they have basically been cultivating for 30 years now, and they have all begun to comprehend the immortal arts of the star-refining immortal canon. Ai Xuan went on to say that she was proud of the warriors of her tribe. When Yifeng heard this, he had an idea. By the way, do you know how Sister Lin is doing in the alchemy of stars and immortals? Lin Shiqing went to Menghuang realm and lived in Ai Xuan's Sar tribe for 2 months, and she is quite familiar with Ai Xuan, so it was normal for Yifeng to ask her about it. Miss Lin. Ai Xuan blinked her eyes and scratched her little head. She seems to have comprehended all the 8 celestial arts in the first picture of the alchemy of stars, and now she should have begun to comprehend the second star map. Really? Yifeng was overjoyed. Lin Shiqing's talent was really good, although the fairy arts in the first picture of the star alchemy code were not too difficult, they were definitely not easy. Adding it all together, it would not be easy for Yifeng to comprehend the 8 immortal arts, it would definitely take some time. Now Lin Shiqing has comprehended all the 8 immortal arts, which shows that she is very talented, and her achievements in cultivating immortals will definitely not be too low in the future. Especially, now that everyone is on the earth, this kind of cultivation environment is quite superior. At the very least, on the earth, the number of cultivators has been reduced by tens of millions of times, so that the competition for some natural materials and earthly treasures will not be so fierce. What's more, Yifeng also occupied Peach Blossom Island, a holy place for cultivation. One must know that in the world of cultivating immortals, it is more difficult than ascending to heaven, to occupy a fairyland. Even the dragon blood warriors of the Thrall tribe can comprehend several fairy arts, but I underestimated them. Yifeng thought in his heart. Soon, Medusa and Benjamin brought out the selected naval captives, and ordered them to follow Yifeng's instructions to attack a certain sea target later. Medusa, a Western beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes, will act as Yifeng's translator throughout the whole process, making it a pleasure to watch. After all, Yifeng still doesn't see many beauties with European and American styles. Everyone came all the way to one of the destroyers of the Pecan group. Yifeng stood on the deck, looking at a bunch of stationary speedboats 5 kilometers away. On that pile of speedboats were the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu allied forces who had not yet left. Later, your goal is to break up this group of people, and leave the rest to me. Yifeng gave Medusa some instructions, and asked her to pass on the order. Ai Xuan stood beside Yifeng, hugging his arm tightly. Brother Yi, you have to be careful. Now that Long Wanner and Suminghan's daughters are not here, Ai Xuan has the courage to be more intimate with Yifeng, otherwise there will be no chance in the future. Don't worry, even if I can't fight, I still won't run. Yifeng grinned, feeling the softness and delicateness of Ai Xuan's small hands and chest. He was a little distracted. For him, it's not that he hasn't been close to a woman for 9 months, but that he hasn't had sex for more than 10 years. When he sees Long Wanner and the others again, he must be like a wolf. Soon, Medusa's order was issued, and the captives were quite obedient, because they already knew their situation. Mission objective: bombard those speedboats. The destroyer immediately began to prepare. Yifeng was the first to fly up with his sword alone, using phantom swordsmanship to hide his figure, and quietly approached the dozen or so speedboats. At this time, practitioners from the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu Kingdom had already divided into two factions. On the one hand, they advocated that Peach Blossom Island must be captured at all costs, otherwise the losses of the two countries would be too great. On the other hand, people advocated retreating and not paying attention to Peach Blossom Island. After all, it could be seen that the relationship between Peach Blossom Island and the other two hidden places was not very good. If they leave, the other two hidden places will definitely not allow Peach Blossom Island to develop smoothly. Now, they are just pawns of the other two hidden places in Huagua. This argument is quite reasonable, but the four Vajras of Tianzhu Brahma sect don't pay attention to it at all. In their eyes, everything can be broken with strength. Facing a mere Peach Blossom Island, how could they shrink back? Yifeng Yujian flew to the side, watching the people's verbal battle, and thought it was quite interesting, but it's a pity that now he has to get rid of all these guys, lest they harass Peach Blossom Island like flies. After finishing it, Yifeng has to go back to Hua country to find Long Waner and the others, and then he has to go to Menghuang realm. It's time to start. Yifeng sent a voice transmission to a member of the Battle Soul Army not far away, and soon, that member of the Battle Soul Army conveyed the news to the destroyer on the shore of Peach Blossom Island. The current destroyer has been mobilized long ago, and the cruise missiles have been filled. Yifeng gave an order, and Medusa and Benjamin immediately conveyed it. Almost in an instant, two cruise missiles shot out from the destroyer's muzzle. Swish! Swish! The cruise missile advanced close to the surface of the sea, and after a few seconds, it was out of the range of Qianxiang Mirage, and was exposed to everyone in the practice circles of the two countries. The appearance of two cruise missiles changed everyone's expression. Originally, for the convenience of taking action on Peach Blossom Island, they controlled the speedboat to sway around 5 kilometers, because they knew that the enveloping range of Peach Blossom Island Phantom Array was 5 kilometers. However, they didn't expect that Yifeng would dispatch cruise missiles to deal with them. Isn't Yifeng a martial artist? How could there be such a weapon? Could it be that this kid named Yifeng still has contact with Feng Hua? Everyone was in shock. If the distance was still far away, they could dodge and even find a way to destroy the cruise missile in midair. But now, the distance is too close. The two cruise missiles left the range of Qianxiang Mirage, less than 100 meters away from more than a dozen speedboats, passing by in an instant. Boom! Two loud noises exploded from the surface of the sea. Suddenly, the waves surged and the flames shot into the sky. Several of the dozen speedboats were blown to pieces at once, and the rest were also blown away by the force of the explosion. Just the two cruise missiles, it blown up more than half of the speedboat. And the practitioners on the speedboat began to show their magical powers. Some condensed the inner air shield to defend against the power of the explosion, and some used extremely fast movements to escape the range of the explosion. Due to the extremely high cultivation level of this group of people, even if two cruise missiles hit the target, they failed to kill any of them, but caused some confusion and sank 7 or 8 speedboats. Of those who remained, with the exception of a few who suffered minor injuries, the others were mostly intact. It's just that without the speedboat, these people can only float on the sea surface, and their soaked appearance makes them look embarrassed. Unlucky, how can Taohua Island have such advanced weapons? I think we should retreat first, and take a long-term plan. It's absolutely impossible, everyone get together quickly, otherwise it's easy to be defeated by the people of Peach Blossom Island one by one. Before he could finish speaking, the screams had already started. Yifeng's figure, which had been hidden for a long time, appeared like a ghost at this moment, fighting swordsmanship. With a swing of the sword, it directly slashed on the arm of the highest cultivated person in Tianzhu Buddhist sect, barely broke through his condensed inner energy shield, and then cut off one of his arms. Fresh blood splashed, dyeing the sea red. This eminent monk has a cultivation base of 245 years, which can be said to be the best in the world, but now, he can't match Yifeng's sword fighting skills. On the one hand, Yifeng has cultivated for 100 years, on the other hand, the power of sword fighting at the peak level has been increased by 20 times, which is really too terrifying. However, Yifeng's current limit is here. If the opponent's cultivation base is 250 years old, it is difficult for Yifeng to be effective with one strike. He has to quickly add a strike to seriously injure or even kill the opponent. And if one sword fails to deal with the opponent, it must make the opponent take precautions, and it is not so easy to add one sword. When the Tianzhu monk's arm was cut off and fell into the sea, and screamed out, the surrounding Tianzhu Buddhist sect members immediately reacted and swam towards the Tianzhu monk one by one, wanting to protect the monk, and joined hands to deal with the attackers. But when they gathered around this eminent monk with a severed arm, there were even more miserable screams from the other side. Abe Tenman, the ninja leader of the Red Sun Kingdom, looks like he is 50 years old now, but he is actually nearly 90 years old, but his ninjutsu practice is quite high, and now he has 230 years of cultivation. No matter which country they are in, they are already at the level of a master. But now, 2 bloodstains appeared on Abe Tianman's cheeks, fresh blood gushed out. Although his life was not in danger, he was extremely embarrassed, and he was disfigured by this blow. Abe Tianman roared mournfully, his hands formed seals, and wanted to use ninjutsu to counterattack Yifeng, who appeared beside him. One more sword. Yifeng laughed out loud, tapped his footsteps on the sea surface, and swung his sword towards Abe Tianman again. If Abe Tianman turned to defend with all his strength, he might be able to barely block Yifeng's next strike, but Abe Tianman chose to counterattack, which gave Yifeng another chance to strike again. Puff! The sword light flashed. Abe Tianman, the leader of the ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom, the ninja boss, who was stronger than Ouyang Ti, the previous owner of Peach Blossom Island, was killed by Yifeng's sword, and his head flew up, falling into the sea in a blood spray. The thief will die. At this moment, someone finally realized that it was one of the 4 Vajras of Tianzhu Brahma sect, with a bald head and black face, and looked very aggressive. He yelled angrily, stomped heavily on the sea, and shot towards Yifeng like a cannonball. His hands quickly formed handprints, and a golden seal followed immediately. It should be printed on Yifeng's chest. Immortal art, phantom sword art. Yifeng didn't think about it at all. He mobilized his true energy, and instantly dodged the opponent's moves. Walking through quickly, Yifeng had already come to the opponent's side, and swung his sword. Sword fighting. Yifeng was about to kill the opponent. However, at this moment, a beam of Buddha's light suddenly descended from the sky, and a solemn voice came to Yifeng's ears, Ba. Yifeng suddenly felt as if he had received an electric shock, and his whole body trembled. Just when Yifeng was about to swing his sword to kill the bald and black-faced monk who was one of the 4 great Vajras of Nianzhu Zen Buddhism, a beam of Buddha's light suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped Yifeng in it. At the same time, a solemn voice came down, Ba. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He felt an irresistible force in that beam of Buddha's light, which made him involuntarily put the long sword in his hand into the storage space of Dragon Sword token. At that moment, nothing but tranquility remained in his whole body, and the murderous intent just now disappeared without a trace. Who is it? Yifeng raised his head, looked up to the sky, and asked. It was definitely not the Tianzhu monks and Red Sun ninjas present, because among these people, there was absolutely no such tyrannical force to make him stop willingly. This kind of Buddhism that affects people's hearts is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. My name is Great Maitreya, Master Yi. Today, I have offended you. If you want to kill so many people present, you have to pass this level. The solemn voice came again, making Yifeng understand the purpose of the other party's visit. It turned out that the other party was only here to prevent him from killing. Hearing the voice of the great Maitreya, it was somewhat similar to the voice of the Buddha heard above in Shaolin, but Yi Feng was sure that the two were not the same person. Who is the specific opponent, Yi Feng has no way to determine. Since there are masters to help speak, then I will let them go, and there will be a period later. Yi Feng laughed out loud, and immediately used the phantom sword technique. With a turn of his body, he easily teleported into Peach Blossom Island, within the range of 1,000 images illusion. His figure in a black shirt disappeared from the eyes of everyone on the court. After beheading the arm of the eminent monk from India and the head of Abe Tianmen, the leader of the ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom, Yi Feng flicked off his clothes gracefully, hiding his achievements and fame. Obviously, Yi Feng knew now that the monk Great Maitreya who suddenly appeared must have a much stronger cultivation than him, and if the other party made a move, he would definitely not be able to continue to make moves against the people of Tianzhu and Hong Sun Kingdom. However, the opponent wanted to deal with Yi Feng, but there was nothing he could do. The 1,000 illusions around Peach Blossom Island are not so easy to break through. Yi Feng believes that even if the opponent has the ability to break through the 1,000 illusions, it will take a lot of time. What's more, according to the great Maitreya, he came here just to stop the fighting between the two sides, not to deal with Yi Feng. Sure enough, when Yi Feng returned to the Qianxiang illusory realm, the big Maitreya did not pursue him, nor did he appear on the vast sea, but his voice spread throughout the nearby sea area. You leave quickly, I will only save you once, if there is a second time, I will definitely lose my life. The voice of great Maitreya reached the ears of practitioners from Tianzhu and Red Sun Kingdom. These people were completely petrified by Yi Feng's elusiveness just now, especially the death of Abe Tianmen, which made them even more terrified, for fear that it would be their turn next. It wasn't until the great Maitreya appeared and rescued the bald and black-faced Vajra of Tianzhu Fanzong with lightning speed, that they were slightly relieved. Seeing Yi Feng turning back and running away without even thinking about it, he was even more grateful to the big Maitreya who rescued them. At this moment, where do they have the thought to continue to attack Peach Blossom Island? The strongest lineups of Tianzhu and Hongri are already present, even if some strong players are not here. There is not much difference. It is equivalent to exhausting the strongest strength of their entire country's cultivation world, but they still have no choice but to get Peach Blossom Island. If they continue, it will definitely be futile. What's more, if there is no great Maitreya to rescue them, I am afraid that all of them will be left behind, and they will never return with their lives. Originally, they were condensed into a ball, but they were safe for a while. But they didn't expect a cruise missile to fly over and blow them all up. Now, Yi Feng was given a chance. One sword at a time seems not difficult for Yi Feng. One must know that even the leader of the ninja world of the Red Sun Nation, Abe Tianmen, a powerhouse with 230 years of cultivation, has no chance to connect with the seal, which shows how fast Yi Feng kills people. A group of people were frightened and didn't bother to say anything more, and hurried away towards the opposite direction of Peach Blossom Island. At this time, the few remaining speedboats are very precious. That Tianzhu Buddhist sect, the eminent monk whose arm was severed by Yi Feng, took over one of the speedboats with the support of several other monks, and quickly started to leave. On the other side of the Red Sun Kingdom, some strong members of the Abe Ninja clan brought the corpse of Abe Tianmen, and also seized a speedboat, and roared away, spraying other people's faces with splashes of water. However, these people dare not say anything, because the other party's family is powerful. Whether it is in the world of cultivating immortals, the world of wildness, or the world of cultivation on earth, strength is always respected, and all kinds of injustices caused by strength can be encountered everywhere. A slightly weaker force can only swim hard from the sea to the shore at this time. The distance of nearly 100 kilometers is not fun. The surroundings of Peach Blossom Island returned to tranquility, and the monk named Great Maitreya never appeared. He just lowered a beam of Buddha's light to stop Yi Feng from killing people, said a few words, and disappeared from sight. Yi Feng has already returned to the destroyer parked beside Peach Blossom Island. Brother Yi, what happened just now? Ai Xuanhuan quickly greeted her, and asked with some concern. I met a monk who wouldn't let me kill people. I don't know the identity of the monk, but the monk is very strong. Yi Feng told the truth, frowning slightly. As for practitioners at the level of Great Mithraea, only the people in the other two hermits can possibly know about it. It is definitely useless to ask Yi Wendian and Yi Wuming. What's more, even the people in the other two hidden places don't know the existence of the level of Great Mithraea, because in Yi Feng's feeling, the other party's cultivation base far exceeds his own. Judging from the various situations in the previous exchanges with the two great hermits, the other party should feel that they are the strongest cultivator forces in the world. However, in Yi Feng's feeling, the great Mithraea who just appeared is much stronger than the two strongest hidden land. As long as there is nothing wrong, that monk shouldn't be able to enter the island? Ai Xuan was also a little tangled. It's okay, I'll stay here for a few days to see the situation. Yi Feng smiled and said comfortingly. If the other party can break through the illusion of 1,000 images and come to Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng will not show mercy to this kind of guy who comes here by force, and directly smashes a magic puppet pill. Let the other party taste the power. No one in the world of cultivating immortals, with more than 400 years of cultivation, could be weaker than that monk. Let everyone call it a day. Yi Feng waved his hand, and gave instructions to Medusa with blonde hair and blue eyes. Yes. Knowing what Yi Feng meant, Medusa turned around and got off the destroyer's cabin, her hips twisted and twisted. She was extremely sexy, but Yi Feng didn't take a second look. He took out his mobile phone, ready to call Long Wanner and the others and ask where they are now. Originally, he wanted to go back to see them directly, but now that the big Mithraea threatened Yi Feng, he couldn't leave for the time being, so he had to call first to inquire about the situation. Soon, Yi Feng had phone calls with Long Wanner, Su Menghan, and Xiao Yu respectively, and learned about the current situation of the three girls. Long Wanner is at Long's house, Wangwushan Cave, and is picking out talented youngsters and bringing them to Peach Blossom Island. For the current Long Wanner, even Long K, the patriarch of the Long family, is no match at all, so naturally he dare not stop him. After all, the current Long Wanner can be regarded as a high-level executive in a big hermit Peach Blossom Island. Fighting against the hidden forces, can't you find death? As for Su Menghan, who had just returned to Yanjing, he took a chance to visit Su Xinchang. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in prison for the previous incident, and it has been nearly a year now. I believe Su Xinchang has changed a lot in this 1 year. As for Xiao Yu, she went back to reunite with Xiao Qi and her family. Among Yi Feng's 3 women, only Xiao Yu has a complete family. Long Wanner and Su Menghan's family environment is helpless. Yi Feng made up his mind, first went to Wangwushan Cave to find Long Wanner, and then took her to Yanjing to meet Su Menghan and Xiao Yu. Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun spent a long time in Yan University. Because Yi Feng never came back, and he didn't even come back to be with them during the Chinese New Year, so they couldn't let go, especially for Zhang Xinyun. No matter what, she must get a degree from Yan University, otherwise she would be sorry to her father. Although it doesn't matter at all whether she has any education or graduation certificate, but she has an obsession in her heart, that is to be worthy of her father. She was able to grow up so big, was admitted to Yanqing University, and got to know Yi Feng and the others, all because of her father silently supporting her behind her back, and she will never forget this unforgettable family affection. Especially now that she finally has 50 years of cultivation. Zhang Xinyun, who has cultivated for 50 years, can freely control the 4 innate ghost marks on her body, so that they will only appear when necessary, and hide them in normal times. The ugly mark that had troubled her for 18 years, just because of meeting Yi Feng, she successfully found a solution. What's more, when she reaches 50 years of cultivation, she can use the fairy art again, and combined with the power of the innate ghost seal, she can subdue those souls whose cultivation is 5 times higher than her own. For example, after the death of a 250-year-old immortal cultivator, she discovered the soul, then she could find a way to subdue it, and then make the other party her own fighting force. Of course, after the death of a cultivator who has cultivated for 250 years, the strength of his soul is only half of that of his life, which is about 125 years. This is only theoretical. In fact, according to the different mentality of each immortal cultivator, the strength of the soul after death will be different after being subdued. To put it simply, the current Zhang Xingyun can subdue a helper of an immortal cultivator whose combat power is equivalent to Yi Feng's, provided that she can meet the soul of an immortal cultivator with a cultivation base of 250 years. On Earth, it is of course impossible to do such a thing. Therefore, Zhang Xingyun did not act rashly, but insisted on waiting for Yi Feng to come back. Yi Feng heard about these situations from Su Menghan. After all, when she went back to Yanjing to visit her father in prison, she would naturally meet Xiaoyu, Zi Jianlan, and Zhang Xingyun. Yi Feng guarded Peach Blossom Island for 3 days and 3 nights, and flew up to the sky to check from time to time, but he didn't find any trace of the monk named Great Mithraea again. He was relieved, and after explaining to Yang Shunning, he got up with his sword and flew in the direction of King Hua's mountain cave. Now that he has a century-old cultivation base, he can fly all the way without worrying about exhaustion of true energy, riding the wind and controlling the sword. It really makes people feel happy. What's more, Yi Feng flew all the way to the northwest, and when he was above the clouds, he could still see the plane flying, and the speed was not as fast as him. Whenever this happens, Yi Feng will always use the phantom sword technique again, and teleport to the front very quickly, trying not to appear in front of the people on the plane. After all, his existence now surpasses ordinary people's cognition, and he doesn't want everyone to know about it on Weibo, WeChat and the like the next day. If there is anything abnormal on Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng will fly with his sword, and it won't take long to return to Peach Blossom Island. Lingshu Yujian is here in an instant. Only an hour or 2 later, Yi Feng flew from Peach Blossom Island to the sky above Longjia Wangu Mountain Cave, without encountering any obstacles at all, and landed directly towards the Longjia Square in the valley. Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness spread to a range of 1 kilometer around him, and he clearly captured all the surrounding situations below, and found Long Wanner's trace at once. Swish! He landed in a courtyard behind the Longjia Square. In the hall in front of this courtyard, Long Wanner was discussing something with Long Ke, the patriarch of the Longjia, and seemed to have picked 3 young men with good talents and was about to take them away. Report. At this moment, a child of the Long family hurried in from outside the hall, looking anxious. What's so flustered? Sitting in the middle of the hall, Long Ke frowned when he saw this, and asked, quite dissatisfied. Report to the owner, report to the eldest lady. The child of the Long family hurriedly knelt down on one knee and began to report the situation to the 2 of them. 2 Taoist priests broke in and said they wanted to take the eldest lady away. Please be a guest. What Taoist priest? Long Ke was furious. You can't even stop 2 Taoist priests? The current Long Ke is very precious to Long Wanner, because the presence of Long Wanner means that their Long family has established a relationship with Indi from then on, and it is a very close relationship. Now someone came in forcibly, saying that he wanted to take Long Wanner away as a guest. Long Ke was naturally angry. Patriarch, those 2 Taoist priests are too strong, we really can't stop them, ah. The kid from the Long family was about to say something, when suddenly a palm chi flew up into the air and hit him on the back, causing him to scream and vomit blood and fall to the ground. Long Ke's expression changed, and he was about to stand up, but Long Wanner held his hand down. Grandpa, wait a moment. Long Wanner's face was solemn, and she looked out of the hall door, only to see two Taoist priests wearing light blue Taoist robes walking leisurely. And in the Long family square outside the hall, there are already children of the Long family howling. These two Taoist priests are very strong. Long Wanner said cautiously. As expected of the eldest lady of the Long family, Yifeng's wife, she has good eyesight. One of the Taoist priests smiled softly, stood at the door of the hall and looked at Long Wanner, with a look of arrogance and frivolity, which made people feel disgusted at first sight. Who are you, and what do you want to do? When Long Wanner probed her spiritual sense, she understood the cultivation base of the other two Taoist priests, and knew that she was no match for them, so she simply tricked the other party first before speaking. Hearing Long Wanner's question, another Taoist priest wearing a Taoist crown cupped his fists and saluted and said, "You don't need to ask who we are, you just need to know, now you should come and visit us, our suzerain will not treat you badly." Hee, is this the attitude of wanting to invite someone? Long Wanner smiled on the surface, but she became extremely vigilant in her heart, and she had already guessed about the other party's identity. Now that Yi Feng is back, it is said that he has repelled the alliance of Tianzhu and the most powerful practitioners in the Red Sun country. Maybe it makes the other two hidden lands of Hua country feel uneasy, right? Long Wanner could feel that the two Taoist priests in front of him both had a cultivation base of 160 to 70 years, and they could never be members of the secular martial arts world. Then, the only possibility is that it came from the two hidden places of Kunlun Mountain and Punglai Island. Long Wanner has been cultivated for 60 years now, even with Xingyan Wujian in hand, she still cannot be a match for these two. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yi Feng came back, the other party took action. Was he going to use her as a threat to force Yi Feng to submit? It's not that easy. Long Wanner sneered in her heart, but she smiled on the surface. You two, tell me your identities, and I will go with you. The core disciple of Kunlun Mountain, Yang Xiaofeng. The core disciple of Kunlun Mountain, He Zhenshan. The two Taoist priests announced their names proudly. They came from Kunlun Mountain, and they are both core disciples. Their identities are extraordinary. What are core disciples? People with extraordinary talents have been placed with high hopes since childhood, and can get more cultivation resources. Therefore, both of them had 160 to 70 years of cultivation when they were in their 50s, and they were even called the Hope of Kunlun Mountain together, the Kunlun Twin Heroes. In more than 10 years, the two of them will definitely have 200 years of cultivation, which is a bit more advanced than Ouyang Ti, the original owner of Peach Blossom Island, and because of their young age, they have a brighter future. This makes them always full of pride when they say their names. So it's from Kunlun Mountains, okay, I'll go with you. Knowing the other party's identity, Long Wanner smiled softly, shook her head, and was about to stand up and follow the other party to leave. Wanner? Long K was a little bit reluctant, stood up, and stretched out a hand to grab Long Wanner, but she dodged it lightly. When he heard the words Kunlun Mountain, Long K knew that he and Long Wanner together would not be the opponent of the two Taoist priests in front of him. No wonder the other party dared to rush up the mountain and wanted to take Long Wanner away by force. However, Long Wanner can't just leave with the other party, right? Who knows why the other party wanted to invite her over there? Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be fine. Long Wanner comforted, took a step towards the door, raised her head and glanced at the two Taoist priests. I'll go with you, don't make things difficult for the Long family. That's natural. Yang Xiaofeng raised his chin and said proudly, his eyes swept over Long Wanner, and he clicked his tongue, obviously expressing his appreciation. Long K suddenly understood that Long Wanner didn't want to implicate the rest of the Long family. Taking a casual glance at the three newly selected Long family children, Long K saw the panic in the eyes of two of them. Only one of them squinted his eyes, looking calm and composed. From time to time, the young man would cast his gaze to the back of the hall with a smile on his face, but the problem is, Long K can be sure that there is nothing behind the hall. This boy, did he take the wrong medicine? Of course, now is not the time to pay attention to this. Long K stood up, just took 2 steps forward, only to find that Long Wanner had already reached the entrance of the hall, and came in front of the 2 Kunlun Mountain Taoist priests. Long K wanted to stop it, but found that there was nothing he could do. Old. He thought to himself, sooner or later the stage of this world will be occupied by young people. Thinking of this, the figure of the young man in the black shirt appeared in his mind. Yi Feng, if Yi Feng was here, would he be able to deal with these 2 Kunlun Mountain Taoists? It is said that Yi Feng occupied Peach Blossom Island by relying on some small means, coupled with the powerful phantom array technique. His own strength is not very good. If this is the case, then even if Yi Feng is here, it can't prevent Long Wanner from being taken away by those 2 Taoist priests, right? Miss Long, please. Taoist Yang Xiaofeng watched Long Wanner walk over obediently, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he stretched out his hand, trying to grab Long Wanner's hand, as if he wanted to restrain her and test how much cultivation she had. Taoist Yang, please respect yourself, I will go by myself. Long Wanner's face turned cold, and she withdrew her hand. Miss Long, please think about it clearly. You don't have the capital to negotiate terms with us now. Yang Xiaofeng sneered, and continued to reach out to grab Long Wanner. At the same time, Yang Xiaofeng stimulated the inner qi in the meridians, and the thick power of the Kunlun Mountains burst out in an instant, covering Long Wanner's whole body. The powerful aura made her almost unable to move. Long Wanner, who gave you the courage to disobey my order from Kunlun Mountain? Yang Xiaofeng's expression froze, and he let out angrily. Long Wanner felt that things were a little difficult, but at this moment, a stronger momentum than Yang Xiaofeng suddenly fell from the sky. Swish! That mighty and invincible aura instantly enveloped the 2 Taoist priests Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan, making them almost immobile. Yang Xiaofeng, who gave you the courage to touch my woman? Yi Feng shouted angrily. A figure in a black shirt descended from the sky and landed in front of Long Wanner. He didn't finally make a move until this time. Because just now, he had been observing the calm young man in the hall, and felt that the young man's intuition was very strong. Apart from that young man, even Long Wanner couldn't detect Yi Feng's arrival in the audience. Now that Long Wanner was in danger, Yi Feng took it for granted and could no longer just sit on the sidelines. Since this Yang Xiaofeng wants to overwhelm Long Wanner with his momentum, then Yi Feng will also use his momentum to overwhelm Long Wanner. It depends on who has the stronger momentum. As soon as Yi Feng appeared, he immediately calmed down the whole scene. Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan were flaunting their might and bossing around just now, but at this moment, in front of Yi Feng, the 2 of them found that they couldn't even circulate the energy in their meridians, and they were suppressed to death by the opponent's aura. In terms of cultivation, Yi Feng was 4 or 5 times as strong as the 2 of them combined. At this time, the momentum of his whole body was swaying, naturally far surpassing the 2 of them, making them unable to make any movements for a while. Roll. Yi Feng's expression turned cold. Xuanlongjian was already in his hand, fighting swordsmanship. 2 quaint sword lights slashed out, instantly cut off an arm of Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan, and then Yi Feng kicked each other out with both feet, and fell heavily on the square. From Yi Feng's sudden appearance to Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan's arms being severed, flying upside down and falling to the ground, only a second passed. During this period of time, most of the people around couldn't react until the 2 Taoist priests in Kunlun Mountain fell heavily to the ground, and the people around woke up like a dream and realized what happened. The 2 Taoist priests who were showing off their might just now were defeated by a young man who came suddenly with a sword, and even cut off their arms. Looking at the fresh blood dripping on the ground of the square, the many disciples of the Long family on the edge of the square outside the hall felt very happy. As expected, wicked people have their own way. Of course they recognized it. The one who suddenly appeared and defeated the 2 Taoist priests was Yi Feng, who had been there before. Last time, Yi Feng came here to take Long Wanner away, and defeated Long Ke, the patriarch of the Long family, and made the entire Long family lose face. Now this time, because of Long Wanner, Yi Feng also defeated the two core disciples of the hidden Kunlun mountain, which made people feel unbelievable. Yi Feng's strength has improved so fast? If Yi Feng had such strength when he came last time, Long Ke wouldn't even be able to take a single move, let alone compete with him. Yi Feng? Long Ke was annoyed at the fact that he was getting old, but in a blink of an eye Yi Feng appeared and defeated those two powerful Kunlun mountain Taoist priests, which made him almost unbelievable. Earlier, Long Ke was sure that Yi Feng's cultivation level was almost the same as his. But now, Yi Feng has become so strong in the blink of an eye? It's been less than a year since I last saw you. You came. The moment Yi Feng arrived, Long Wanner had already sensed his familiar aura, her nose sore, and she threw herself into Yi Feng's arms. Here we are, luckily we came in time, otherwise my Wanner would have been taken advantage of by two stinky Taoist priests. Yi Feng chuckled, and hugged Long Wanner tightly in his arms. After not seeing her for such a long time, Yi Feng naturally missed Long Wanner, and as soon as he held her tightly in his arms, he immediately felt an impulse rising from his lower abdomen. It's been too long. Long Wanner felt the change in him almost immediately, and her pretty face turned red immediately. What a rascal, he's restless when he comes back. Hey, let's talk about it first. Yi Feng patted her on the shoulder, then let go of her delicate body, and walked towards the two Taoist priests whose arms had been cut off. The core disciples of Kunlun Mountain are nothing more than that. Remember to go back and let your suzerain come here in person. Yi Feng glanced at the two of them. You want to invite my woman as a guest, but you only send two such weak guys. You obviously look down on me, Yi Feng, right? Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan were screaming. A broken arm is not a pain that ordinary people can bear. Even these two martial artists, with profound cultivation bases, were tortured to death. Listening to Yi Feng's words, the two of them were filled with cursing in their hearts. If it wasn't for Yi Feng's presence, they would definitely be able to sweep the entire Long family with their cultivation base. Can this be considered weak? At least, it is much stronger than Long Wanner. However, Yi Feng said that they were too weak. This pair of people who had always enjoyed the aura of core disciples on Kunlun Mountain suffered a severe blow to their self-esteem. Yi Feng's words clearly planted demons in the minds of the two of them. From now on, if these two people can't pass Yi Feng's test, it will be difficult for their hearts to grow again. Although it has no effect on the growth of cultivation base, but the comprehension of martial arts and moves will be greatly reduced. If they can't overcome this inner demon, the talent they were proud of before will become a thing of the past. Even if it is a broken arm, this kind of extreme physical pain is not comparable to the blow and pain they are experiencing in their hearts at this moment. At this moment, a beam of golden Buddha light suddenly descended from the sky. Swish! Amitabha! A Buddha's name came down from the sky, and then that beam of Buddha's light accurately enveloped Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan. Benefactor Yi, you are too murderous and must be punished. This is the voice of the great Maitreya, solemn and solemn, making people want to worship when they hear it. It's you, monk, again? Yi Feng watched Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan's wounds stop bleeding immediately under that beam of Buddha's light. He couldn't help being stunned, and raised his head, but he didn't see any trace of anyone. When the monk's voice came out, the rest of the Long family didn't respond, but only Long Wanner heard something vaguely, and came to Yi Feng's side in surprise, and followed him to look up at the sky. Besides her, there was another person, that was the young man in the hall who was selected by Long Wanner to take to Peach Blossom Island. Even Yi Feng was amazed by that young man's intuition. He clearly hadn't started training yet, let alone his spiritual sense, but his perception was stronger than everyone else's. Quietly, Yi Feng concentrated his consciousness on that young man. He found that although the boy didn't make a sound, he cast his eyes on the top of a tower-shaped building in the Long family, as if there was something on the top of the tower-shaped building. That old monk on the top of that pagoda? Yi Feng's gaze didn't move there, but he just swept in that direction with his divine sense. Unfortunately, the distance between that tower-like building and Yi Feng was more than 1 kilometer, so Yi Feng couldn't detect it with his spiritual sense. However, this cannot stop Yi Feng's actions. Great Maitreya, old monk, you said you want to punish me? Come anyway, Yi Feng, have never been afraid of anyone in this world. Yi Feng shouted loudly, pretending to look around. Benefactor Yi, sin. Following the solemn Buddha's voice, a beam of golden Buddha's light suddenly descended from the sky, instantly covering Yi Feng. Swish! Yi Feng was enveloped by the golden Buddha's light, and suddenly felt that the murderous aura in his body had dissipated a lot, but at that moment just now, he was sure that the old monk named Great Maitreya was indeed hiding in the tower-like building of the Long family top. Now that the position of the other party has been confirmed, it will be easy to handle. Yi Feng quietly pinched a magic puppet pill given to him by the magic pupil of the world. As for the 2 Taoist priests Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan who fell on the ground, their bleeding was instantly stopped by the Buddha's light. While they were wondering, they saw Yi Feng's serious expression. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng was covered by the Buddha's light, as if he was attacked by others. This made the 2 of them both surprised and happy, who was helping them to deal with Yi Feng. Although no one was seen, the 2 of them were already grateful to that man. After all, the other party helped them relieve the pain of a broken arm, and seemed to have restrained Yi Feng. But, who was the other party? Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan had never seen such a golden Buddha's light before, but they can be sure that the other party's cultivation base is very profound. Even from a feeling point of view, they are stronger than their suzerain of Kunlun Mountain. Yang Xiaofeng really wanted to laugh now. Just as Yi Feng chopped off his arm, he encountered such a powerful enemy. God knows how to let the opponent beat Yi Feng to death with a stick, that would be great. However, no matter how much Yang Xiaofeng smiled, he could only laugh miserably. After all, his arm was cut off, which is not an injury that can be healed casually. It is not a short-term thing to want to recover after going back, and it depends on whether he can go back this time. There are really some tricks. Yi Feng held a magic puppet pill in his hand, and felt that when the beam of Buddha's light shone on him, all the killing intent in his heart dissipated in an instant. Great Maitreya's method is extraordinary. Yi Feng has never seen such a weird situation, but when the other party shows up later, he doesn't need to do it himself, just leave it to him. Oh Puppet One. Ba, sin. With the sound of the Buddha's name, a strong monk wearing half-shoulder cassock finally walked out of the tower-like building on the side, and glared at Yi Feng. It's your brother-in-law's fault. Yi Feng didn't observe the opponent's appearance carefully at all. When he saw the opponent appeared, he immediately crushed the magic puppet pill in his hand without the slightest hesitation. In the current situation, it is obvious that the great Maitreya wants to attack him, so Yi Feng must strike first. What Yi Feng believes in is completely the law of the weak in the world of cultivating immortals. How could he be like this monk, saying something like killing too much? When others are bullying you, if you don't fight back, won't everyone know that you are weak and can be bullied? That means Yi Feng just happened to come over, otherwise it would be Long Wanner who is at a disadvantage now. Of course, Yi Feng would not let his woman suffer. Cutting off the arms of Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan was only a small punishment. If you really want to be ruthless, it would be easy for Yi Feng to abolish their cultivation and take their lives. Swish! When he crushed the magic puppet pill in his hand, a puff of black air burst out from his hand, and then quickly condensed into a human form in midair. Long Wanner and the others were a little confused about the situation, when they saw a phantom wearing a light white robe appearing in midair, and a terrifying aura emanated from the phantom. In Long Wanner's eyes, the face of the half-shouldered fat monk in cassock robe running from the direction of the criminal law tower not far away changed his face when he saw the phantom in the light white robe appear. So strong. This was almost everyone's first impression of the phantom in the light white robe. Even Yi Feng was almost overwhelmed by the powerful aura he exuded, completely speechless. With 380 years of cultivation, he is so powerful and unstoppable. Yi Feng felt that this phantom in the light white robe could kill him now, with just a slight movement of his fingers, without any effort. Although this is the soul of a dead man, and it is the result of being refined into a magic puppet pill, the deterrence and shock he brought to Yi Feng is no less than that of the huge adult man in the Menghuang realm. The degree of Fire Dragon. If this phantom in the light white robe confronts that huge adult fire dragon, it can completely kill it. It's easy now. Sure enough, the adult fire dragon has a cultivation level of less than 400 years. Yi Feng was completely relieved. There was still a magic puppet pill in the storage space of his dragon sword token, which could be crushed to summon a phantom of a soul with a cultivation base of 420 years. From this point of view, when he went to Menghuang realm, his safety would be guaranteed, at least he would have a very reliable chance to save his life. But right now, as soon as the phantom in the light white robe appeared, he immediately pointed at the fat monk who was half in cassock not far away, and an ethereal voice came out, "My name is Tianheng." The enemy kneels down. As soon as the words fell, the fat monk half in cassock staggered and knelt down without any resistance. Tianheng. This phantom in the light white robe was actually called this name in life, and at the same time, Tianheng is Yuechan's senior brother. Yuechan also had more than 300 years of cultivation before. Yi Feng didn't know how much. After all, the myriad realms demon I didn't tell him, and he didn't ask Yuechan about it. However, with more than 300 years of cultivation, although it is not as good as this Tianheng, it is not much worse. Standing in front of Yi Feng is also an irresistible existence. Yi benefactor, you actually colluded with evil heretics. The fat monk half in cassock had a frightened expression on his face, feeling the strength of the phantom of Tianheng. He had completely lost the will to fight. What evil heretics? Yi Feng immediately opened his mouth to retort, "This is the way to protect yourself. Monk, who are you to harass me so many times? Why did I, Yi Feng, provoke you? Ba, cough cough." The fat monk half in cassock was the great Maitreya who had stopped Yi Feng in the East China Sea before. While chanting the Buddha's name, he coughed a little and said with difficulty, "This monk is to protect the world. Don't you want to say that you are here to maintain world peace?" Yi Feng's eyes widened, "Stop teasing me." Tianzhu and the cultivators from the Red Sun Kingdom encircled and suppressed my Peach Blossom Island. Why didn't you come out to stop them? These two Taoists wanted to take my woman away. Why didn't you show up to stop them? Specifically for me? This series of words made Maitreya's face flushed, and he was a little speechless. "Tell me, what is your identity?" Yi Feng snorted softly, "I, Yi, am not a bloodthirsty person. I didn't provoke me, so I don't bother to bother. If you don't want to be killed, it's better to do it honestly. This monk is a member of Shaolin. I was ordered by my senior brother to monitor Peach Blossom Island. I didn't expect you, Yi Feng, to be cruel and want to kill so many practitioners." The great Maitreya finally revealed the truth, not because of fear, but because he just told the truth. "Benefactor Yi, it is in your hands today. If you want to kill you, you have to do whatever you want." "Damn it. God condemn your brother-in-law." Yi Feng cursed secretly. It turned out to be a stupid monk, who thought it was some kind of cultivation organization above the hidden land, which made Yi Feng startled. Since the other party belongs to Yin Shaolin, Yi Feng didn't want to offend too much. This big Maitreya has already said that he still has a senior brother. Yi Feng doesn't want to provoke his senior brother, and then crush the remaining magic puppet pill. There is also a magic puppet pill, which is reserved for reuse in the wild world, so it can't be wasted like this. Sorry, I don't want to kill you, but I won't let you leave easily. Come with me first. Yi Feng made a decision, and ordered to the light white-robed Tianheng phantom. Sleep. Tianheng Shuiying glared at the kneeling Mithraea, and suddenly, a deep drowsiness filled the mind of Mithraea, and he couldn't help falling into a deep sleep. After finally crushing a magic puppet pill, Yi Feng certainly wouldn't just waste a super thug with 380 years of cultivation. Because it was a gift from Myriad Realm's demon pupil to Yi Feng, at this moment, Yi Feng felt that he was connected with Heng Shuiying that day. Knowing that this guy could still exist for 6 more hours, he would feel sorry for himself if he didn't make good use of it. Receive. As soon as Tianheng Shuiying was really angry, he grabbed the body of the drowsy Mithraea and took him back. That's far enough. Originally, Great Mithraea was 1 kilometer away from Yi Feng, so Yi Feng couldn't perceive his cultivation. But now, Tianheng Shuiying captured him back, and Yi Feng immediately knew that this great Mithraea also had a cultivation base of more than 360 years. Similarly, what is cultivated is inner qi. 360 years of internal energy cultivation is indeed much stronger than Yi Feng, but compared with Tianheng Shuiying, it is weak and vulnerable. Yin Shaolin still exists like this. It seems that people on this earth have high cultivation levels like those in the world of cultivating immortals, for example, 400 or 500 years of cultivation. Yi Feng saw the whole leopard from a glimpse, and quickly made a guess about the situation on the earth. Since people in Yin Shaolin can reach 300 to 400 years of cultivation, then people in other parts of the world can also achieve 300 to 400 years of cultivation. But the existence of these high cultivations will not appear in front of ordinary people. Only the appearance of a guy like Yi Feng who defies the sky can attract the attention of this group of people, otherwise, these people usually stay in a fixed place to practice. If you really want to improve your cultivation, you must stay in one place to improve quickly, and the longer you practice, the more this is the case. It's just that Yi Feng can't guess now how many people at the level of Great Mithraea are on the earth, so he can only be vigilant at all times. Fortunately, Yi Feng can be sure that even this Great Mithraea can't break through the protection of Qianxiang illusion, which reassures him. Wanner, come here. Yi Feng waved to Long Wanner. It wasn't until this time that Long Wanner finally came to his senses, and stood beside Yi Feng, looking at the phantom of Tianheng in the field and the sleeping Mithraea in surprise. What on earth is it? Long Wanner couldn't help asking. Go into the house and talk, let everyone go first. Yi Feng waved his hand. Long Wanner nodded, quickly ran aside, and gave instructions to the other Long family children. Several disciples of the Long family ran forward, helped 2 Kunlun mountain Taoist priests with broken arms, and walked down the mountain, apparently intending to throw them out of the Long family's territory. The 2 of them had their arms cut off by Yi Feng. Of course they didn't dare to make a mistake at this time, they were carried down obediently. And although the children of the Long family were somewhat puzzled and curious about the appearance of Tianheng Shuiying and Great Mithraea, since Long Wanner asked them to leave first, they did not dare to be disobedient, and turned around and left the Longjia square. What should they do? Went. Yi Feng led Long Wanner into the hall, while Tianheng Shuiying followed behind Yi Feng with the body of Great Mithraea. Long K stood at the entrance of the hall, saw Yi Feng coming, and immediately said, "My son-in-law, come in quickly." Ever since Yi Feng easily defeated him in the duel, Long K basically admitted that Yi Feng was his grandson-in-law. Seeing that Yi Feng could easily defeat the 2 Taoist priests with profound cultivation in Kunlun Mountain, he was even more delighted. However, the monk who appeared later and the phantom in the light white robe made him a little elusive. It seemed that there were still many things in this world that he didn't know. You're welcome, old man, sit down first. Yi Feng smiled, waved his hand, and then looked at the other 3 Long family teenagers in the hall. By the way, what's the name of this little brother? My name is Dragon 8 Immortals. The young man said generously, and saluted Yi Feng with his fists in his arms. I've seen Mr. Yi. On the other hand, the other two teenagers were a little timid and afraid of Yi Feng, which was completely incomparable to the performance of the 8 Immortals. This made Yi Feng even more amazed, and Long Ke was also a little surprised. The 8 Immortals were really different. In fact, in his daily life, Long Ke noticed the difference between this young Long Baxuan and other people, but he never cared about it. After all, young people at these ages have not yet started to practice, so it is difficult to see their talents. Only after cultivation, the real talent is good, will Long Ke notice it. For people in the martial arts, it is really difficult to know a person's cultivation talent, but it is relatively easy for Long Wanner. Just show them the first star map of the star refining immortal code, and whoever understands it better within the specified time will be the one with the better talent. Of course, this method can't really test a person's cultivation talent, but it can be seen roughly. The three teenagers in front of Yi Feng were selected by Long Wanner in this way. Okay, Long Baxuan, stay here for a while. You two, please leave first. Yi Feng was quite interested in the 8 Immortals, but he didn't pay much attention to the other two teenagers. Unexpectedly, when I came to Long's house, I could find such a young man with a sixth sense. If he was talented in cultivation, he would make a lot of money. The other two teenagers were a little disappointed, but they left the hall obediently. When they reached the door, Long Wanner whispered something to the two of them, which made the two teenagers feel better. After Long Wanner also entered the hall, he closed the door. This monk is called Great Maitreya. He is a disciple of Yin Shaolin. He has cultivated for 360 years. During Yi Feng's spiritual detection, the people around him had already gone far away, so he looked solemn and told Long Wanner, Long Ke, and Long Baxuan about the Great Maitreya. As for Tianhing Shuiying, Yi Feng said that it was a magic weapon he had obtained during this period of time, and he could summon a strong man to help him out. If not, Yi Feng really wouldn't be a match for the Great Maitreya. 360 years of cultivation, hidden in Shaolin. When Long Ke heard the words, he fell into shock all of a sudden. There is such a powerful existence in the world. What's even more frightening is that Yi Feng actually managed to suppress all the strong men with a cultivation base of 360 years. No wonder it was so easy to deal with those two Taoist priests from Kunlun Mountain just now. What level is Yi Feng at now? Yi Feng didn't say clearly that Long Wanner could detect it with his spiritual sense. He had cultivated for 100 years, but Long Ke couldn't. Yi Feng hadn't decided whether to tell Long Ke about cultivating immortals. Long Wanner naturally wouldn't say anything nonsense. Although Long Ke was his grandfather, Long Wanner knew that Yi Feng was much closer to her than Yi Feng. Now Long Ke looks good to her, but that's because Yi Feng has become extremely strong. If not, Long Ke would have killed Yi Feng long before. Soon, Yi Feng and Long Wanner let Tianhing Shuiying take the big Maitreya and left the hall of the Long family, accompanied by the boy named Long Baxuan. Yi Feng has already decided to take the 8 Immortals away because from Long Wanner's explanation, Yi Feng knows that the 8 Immortals can comprehend the star refining immortal code at once, and his cultivation talent is so inferior to Long Wanner. For such a genius, Yi Feng naturally has to try his best to win him over. It is best to let him stand in his own camp. But before that, Yi Feng repeatedly emphasized to Long Wanner that he must ensure that Long Baxuan's life experience is clean, otherwise if this guy has enmity with Yi Feng's series of people, it will be a trouble for raising tigers. For example, if the Dragon 8 Immortal is the illegitimate son of Long Moran, then whether to train him or not will have to be carefully considered. But about this point, Long Wanner quickly gave an answer. Long Baxuan is a descendant of the Long family's collateral line. Both of his parents are dead. The other elders are also lukewarm to him. Therefore, in the Long family, Long Baxuan has no close friends and friends. Loved ones. This kind of situation couldn't be better for Yi Feng. Turn back and use the dragon sword order to condense the core of the dragon 8 immortals, and then teach him the star alchemy code. How much he can practice depends on his fortune. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng carried Long Wanner and let Tianheng Shuiying take the great Mithraea and the 8 immortals to fly into the air at once. Now follow those two Taoists to find out where Kunlun Mountain is located. Yi Feng made up his mind to go to Kunlun Mountain to make a big fuss, while Tianheng Shuiying was still there. Since the other party dares to attack Long Wanner this time, there will be a second time. Yi Feng can't always protect Long Wanner and the others, so the trouble must be eliminated forever. Originally, the Great Mithraea was there to stop him, but now Yi Feng has even captured the Great Mithraea, and he wants to once again show his prestige in the cultivation world. Even Yin Shaolin's idea of attacking him, Yi Feng, was also regarded as an enemy by Yi Feng. First go to Kunlun, then to Punlai, and finally, let Tianheng Shuiying go to foreign practice circles to make a big fuss, so that they don't have the energy to bring their ideas to Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng made a decision and started to act immediately. The two Taoist priests of Kunlun Mountain, Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan, who had just been escorted to the foot of the mountain by the children of the Long family, were walking staggeringly between the mountains while holding their broken arm with one arm. Fortunately, when the great Mithraea came, he treated the injuries of the two of them, otherwise the two of them might not even be able to walk. Yi Feng's two swords were too ruthless. Not only cut off their hands, but also cut off all the meridians in their arms. Even if the arms can be connected, these meridians cannot be connected, because they have been completely shattered into tens of millions of pieces. How will Jinshan explain this to the elders when he goes back this time? Yang Xiaofeng clenched his teeth, walking with a look of unwillingness on his face. It's okay to tell the truth. Although He Jinshan was in the same pain, his reaction was much calmer than that of Yang Xiaofeng. Including when he was in the Longjia Square, he always acted in a low-key manner. However, being low-key doesn't mean he's mentally handicapped, it doesn't mean he's brain-dead. On the contrary, He Jinshan sees the whole situation more clearly than Yang Xiaofeng. In this incident, the two of them were seriously injured. This is still a trivial matter. The key is that there is an existence that even they don't know about. That fat monk wearing half-body cassock can help them heal their wounds and stop bleeding with a beam of Buddha's light. The method is superb and incredible. And Yi Feng was able to defeat the two of them with a single sword, which shows that Yi Feng's cultivation is profound, perhaps comparable to their suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, Luo Tianqing. Such a powerful existence is still suppressed by the fat monk half in cassock. How deep should the fat monk's cultivation be? It's just that Yi Feng's method afterwards shocked He Jinshan the most. Yi Feng was invincible in the face of the fat monk. He didn't know what he called. The phantom in a light white robe easily restrained the fat monk and fell asleep. What kind of existence are these coming and going? For the entire Kunlun Mountains, these are extremely important news. Go back to the mountain gate as soon as possible. He Jinshan and Yang Xiaofeng made up their minds, dragging their seriously injured bodies, quickly left the Longjia Wangwushan cave, and then came to the town of Wangwushan Cave Tian Tian. In this town, a private car has been waiting for a long time. When seeing He Jinshan and Yang Xiaofeng come out holding an arm each, the driver was shocked. As Kunlun Mountain's secular relationship, how could the driver not know the identities of He Jinshan and Yang Xiaofeng? Although the driver didn't know that there was such a thing as cultivation, he also knew that He Jinshan and Yang Xiaofeng's status was so high that ordinary people could not compare with it. Even before, when he drove the two of them to the city, he met a group of military officers who provoked and made trouble. At that time, he thought it was over for this time, but he didn't expect Yang Xiaofeng to beat up those officers directly. Immediately afterwards, some important people from the military region came over angrily, but He Jinshan took out a red book. The head of the military region read it, didn't even fart, and took the people away. Two such powerful characters actually went into the mountains and their arms were cut off. Don't ask too much, drive back to the northwest. He Zhinshan was surprised when he saw the driver, and ordered cautiously. Regarding He Zhinshan's order, the driver of course did not dare to disobey. He immediately let go of his doubts, stepped on the accelerator, and drove on the road that he had traveled countless times. Although he doesn't know the identities of He Zhinshan, Yang Xiaofeng and others, but the other party gave him millions of dollars a year to drive, of course he won't ask more. He knows that these people are of unusual status, he still doesn't want to know too much, so as not to get into trouble. A black Santana quickly blended into the road traffic and became inconspicuous. Little did they know, however, that someone was flying and following them right above them. Yifeng can fly, and now he can fly for a long time. Heading northwest. Kunlun Mountain is located in the northwest of China, extending from the junction of Tibet, Xinjiang and Qinghai provinces to the territory of Western and Central Asian countries. This is a huge mountain range, and Kunlun Mountain, one of the 3 hidden places in Huaghua, is located in this mountain range, hidden in the secular world, and has not been discovered for many years. If Peach Blossom Island used to be the barrier to the southeast of Huaghua, then Kunlun Mountain is the barrier to the west of Huaghua. There are always practitioners from the Hermitage of Kunlun Mountain guarding the border of Huaghua. Once practitioners from other countries enter the country, they must be attacked. And now, Yifeng Yujian is driving Long Waner, following the black Santana car, heading all the way towards such a mountain range. When a vast snow-capped mountain appeared in front of Yifeng and the others, the black Santana they were following had already stopped not far away. Yang Xiaofeng and He Zhinshan put their severed arm in a package and got out of the car head towards the direction of the snow mountain. The driver, on the other hand, was waiting in a small town under the snow mountain, temporarily living there, waiting for the next order at any time. Kunlun Mountain is just ahead. Long Waner hugged Yifeng's arm, stood behind Xuanlongjian, looked into the distance. What are you going to do? It's very simple. If you take a few hostages and raise them on Peach Blossom Island, they won't dare to act rashly. Yifeng said with a smile. Then the status of the person to be arrested should not be too low. Long Waner smiled easily, and had no doubts at all whether Yifeng could catch someone from Kunlun Mountain. She felt very clearly that there was a phantom of Tianheng, the 8 immortals and great Mithriya, with extremely strong cultivation, running into a Kunlun Mountain to arrest people. There would be no problem. It is said that the strongest person in Kunlun Mountain has only been cultivated for about 250 years. How can he be compared with a cultivator like Tianheng Shuiying, who has cultivated for 360 years? Well, let's see when we arrive later. Kunlun Mountain and Penglai Island have always been mysterious, and I don't know the structure very well. Yifeng frowned slightly, mobilized his true energy, and made Xuanlongjian fly a little lower. Soon, Yifeng carried Long Waner, disappeared in the phantom sword technique, followed closely behind Yang Xiaofeng and He Zhinshan, and entered a large area of Snow Mountain. The mountain gate of Kunlun Mountain must be extremely hidden, but as long as Yifeng follows Yang Xiaofeng and He Zhinshan, he will never lose him. As for Tianheng Shuiying, he took Long Baxian and He Zhinshan to a higher altitude, and temporarily hid himself, and when necessary, he would make a lightning-fast move, which would definitely catch people off guard. Anyway, Tianheng Phantom can exist for a total of 6 hours, that is, 12 hours. Now it has only been 3 hours since it has been tracking from Wangwushan Dongtian to Kunlun Mountain. Yifeng had plenty of time to plan, and launched a surprise attack on Kunlun Mountain. Whether he was going to the Wilderness Realm to find Su Feiying, or to the Immortal Cultivation Realm to complete the experience of inheriting the Dragon Sword, Yifeng would never rest assured that Kunlun Mountain was staring at him on Peach Blossom Island. Before leaving, all these troubles must be resolved. Soon, Yifeng followed Yang Xiaofeng and He Zhinshan to a continuous valley area. In the valley, Yi Feng clearly felt the aura of many magic formations. There it is. Yi Feng ignored Yang Xiaofeng and He Zhinshan, and quickly flew Long Waner to the valley area, and then his tyrannical consciousness enveloped the entire valley. In just a moment, Yi Feng had a clear picture of the situation in the entire valley. In the valley, there are scattered and crisscrossed ice crystal buildings, which are crystal clear and extremely beautiful. In these ice crystal buildings, there are some practitioners from Kunlun Mountain, each of whom has more than 100 years or 200 years of cultivation. Among them, there are many acquaintances of Yi Feng, those who have no choice but to choose to join Kunlun Mountain as practitioners after leaving Peach Blossom Island, such as Ouyang Ti, the former owner of Peach Blossom Island. The treatment of these newcomers to Kunlun Mountain is obviously not comparable to that of the former disciples of Kunlun Mountain, but the cultivation environment in this Kunlun wonderland is not much worse than that of Peach Blossom Island. This is another wonderland. Yi Feng sighed in his heart. The environment of this Kunlun Fairy Mountain is really good, but it is not suitable for ordinary people. Ordinary people come to such a place, they are guaranteed to be frozen to death. You know, the ice crystal buildings of the Kunlun Mountain Zongmen naturally don't have such things as heating. In the ice valley, there are scattered buildings, covered by ice and snow. Even if someone flies from above, they can't see these ice crystal buildings. What's more, ordinary people can't see through those patchwork illusion formations. Yang Xiaofeng and He Zhinshan, who wanted to go back to the sect to report the situation, were still slowly advancing on the Bingshan Road, while Yi Feng had already carried Long Waner down from the air to within the range of the sect of Kunlun Mountain. Being able to fly and having divine sense, Yi Feng's investigative ability is much stronger than that of all martial arts people. Look over there. Soon, Long Waner pointed to one of the directions of the Ice Valley building complex, with a slightly excited expression on her face. Yi Feng followed her gaze, but saw that in a relatively spacious ice crystal hall, there were two women practicing and exchanging their cultivation experience from time to time. Of those two women, one of them was Hua Wu Xue, a talented girl from Peach Blossom Island, and Yi Feng did not know the identity of the other woman. But judging by her age, that woman should be much older than Hua Wu Xue, probably in her 30s or 40s, but because of her cultivation, her skin is crystal clear like jade, her body is protruding and curved, she is still full of indescribable allure. Yi Feng didn't guess randomly, but spread his consciousness to the surroundings, and soon heard a few young disciples from Kunlun Mountain chatting in the courtyard of the Ice Crystal Palace. That little girl from Peach Blossom Island, I didn't expect to worship under the suzerain's wife. It's really lucky. What do you know? Even though Hua Wu Xue came from Peach Blossom Island, her talent is second to none among the younger generation, much better than you and me. Sovereign's wife has never recruited disciples. Seeing her at this moment, she naturally restrained herself. Can't live. Hey, having said that, Hua Wu Xue has a really nice face, I have to prepare and see if I can catch this girl. Come on, you are the only one who will be interested in this young girl. What do you mean by that? Ah? Could it be that you are still interested in the suzerain's wife? Hush. Don't talk nonsense about this. Yi Feng quickly finished listening to the group of young disciples from Kunlun Mountain. Madam Suzerain? Yi Feng did not expect that the beautiful young woman who practiced with Hua Wu Xue was actually the wife of the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain. Taking a closer look, the suzerain's wife looks really good. Although they are all beautiful young women, the suzerain's wife has a cold expression and a cold temperament, which is different from Shu Shu's mature and gentle charm. Waner, let's just arrest the two of them, what do you think? Yi Feng stroked his chin and smiled. You are a rascal. Long Waner spat, you want to take her home because of her beauty, do you want her to be Mrs. Jiazhai? How? Yi Feng was embarrassed, I just think that these two are women, and their status is quite high. If they are caught, the entire Kunlun Mountains people should be wary, right? Actually, I think it's not bad, just do as you say. Long Wanner's expression was slightly teasing, but she still nodded and agreed to Yifeng's suggestion. When Yifeng and Long Wanner made a decision, they immediately started to act. Although Yifeng's cultivation base has improved now, because of the abolishment of the Star Tomb art, many immortal arts cannot be used. One of the more important ones is the 7-star binding art. Right now, he can only use the illusion sword technique and the sword fighting technique. As for the dragon control technique, without Yuechan by his side, he naturally cannot use it. There is no way for him to catch the suzerain's wife with just phantom sword skills and sword fighting skills. His swordsmanship can only kill and injure people, but cannot arrest them. Wanner, it's up to you to restrain the suzerain's wife, and then we can leave after leaving a word. Yifeng placed high hopes on Long Wanner. Damn ghost, Wanner did things for you, and I didn't see you give Wanner any rewards. Long Wanner pursed her mouth, and suddenly became petty. Of course there is a reward, I will give it to you when I get home. Yifeng chuckled. Look at you, I'm going, you take care of me. Seeing his appearance, Long Wanner knew what he was thinking, so she gave him a blank look, raised her Xinghe Yanwu sword, and flew down into the ice mountain and snow valley below. Yifeng looked at her back in the pink dress, feeling a little guilty in his heart. It has been nearly 9 months since I went to the Tomb of Dragon Sword, and in such a long time, he has not sent any news back. Yifeng was able to clearly see the joy and surprise in Long Wanner's eyes when he first saw Long Wanner in the Long family square. He obviously did not expect Yifeng to appear at that critical moment in front of her. And the most important thing is, Yifeng really didn't bring her any presents back. There is really nothing to bring her. Not only that, but he didn't bring any gifts to the other girls. The only thing that could be considered a gift might be the dragon sword art. You can ask them later, who is willing to practice dragon sword Jew or something, but you can let them try to become dragon sword maid. Dragon sword Jew, after all, is a more powerful way of cultivating immortals than the advanced way of cultivating immortals. If they can comprehend and practice successfully, it will have an extraordinary effect on their future journey of cultivating immortals. However, it seems inappropriate to use this as a gift. Yifeng looked at Long Wanner's back, hesitated and pondered. When he saw Su Menghan and the others, he really had to prepare a gift, otherwise he would be too sorry for them. Not to mention the new year, even the birthdays of the girls, Yifeng missed all of them. Anyway, we can think about it later. The most urgent thing now is to settle the Kunlun Mountain affairs, at least to threaten the top of Kunlun Mountain, so that they will stop attacking Yifeng's people. Before Yang Xiafeng and He Zhinshan went to Wangwushan Cave to invite Long Wanner away, if Yifeng was not there, the consequences would be disastrous. Yifeng does not want this kind of thing to happen frequently in the future. The only thing that can restrain the other party is to take the important figures of the other party as hostages, such as the current suzerain's wife. Yifeng couldn't believe that the wife of the suzerain was captured and raised on Peach Blossom Island. The other party dared to do something to his friends in the secular world. Fortunately, on the way to Kunlun Mountain just now, Yifeng called Su Menghan from Yanjing, and nothing happened to Yanjing, so Yifeng was relieved. If Kunlun Mountain chose the people from Su Menghan's side first, Yifeng might have to come to Kunlun Mountain to save people. In Yifeng's sight, Long Wanner wielded Xingyan's sword dance and quickly flew down the ice mountain and snow valley. Long Wanner has cultivated for 60 years now, and she has already comprehended the immortal art Xingyu Jiutian, but like Yifeng back then, it can't last for too long, and in terms of flying speed, it is not as good as Yifeng. However, now that Long Wanner flies down to catch the wife of the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, she doesn't have to be too fast. Swish! Long Wanner's figure suddenly appeared in the Ice Crystal Palace, standing in front of the suzerain's wife in white snow clothes, and at the same time, Hua Wuxue, who was practicing self-cultivation, was startled. Why did someone suddenly appear? Who are you? The matriarch's wife of Kunlun Mountain turned cold, and immediately stood up, wanting to attack Long Wanner, but her movements were far behind Long Wanner's. The suzerain's wife is in her 30s, with a cultivation base of 125 years. In terms of absolute strength, she is about the same as Long Wanner's 60-year-old Jinchi cultivation base. However, what Long Wanner used was fairy art. Immortal art, 7-star binding art. Almost instantly, Long Wanner raised her hand and performed the fairy art that she had prepared. 7 light beams of sky-blue stars fell from the sky in an instant, entangled the suzerain's wife, who was just about to make a move. The suzerain's wife only felt that the internal energy in her meridians stopped functioning suddenly, making it impossible for her to perform any martial arts moves, and she couldn't help but turn pale with shock. Stop. Hua Wuxue at the side also reacted quickly, stood up immediately, with a dignified expression, swung a sword and stabbed at Long Wanner. The suzerain's wife didn't recognize her, but Hua Wuxue did. The girl in the pink dress in front of her was one of Yi Feng's women, the eldest lady of the Long family, Long Wanner. Didn't it mean that the suzerain sent senior brothers Yang Xiaofeng and He Jinshan to the Long family's Wanwu mountain cave to capture Long Wanner back? Why is this the case now? However, Hua Wuxue knew that now that Long Wanner appeared, she had to take action. Although she didn't know what Long Wanner's purpose was, she didn't want Long Wanner's plan to succeed. A sword pointed out a cold light, and attacked Long Wanner. Immortal art, the shield of the stars. With a light wave of Long Wanner's hand, the tyrannical Jinchi sprang out, condensed into a blue Jinchi mask, and stopped in front of Hua Wuxue's sword at once. That sword hit heavily on the shield of Qinqing, but it only caused a little ripple, and then he couldn't move forward an inch. So strong. Although she was mentally prepared, Hua Wuxue was still shocked by Long Wanner's strength. Hua Wuxue practiced hard in Kunlun Mountains this year, and her cultivation base has skyrocketed for more than 10 years. Now she has a cultivation base of more than 70 years, but even so, she is still far from being Long Wanner's match. How strong is this Yi Feng's woman? Not good. Suddenly, Hua Wuxue realized that since Long Wanner suddenly appeared here instead of being brought back by the 2 senior brothers, doesn't it mean that Yi Feng is very likely to be nearby? Unlike the suzerain's wife, Hua Wuxue was more concerned about the situation in the martial arts world. She already knew that not long ago, Yi Feng returned and repelled the powerful practitioners from Tianzhu and Hongsun country together. If that Yi Feng really came this time, it would be a disaster. Hua Wuxue's slender wrist was trembling while holding the hilt of the sword. Although her pretty face looked innocent, she was extremely worried in her heart. If Yi Feng came to Kunlun Mountain, who could resist? I heard that even Abe Tianmen, one of the leaders of the ninja world of the Red Sun Kingdom, was killed by Yi Feng with a sword. Hua Wuxue was thinking worriedly, but found that Long Wanner in front of her had a new movement. Come with me. Long Wanner laughed lightly. The tyrannical chi once again condensed into 7 sky-blue star beams, covering Hua Wuxue's body accurately. Long Wanner performed the 7-star binding technique and sealed Hua Wuxue's meridians. Then she lifted her jade hand, took the suzerain's wife and Hua Wuxue's 2 daughters, and instantly stepped on the large Xinghe Yanwu sword. Ah! At this moment, a wolf howl came from outside the hall, and then a snow wolf galloped in. A pair of fierce eyes stared at the barging Long Wanner. Swish! The snow wolf jumped up high and bit Long Wanner, who was stepping on the flying sword. It's Qi Shuling. Long Wanner was a little surprised. After thinking about it, she was really angry, and suddenly pinched the snow wolf's neck from the air. Ah! Qi Shuling, who was fierce just now, was pinched by Long Wanner's anger, and suddenly turned into a soft persimmon. His eyes were full of innocence. You stop. Seeing this, Hua Wuxue looked extremely anxious and tried her best to stop Long Wanner from attacking Qi Shuling. Take it with you. Long Wanner smiled. When she saw Qi Shuling, she thought of something. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Qi Shuling. She was really angry. Yu Jian flew out of the ice crystal palace with 2 women and 1 wolf. Yi Feng flew far above the ice mountain and snow valley. With his spiritual sense, he felt that Long Wanner flew out with the trophy. But at this moment, Yi Feng suddenly felt a strange aura flowing around him, making him vigilant. Someone activated the formation above the ice mountain and snow valley. Yi Feng reacted immediately. The wonderful fairy voice passed to Long Wanner, who was flying up. Wanner, hurry up. As long as you can fly high enough, you can easily get out of the range of the formation that the opponent is opening. But the opening speed of that formation was really too fast. Yi Feng watched helplessly. In the mid-air, between him and Long Wanner, a translucent mask gradually appeared, separating the 2 sides. That formation is actually a formation that prevents people from entering and leaving. In the hidden Kunlun Mountains, once there is any urgent matter, this formation will be activated immediately, and then the intruders will be unable to escape, becoming a turtle in the urn. Swish. Yi Feng and Long Wanner looked at each other through the formation barrier. They were completely separated. Long Wanner, carrying the suzerain's wife, Hua Wu Xue, and the snow wolf Qi Shuling, bumped into the formation barrier, but was bounced away by a tyrannical force, unable to penetrate at all. Sword fighting. Yi Feng didn't even think about it. The Chuanlong sword was in his hand. The 3rd level of sword fighting. The light of the ancient sword flashed. A little ripple appeared on the barrier of the formation. It gradually spread out. In the end, it resisted Yi Feng's sword without breaking. Ha ha ha. At this time, a mature and magnetic middle-aged man's voice came from the ice mountain and snow valley below. Young girl of the Long family, you have sneaked into the hidden Kunlun Mountains to do evil by relying on Yi Feng. Now it's up to you where to run. As soon as the words fell, a group of Kunlun Mountain disciples suddenly appeared on a square in the ice mountain and snow valley and began to gather. The leader was a middle-aged Taoist priest, with an immortal demeanor and a sword of ice and snow hanging from his waist. The loud laughter just now came from this middle-aged Taoist priest. The suzerain of the hidden Kunlun Mountains. Although this person seems to be only middle-aged, he is actually nearly 100 years old. He is truly old and immortal. Of course. It's just like this in the world. In the world of martial arts, a lifespan of 100 years is nothing. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is even more nothing. Old Taoist. You are so old. You married such a flowery and jade-like suzerain's wife. You are really shameless. Long Wanner heard the other party's words. Not to be outdone, she replied without thinking. These words made the complexion of the suzerain lady, who was restrained and carried by her, change slightly. And the middle-aged Taoist priest in the Bingshan Snow Valley Square, below, became even more angry. Smelly girl. You are still stubborn when you are about to die. The old man wants to see how long you can fly on it. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain was furious. He raised his head to look at Long Wanner, who was flying at a height of 100 meters, and Yi Feng, who was isolated by the formation barrier. And Yi Feng. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain immediately pointed the finger at Yi Feng, and said proudly, you ordered this girl to come to my Kunlun Mountain to make trouble. What a good idea. Let women do this kind of thing. Don't dare to do it yourself. Now. Are you to watch your woman be caught by us? Or you surrender yourself to the old man? The old man can consider it. Let your woman go. It's really disrespectful and shameless. Long Wanner scolded unceremoniously, old Taoist, you use women to threaten others. You are not a hero. To deal with you evil heretics, you don't need to use heroic methods. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain took it for granted. Including those Kunlun Mountain disciples around. Listening to the conversation between the two sides, they all began to point to Long Wanner and Yifeng in the air. On the one hand, they are really curious and puzzled about Yifeng and Long Wanner's ability to fly. On the other hand, they also feel that Yifeng and Long Wanner stumbled this time. No one would have imagined that there would be such a powerful defensive formation in Kunlun Mountains. Long Wanner, you are also a girl about my age. I hope you will stop doing evil with Yifeng. Hua Wuxue was carried by Long Wanner, blowing the high-altitude cold wind. After listening to the words of the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, she immediately persuaded Long Wanner. Now Long Wanner has nowhere to escape. When her inner energy is exhausted, she will fall into the hands of Kunlun Mountain. Hua Wuxue already knew at this time that Yifeng and Long Wanner probably want her and the suzerain's wife to be hostages. But now, I'm afraid Long Wanner will become the hostage of Kunlun Mountain herself. Girl from the Long family. If you are sensible, let her go and admit her mistake. We don't want to pursue this matter. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain was full of confidence. He issued an ultimatum to Long Wanner: if you are stubborn, don't blame us for being cruel to you after we captured you. The protective formation of Kunlun Mountain has never been broken by anyone for thousands of years, and no one has been able to pass through the barrier of this protective formation. In the eyes of everyone in Kunlun Mountain, Yifeng was isolated, and Long Wanner was bound to fall into their hands. It's a pity. All of them underestimated Yifeng's ability. A formation-breaking method. It's just a barrier made by condensing some spiritual energy from the world. There's nothing to be proud of. Yifeng quickly figured out the ins and outs of Kunlun Mountain's protective formation. I don't even have a bit of space power. Although I can't break through it, it's easy to pass through this barrier. Yifeng didn't listen to what the people below were talking about. He only knows that he wants to enter the formation barrier, and it will be a breeze to bring Long Wanner and others out. After he figured out the nature of the formation barrier, he didn't hesitate at all, holding the dragon sword in his hand, mobilizing the true energy of the dragon sword art, and using the illusion sword technique. Yifeng's figure flashed, the simple sword light flickered all around, and the next moment, Yifeng had already appeared within the barrier of the formation, and came to the side of Long Wanner, who was commanding Xingqian's sword dance. This sudden scene made many disciples of Kunlun Mountain who were proudly discussing suddenly dumbfounded. What's the situation? How could Yifeng break through the formation barrier and come in? Terrible. Many Kunlun Mountain disciples now know that Yifeng killed Abe Tianmen, one of the leaders of the ninja world of the Red Sun Nation, with a single sword, causing heavy damage to the practice circle of the Red Sun Nation. Such a terrifying and powerful enemy actually broke through their Kunlun Mountain ceiling formation. I'm afraid even their Kunlun Mountain suzerain will not be this Yifeng's opponent. All of a sudden, many people began to panic, for fear that Yifeng would massacre them after breaking through their formation barrier. However, more people reacted immediately and made the most correct decision, that is to gather together one by one to prevent Yifeng's sudden sneak attack. After all, Yifeng's movement skills are too weird. Yifeng looked at the reactions of the many disciples of Kunlun Mountain below, and nodded slightly in his heart. The overall quality of the disciples of Kunlun Mountain is still remarkable. But he didn't come here today to inspect the overall quality of Kunlun Mountain disciples. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, Yi, has a few words to tell you. Yifeng mobilized his true energy, and the words came out of his mouth, spreading throughout the hidden Kunlun Mountains. First, Yimao doesn't want to be an enemy of your faction. After all, your faction is also from Huagua. We can't kill each other. Yimao's actions this time are all for self-protection. Second, your sender wants to invite my wife Wanner as a guest. Yimao expresses her gratitude. But since she doesn't want to be a guest, how can your sender force her to come? I'm afraid it's too rude. Thirdly, Yimao took away the wife of the suzerain of your sect, Hua Wuxue, and Qi Shuling this time, and will definitely treat them well. Yimou hopes that there will be a chance to return them to your sect in the future. Please take advantage of this opportunity. In 3 sentences, Yifeng clearly stated what he meant, and at the same time, he did not give anyone in Kunlun Mountain a chance to speak. Yifeng took away the suzerain's wife, Hua Wuxue and Qi Shuling purely for self-protection, just as hostages so that Kunlun Mountain will no longer take action against Yifeng's people. Everyone in Kunlun Mountain understands this meaning. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but others were a little worried. Their Kunlun Mountain suzerain is not so easy to talk. Now Yifeng actually took away the suzerain's wife. I'm afraid this matter will not be so easy to end. Yifeng, if you take the old couple one step away from Kunlun Mountain, the old man will die with you. Sure enough, the mature middle-aged Taoist priest of Kunlun Mountain immediately said angrily, the power of Kunlun Mountain is all over the world. It's easy to touch your secular friends. Oh. Yifeng raised his brows. He didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn and dare to confront him. Sovereign, you are not afraid that you will never see your beautiful wife again. If you dare, just do it. The middle-aged Taoist said in an extremely bachelor manner, dismissing Yifeng, thinking that this little kid was far from being able to play tricks with him. He didn't believe that Yifeng would really kill his wife, but if he wanted to do something to Yifeng's worldly friends, he didn't have much scruples. Okay, that's what you said. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Naturally, he won't just admit defeat like this, because he can't afford to admit defeat. Because of the Kunlun Mountain factor, he must get rid of the opponent in a short time. Holding the xuanhuan sword in his hand, he stepped on the wide Xinghe Yanwu sword just like Long Wanner, and then put the sword ninja in front of the neck of the beautiful sovereign wife. Sovereign, your wife's life is at your fingertips. Yifeng stared at the Kunlun Mountain suzerain below in his spare time. His words immediately put a lot of pressure on the middle-aged Taoist priest. As for the suzerain's wife, even though Yifeng held the long sword across her neck like this, she still didn't show any expression, but gave him a cold look, didn't speak, and seemed extremely calm. You. The middle-aged Taoist raised his head, glared at Yifeng, pointed at him, but couldn't say anything. He looked at the quaint long sword lying in front of his wife's neck, and suddenly shuddered. Yifeng is a lunatic who can do anything. Even Long Wanner's father, Long Moran, was beheaded by this Yifeng. You stop, the old man just listens to you. After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged Taoist finally lost his temper. After all, his wife is in Yifeng's hands now, he really can't play with Yifeng. If he can catch Long Wanner, there is still room for negotiation. But he didn't know that even if he caught Long Wanner, it would be a breeze for Yifeng to rescue Long Wanner. It would have been better if it had been earlier. Yifeng smiled, took back the ancient xuanhuan sword, and then took Long Wanner to use the illusion sword technique again. Yifeng took Long Wanner, suzerain's wife, Hua Wuxue and Xuelong Qi Shuling to the outside of the formation barrier. This great array of closing mountains in the Kunlun Mountain wonderland is useless in front of Yifeng. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged Taoist felt a wave of frustration in his heart. For this Yifeng, he was really powerless. In the past, it was because of hearing that Yifeng had returned suddenly, beat up the allied practice forces of Tianzhu and Hongsun country, and killed the Abe Tian men of Hongsun country, and cut off the arm of the most cultivated monk in Tianzhu. It is precisely because of this that he has a kind of fear towards Yifeng, wants to act first, and invites Long Wanner to Kunlun Mountain. The reason why Long Wanner was chosen is because the cave in Wanwu Mountain where Long Wanner is currently located is the closest to Kunlun Mountain, and Yifeng's other friends and women are all in Yanjing. It is always inconvenient to move in a big city like Yanjing, so I chose Long Wanner. I didn't expect that his behavior now angered Yifeng. Soon Yifeng left with everyone. However, Yifeng failed to see the inexplicable smile on the corner of the Kunlun Mountain suzerain's mouth after he left with everyone. This guy was not worried because his wife was kidnapped by Yifeng, but seemed to have some plans and arrangements. Yi Feng flew halfway, and joined Tianhing Phantom, who was guarding behind. When the formation barrier appeared outside Kunlun Mountain before, although Yi Feng was a little surprised, he was not afraid. Even if he had no solution to the formation barrier, there was still a phantom of Tianhing. With Tianhing Shuiying's cultivation base, he easily broke through the formation barrier. After all, Yi Feng's sword fight just now loosened the formation barrier. "Ma'am, I've offended you, what should I call you?" While flying, Yi Feng understood the situation with the suzerain's wife. Sun Daiqing. The suzerain's wife had a cold attitude, cherishing words like gold, and only said her own name. "Yi, what do you mean?" Hua Wuxue, who was being carried by Long Wanner, couldn't help it anymore, and glared at Yi Feng with an angry face. "Do you want to fight against the entire Hua kingdom?" "That's not my plan." Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. "It's just that something wants to bite me. I have to take precautions so that the thing doesn't dare to bite me. Otherwise, it will be too late when I get bitten." Snort. Hua Wuxue looked at Yi Feng's rascally appearance and was quite upset, but she had no choice but to ask tentatively, "What are you going to do with us?" "What can I do? Take it back to Peach Blossom Island and raise it." Yi Feng squinted his eyes. "Don't worry, your freedom will not be restricted too much, but you are not allowed to leave the island. With you here, I believe the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain will not want to get my ideas." "That's hard to say." Hua Wuxue said contemptuously. She didn't think that a person who came here from Peach Blossom Island would be so important. She knew very well in her heart that the only person Yi Feng really wanted to catch was the suzerain's wife, Sun Daiqing, and she just happened to be there, so she was only caught by Qiyu. "I hope Yi Feng won't embarrass her." Hua Wuxue thought sadly, and glanced at the snow wolf Qi Shuling, who was caught together with her. On the large Xinghe Yanwu sword, Qi Shuling's eyes are full of spirit, and her snow-white hair is blown by the wind, giving her a majestic appearance. Seeing Hua Wuxue looking at it, Qi Shuling gave a soft ow-wow, looking equally desolate. Qi Shuling, like Hua Wuxue, is not the first time seeing Yi Feng, but now, he has become his prisoner. It is embarrassing to think about it. Yi Feng observed the newly captured 2 women and 1 wolf, secretly smiling. When they arrived at Peach Blossom Island, there would be members of the Battle Soul Army watching them every step of the way. No matter what they did, they couldn't escape Yi Feng's palm. Judging from the behavior of the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain just now, it may be that he has a kind of confidence in his wife Sun Daiqing. Perhaps, the middle-aged Taoist still wants Sun Daiqing to go to Peach Blossom Island to find out the reality of Peach Blossom Island, but it is a pity that this is impossible. Yi Feng didn't think too much, and quickly made a plan for the next step. "Ma'am, I want to ask you a question, and please answer it truthfully." Yi Feng looked at Sun Daiqing aside, and asked, quite modestly. "Hypocritical." Hua Wuxue watched coldly, dismissing Yi Feng's politeness. "Excuse me." Sun Daiqing showed no expression, opened her mouth slightly, and said 2 words. "The location of Punlai Island, where is it?" Yi Feng asked his own question. "Punlai Island." Hua Wuxue opened her eyes wide. This person surnamed Yi not only came to Kunlun Mountain to arrest people, but even made his idea on Punlai Island? This is too bold. The overall strength of Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island is almost the same, but Punlai Island has a superior geographical location and is said to be the site of ancient immortals. There are many strange formations around Punlai Island. In history, Kunlun Mountain has been invaded many times by foreign enemies, but Punlai Island has not been invaded once. Immense. It is not an exaggeration to use this word to describe Punlai Island. "Yi, if you want to go to Punlai Island, I can take you there without madam asking." Hua Wuxue spoke out first. She wanted to see how Yi Feng went to Punlai Island to die. "Oh?" Yi Feng was surprised. "This is not bad, then tell me, where is Punlai Island roughly located?" Northeast of China, in the Bohai Sea and the Yellow Sea. Without even thinking about it, Hua Wuxue said, the location of Punlai Immortal Island is changing all the time. People who don't know the way will never find the location of Punlai Immortal Island. You understand very well? Yi Feng didn't believe it. That's natural. Hua Wuxue stretched out her plump chest and smiled secretly. She has been with Madame for so long, can she not know the location of Punlai Island? That's good, I believe you, if I find out that you lied to me. Yi Feng stared at Hua Wuxue's chest maliciously. Ahem. Long Wanner coughed at the side. Hey, if you lie to me, let you share a room with a barbarian when you get to Peach Blossom Island, you will do what he says. When Yi Feng heard the words, he immediately changed his words. Share a room with a barbarian. When Hua Wuxue heard this, her face immediately changed. She didn't know when there were barbarians on Peach Blossom Island. Or, where would Yi Feng get a barbarian to sleep with her? Although I don't quite understand Yi Feng's specific meaning, these words are undoubtedly terrifying to a young girl in her prime. Hua Wuxue swallowed her saliva. Your name is Yi, don't worry, I won't lie to you. Since Punlai Island is near the Bohai Sea and the Yellow Sea, let's go to Yanjing first. Wanner, let's go. Yi Feng smiled, mobilized with true energy, took Long Wanner with his dragon sword, and flew all the way to the northeast. The true energy in Long Wanner's body was exhausted, and she could no longer fly with the sword. Fortunately, Tianhing Phantom followed behind, and immediately stimulated by true energy, she took over Sun Daiqing, Hua Wuxue, and Qi Shuling. With Tianhing Shuiying's cultivation base, it can fly with as many people as it comes. 380 years of cultivation, this is no joke. At this moment, Tianhing Shuiying has existed for nearly 4 hours, and there are still 8 hours, which is enough for Yi Feng to settle down in Yanjing, and then go to Punlai Island. Yi Feng moved to Punlai Island, of course, for the same reason as Kunlun Mountain, to warn the other side, so that they don't want to think about the people around him. Speeding along this road, the Tianshan Mountains are the same color, and the scenery is beautiful. Even Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue, who were kidnapped, couldn't help being fascinated by them. When you look around, you can see the blue sky, white clouds, green trees, and green water, and you can't help but feel that the great rivers and mountains of the motherland are really awe-inspiring. In particular, it was the first time for Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue to fly in the air like this. This kind of flight is a real flight, which is completely different from the feeling of flying. Because, Tianhing Phantom led them to float directly in midair without any support, which made them even feel like they would fall from the sky at any time. Exciting, but a little scary. The wind was flying fast, and it didn't take long before Yanjing, the capital of Huagua, was in sight. Everyone came all the way to Yanjing. Yi Feng carried Long Wanner down in the villa courtyard of King Fengyuan. Due to the cover of phantom swordsmanship, the figures of the two were not noticed by others at all, and naturally no one would see them. Someone flew down from the sky. Tianhing Shuiying also landed with a group of people, and with a wave of his hand, let him bring all the flying people into the villa. Finally landed. The suzerain's wife and Hua Wuxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been flying in the air just now, which really made them sweat. After all, they had never experienced such an experience. Moreover, they never thought that there would be someone in the world who possessed such an ability, who could not only fly with a sword in the air by themselves, but also lead others to fly with their tyrannical inner energy. When looking at the phantom of Tianhing floating motionless in midair, the two women naturally felt terrified. Even though Sun Daiqing, the wife of the suzerain, appeared calm and composed, it was not difficult to see the turbulence in her heart from her eyes. This journey is really the most wonderful journey they have ever experienced, none of them. But then, they didn't know how Yi Feng would treat them. As shocked as the two girls, there was also the disciple of the Long family, the 8 immortals, who came with them. Although this 15-year-old boy has outstanding talent, calmness, and a unique sixth sense, it is really the first time in his life that he is being carried around like this. Since Long Baxian has not yet started to practice, he is just an ordinary person, and when he landed, he felt a little floating in his body. The feeling of floating in the air is really wonderful. The eyes of Long Baxian looking at Yi Feng were already full of hope and anticipation. After following Yi Feng, will he be able to walk with a sword in the air like Yi Feng and Long Wanner in the future? This is much better than staying in Long's house all the time. In addition to these three people, there was another person, and that was the great Mithriya who was put into a deep sleep by the phantom of Tianheng. At this moment, great Mithriya still did not wake up, and fell asleep like a dead pig. This great monk was wearing a half-shoulder cassock, which looked different from an authentic monk, but Yi Feng believed that this guy was definitely a true Buddhist cultivator. After all, that beam of Buddha's light can completely eliminate the killing intent in Yi Feng's heart, which is consistent with the rumored purpose of the Buddhist sect. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately, isn't that what you say? Qi Shuling was brought all the way to Yanjing. At this time, she was dizzy and fell to the ground as soon as she landed, unable to get up. The cute snow wolf had stars in his eyes, and he was completely dizzy. He was dragged into the hall of the villa by Tianheng, Shuiying, with a wave of his hand. Menghan, Xiaoya, Xiaoqi, we are back. As soon as she got home, Long Wanner's consciousness was swept away, and she immediately knew it, and shouted. Wanner? Soon there was a sound of footsteps upstairs, and then a lovely and innocent face appeared at the stairs, looking down the hall downstairs. Wanner is back? Ah. Su Menghan originally thought that Long Wanner had come back alone, but when she looked into the hall, she saw a bunch of people standing besides Long Wanner. Among them, the one who surprised and delighted her the most was of course Yi Feng, standing beside Long Wanner. The dead ghost is back, Sister Xiaoyu, come down quickly. Su Menghan was full of joy, and after yelling, she immediately bounced downstairs. Today she was wearing a tight white short sleeve paired with a pair of skinny jeans, and her small feet in a pair of small canvas shoes made her look like a young girl. Do you usually call me that? Dead ghost? When Yi Feng saw Su Menghan, he was naturally in a happy mood. He said something casually, and took 2 steps forward to hug Su Menghan tightly in his arms. Smelling the bursts of fragrance from Su Menghan's body, Yi Feng felt a little uncontrollable. This cute little girl. It's really cute, especially under the tight white short sleeves. The bulging chest immediately made Yi Feng think of some evil things. But in this situation, of course he can't do anything rogue. Soon, an elegant beauty in a long red dress appeared at the stairs. It was Xiaoyu. When she saw Yi Feng, she was pleasantly surprised. You're back. Xiaoyu walked downstairs lightly. She didn't come over as lively as Su Menghan, but from her affectionate eyes, it was obvious that she missed Yi Feng no less than Su Menghan. Yi Feng looked at Xiaoyu's face, and saw that her face became more and more radiant, as delicate as jade, and looked younger by several years. This is the effect of cultivating immortals. However, this did not discount her mature beauty. Her young face, coupled with her graceful figure under the red dress, made her mature and sexy charm even more amazing. Yi Feng was holding the pure and beautiful Su Menghan in his arms, the lovely and pretty Long Wanner was standing beside him, and the sexy and seductive Xiaoyu was pacing in front of him, which made him throb for a moment. Why don't you just live with them like this, and don't run around? As soon as such a thought appeared, he immediately threw it to the back of his mind. Not to mention that he has already accepted the experience of the dragon sword inheritance. If he doesn't work hard, he will only become the attendant of the real dragon sword successor in the future. Even before, he couldn't slack off at all. In this world where strength is the most important thing, if Yi Feng doesn't work hard, he will end up being trampled to death by others. Especially now, he knows the law of attaining the Tao in 1,000 years and becoming an immortal in 10,000 years. How can it be possible to achieve 1,000-year cultivation based on the elementary and intermediate cultivation methods that all the women are practicing now? We must strive for a more high-end cultivation method for them, just like the sunflower celestial art. After all, not all of them can comprehend and practice dragon sword art. Even if they can, the number of dragon sword maids must be limited. After much difficulty, Yifeng finally got together with the three girls again, but unfortunately, this good scene can't last too long. He still needs to get rid of Penglai Island, otherwise it will be difficult for Penglai Island to attack his people outside in the future. Wanner, Menghan, Xiaoya. Thank you for your hard work. Yifeng sighed with emotion, then raised his head and looked at a quirky little girl above the stairs. And Xiaoqi, what are you doing hiding up there? Let's come down together. It turned out that Xiaoqi had been hiding up there, but now she was a little afraid to face Yifeng, mainly because she hadn't seen Yifeng for such a long time, and she felt that Yifeng had become very strange to her. However, she still has an obsession in her heart. Xiaoqi thought, and finally made up her mind. She let go of her hesitation, walked down the stairs, stared at Yifeng closely, and said word by word, "Brother-in-law, I want to practice too." When Xiaoqi came downstairs and said such a sentence, Yifeng was a little surprised. She also wants to practice? Now Xiaoyu has cultivated for 30 years, because she practiced the alchemy of the stars, so she has not yet comprehended the second picture, and cannot continue to practice. However, just like this, the changes in Xiaoyu's whole body are also very obvious. The skin is more supple, and the appearance is younger. Living with Xiaoqi for a long time, of course Xiaoqi is very aware of the changes in her sister. These are all changes brought about by following Yifeng to practice the cultivation of immortality. Moreover, Xiaoqi and Xiaoyu were very close since childhood. No matter what happened, Xiaoyu would always stand in front of Xiaoqi and help her solve those problems. Now Xiaoyu is practicing with Yifeng, but Xiaoqi can only stay in Yanjing to study, which makes her feel very unbalanced. Even if she is not with Yifeng, she still wants to be with her sister, Xiaoyu. In Xiaoqi's heart, there was such a thought, and now, that thought was captured sensitively by Xiaoyu. Damn ghost, Xiaoqi has been telling me about this for a long time, do you see? Xiaoyu came to Yifeng and said softly. Don't worry, Xiaoqi is your younger sister. As long as she is willing, I will not object to this matter, nor will I hide it. Yifeng smiled, patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, and then hugged her into his arms. That's good. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, stroked Yifeng's face lightly, then moved her red lips together and kissed him deeply. Not seeing each other for such a long time, not only Yifeng misses the three daughters, but the three daughters also miss Yifeng very much. When they see each other now, they will naturally not let him go easily. Damn ghost, are you going to find Penglai Island later? Xiaoyu kissed Yifeng, then pinched his waist, and asked, with some dissatisfaction. Well, the threat has to be dealt with. Yifeng nodded and frowned slightly. I'm sorry, I'll come back and celebrate with everyone after I've settled the matter of Penglai Island. Xiaoyu nodded. Of course she would not object to Yifeng's decision. Although she didn't want Yifeng to leave like this, she wanted Yifeng to stay and spend the night with her, but she also understood that Yifeng's going to Penglai Island now must be for her own consideration. If it weren't for the fact that Tianheng Shuiying can only exist for 6 hours, Yifeng would not go to Penglai Island now, but would have a good reunion with the three women first. Anyway, with Tianheng Phantom around, the mere Penglai Island is no threat to Yifeng. But now, the existence time of Tianheng Phantom is only more than 7 hours. There is something, I don't know whether I should say it. Just at this moment, the boy from the Long family, Baxian Long, who was brought back by Yifeng all the way, suddenly frowned slightly, and said aloud. 8 immortals, you can say whatever you want. Seeing this, Longwater encouraged her with a smile. Anyway, the 8 immortals will be their own from now on, and it would be inconvenient to keep restraining them. Since it's my own person, it's good to relax a little bit, there's no need to be so nervous. Senior Yi wants to find trouble with Punlai Island now, I'm afraid there is something wrong. After hearing Long Wanner's words, Long Baxian felt relieved, expressed his worries directly, and glanced at Tianhing Phantom next to him. I don't know how strong this man is, but I do have a bad feeling. When Long Wainer heard this, Dai Mei frowned slightly. 8 immortals, what basis do you have for your words? There is no evidence, this is just my personal guess. Long Baxian shook his head. Senior Yi, please forgive me if I offend you, I'm just expressing my premonition. No problem. Yi Feng frowned and nodded. For this Dragon 8 immortal, Yi Feng can be sure that his perception is quite keen. When he was in Long's house, Yi Feng used his phantom sword technique, but no one noticed his coming, so he hid behind the hall of Long's house for a long time. But during this period, the Baxian Long discovered his existence, which shows that the Baxian Long had a strong premonition. This kind of premonition is simply a unique advantage in the cultivation world. For example, now, the 8 immortals have a premonition that Yi Feng will encounter accidents when he goes to Punlai Island, and it will be of great help to Yi Feng. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, at least these words reminded Yi Feng and made him cautious about his next actions. Although he has the shadow of Tianhing, Punlai Island is one of the 3 hidden places in Huagua, and its geographical location is more advantageous than Kunlun Mountain. Maybe it can really make Yi Feng feel embarrassed. Do you still want to keep going? This is a problem. Yi Feng thought for a moment, finally smiled, and glanced at Long Baxian, then listened to what little brother Long said first, and don't go to Punlai Island for now. Even if you don't rely on Tianhing Shuiying to find trouble with Punlai Island, this Tianhing Shuiying also has other uses. Tianhing, first communicate with me about the fairy art you practiced, and then you can go to trouble with the country of America. Yi Feng waved his hand and decided to chat with Tianhing first, so as to understand the strength of Yu Chan's immortal cultivation sect. He didn't set off for Punlai Island, on the one hand, because the 8 immortals said that it might be dangerous, but Yi Feng still believed in this kid, and on the other hand, it was also because he wanted to spend the night with the girls first. Seeing the reluctance in the eyes of the girls, Yi Feng softened his heart. Isn't Yi Feng too beastly to leave after 9 months? Moreover, he has not prepared any gifts for the girls. In addition, Shaoqi's affairs had to be arranged first. As soon as Yi Feng said that he would not go to Punlai Island for now, the beautiful girl Hua Wuxue, who was watching on the side, immediately burst out laughing. This person surnamed Yi is really as timid as a mouse, he even believed what a young boy said, so he gave up his previous plan and stopped looking for Punlai Island. Hua Wuxue was really disappointed, it was a pity that she couldn't see Yi Feng going to Punlai Island to run into trouble. What are you laughing at? Yi Feng glanced at Hua Wuxue and said coldly. Laugh at you for being timid, what's wrong? Hua Wuxue fought back without hesitation, she was not afraid of what Yi Feng would do to her, after all she was a hostage now. Since ancient times, the 2 armies have not fought without killing each other. Hua Wuxue believed that Yi Feng would not be shameless enough to attack a hostage like her. Hey, it's better to be timid than die, what do you think? Yi Feng didn't take it seriously, he smiled and waved his hand, true energy burst out from the air, and immediately sealed Hua Wuxue's mouth. Woo! Hua Wuxue's eyes widened, and she wanted to scold him, but found that she couldn't utter a word, and her face turned red with anger. Have a good rest. As soon as Yi Feng raised his hand, Tianhing Shuiying grabbed Hua Wuxue, Sun Daiqing, and Great Mithraea together, sent them to the side utility room, and locked them up. Only Yi Feng and the girls were left in the hall, plus a young dragon Baxian who just changed Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng didn't know, because he believed in the 8 immortals this time, and unexpectedly escaped a murder. The Kunlun Mountain incident soon spread to the ears of many monks in Punlai Island. At the same time, the disappearance of Yin Shaolin Great Maitreya was also noticed by many eminent monks in Yin Shaolin. There is no doubt that these are good deeds done by Yifeng. The focus of the whole incident was concentrated on Punlai Island. Many hermits and experts gathered on Punlai Island to wait for Yifeng's arrival. Yifeng first seized Peach Blossom Island, then kidnapped Sun Daiqing, the suzerain's wife of Kunlun Mountain, and everyone could guess that the next target was Punlai Island. On the bright side, there are practitioners from Punlai Island who are going all out to prepare, and practitioners from Kunlun Mountain are assisting. In secret, there are eminent Shaolin monks who have set up formations near Punlai Island. Once Yifeng approaches, it will be difficult to fly. What they didn't expect was that Yifeng cancelled this operation temporarily. After locking up Sun Daiqing, Hua Wuxue, Great Maitreya, and Qi Shuling, Yifeng let the girls go upstairs, and stayed in the hall by himself, preparing to communicate with Tianheng Shuiying. The cultivation sect that Yuechan, Tianheng, and the others belong to is called the Luoha Immortal sect. It has been established for thousands of years. All are superior. In the Luoha book, there are all kinds of wonderful and profound fairy arts. If you want to comprehend them, you must have extraordinary talents. Ordinary people are not talented enough, and they can't comprehend a single fairy art in 100 years. Like Yuechan, it took only 1 year to comprehend the 3 major immortal arts of Luoha book, and she was able to perform them initially. This is the top talent that can be seen usually. He has a cultivation base of more than 300 years. Even if Yuechan was like this, if Yifeng went there, she would definitely receive more attention than Yuechan, but unfortunately, it was Su Feiying who discovered Yifeng's talent. It was Su Feiying who brought him into the world of immortal cultivators. Before that, he was just a desperate orphan. The 3 major immortal techniques of Luoha Xianzong, 1 attack, 1 defense and 1 body technique, complement each other and interlock each other. If they are all comprehended, the combat effectiveness is quite powerful. It's a pity that no matter how powerful the immortal technique is, it needs the support of cultivation, otherwise, just like Tianheng and Yuechan, it will be a tragedy when they encounter the magic pupil of the world. During Yifeng's questioning, Tianheng Shuiying knew all the answers, but unfortunately, because he had already died once and was refined into a magic puppet pill, some memories were lost. For example, Tianheng Shuiying couldn't remember what the other people in Luoha Xianzong looked like. At the same time, Tianheng Shuiying still has instinctive resistance to certain issues, such as the content recorded in the Luoha book, how to practice the Luoha book, and so on. What is recorded in the Luoha book is the high-level cultivating mentality. If they can know it, Long Baxian, Shaoqi, and others will have an additional choice of cultivation. It's a pity that Yifeng couldn't find out the content of Luoha book from Tianheng Shuiying, so Yifeng had no choice but to give up. Tell me everything you know about the Yang God. After Yifeng asked about the Luoha Immortal sect, he didn't get much useful information, so he could only change the topic. Gathering the Yang God is an important thing that cultivators must do after they reach 100 years of cultivation. In fact, in the meditation space of the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, the time for Yifeng to reach 100 years of cultivation is a little earlier. But Yifeng was not ready to gather Yangshan together. Simply, Yang God and Yin God are different. At 10 years of cultivation, if the cultivator does not condense the Yin God, he will no longer be able to absorb the aura of heaven and earth to improve his cultivation, but at 100 years of cultivation, the Yang God will not come out, and his cultivation can still increase. Therefore, Yifeng was not in a hurry. Moreover, he didn't tell Yi Wendian and Tang Xifeng the method of condensing the Yangshan. After all, he didn't know anything he was familiar with, so he didn't feel at ease just handing it over to others. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be too late to regret. Now that Tianheng Shuiying happened to be there, Yifeng could find a chance to ask about it. The god of Yang, corresponding to the god of Yin, is the result of the materialization of the primordial spirit. Tianheng Shuiying was extremely chic, and answered Yifeng's question with ease. If you want to gather the young god, you need to prepare enough time for meditation, otherwise, if you are disturbed during the process, your previous efforts will be wasted, and your meridians will be exhausted, and you will die. Nothing can die. The time to condense the young god is also related to the talent of the immortal cultivator. Su Feiying spent a year in that year, and Yifeng should be better than Su Feiying, but probably not much better. But Yifeng has a great advantage, that is, he bought an immature vermilion fruit from Zhongyang before, but now, that vermilion fruit has already matured, and it was placed in the dragon sword token. With a vermilion fruit, the time for Yifeng to condense Yangshan can be shortened by half. My name is Tianheng. It took 2 years to condense the young god, but I am a rare genius who cultivates immortals once in 100 years. Tianheng Shuiying talked about her great achievements, but in the eyes of Yifeng, a true genius, this was not an achievement worth boasting about. Yifeng thought about it. What about Yuechan? Junior sister Yuechan is talented and intelligent. It only took 1 year to condense the young god. She is a genius among geniuses that are rare in 1,000 years. Tianheng Shuiying obviously had an impression of Yuechan, and his tone was quite admiring. When Yifeng heard this, he really wanted to laugh out loud. It seems that Yuechan and Su Feiying's talents are similar. This is a genius that is rare to meet in 1,000 years. According to Tianheng Shuiying's words, isn't I, Yifeng, a genius among geniuses that is rare in 10,000 years? Hee. Yifeng was a little narcissistic, and then asked Tianheng Shuiying about some matters that should be paid attention to when condensing the young god. In the end, Yifeng came to the conclusion that it is a qualitative leap for immortal cultivators to unite Yangshan after 100 years of cultivation. Whether or not the young god is condensed has a great impact on the strength of the cultivator. Once the young god is condensed, even the young god can automatically absorb the aura of heaven and earth in the surrounding air, and at least double the speed of cultivation and the speed of expanding meridians. But the previous Yifeng did not know. Su Feiying didn't tell him because Yifeng at that time was still far away from a century-old cultivation base, and besides Su Feiying, who would tell him this? After all, there are no other immortal cultivators on the earth where he has been. I see. It was only then that Yifeng understood why Yuechan was only in her 30s, yet she had a cultivation base of more than 300 years. Yangshan is the main reason. Once a high-quality young god is condensed, the cultivation speed of the immortal cultivator will be greatly improved. However, it is not an easy task to condense a high-quality Yangshan. Yifeng didn't act rashly. He felt that he had to ask clearly about this kind of matter before he could proceed with peace of mind. Yifeng thought, since Yangshan can increase the speed of cultivation, this matter must also be put on the agenda. If you want to gather the young god, you must have a safe place to practice. It's good to be in the Tomb of Dragon Sword or Peach Blossom Island. Gather the young god first, and then go to the Menghuang realm to find Su Feiying. Yifeng is confident, with his talent, another vermilion fruit can cut the time in half. It doesn't take too long to gather Yangshan. Waiting for the Yangshan to condense out, and then head to the Menghuang realm, the confidence will be much greater. It's a pity that there is only one vermilion fruit, which can only shorten the time by half. If there are more vermilion fruits, it will be great. Yifeng thought in his heart, but shook his head helplessly. Getting one of Zhuguo's treasure is already a coincidence, so we can't expect too much. Next, Yifeng asked Tianheng Shuiying some more detailed questions, and then felt that this guy was useless. You can go to the Bohai Sea and the Yellow Sea to see if there is any trace of Polygamy Island. If there is, go up and make a fuss, and if possible, you can injure a few people. Yifeng waved his hand, ready to send Tianheng Shuiying away. If you can't find Polygamy Island within 3 hours, then fly across the Pacific Ocean to find trouble with the Americans, especially Viper and Pecan Group. guys from both organizations. Yi Feng has obtained a lot of information about Viper and Pecan Group from Medusa and Benjamin. According to the location revealed by the two, if Tianheng Shuiying was allowed to make trouble in the past, at least the two organizations could suffer more than 50% of the economic loss and at least half of the casualties. Anyway, Tianheng Phantom will disappear soon, and sending it out to cause heavy damage to the enemy can maximize its effect. After all, this magic puppet pill is a one-time product, and if you use one, you will lose one. Before Tianheng left, he was ordered by Yi Feng to plant a restraint on the big Maitreya in the room, so that his strength would not recover within half a year at least. In this way, Yi Feng would not be afraid that the fat monk would wake up and treat him. People are disadvantaged. When the time comes to Peach Blossom Island, within half a year, anyone can bully this fat monk. And half a year is already the limit of what Tianheng can do. If he is more ruthless, the whole body of Maitreya will be abolished. After being pestered by Yi Feng to ask questions for an hour, the phantom of Tianheng finally flew up in the mist. No one has discovered that such a strong man set off from Yanjing, flew to the vicinity of the Bohai Sea and the Yellow Sea, and was about to go to Punlai Island to wreak havoc. Yi Feng didn't think too much about Tianheng Shuiying's matter, so he let him make any noise. After letting Tianheng Shuiying leave, Yi Feng walked upstairs and found the room where the girls were. As for the 8 immortals, they were taken to the next door by Long Wanner, planning to let him live in the villa next door to Night Middle. After all, this room is full of women, so it is inconvenient for Long Baxian to live here. What's more, when Zi Jianlan and the girls come back from Yanda after school, there will be no place for Long Baxian to live in this villa. 8 immortals, when you return to Peach Blossom Island, I will ask Yi Feng to teach you the cultivation method and let you start cultivating immortals. Long Wanner gave Long Baxian a word, turned around and returned to her villa. At this time Yi Feng was talking with Xiaoqi in the room. These are the ways of cultivating immortals that you can choose now. Star 2 Mart, Star Refining Immortal Code, Dragon Sword Art, you have to think clearly. Regarding the pros and cons of various methods of cultivating immortals, Yi Feng has already explained clearly to Xiaoqi. The Star 2 Mart, the basic method of cultivating immortals, is Yi Feng's first cultivation method, and it comes with a fairly good fairy art. If it is practiced to the extreme, it will at least make Xiaoqi invincible on Earth. The Star Refining Code comes from the star charts of the ancient temples in the Menghuang realm. Lin Shiqing and Xiaoyu practiced this method of cultivating immortals. It is an advanced method of cultivating immortals. However, cultivating the Star Refinement Code requires special talent. If the comprehension ability is not very strong, practicing the Star Refinement Code is not as suitable as practicing the Star Grave Art. For example, the current Xiaoyu, because she didn't comprehend the second star map of the Star Refining and Immortal Code, was stuck in her cultivation for 30 years and couldn't make any progress. As for the Dragon Sword Art, Yi Feng just said it casually. After practicing the Dragon Sword Art, she will become Yi Feng's maid. From now on, she will share joys and sorrows with Yi Feng, and her fate will be tied together. If Yi Feng becomes the heir of the Dragon Sword, then the corresponding Dragon Sword maids will rise, but if Yi Feng fails, then the fate of the Dragon Sword maids will be handed over to the real Dragon Sword heirs, and Yi Feng will also become the Dragon Sword maiden. Sword Servant. Correspondingly, the cultivation difficulty of the Dragon Sword Ju is also higher than that of the Alchemy of Stars, but its cultivation speed is also 4 times faster than that of the Star Tomb Ju. It is the highest quality cultivation method Yi Feng has seen so far. What Yi Feng meant was that he hoped that Xiaoqi would practice the Star Tomb Art, but obviously, Xiaoqi would not make the same choice as he thought. I want to practice Dragon Sword Art. Xiaoqi said very seriously. Dragon Sword Art? Yi Feng was stunned. Practicing Dragon Sword Ju, the fate is beyond your control. Xiaoqi raised her head and stared into Yifeng's eyes. I just want to get closer to you, and if I practice dragon sword art like you, I can be with you often in the future. Yifeng was silent for a moment, then finally sighed and said, Xiaoqi, why are you doing this? You should have your own life. No, my heart is the same as my sister's, you know that? Xiaoqi stared at Yifeng closely, without flinching in the slightest. This girl who has always been determined has no hesitation at this time, following Yifeng to practice dragon sword art. There will be no mistakes. Then what did your father say? Yifeng did not immediately agree with Xiaoqi's choice, but changed the subject and asked. He gave you my sister and me a long time ago, don't you remember? Xiaoqi smiled easily, shrugged her shoulders, and didn't take it seriously. Alright, then, this is the initial training method of the dragon sword Ju, the diagram of the golden dragon spinning sword. You can take it and study it carefully. Yifeng took out a jade slip from the dragon sword token. The picture of the golden dragon spinning sword can allow people to practice for 200 years. If you can comprehend it, it should be enough for the time being. However, if you want to comprehend the dragon sword Ju, it's a bit difficult. If it doesn't work, I'll give you the selection of the star refining immortal code and the star tomb art later. I will definitely do it, dragon sword art. With burning eyes, Xiaoqi took the jade slip with full confidence. The previous dragon sword successor had 9 dragon sword maids in total, so they left the 9-color dragon sword ancient ring, and erected 9 bluestone dragon pagodas outside the dragon sword tomb, and also left behind 9 dragon souls, giving 9 inheritance experiences. As for Yifeng, Yuechan is the only maid now. He doesn't know whether Xiaoqi will become his second maid. It all depends on Xiaoqi's talent. Coming out of Xiaoqi's room, Yifeng saw Su Menghan quietly standing by the door, seeming to be eavesdropping on his conversation with Xiaoqi. In fact, if Yifeng wanted to block the conversation between him and Xiaoqi, neither Su Menghan nor the others could detect it, but there was nothing to block the conversation between him and Xiaoqi, so Yifeng didn't take any measures. How about Menghan? I'll sleep in your room tonight. Yifeng walked out of the room, saw the pure and beautiful Su Menghan, couldn't help but said with a smile. Dead ghost. Su Menghan blushed pretty, approached, and took Yifeng's arm kindly and naturally. Why don't you go to sleep in Wanner and Sister Xiaoyu's room? Everyone comes, there is a chance. Yifeng smiled. Snort. Su Menghan turned her head to the side and pretended to be angry. Why didn't you come to Yanjing first when you came back? Why did you go to Long's house? Wanner, isn't she in danger? Besides, she came to Yanjing and passed by Wangwushan cave, right? Yifeng hugged Su Menghan's slender waist, carried her through a corridor, came to his and Su Menghan's room at the beginning, and pushed the door open. Wanner, Miss Xiaoya, why are you in this room too? As soon as Yifeng pushed open the door, he saw Long Wanner and Xiaoyu standing in the room. One was cute and the other was a. Yifeng immediately became wild. Because at home, Yifeng's spiritual consciousness didn't cover the entire villa, he just paid attention to the rooms of Hua Wuxue, Sun Daiqing, and de Mithraea downstairs, and spread his spiritual consciousness around the villa. As for what Long Wanner and the others are doing, Yifeng doesn't need to detect it with his spiritual sense. This is also a kind of respect. But now I didn't expect that Long Wanner and Xiaoyu would actually enter Su Menghan's room while Yifeng was not paying attention, just like what was said in advance. Why, let's talk to Xiao Susu, can't we? Long Wanner giggled. It's you, dead ghost. It's not even night yet. You just carried Xiao Susu into the room. What do you mean? Su Menghan blushed a little when she said this, but Yifeng didn't care at all. What do I mean? You still don't understand, little girl, come here and rub my shoulders. It's a good idea, it's not bad to let you rub it for us. Long Wanner hissed, completely ignoring Yifeng's request. Okay, don't you dare not listen to your husband and see if I can spank your ass later. Yifeng let go of Su Menghan ferociously, and as soon as his footsteps moved, he threw himself towards Long Waner. How could Long Waner compare to Yifeng's speed? She couldn't dodge in time, she was thrown straight, and was crushed by Yifeng on the soft big bed. You are rude. Long Waner's pretty face flushed, feeling Yifeng's strong chest pressed tightly against her chest, she was extremely shy. Although this scene is not the first time, there are still Su Menghan and Xiaoyu in the room now. The rudeness is yet to come. Yifeng swung his hand and slapped Long Waner's tender buttocks, making her pretty face even redder. Damn, you are a beast. Yifeng went down again, but at this time, Su Menghan quietly closed and locked the door of the room, and brought Xiaoyu to the bedside. Although Yifeng hit Long Waner's butt, of course he didn't use force, he just took advantage of the opportunity. Seeing the other two girls coming to the bed, Yifeng stood up straight with his arms around Long Waner, and asked in a low voice, when will Zi Jianlan and Xiao Zhang usually come back? They went out to eat with Sister Lin tonight, they probably won't be back yet. Su Menghan's face was slightly red, and she sat sideways on the edge of the bed. That's just in time for us to wait for them to come back while doing some business. Yifeng smiled. Su Menghan didn't know what Yifeng meant when she heard the words, although there were two other women together at this time, but that was what the three of them had just secretly agreed upon. She didn't refute, her pure face is like a ripe apple. But at this time, the sexy and alluring mature lady who was originally wearing a long red dress has gradually shed the cover on her delicate body, and her snow-white and alluring body slowly came into Yifeng's eyes. Seeing this scene, how could Yifeng hold it back? Immediately, like a hungry tiger pounced on food, through the sexy beauty who had taken off her long skirt on the bed. Immediately, the house full of spring, the most primitive movement of human beings played in the house. 9 o'clock at night. Yifeng was sitting in the hall, drinking tea leisurely, listening to Su Menghan, who was sitting in his arms whispering something to him. It has been a whole year since Su Xincheng was sentenced. Su Menghan just visited him a while ago, but he found that Su Xincheng has changed a lot from before he went in. It can be seen that Su Xincheng really repented and asked about Su Menghan's current situation. Knowing that Su Menghan is with Yifeng now and living a good life, Su Xincheng felt relieved and asked about Su Menghan's studies at the same time. About this, Su Menghan is a little bit awkward, because she followed Yifeng around. Although she was admitted to Yenqing University, she didn't go to Yenqing University in the first year. Although Lin Shiqing was involved, many courses had to undergo makeup exams and deferment procedures, but in Su Menghan's heart, she still changed from a good student to an inferior student who always skipped classes. About this point, she really didn't dare to let Su Xincheng know, so she casually vagued it. It was you who caused me to skip more than 95% of my classes in my freshman year. Su Menghan blamed him with a blushing face while talking. So I skipped 100% of my classes. Yifeng rubbed his head and felt a little embarrassed. How did Sister Lin handle it for me? She gave you a leave of absence, so if you come back next semester, you should still start from freshman year. Su Menghan giggled. A break from school. Yifeng smiled helplessly. It seems that Lin Shiqing has a big opinion on him. For others, he passed the makeup exam directly, but for him, he was suspended from school. The treatment is completely different. Fortunately, Yifeng didn't care too much about Yenqing University's student status. If you want to finish your 4 years at Yanda, just finish it here. After all, you won't have such an opportunity again in the future. Yifeng thought for a moment, shook his head, and said to Su Menghan. Although there are still 3 years before graduating from university, for cultivators, 3 years is actually a very short period of time, and it passes in the blink of an eye. Before embarking on the endless journey of cultivation, it is good for Su Menghan and the others to enjoy the innocent time on campus for the last time. Hearing the words, Su Menghan nodded slowly, acquiesced to Yifeng's words, and then continued to bury her pretty face in Yifeng's arms. You say, when can we live together peacefully? I don't know, but that's what my ultimate goal is. Yifeng raised his head and looked out through the window of the villa. At the gate of King Feng Yin Zi Chen and the other beauties were talking and laughing together and came back. It has been 4 or 5 hours since Yifeng dismissed Tianhing Shuiying, and it is almost time to arrive at the land of the country of America. Although Tianhing Phantom was summoned by Yifeng by crushing the magic puppet pill, but now Yifeng has lost contact with the other party long ago. The two sides can communicate, but once they separate, they cannot communicate. Therefore, Yifeng has no idea whether Tianhing Shuiying has found Penglai Island, what is the current situation, etc. If you want to know, you can only rely on other information. Of course, Yifeng is not in a hurry to know. After all, Tianhing Shuiying's strength is too strong, so strong that it is almost invincible on Earth. As long as he finds Penglai Island, the loss of Penglai Island is inevitable, and according to Yifeng's order, Tianhing Shuiying will definitely severely injure several Penglai Island bosses. The country that will suffer next is the United States. Perhaps it has already encountered the attack of Tianhing Phantom. Yifeng was sitting on the sofa with Su Menghan in his arms, and Long Wan'er and Xiao Yu were making some supper in the kitchen. At this moment, Zi Jianlan, Zhang Xinyun, Obi, and Lin Shiqing were chatting and laughing outside King Feng Garden walked back. Recently, the students in Yifeng's class have just started the first semester of their sophomore year, so these 4 people go to school during the day. As for Su Menghan and Xiao Qi, there is no class during the day, so they will stay in the villa and meet Yifeng first. This matter still needs to be decided by Xiao Yuejia. After all, she is in charge of blade technology now. Getting closer, Obi's voice first reached Yifeng's ears. This made Yifeng a little strange. Did something happen to blade technology again? Soon, a group of 4 came to the gate of the villa. Zijianlin took out the key to open the door, and a fresh and natural voice came out. Menghan, Sister Xiaoya, we are back. These days in Yanjing, Zijianlan is really happy, especially when she is in school. There are so many peers around who can communicate friendly. Unlike when she was in the Immortal sect before, she was suffocated every day and had to face all the rigid faces. Therefore, every day in Yanjing, Zijianlin has a happy smile on her face, but there is something else hidden in this smile. She wants to be alone. That person is Yifeng. It was Yifeng who rescued her from the Immortal sect and gave her such a fulfilling and happy living environment, especially for her to get to know Binger and Xiaobai, 2 lovely little guys. Today's Binger is not only familiar with Zijianlin, but also with the other girls around Yifeng. After all the girls have absorbed the heaven and earth aura of the 1,000-year-old Shanbing and raised their cultivation bases for 10 years. And Xiaobai grows up gradually, the snow-white hair is getting longer and longer, and the fluffy is extremely cute. Although Xiaobai is a female snow wolf, her ferocity is undiminished. She often fights with Binger, and throws the image of a little girl transformed into Binger to the ground. It is very evil. Whenever Xiaobai appears on the campus of Yanqing University with Zijianlin, it always attracts the attention of everyone around him. Beautiful, beautiful pet. Pure and natural beauty. Even if one of them appears on the side of the road, it will bring more than 99% return rate, let alone the 2 walking together. Therefore, the name of Zijianlin has long been spread throughout the Yanda campus and has become the object of pursuit of countless young talents. When Zijianlan happily opened the door of the villa and ran in first, she immediately smelled the scent of supper coming from the kitchen. It's so fragrant. Although I just finished dinner, I can smell this fragrance, and I'm hungry again. Zijianlin murmured softly, vaguely feeling that the atmosphere in the hall seems to be different from usual. She turned her small head sideways and glanced at the sofa in the hall. The scene that caught her eyes made her eyes widen. Yifeng. Yi. Zijianlan couldn't believe it, a touching blush appeared on her face, her beautiful eyes were full of joy. Xiaozi, long time no see. Yi Feng stood up from the sofa and greeted Zijianlin with a smile. Yi Feng, is really you. After such a long time of campus life, Zijianlin has become more lively. Although she still has a beautiful temperament that does not eat the fireworks of the world, she obviously talks more than before. As soon as Yi Feng's voice was heard, Zijianlin didn't hesitate anymore, ran forward in 3 or 2 steps, and threw herself into Yi Feng's embrace. Before Yi Feng could react, he subconsciously opened his arms and hugged the purple figure into his arms. This scene made Su Menghan on the side stunned. Although the purple gladiolus is obviously different from the beginning, it has become much more cheerful, but it is the first time to make such a cheerful movement. Perhaps only when facing Yi Feng can Zijianlin be completely let go. Ah! Xiaobai followed closely behind Zijianlin, sniffed the smell of Yi Feng, and glared at Yi Feng, showing obvious hostility. She actually snatched away her beautiful master. This young man in a black shirt in front of me is really disgusting. Although Xiaobai is a snow wolf, as a creature that can cultivate, her intelligence is also very high, and she immediately saw the special emotion that Zijianlin has for Yi Feng. Okay, little purple. Yi Feng chuckled softly and patted Zijianlin's silky and delicate shoulders gently. How are you doing these days? Well, it's good, but without you. Zijianlin still hugged Yi Feng's waist, raised her head, and showed a fresh and natural smile, which made Yi Feng feel dazed. So beautiful. If it wasn't for Yi Feng's battle with the 3 women just now, maybe he would be unable to hold it now. Compared with other beauties around Yi Feng, Zijianlin is indeed the type with outstanding temperament. In terms of appearance, she is by no means the most beautiful, and in terms of figure, she is not the most sexy and alluring, but in terms of temperament, she is the closest to a cultivator. That kind of fresh and natural temperament, floating in the world, and not eating the fireworks of the world is something that ordinary people can learn. Although compared to the size of the chest, the purple sword orchid is not as good as any other beauties around Yi Feng, but in terms of allure, it is not inferior to other beauties. Especially now, with Yi Feng hugging the slender waist of the purple gladiolus and feeling her smooth and tender skin like jade through the purple gauze skirt, it made his little friend look up. Fortunately, the pet Xiaobai on the side pulled Yi Feng back to his senses in time. Ah! Xiaobai yelled again, biting Yi Feng's trousers with his mouth, tearing it apart. Yi Feng wants to cry but has no tears. Obviously it was Zijianlin who rushed over by herself. Can he be blamed for this? This little snow wolf actually bit his pants. Under Xiaobai's strong opposition, Zijianlin reluctantly left Yi Feng's embrace. Yi Feng, I miss you so much. Zijianlin stood in front of Yi Feng with a flushed face, somewhat at a loss. Well, I miss you too. Sit down first. Xiaoyu and Wan'er will come out with supper later. Yi Feng smiled, patted her on the shoulder, and let her sit on the sofa with Su Menghan. Then Yi Feng raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the villa hall, seeing Lin Shiqing, Zhang Xinyun, and Obi looking at them in surprise. The 3 of them can be said to have been with Zijianlin for a long time and they know each other very well, but they have never seen Zijianlin being so enthusiastic and proactive towards someone. Could it be that this girl likes Yi Feng? Not to mention, it's very likely. Anyway, in Zijianlin's heart, there is no concept of monogamy in modern society. For her, if she really likes Yi Feng, she will definitely not worry about other people. Perhaps this long time of separation made Zijianlin truly understand the feelings in her heart. Lin Shiqing thought so and smiled sweetly at Yi Feng. Xiaoya, long time no see, you're still willing to come back. With Sister Lin here, how could I not come back? Yi Feng smiled and waved his hands, and greeted the 3 of them. Xiao Zhang, Brother O, hurry up and sit down, it's been a long time since I saw you. They will never know that for Yi Feng, the time of separation this time is 10 years and 9 months, not the 9 months they thought. During those 10 years in the meditation space, Yifeng suffered a lot. On the one hand, he was tortured physically. On the other hand, he often thought about the situation of Long Weiner and the others after several years had passed. It wasn't until I came out that I realized that the time-passing speed of the meditation space is 365 times faster than that of the outside world. One day in the outside world is equivalent to 1 year in the meditation space. More than 10 years is really too long. But at this moment, Lin Shiqing and the others only felt that Yifeng was talking about the 9 months. But no matter what, Yifeng finally came back. Menghan said, "Before that you called. I didn't expect you to come to Yanjing so soon." I was really shocked. Lin Shiqing came to Yifeng and said with an elegant smile, "Hey, brother, I can fly now, and I can fly whatever I want." Yifeng smiled and said proudly, "Go, go, you brat, you're still a brother, that's what you say, but didn't you know how to fly before?" Lin Shiqing squinted her eyes and smiled, and suddenly turned her mouth. "Okay, you still block your spiritual sense to my sister, so why don't you tell me honestly, how many years have you cultivated now, and you can fly without stopping?" It turned out that Lin Shiqing wanted to use her spiritual sense to detect Yifeng's cultivation, but found that she couldn't see through Yifeng at all. Yifeng's cultivation is still far beyond her. It's nothing more than 100 years of cultivation. It's not worth mentioning. But compared with Sister Lin, it should be a few streets away. Yifeng smiled. "You know how to compare with a weak woman like me." Lin Shiqing curled her lips, smiled and took Yifeng's arm, and sat down on the sofa beside her. The two sat together. "Menghan, why don't you come and sit here?" Lin Shiqing smiled and said to Su Menghan next to her. "Sister Lin, sit down, why are you polite?" Su Menghan smiled sweetly. She didn't care that Lin Shiqing and Yifeng were sitting together. In her mind, Lin Shiqing and her have a very good relationship. Now even if Lin Shiqing suddenly told her that she wanted to live with Yifeng like her, I am afraid that Su Menghan would not have any objections. After all, Lin Shiqing helped them too much along the way. Although Yifeng is powerful, Lin Shiqing is responsible for everything in the secular city, otherwise Yifeng must have a lot of trouble behind his tail now. "Uj, you just said that you want to talk to Xiaoya about blade technology, what is that about?" Yifeng and Lin Shiqing sat down together, then asked Obi who was on the sofa next door. "It's no big deal with the little bee." Ob grinned. "Compared to your return, the company's affairs are nothing at all. Since you are back, it's important to celebrate you first. Let's talk later then." Yifeng didn't get entangled in this matter, but stretched his waist and leaned on the back of the sofa, and asked Lin Shiqing beside him, "Sister Lin, how is your cultivation going these days?" "Thanks to you, I have practiced for 30 years and have comprehended all the 8 immortal arts." When it comes to cultivation, Lin Shiqing frowned slightly. "It's just that the second star map is always 1 point behind before I can comprehend it. This has lasted for several months." "Is the second star map so difficult?" Yifeng also frowned. Although he had a premonition that the follow-up mentality of the alchemy of the stars would not be too simple, but he did not expect that Lin Shiqing's ingenuity would not be able to comprehend it in such a long time. Yifeng remembered that when he burned those star maps before, he took a look at those star maps, and he could clearly feel that the difficulty of the star maps in the star alchemy code increased geometrically. However, according to this situation, Lin Shiqing should not have realized it yet. Or Lin Shiqing's talent is actually not as high as Yifeng imagined. Yifeng was still thinking about it. Suddenly a special situation appeared in the villa lobby. The cute snow wolf Xiaobai has been struggling with the intimate relationship between Zijianlin and Yifeng just now, but when she put this matter behind her, she suddenly smelled something, her expression became serious, and she began to search in the villa hall. Soon, she came to the door of the side utility room. "Ah!" Xiaobai started howling towards the utility room. "Xiaobai, come back quickly and don't make trouble. Zijianlin was on the side, quickly greeted the cute snow wolf. If it was normal, such a greeting would definitely make Xiaobai come back in a hurry. But now, Xiaobai didn't listen to Zijianlin's words, but still squatted at the door of the utility room, staring at him. Could it be someone hiding there? Lin Shiqing was next to Yifeng, covering her mouth and chuckling lightly. Ahem, Sister Lin is really smart, she got it right with just one guess. Yifeng was a little embarrassed. He used phantom sword techniques to cover up the situation in the utility room. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai found something abnormal in the utility room by following the smell. Detained in the utility room are, of course, the three of Sun Daiqing, Hua Wuxue, and Great Maitreya, as well as a snow wolf, Qi Shuling. As Yifeng's words fell, he waved his hand, his true energy flew out from the air, and opened the door of the utility room at once. Suddenly, a snow-white fluffy guy rushed out from the utility room. It was Qi Shuling. When she saw the cute Xiaobai squatting outside the door, Qi Shuling was stunned for a moment, then rolled her eyes and rolled to the ground. Why is there another end? What's wrong with it? Lin Shiqing is a little confused. Probably love at first sight. Yifeng scratched his head. Soon, everyone knew that there was a Qi Shuling imprisoned in the utility room. There were also two beauties and a fat monk. However, Yifeng didn't let them out. Instead, he only left Qi Shuling in the villa lobby, and kept Sun Daiqing, Hua Wuxue and Great Maitreya locked in the utility room. Now Xiaobai can have a companion. Yifeng chuckled. Seeing Qi Shuling and Xiaobai, two snow wolves squatting together, they were a good match. At the beginning, Xiaobai was obviously hostile to Qi Shuling. But after seeing Qi Shuling, he let down his vigilance. In a few months, Xiaobai might be able to carry people. But since she grew up, she hasn't seen any of the same kind, which makes her very depressed. Now I finally met Qi Shuling. How could she let go? Soon, Xiaobai bit Qi Shuling's snow-white fur and dragged it to the backyard of the villa, ready to play and ravage it. Although Qi Shuling is a rare beast that the Zhejian sword sect has been raising, and has followed Hua Wuxue to the Kunlun mountain fairyland, but it is naturally not as good as Xiaobai, who is born with a pill core and can cultivate. The current Xiaobai has absorbed the heaven and earth aura of the 1,000-year-old Xianbing. He has cultivated for nearly 20 years. Moreover, he still has true energy in his body. It is too easy to control a Qi Shuling. And Qi Shuling hasn't seen much of the same kind since he was born. Now he suddenly sees the same kind. It's still a female. Instantly, it has a strange feeling. But before it could react, it was dragged away by Xiaobai, biting its snow-white fur. What it was about to usher in was definitely quite a tragic experience. This bastard finally has a companion. Obi leaned on the sofa. Watching Xiaobai drag Qi Shuling away, he heaved a sigh of relief. Brother O, how are you? Could it be that you were bullied by Xiaobai very badly on weekdays? Yifeng turned his head and looked at him with a smile. No, nothing. Hee. Obi flatly denied it, scratched his head and laughed. However, Yifeng saw the women around him cast contemptuous glances at Obi. He immediately understood what was going on. This kid was actually bullied by Xiaobai on weekdays. He is really a poor kid. After Xiaobai's episode was over, Yifeng continued to discuss with Lin Shiqing about the alchemy of the stars. Soon he learned that the second star map of the alchemy of the stars was really difficult. Relying solely on the star map engraved by Yifeng, it does not have the charm of those star maps in ancient temples. So it is quite difficult to understand. If I can take another look at the original star map of the star refining immortal code, Lin Shiqing may be able to comprehend the second star map. Soon I will go to Monghuang realm again. I will call you at that time. Yifeng said with a smile. You can activate the teleportation array now. Lin Shiqing was a little surprised. Then she came to her senses. That's right. Now you and your grandpa have cultivated for more than 100 years. It is enough to open the cross-boundary teleportation array to go to the wild world. Yu Wendian and Tang Xiefeng alone were able to activate the teleportation array, but they didn't have Yi Feng's order. Of course, the two elders wouldn't mess around. The two of them don't know anything about things like cross-boundary teleportation arrays. If something goes wrong, it will be irreversible. Everyone was drinking tea and chatting in the hall of the villa. It was leisurely and comfortable. Not long after, Long Wanner and Xiaoyu came out of the kitchen and brought everyone a delicious dessert for supper. Fortunately, the beauties here are all immortal cultivators. Even if they are not, they will soon become immortal cultivators. Don't worry about getting fat after eating dessert at night. That's right, Xiaoya. During the dinner, Lin Shiqing glanced at the phone, frowned slightly, and asked softly, in the country of America, several military bases were attacked. Do you know about this? Yi Feng frowned. When did it happen? The news just came. 2 hours have passed since the attack. Lin Shiqing blinked her eyes and stared at Yi Feng. Let me see. Yi Feng stretched out his hand and took the delicate white mobile phone in Lin Shiqing's hand. He couldn't help laughing after seeing it. What Lin Shiqing received was not news, nor was it some hot word sharing on the internet. It was internal information from the National Security Bureau. Just 2 hours ago, many military bases in the United States were attacked by UFOs. The main reason was that the Pecan group suffered heavy losses. Many important facilities were destroyed. Many important commanders and military leaders also died. This is of course good news for the country of Hua. But it is definitely bad news for the country of America. The key issue is that the United States did not even find out what the UFO was. Unidentified energy exploded in various military bases one after another, causing heavy casualties everywhere. Only the Earth satellite captured an object moving at super high speed. It flew across the sky of the United States, and then disappeared without a trace. Such a situation caused the United States to immediately hold an emergency meeting of the State Council. But I am afraid that no effective conclusions can be drawn. Because the other party completely disappeared after the attack. There was no trace left behind. Now the information received by the Huagua National Security Bureau shows that the United States initially determined that they were attacked by aliens. After Yi Feng finished reading the message, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It seems that Tianheng Shuiying has already gone to the United States. According to Yi Feng's instructions, it has successfully caused great losses to the United States. For the time being, the other party will definitely not suspect Yi Feng. The United States first suspected it. Of course, it was Russia, Huagua, and other technological powers in the world. But according to their guess, if Russia and Huagua now have such advanced war equipment, they will definitely not keep it secret. Instead, it will be revealed. Threats. Increase bargaining chips in international negotiations. Therefore, it is unlikely that this is the secret weapon of other big countries. They have directly left this possibility behind. It is only considered as an alternative. Xiaoya. This really has something to do with you. Lin Shiqing looked at Yi Feng's upturned mouth, and couldn't help being a little surprised. She opened her beautiful eyes wide. How do you know? Yi Feng asked back. I guess. This kind of thing. It seems that only you can do it. Lin Shiqing shrugged, otherwise, it really can only be an alien attack. I hope it doesn't cause you any trouble. Yi Feng felt a little sorry. Of course not. The United States will never suspect us. Lin Shiqing shook her head. Then she smiled lightly, Okay, Xiaoya. Are you free to visit our Lin family tomorrow? My grandpa will be very happy to see you. Forget it. He still wants me to be his grandson-in-law. Yi Feng shook his head in puzzlement. Regarding the stubbornness of the old man of the Lin family, he didn't want to try again and again. The point is that he doesn't even have time to accompany his own woman. How could he have the time to be invited to someone else's house for dinner? If Lin Shiqing was Yi Feng's wife, then it would make sense. It's a pity. Yi Feng glanced at Lin Shiqing's picturesque face and shook his head secretly. Sister Lin is beautiful and has a good personality. If there are no other women, Yi Feng would be very willing to marry her. But now, you have to ask the other 3 women if they agree. What's more, Yi Feng really doesn't have enough time to talk about love now. It was late at night. Lin Shiqing got up and left with some reluctance. Obi naturally also said goodbye together. Yi Feng and the girls stayed in the villa. The atmosphere cooled down a bit. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to visit Penglai Island. Yi Feng was with the girls and said aloud. Leave tomorrow morning. Long Wanner was a little disappointed. She also thought that Yi Feng could stay with them for a while longer. As soon as she recalled the scene of having sex with Yi Feng in the room with Su Menghan and Xiaoyu just now, she couldn't help but feel a little hot on her face. Yi Feng came back with great difficulty. Fortunately, the 3 of them had an agreement in advance. Otherwise, this time only one person would be able to make out with Yi Feng. The other 2 women would definitely be dissatisfied. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. It's just that for Yi Feng to leave again, the 3 girls are reluctant to give up. Not only that, even Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun are a little bit reluctant. For Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun, although they are not Yi Feng's women like Long Wanner and the others, Yi Feng is also a very important man in their lives. Yi Feng's position in their hearts is irreplaceable. Yi Feng looked around. The 5 women all had expressions of reluctance. Naturally, he felt a little reluctance. It's just that now is not the time for love. It's time to explain to them the inheritance of Dragon Sword. Now let me tell you something. It may affect your future cultivation. Yi Feng took a deep breath and said solemnly, this time I went back to the world of cultivating immortals. But I didn't go back to the place where I was before. I went to the place where the Dragon Sword is inherited. The Tomb of the Dragon Sword. Gradually, Yi Feng briefly explained what he saw and heard in the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, and then said, so. Now I have switched to practicing the Dragon Sword art. This is a stronger method than the advanced cultivation method. If any of you want to practice, you can practice too. Speaking of this, Yi Feng's expression became more dignified. Let's talk about it first. If you want to practice Dragon Sword art, I will not stop you. But please know that even if you can successfully comprehend Dragon Sword art, you will become Dragon Sword maids. Your fate will be completely tied to me. I can't help it. If I fail to fight for the inheritance of the Dragon Sword in the future, your fate. I'm afraid. Of course, Yi Feng decided to tell the girls about this matter after careful consideration. First of all, the role of the maids of the Dragon Sword to the heirs of the Dragon Sword is self-evident. Otherwise, the last heir of the Dragon Sword would not have found 9 maids of the Dragon Sword. Secondly, the basic methods of cultivating immortals cultivated by many people around Yi Feng will definitely not be able to be put on the stage in the future. Now that he knows the code of immortality for thousands of years, his vision will naturally open up and see farther. It is far beyond what Su Feiying taught him back then. But the Dragon Sword Ju is the first-class cultivation method in the world. Again, what happened to Yi Feng these days? It is impossible to hide it forever. Sooner or later, they will all know about these things Yi Feng experienced. If Yi Feng doesn't tell them now, if they know about it in the future, they will inevitably have some thoughts in their hearts. That's not beautiful. After listening to what Yi Feng said, the 5 girls didn't fall into thinking immediately. Instead, they all stared at Yi Feng with suspicious eyes. Be honest. Did you and that Yuechan have anything beyond friendship? Xiao Yu was the first to attack. She opened her eyes wide and asked. That's right. Say it quickly. Things between you are definitely not that simple. Long Wanner was also excitedly joining in the fun, pinching Yi Feng with one hand. Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan, and Zhang Xingyun were not so eager. It's just that their eyes were also full of curiosity. They each stared at Yi Feng with malicious intentions. They were forcing him to come from the truth. Nothing happened. Yi Feng listened to the other parties pressing questions and spread his hands helplessly. He thought to himself. Sure enough, there is a saying on the earth that is still very correct. Facing the same thing, men and women pay attention to different aspects. For example, right now. Yi Feng was nervous about their future journey of cultivating immortals. But after hearing this, the girls showed a strong interest in his relationship with Yuechan. Not honest yet. Long Wanner first expressed her disbelief. She curled her lips and said, It's fine if you don't tell me. Anyway, we will definitely meet her in the future. Just ask her when the time comes. That's right. Practicing dragon sword art. Count me in. 1. Also. Me too. Su Menghan raised her hand, eager to try. Xiao Yu is simple and clear. One word expresses her heart. Brother Yi. Me. The purple gladiolus is on the side, looking forward to it. Can I practice? Zhang Xinyan opened her eyes and made the same decision as the other girls. Yi Feng looked at the appearance of the 5 girls and was a little puzzled. These girls all wanted to practice dragon sword art. But dragon sword art is not so easy to practice. Xiaozi, you can't. Yi Feng first rejected Zi Jianlan because the Ice Star Immortal Ju she practiced was originally an intermediate cultivation method. It was also a method that she had comprehended with Qianzai Xianbing. It still has a bright future in development. Zi Jianlan was stunned at the time, looking at Yi Feng helplessly. At this time, Qianzai Xuanbing's cute little girl image, Binger, jumped out immediately, squatting on Zi Jianlan's shoulder, exuding a burst of cold air, and looked at Yi Feng very vigilantly. Master, let's not be his maid. Binger said with bared teeth and claws. When Yi Feng heard Binger's words, he couldn't help but get angry. It's Dragon Sword's maid, not a maid. It's a maid. Do you think I don't know about this girl? Humph. Binger looked at him with contempt. If I practice your dragon sword art, I will definitely become your maid for the rest of my life. I will be bullied by you every night. It's too miserable. It's too miserable. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Feng's forehead. This little girl seemed too cruel. Even the maid knows. Okay, Binger, don't make trouble. I just listened to you. Zijianlin quickly greeted Binger and comforted her. Since Yi Feng won't let her practice dragon sword art, she won't practice it. Anyway, Ice Star Immortal art is not bad. Zijianlin listened to Yi Feng's words very much. When she was obedient, she didn't even ask him why. And in order not to make Binger get entangled, she immediately made a compromise. When Zi Jianlan made a decision, Binger calmed down, waving a gesture of disdain towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng completely ignored the little girl's actions. Competing with a heavenly material and earthly treasure spiritual consciousness. Yi Feng is not so bored yet. Except for Xiaozi, the 4 of you can all practice Dragon Sword Ju. But Yi Feng spread his hands. You have to try to see if you can understand this picture first. He took the picture of the golden dragon's revolving sword inscribed on a jade slip from the dragon sword order, and placed it in the hall of the villa for all the women to observe. At the same time, Yifeng also called out to Xiaoqi upstairs to let her come down as well and observe and comprehend together. Yifeng didn't stop Long Wanner and the others from practicing dragon sword art because he knew he couldn't stop it. Although the girls usually listen to him, they are still stubborn sometimes. Yifeng handed the jade slips engraved with the picture of the golden dragon spinning sword to Long Wanner first, let her try to comprehend it. At that time it took Yifeng half an hour to comprehend the golden dragon spinning sword diagram in the dragon sword tomb to the point where he could use the dragon sword art. Now, Yifeng is using this time to judge whether the girls are suitable for practicing this fairy art. Wanner, as a fairy body, you can practice any cultivation method much faster than ordinary people. This dragon sword art, if you can see the fairy art derived from it, then you can practice it. Yifeng reminded Long Wanner 1 or 2. Long Wanner nodded and began to carefully observe the picture of the golden dragon spinning sword engraved in the jade slip with her spiritual sense. After a while, her brows were tightly furrowed. It was obvious that the difficulty of the dragon sword art was much higher than all the methods she had encountered before. Yifeng asked Long Wanner to think first, then turned to look at the other girls. Menghan, although your advantage in cultivating immortality is not as great as Wanner's, but you have good talent. I don't think there will be any problems. I will keep the jade slip of the golden dragon and sword picture. You will gradually understand it in the future. Su Menghan nodded when she heard the words, feeling a little happy about Yifeng's evaluation of her. Saying that she has good talent, it turns out that Yifeng has seen it. Xiaoyu, you are about the same as Menghan, spend more time on comprehending the dragon sword Ju, and you are the same as Xiaoqi. If you have any questions, you can ask Wanner, her cultivation in this area should be ahead of you. Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi sisters nodded at the same time. At this time, Xiaoqi was quite excited. As long as she can comprehend the dragon sword art and start practicing, then she will become a dragon sword maid, and her relationship with Yifeng will be closer in the future. Xiaoyu didn't think much about it. She just thought that if she could practice dragon sword art, it would help Yifeng even more in the future. In addition, Xiaoyu is also somewhat selfish. Now that Yifeng has practiced dragon sword Ju, she will definitely experience a lot in the future. If she does not prepare in advance, she will not be able to keep up with Yifeng's rhythm, but she will gradually fade out of Yifeng's sight. Although she knew that Yifeng was not the kind of person who would never give up, but the mentality of being prepared for danger in times of peace is what a person should have. Xiao Zhang, although you have 50 years of cultivation now, after practicing the dragon sword Ju, your cultivation will improve faster. After the Star Tomb Ju is abolished, you should temporarily lose control over the innate ghost seal, but your cultivation will come back soon. Don't worry. Alright. Yifeng then turned his head, glanced at Zhang Xingyun and said. Well, I understand. Zhang Xingyun nodded with a smile, short hair and eyebrows. At this time, her face no longer has the bangs that cover the ghost mark, but the whole pure and pretty face is exposed, so beautiful and refined that people can't help but look at it again and again. In the current Yanqing University, Zhang Xingyun is one of the 4 beauties who are as famous as Zijianlin, Lin Shiqing, and Su Menghan, and the most important thing is that there are no scandals, making her as hot as Zijianlin. The love letters and confessions she receives every day are no less than half a point less than that of Zijianlin. As for Lin Shiqing, where is her aura? Most people don't have the guts to confess. Besides, Lin Shiqing has also made it clear that she has high requirements for choosing a boyfriend. And Su Menghan is known to be Yifeng's woman. Although Yifeng is not here now, even if there is any unreasonable idea to attack Su Menghan, she will strictly reject it and give a serious warning. If it is too much, it will be taught by Su Menghan. Since then, no one in Yanda gradually has any thoughts about Su Menghan. However, the reputation of Su Menghan as a beautiful woman is still spreading in Yanda. Yifeng saw the 5 girls looking at the picture of the golden dragon spinning sword engraved on the jade slips together, so he told them to look at it first, but don't practice recklessly. Then Yifeng went to the villa next door to look for the disciple of the Long family, the 8 immortals. For the dragon 8 immortals, Yifeng still pays more attention to it. Compared to the other party has a kind of magical premonition ability. This ability even Yifeng does not have. Star 2 Mart Star, Refining, Immortal Code, choose one of the 2. In a bedroom in the villa, Yifeng gave the 8 immortals standing in front of him 2 choices. Star Refining, Immortal Code. Long Baxian did not hesitate at all and made a choice. I'm quite confident. Yifeng smiled, that's good. This is the star map of the Star Refining Immortal Code. You can see from the first star map. If you don't understand anything, you can ask other people on the island first when you go back. I don't think I need to ask anyone. Long Baxian smiled, confidently, Senior Yi, the 8 immortals will not let you down. Yifeng was a little surprised when he heard what this kid said. This guy is really confident. That's good, this is the star map, you can do your best. Yifeng took out the jade slips, mobilized his true energy, and projected those star maps on the wall of the villa's bedroom, both in shape and spirit, although not as real and mysterious as the patterns in the ancient temples in the wilderness, but based on this, he can comprehend the first-day star map is also no problem. As soon as the 8 immortals saw these star maps, they were immediately attracted. That's how it is. You stay here for a while. During meal time, you can go to the next door and find Wanner and the others to eat together. Yifeng ordered, when I come back from Penglai Island, I will take you to Peach Blossom Island to practice together. Dragon 8 immortals did not look back, but stared at the star map on the wall and began to comprehend the content of the Star Refining Immortal Code. Seeing this, Yifeng nodded, but he didn't condense the core of the Dragon Baxian because he wanted to see the comprehension ability of the Dragon Baxian first. Too much self-confidence is not a good thing, but Long Baxian's self-confidence seems to be because he has enough confidence. How the truth is, we have to wait and see. After Yifeng explained these things to the 8 immortals, he rose up with his sword, returned to his villa, took Hua Wuxiwe with him, and flew towards the Yellow Sea and the Bohai Sea. Because of the premonition of the Dragon 8 immortals, Yifeng did not run to Penglai Island with Tianhing Shuiying. Now Penglai Island should have been bombed by Tianhing Shuiying. If Yifeng goes there again, as long as he is careful, there should be no problem. Not long after, Yifeng has arrived above the ocean. The color of the sea surface in the middle of the night is intoxicating, but it also gives people a sense of endless danger. How to find Penglai Xiandao? Yifeng grabbed Hua Wuxiwe's slender arm, looked at the vast sea, and asked. Follow the direction of the sea breeze all the way, and at the end you will definitely be Penglai Fairy Island. Hua Wuxiwe said lightly, and glanced at Yifeng, as if she was thinking of seeing him make a joke. With the direction of the sea breeze? After hearing Hua Wuxiwe's words, Yifeng felt a little strange. He didn't know why he was able to find Penglai Island like this. However, Hua Wuxiwe is not very good at joking at this time, so just trust her for now. Yifeng, carrying Hua Wuxiwe's delicate body in a white dress, flew all the way in the direction of the sea breeze. At the beginning, Yifeng was a little confused about what kind of existence Penglai Island was, but soon, Yifeng flew in the direction of the sea breeze, and his spiritual sense detected the surroundings, and finally felt something useful. Penglai Xiandao should be an island composed of heaven and earth aura. Yifeng quickly came to this conclusion, because he found that the spirit energy of the surrounding world all gathered towards a certain point along with the sea breeze, and the position of that point was continuously changing slowly over time. Over there. Yifeng Yujian's flying speed far exceeded Hua Wuxiwe's expectations, and before Hua Wuxue reacted, Yi Feng had already found the trace of Punlai Xiandao. It was an island suspended in midair at a height of hundreds of meters. There was not an inch of land on the island, and it was all composed of heaven and earth aura, and the floating island was absorbing all the aura of heaven and earth from around. This island is undoubtedly Punlai Xiandao. The reason why Hua Wuxue hasn't found it yet is because the island cannot be seen with the naked eye, and the gathered aura of heaven and earth naturally formed a very powerful phantom formation. This phantom formation has a more powerful visual interference effect on people than the Qianxiang illusion, but its shielding of the consciousness is far inferior to the Qianxiang illusion. To put it simply, the Thousand Phrases illusion realm is a phantom formation that can shield most powerful people in the world of cultivating immortals, and the phantom formation of Punlai Xiandao is more visually disturbing to ordinary people than the Thousand Phrases illusion realm, but it does not affect the spiritual consciousness of immortal cultivators. The detection has no effect at all. Yi Feng used his spiritual sense to easily discover Punlai Immortal Island, but Hua Wuxue couldn't react, but with a solemn face, he probably knew that Punlai Immortal Island was nearby. The suspended island formed by the aura of heaven and earth is really strange. Yi Feng was also somewhat moved by the composition of Punlai Xiandao. There is such a wonderful existence in the world. Hua Wuxue, stand still, we are here. Yi Feng said softly, motivating his true energy. The Chuanlong sword flew out of thin air, drawing a stream of primitive simplicity, and swept towards the Punlai Immortal Island high in the sky. It's here? How do you know? Ah. Hua Wuxue didn't make the slightest preparation. Yi Feng accelerated suddenly, which made her jump, and then she felt as if she had jumped into the clouds, surrounded by the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth tightly surrounding her. Even if Hua Wuxue and the others knew how to get to this kind of island suspended in midair, they couldn't get there, because it was impossible for them to fly like Yi Feng. The people of Punlai Xiandao want to go to the island. They rely on a formation on Punlai Island, which is naturally bred by the aura of heaven and earth, and can pull people up from the bottom of the sea. It's the immortal Emperor Jingjing. As soon as Yi Feng flew near Punlai Immortal Island, he immediately noticed a heavenly material and earthly treasure in the center of the entire island. It turned out to be the immortal Emperor Jingjing. No wonder, there will be heaven and earth spiritual energy condensed into islands in this place. It turns out that there is the existence of the immortal Emperor Jingjing. The immortal Emperor Jingjing is a kind of existence that can automatically condense and absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Where there is the immortal Emperor Jingjing, it can at least form a holy place for cultivation at the level of a cave. On the earth, the immortal Emperor Jingjing has no competitors, and it has formed a fairyland like Punlai Xiandao. In the world of cultivating immortals, the price of a spirit stone is about 100 immortal coins. Correspondingly, spiritual artifacts such as the Pure Yang treasure mirror and the Snow Shadow ribbon can be sold for 500 immortal coins in the magic weapon market. The Hilidi Xingsha that Yi Feng obtained before, together with its 9 sons, can be worth 5,000 to 10,000 celestial coins. However, natural treasures such as eternal night fire and 1,000 years of black ice are priceless treasures. In other words, no one buys this level of heavenly and earthly treasures with immortal coins, and most of them are bartered. If one had to give a price, it would definitely be above 100 million immortal coins. At present, if the price of the immortal Emperor Jingjing that makes up the Punlai Immortal Island is estimated, there should be hundreds of thousands to millions of immortal coins, which is 100 times more precious than the Heli Emperor Star Sand. Comparing this way, you can probably know the value of the immortal Emperor's Jingjing. Although it is not comparable to the 1,000 years of black ice and the flame of eternal night, it is definitely a rare treasure. In the world of cultivating immortals, once it appears, it will cause desperate competition among various sects. In the past, Yi Feng followed Su Feiying, but he didn't even have the chance to enjoy the spirit stones of 100 immortal coins. It can be seen that in the world of cultivating immortals, immortal coins are precious and rare. However, the current Yi Feng, taking the wealth he possesses to the world of cultivating immortals will definitely make the big bosses in the world of cultivating immortals envious and jealous. What a local tyrant. The immortal emperor's essence, which can absorb and condense the treasures of heaven and earth, is the ultimate treasure of cultivation. With the immortal emperor's essence, you don't have to stay in a fixed place to practice. Anytime, anywhere, it is equivalent to being in the cave of heaven and earth, increasing the speed of cultivation. Yi Feng's eyes brightened. The immortal emperor's Jingjing was almost custom-made for him. Although I don't know how long it will take to complete the entire 9 Dragon Sword inheritance experience, but at the very least, Yi Feng can't stay in Peach Blossom Island to practice for a long time. In this way, his cultivation speed will decrease, and the speed of widening the meridians will also decrease, which is not good for his future cultivation. But if there is the immortal Emperor Jingjing, this problem will be easily solved. Carrying the immortal Emperor Jingjing with you can gather a large amount of heaven and earth aura around you. At least it is equivalent to the accelerated cultivation effect of the cave, increasing the speed by 30%. Although this will make him very conspicuous, especially in the world of cultivating immortals, it is too ostentatious. However, its effect on improving the speed of cultivation is what everyone wants to obtain, especially when obtaining it, it does not have to stay in a fixed place all the time. For some Lulang immortal cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals, the significance of the immortal Emperor Jingjing is obvious, and even for high-end Lulang immortal cultivators, the immortal Emperor Jingjing is a necessary treasure. It's a pity that the immortal Emperor's essence is the core of the entire Punlai Island. Without the immortal Emperor's essence, Punlai Island will gradually dissipate and eventually disappear. It was quite difficult for Yi Feng to take away the immortal Emperor's essence. Moreover, if he takes away the immortal Emperor Jingjing, it seems that it is not good, and the strength of Huoguo's cultivation world will drop all of a sudden. Yi Feng didn't think too much, he took Hua Wuxue and flew straight into the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and his spiritual sense detected the entire Punlai Fairy Island. Soon, he saw the situation on Punlai Island and learned about the current situation on Punlai Island. Punlai Island suffered heavy losses. The scene on Punlai Island made Yi Feng sweat coldly on his forehead. That guy Tianheng Shuiying is too ruthless. On the entire Punlai Island, there are about 100 cultivators, most of whom have more than 100 years of cultivation, and there are even many strong men with more than 200 years of cultivation. But at this moment, when Yi Feng came, he found that all of them were seriously injured. There are only a few uninjured people on the island who are taking care of others who are seriously injured. It's a pity that so many people are seriously injured. How can they be taken care of easily? Carefully inspecting those who were seriously injured, Yi Feng found either short legs or severed hands, without exception, but none of them died. This is no different from what Yi Feng ordered Tianheng Shuiying. That guy is quite obedient. Yi Feng felt that he was really embarrassing for Tianheng Shuiying. With the power of Tianheng Shuiying, it was a breeze to kill these people in Punlai Island, but under Yi Feng's order, they were only severely injured. Undoubtedly, it is almost as difficult as asking an ordinary person to crush a nest of ants into serious injuries without crushing them to death. It can be seen how subtle Tianheng Shuiying's control over his own power has reached. Those who were not injured on the island should have been called back by people from Punlai Island after the incident. These people should have been operating outside, but they did not expect such a thing to happen in their base camp. The phantom array of Punlai Xiandao is only for the outside but not for the inside. So after arriving on the island, Hua Wuxue was able to see the surrounding things with the naked eye. When she saw that the powerful monks on the entire Punlai Island were all seriously injured, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and couldn't believe it. What exactly is going on? Could it be related to the phantom next to Yi Feng? That guy is so strong. Hua Wuxue has never seen Tianheng Phantom make a move, but at this moment, she imagined how strong the phantom that flew her from Kunlun Mountain to Yanjing was. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Yifeng chuckled, and with Hua Wushua's delicate body, Yujian gradually landed on Punlai Xiandao. This scene made all the disciples on Punlai Island who were receiving treatment and resting in the room, on the square, or in the woods widen their eyes. Someone brought a beautiful woman, Yujian, to their island. Someone's here again, help help help. Immediately someone shouted in a panic, this is a terrified guy. He was the first to see the phantom of Tianheng falling from the sky, and then his legs were broken. The pain has been to this day. Now seeing someone falling from the sky again, the shadow in his mind suddenly popped out. Save your sister's life, this guy is Yifeng, who occupied our Peach Blossom Island. Immediately, people from Peach Blossom Island recognized Yifeng, gritted their teeth and said, and this man had both legs broken, and he was resting in the woods. So he is Yifeng. The surrounding people suddenly realized that they all raised their heads to look at Yifeng, a little at a loss. Don't worry, I'm here today, I have no other meaning. Yifeng looked at the appearance of the people below, a little bit unbearable, but in order to achieve the effect of his own prestige, this is also a last resort. It's better to threaten the other party like this, and let the other party know how powerful it is, than when Yifeng's people suffer from them outside. I just want to tell everyone that from now on, no one from Yifeng's people is allowed to move, otherwise today's situation will happen again. I don't know where the island master of your faction is. Yifeng looked around, his gaze swept back and forth among the few old men with the highest cultivation. Yifeng. An old man was furious, stood up while leaning on the railing, looked up at Yifeng, blew his beard and stared at him. I, Punlai Island, have no grievances or enmities with you. How can you make such a ruthless move? Did I do this? Yifeng opened his eyes wide and looked at the old man. I just want to say that the people around me have backers. If you dare to touch them, you may encounter today's situation. Backer. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The backer Yifeng mentioned was that powerful phantom before? Because the secret plot in Kunlun Mountains is not good for my wife, Long Waner, their suzerain's wife has been captured by our backer and taken to Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng glanced at the people below and said calmly, to you, what happened today is just a warning. What should you do in the future? You know in your heart. I won't accompany you. Farewell. The matter of coming to Punlai Xiandao went much smoother than expected, and unexpectedly found the news of Immortal Emperor Jingjing, which made Yifeng quite excited. It's just that if you want to get the Immortal Emperor Jingjing, you must think long-term and don't act recklessly. Humph, don't worry. The old man who stood up looked at Yifeng. To you, Yifeng, we Punlai Island have never had any thoughts, but please tell your backer that we will let go of today's enmity. Thank you for your mercy. Senior is reasonable, really has everyone's demeanor. Junior, farewell. Yifeng laughed, grabbed Hua Wushua's arm, urged his true energy to turn around and wanted to fly away. However, at this time a sudden change occurred. Swish. The sound of three objects moving quickly came to Yifeng's ears, and then he felt a strong pressure from all around. Yifeng, the old monk has been waiting for a long time. An old voice came from the sky into the ears of Yifeng and Hua Wushue. Old monk, you are from Shaolin. As soon as Yifeng heard the other party's voice, he immediately remembered that it was the old monk who saw through his invisibility and blindness when he was hiding in Shaolin. Thinking of this, Yifeng immediately became vigilant. His whole body was motivated by the phantom sword technique. Yifeng learned a little bit of power of space in the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. He was able to use the phantom sword skill with ease. He teleported to a nearby place with ease, avoiding the burst of pressure from the surroundings. Yifeng extended his spiritual consciousness in all directions, and immediately found that there were three old monks surrounding him at some point. Even he couldn't tell the depth of the three old monks' cultivation. If he had been tightly held back by the pressure for a while now, he would be incapacitated every day. After all, the gap between Yifeng and the other party's cultivation base is too big. I can't tell the depth of these monks, with 100 years of cultivation. It seems that their cultivation has definitely reached more than 500 years. Yifeng was thinking. Even if the opponent is cultivating internal qi, Yifeng's 500 years of cultivation is not something Yifeng can resist at all. Yifeng, although the phantom earlier injured the old monks Jr., but even if the 3 old monks wanted to capture you, it would be easy for them. One of the old monks raised his skinny arm while talking, the meridians flowed, and the inner qi burst out. The 3 fast-moving objects just now turned out to be 3 Buddhist beads, and they quickly appeared around Yifeng's body again, exuding a domineering aura. The 3 Buddhist beads surrounded Yifeng at an extremely fast speed, and then exuded a tyrannical oppressive aura, and there was a certain connection between them, forming a mysterious formation. What's this? Yifeng's face changed. He felt surrounded by these 3 beads, the space around his body seemed to be sealed. Originally, his trump card in the face of the 3 old monks was phantom swordsmanship. Even if he couldn't beat him, he could fly with the sword and teleport away. But now surrounded by 3 Buddhist beads, trapped by the mysterious formation, he found that he could not touch the power of space, and used the teleportation method of phantom sword technique. No, this formation is still flawed. Yifeng poked out his consciousness and quickly felt some incongruity among the 3 prayer beads. According to what the old monk Yin Shaolin said just now, they came here to wait and see. There were 4 old monks who wanted to attack Yifeng, but now one of them was injured by Tianheng Shuiying, so he didn't come. And the absence of this key person gave Yifeng an opportunity to take advantage of it. The premonition of the Dragon 8 Immortals is indeed correct. If Yifeng guessed correctly, even Tianheng Shuiying was suppressed in front of the 4 monks, and had to escape first after injuring one of the monks. After all, Yifeng couldn't detect the cultivation of these 3 old monks, and if the injured one had a cultivation of 400 or 500 years, it would be very advantageous to attack a Tianheng phantom. If Yifeng had come here with Tianheng Shuiying at that time, maybe he would have been captured alive by these 4 old monks. But now Tianheng Shuiying wounded one of the old monks and escaped, leaving only 3 old monks besieging Yifeng, giving him a chance to escape. The space-blocking formation formed by the Buddhist beads has a flaw because one person is missing. This key person is destined to make Yin Shaolin return without success in this operation. How could these old monks know that Yifeng has the magical ability of spiritual consciousness, and with spiritual consciousness, he can be keenly aware of the flaws of their sealed space? Magic sword. Motivated by his true energy, Yifeng swiftly escaped from the opponent's sealed space, then rose up with his sword, laughed and walked away from here. Polygamy Island hidden Shaolin wants to capture me, Yifeng, wait a few more decades. Yifeng left a sentence and quickly flew away from here. And the 3 old monks looked at each other in surprise. They never expected that Yifeng would be able to break through their blocked space. This space-sealing spell made of Buddhist beads is a powerful magic spell passed down from generation to generation in Yin Shaolin. It was also used to capture many powerful enemies in the past, and it was easy to catch the opponent. But now, Yifeng has escaped from it. Is it because one person is missing? And the practitioners on Polygamy Island, watching the shocking battle scene in midair, opened their eyes wide. Some couldn't believe it. Someone can fly and fight in the air. This is too crazy. Although they have 100 or 200 years of cultivation, when it comes to flying, they still think too much. But currently, soon, the figures of the 3 old monks disappeared from their eyes, and many immortal cultivators on Polygamy Island suddenly understood a fact. That is, the current Yifeng is not on the same level as them. Sure enough, one mountain is still higher. We used to be watching the sky from a well. Several seniors of Polygamy Island expressed emotion in their hearts. Today's scene also made the entire Polygamy Island change its previous strategy from being keen on fighting to being keen on cultivation and exploration. If you want to advance to a higher level, it is absolutely impossible to follow the steps. The few pictures that Yi Feng gave us must be studied with all our strength. The predecessors of Punlai Island made a decision at the same time. They don't know that even if they comprehend the star map of the star refining code, without the core, they can't cultivate true energy, not to mention that their star map of the star refining code is incomplete. The other parts are still in the hands of Kunlun Mountains. Those old monks are not flying, they just jump up and stay in the air temporarily. Yi Feng walked with his sword and flew far away in an instant. Looking back, I didn't see anyone chasing after me. It can be seen that those old monks can't really fly. The former monk Great Maitreya should be the same. Yi Feng frowned slightly, thought for a moment, felt that with Shaolin here, he really couldn't feel at ease. The Great Maitreya must be sent back to Peach Blossom Island as soon as possible. Yi Feng figured out that Shaolin wanted to arrest him because he attacked Great Maitreya, but the problem is that it was obviously Great Maitreya who wanted to attack Yi Feng and was caught by him. Who was right? There is no need to investigate. Now Yi Feng can only hold down Yin Shaolin temporarily with Great Maitreya as a hostage. There is also a magic puppet pill, he doesn't want to waste it so easily. Soon, Yi Feng landed near King Fengyuan after researching, and flew into the villa. Be careful everyone, I'll take them back to Peach Blossom Island first. Yi Feng gathered everyone together, told his plan, and revealed the existence of Yin Shaolin. I don't think these old monks have any malicious intentions, but they can't relax too much. Long Wanner frowned slightly, damn ghost, you should take the big monk inside back to Peach Blossom Island first, they will definitely not dare to act rashly, as for us, we should not be troubled. Well, why do I see it? Yi Feng's speculation about Long Wanner was a bit strange. If the hidden Shaolin can't find Yi Feng or Great Maitreya, it is reasonable to find trouble with Long Wanner and the others in the secular world, and even catch them and threaten them. If they wanted to trouble us, they would have come a long time ago. You must know that you went to Punlai Island just now, but it took an hour or two. Long Wanner smiled, according to guesswork, this Yin Shaolin is more face-saving. It's hard to say, but it's better to be cautious about this matter. Yi Feng shook his head, he wants everyone to go to Peach Blossom Island, avoid it first. I don't think so. Xiaoyu shook her head and glanced at Yi Feng, think about it, even if we all go to Peach Blossom Island, when the time comes for Shaolin to find poetry troubles, will you sit idly by? Lin Shiqing. Yi Feng's face changed slightly. Indeed, Yi Feng knew and had a good relationship with many people in the secular world. Even if Long Wanner and the others went to Peach Blossom Island, it would be a breeze for Shaolin to find hostages to threaten Yi Feng. Among other things, Lin Shiqing, OA, Yi Feng couldn't sit idly by. And you can't take so many of us at once, right? Su Menghan said quietly from the side. It's true again. The current Yi Feng is not Tianhing Shuiying. If he wants to take people flying, he can take 3 people at most. There is no other way. And there is no other way except to fly to Peach Blossom Island quickly. Yi Feng has been worried about the safety of the girls, but the girls are unwilling to add any burden to him. The appearance of Yin Shaolin makes them cautious, but there is no need to panic too much with the Great Maitreya as a hostage. Then I'll go back first, be careful yourself, and let me know immediately if something happens. Yi Feng nodded and made a decision. Yi Feng took the 3 hostages, de Maitreya, Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue, and Yu Jian flew towards Peach Blossom Island. Being able to continue flying with the sword, Yi Feng has an unparalleled advantage in rushing. Thinking about it, the 3 old monks are still not far from the Yellow Sea and the Bohai Sea, but Yi Feng has already reached the East China Sea very quickly, and the speed is not at the same level at all. Yi Feng took 3 hostages and landed on Taohua Island Square. He called Yang Shuning, Zhao Yi, and Ling Chen over. Uncle Yang, treat these 3 people well, treat them as honored guests, don't neglect them. Yi Feng said solemnly to Yang Shuning. Yes. Yang Shuning floated in midair without revealing his appearance, but secretly sized up Mithriya, Sun Daiqing, and Hua Wuxue. Great Mithriya is awake now, but he was restrained by Tianhing Phantom, unable to use his cultivation at all. Together with Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue, it was a bit strange to hear Yi Feng speak into the air. The atmosphere on Peach Blossom Island seemed very strange. It seems a little windy. And Yi Feng was talking to himself again, maybe it's haunted. Let the brothers watch the 3 of them. Apart from not letting them leave, they are not allowed to go to the beach. Prevent them from communicating with the outside world by any means. Yi Feng mobilized his true energy to transmit sound to Yang Shuning's 3 soul cultivators, but did not let the 3 of them hear it. Although Yi Feng put the 3 of them under house arrest, they are hostages, after all, not prisoners. There is still a big difference between the 2. Therefore, the 3 of them cannot be treated like prisoners, at least on the surface. They have to act as if they are visited guests of Peach Blossom Island. Hua Wuxue returned to Peach Blossom Island, the hometown where she has lived for more than 20 years, and almost cried. The interest in fighting with Yi Feng was gone all of a sudden. So sad. The island of her hometown was occupied by Yi Feng, and she was even captured by him, and put under house arrest as a hostage. Hua Wuxue deeply felt the ups and downs she had experienced, and hated Yi Feng even more. This guy must die. Hua Wuxue stared at Yi Feng stubbornly. What are you staring at me for? It's useless to stare at me. Yi Feng spread his hands. You are very familiar with this island, I won't show you around. I said, why are you so nervous? Don't worry, beauty, I won't abuse you guys. After saying this, Yi Feng waved his hand, and immediately 6 dragon blood warriors came over under the leadership of Ai Xuan. Seeing Ai Xuan and 6 dragon blood warriors wearing animal skin clothes, Mithriya, Sun Daiqing, and Hua Wuxue were stunned. Where did these barbarians come from? Yi Feng actually let the barbarians come to Peach Blossom Island. Hua Wuxue felt more intense anger towards Yi Feng. This guy actually defiled her hometown like this. Then I'll go first. Yi Feng still remembers Long Wanner from Yanjing, who will leave after bringing the 3 hostages over. Before leaving, he asked Ling Chen to bring the Soul Cauldron over and put the Soul Cauldron into the storage space of the Dragon Sword Order. The Divine Soul Cauldron was left on Peach Blossom Island by Yi Feng before, allowing many soldiers of the War Soul Army to enter it to nourish their souls. After such a long time, all the souls of the War Soul Army have become intact. Even Ling Chen no longer suffers from the sequelae of practicing martial arts in his lifetime, and can practice soul control with peace of mind. From this, Yi Feng now came to the conclusion that even the souls of people in the martial arts can become able to practice soul control without hindrance as long as they stay in the Divine Soul Cauldron for a while. This is a great discovery. In the world of cultivating immortals, immortal cultivators cannot become soul cultivators after death. This is a consensus. And now the Soul Cauldron seems to be able to break this law. Of course, Yi Feng has not encountered the soul of a cultivator after death. He has only tested the soul of a person in the martial arts. Whether a cultivator can become a soul cultivator after death still needs further verification. Of course, this verification will have to wait until later. The female ghost Mandala was still hiding in the Soul Cauldron, but was driven out by Yi Feng at this time, and then put the Soul Cauldron in the Dragon Sword token. Mandala, you have more than 10 years of cultivation now, follow Ling Chen first, join the War Soul Army for now, how about that? Yi Feng suggested to the female ghost. No problem. The female ghost naturally didn't dare to object to Yi Feng's arrangement, but it can be seen from her eyes that she still prefers to stay in the Soul Cauldron. Putting away the Divine Soul Cauldron, Yi Feng flew back with his sword, heading back to Yanjing. There are no twists and turns along the way. But when Yifeng returned to King Fengyuan in Yanjing, he unexpectedly found 3 guests in the villa. It was the 3 old monks who had hidden themselves in Shaolin. Yifeng looked strange. When he was floating above the villa, his spiritual sense detected that in the hall of the villa, Long Wanner and Xiaoyu were receiving the 3 old monks. The 2 parties seemed to be discussing something, and the eyes of the 3 old monks did not have the look of bitterness and hatred, but were amiable and very kind. Yifeng was suspicious. Yu Jian hovered in the air and eavesdropped. Masters, husband Yifeng has offended me a lot. Please also Han. But now, Senior Maitreya has followed her husband to Peach Blossom Island as a guest. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you all now. Long Wanner said apologetically while pouring tea for the 3 old monks. It's okay, it's okay. An old monk sitting in the middle smiled gently. Benefactor Yi is young and promising. The old monk has not seen such a bold young man for a long time. The master is absurdly praised, but there is a little chance. How can I get into the master's eyes? Long Wanner smiled and shook her head. Shouldn't he turn around and run away when he sees the masters? The words of the dragon girl benefactor are wrong. A wrinkled old monk on the left shook his head and sighed. It can be seen that Master Yi Shishio tried to get the old monk and others to use formations, and couldn't trap him. I am really ashamed. I came here because I wanted to talk to Yi Shizhu, but I didn't want to. Benefactor Yi has already left. I'm back. Hearing this, Yifeng landed directly on the backyard of the villa with his sword, walked into the hall, and said with a faint smile, 3 masters, the younger generation offended me before. Please forgive me. Senior Maitreya is now a guest on Peach Blossom Island. The 3 masters don't have to worry. When Yifeng appeared, everyone in the villa hall was shocked. Yifeng is here so fast. From Yanjing to the East China Sea, there is a straight line distance of more than 2,500 kilometers. Yifeng actually flew back and forth with Yu Jian in just over an hour. Long Wanner, who flew with Yifeng, is fine. Except for Long Wanner, the others in the villa hall, especially the 3 old monks from Shaolin, all opened their eyes wide and turned back to stare at Yifeng. They couldn't believe it. In the villa, Yifeng walked into the hall. Now that these 3 old monks have come in person, Yifeng will of course find a way to find out the truth about each other. At least he has to figure out what kind of existence Yin Shaolin is on Earth, and how many years these old monks have cultivated. Junior Yifeng has met the 3 masters, and has not yet asked the names of the 3 masters. Yifeng came to the front of the 3 old monks, clasped his hands and asked. I'll go up and see Xiaoqi and the others first. Seeing Yifeng coming, Long Wanner got up and left consciously. In addition, Xiaoyu and Su Menghan also left together, preparing to go upstairs with Xiaoqi, Zi Jianlan, and Zhang Xinyun, so as not to disturb Yifeng. Go. Yifeng smiled and waved goodbye to them. In the communication with these 3 old monks, it is indeed not appropriate for them to be there. For example, if the talks between the 2 parties collapse, wouldn't they be easily taken as hostages here? After all, these 3 old monks are all existences whose cultivation level is much higher than Yifeng's. Yifeng dare not be careless. After the 3 girls left, the 3 old monks began to say their names. Ba, the old monk Guanyin, these 2 brothers are Manjushri and Dadazang. I have met Yi Xiaoshou. The headed old monk folded his hands together, stood up, and performed a Buddhist salute to Yifeng. The other 2 monks also stood up respectively and saluted Yifeng as a self-introduction. Great Avalokitesvara, Great Manjusri Dadi Zong. There is also a big Maitreya. Yifeng thought to himself, the titles of these old monks are rather strange. Could it be that this Yin Shaolin uses the names of bodhisattvas to determine the Dharma names? In the Buddhist classics on the earth, there are Manjusri Bodhisattva, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Maitreya Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, etc., which respectively represent ideal personalities such as great wish, great mercy, great compassion, great wisdom, and great practice. The few monks in front of me seem to be extremely proud of taking these bodhisattvas as their dharma names. 3 masters, please sit down. Yifeng didn't get too entangled in the address of the other party. He casually returned 3 salutes, then bypassed the 3 of them and sat down on the sofa. Are the 3 masters from Yin Shaolin? To be honest, I don't know Yi Mao very well about Yin Shaolin. Although the cultivation base of the 3 old monks was much higher than Yifeng's, when talking with them, Yifeng did not appear weak. On the contrary, he was calm and calm. The key is that Great Maitreya is still in Yifeng's hands. Yifeng is not very afraid of the opponent turning his face. If Master Yi wants to know, the old monk will explain it to Master Yi. But after speaking, the old monk is also puzzled. I want Master Yi to answer it. I don't know if it is possible. The great Avalokitesvara, headed by the central government, looked at Yifeng with benevolent eyes while talking. Equal exchange, juniors are naturally willing. Master, please talk. Yifeng spread his hands and expressed no opinion. Hidden Shaolin does not belong to any part of the practice world on earth today. The great Guanyin monk finally talked about something about Yin Shaolin. Benefactor Yi, do you know what is the current situation in the world of practice on earth? Yifeng raised his brows. This junior knows a little bit, but I don't have much contact with you, so please ask the master to clear up your doubts. Taking today's Huagua as an example, the 3 hidden lands are on the top, the martial arts world is on the bottom, the 3 hidden lands are outside, and the martial arts world is inside. They each perform their own duties. The great Guanyin monk said, then sighed. However, these so-called masters in the practice world are still vulnerable to real dangers. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression turned serious. Master, what does it mean? What is real danger? Yifeng was a little surprised by the words of the great Guanyin monk. Could it be that the great Guanyin monk also knows that the earth is not the only world in this world? Indeed, if a strong person from the world of cultivating immortals comes to the earth, the power of the martial arts world and the 3 hidden places alone will not be able to resist. The meaning of the old monk, Yi Shizhu should understand in his heart. Monk de Guanyin smiled, avoided answering, and asked instead, Master Yi, do you think what the old monk said is correct? Yifeng immediately cursed in his heart, sinister monk. When it came to the key point, the old monk pushed the problem to Yifeng. He really is an old fox. However, regarding the other party's question, Yifeng didn't need to deliberately hide it. Good. Yifeng nodded. In this world, our earth is just a drop in the ocean. The real danger from other worlds will come quietly at some point. Hearing what Yifeng said, Monk de Guanyin's eyes brightened obviously. Obviously Yifeng's words made him a little surprised. He didn't expect Yifeng to really know so much. Master, don't be surprised. Yes, Master is from another world. Otherwise, how could I fly with the sword? Yifeng smiled faintly. I see. When the 3 old monks heard it, they suddenly realized. Then the hidden Shaolin where the master is located is to prevent this crisis from other worlds. Yifeng paused for a moment, then asked. That's right. Yin Shaolin has existed for this purpose since ancient times. It's just. The great Guanyin monk sighed. Now the hidden Shaolin has completely declined, and there are no more eminent monks who have attained the Tao. Monk. Yifeng's face changed slightly. He never expected to hear the word, get the Tao, from the mouths of practitioners on the earth. You must know that even Su Feiying did not know the law of 1,000 years to get the Tao before. The old monk is not talented, and now he only has 512 years of cultivation. Monk de Guanyin reported his cultivation level and then raised his head to look at Yifeng. I don't know what your master's cultivation level is. Hearing this question, Yifeng didn't hesitate, his face didn't turn red and his heart skipped a beat. Naturally, he is already a Taoist with 1,000 years of cultivation. Just now, the great Avalokitesvara monk did not explicitly say that a high-ranking monk who has attained the Tao is a 1,000-year-old monk, and now Yi Feng said without thinking about it, which made the great Avalokitesvara's face change slightly. Sure enough, this kid named Yi Feng did not lie. If it wasn't for Master Yi Feng, who is a master of Taoism, how did Yi Feng know that one can achieve Taoism with 1,000 years of cultivation? Becoming an immortal is just a distant dream, but attaining the Tao is within the reach of practitioners who are more gifted and opportunistic. Since this is the case, why should Master Yi have the same knowledge as the people from the three great hermits? Monk de Guanyin smiled lightly. In the future, the old monk will take time to go to the hidden place to warn them, but in this way, the existence of hidden Shaolin will probably be made public. Brother, it's time. The big wrinkled Manju Manjushri sighed lightly. The strength of the Earth's practice world is far from enough. Even modern armed technology can do anything in front of the real strong. Hearing these words, Yi Feng felt his heart move, as if there was some deep meaning contained in the words of the great monk Manjushri. The existence of Yin Shaolin is rarely known to the secular practice circle. And now, it seems that these old monks want to make their hidden Shaolin existence known to the public. In this way, it is purely a coincidence that Grandpa was able to know the existence of Yin Shaolin. No wonder Grandpa only knows the name of Yin Shaolin, but not anything else. Yi Feng thought in his heart, probably guessed the situation of Yin Shaolin. Tang Xiefeng was able to learn about Yin Shaolin. It was purely accidental. He just heard about it from Master Kuji before. As for the Dead Branch Master, it is also an extremely accidental opportunity. He has heard of the existence of this sect from some classics. But he also knows nothing about more situations. I don't know how many years ago, Yin Shaolin should be a relatively strong sect that resisted outside invaders. But after so many years, the strong ones in Yin Shaolin have disappeared, and the overall strength is not as good as before. In the hidden Shaolin in the past, there are also eminent monks who have cultivated for 1,000 years. The strength can be seen. Although I don't know why Yin Shaolin's strength will decline, but there is no doubt that the current Yin Shaolin has been unable to resist the invasion of such powerful enemies as the world of cultivating immortals. If people from other worlds really invade the earth, the consequences will be disastrous. Just like what the great monk Manjushri said, modern armed technologies, such as cruise missiles and nuclear bombs, will definitely not be of much use when facing real strong people in the world of cultivating immortals. Benefactor Yi, the old monk and you. It was announced openly and sincerely. Monk de Guanyin smiled lightly and glanced at Yi Feng, Yin Shaolin. That's the situation. But the earth is not in a good situation now. There are rumors from the ancestors that the day when the sky will bring disasters is not far away. A disaster star from heaven. Yi Feng was puzzled. It's just as you said. There are other world powerhouses coming to our world. The great Guanyin monk explained. Hearing these words, Yi Feng felt a strange feeling in his heart. According to the history of the earth, it seems that there has never been an alien from space that caused a major disaster to the entire Earth. Now I suddenly heard that there are powerful people from other worlds coming to the Earth. It is a disaster from the sky. Of course it is a bit strange. Although I don't know how the ancestors of Yin Shaolin knew that there will be a disaster star from the sky. But Yi Feng thinks that it is better to believe it than to believe it. It is better to ask clearly now. Master, dare to ask. How long will it be before the day when the disaster will come? Yi Feng asked. Within 100 years. The exact time. The patriarch never stated. Grand Guanyin Road. Then there are other sect forces like Yin Shaolin in this world. Yi Feng asked again. This? Monk de Guanyin's tone was stagnant, and he turned his head sideways. He exchanged glances with Monk Dadazang and Danshu. Afterwards, the three of them shook their heads. As far as the old monk knows, only the Shaolin family is hidden. Monk de Guanyin sighed and shook his head. Yi Feng was a little surprised when he heard the words. The sect of the real strong on the earth is the hidden Shaolin. It has been 1,000 years since the last time the disaster star fell from the sky. Thousands of years ago, the patriarch killed the disaster star from the sky. This time it is difficult. The wrinkled monk Manjushri sighed, it's less than 100 years. How could there be a master of the Tao? If you don't cultivate the Tao, you can't fly to the sky. Yi Shizhu. Dare to ask your master. Where is it, person? As soon as Yi Feng heard De Wenshu's words, he immediately understood. The old monk was afraid that he wanted Yi Feng to ask master to help him. But the problem is, how can Yi Feng have a master who has attained the Tao realm? All he knows is that he is still unable to fly out of the sky and reach the vacuum zone without air. Although he has cultivated immortality for 100 years, he still cannot withstand the pressure of the vacuum zone. Perhaps a master of Taoism can fly in a vacuum. But Yi Feng has never seen it before. Master. I'm sorry. Yi Feng said with some grief, my master comes from the world of cultivating immortals. After imparting the mind of cultivating immortals to me, he returned to the world of cultivating immortals. I want to ask her for help. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. I see. The faces of the 3 old monks were somewhat disappointed. For the sake of the overall situation, please benefactor Yi try to get in touch with Venerable Master. If there is a disaster from the sky, maybe you can only rely on Venerable Master. The great Guanyin monk sighed again. No problem. Yi Feng agreed without hesitation, but immediately turned around and said, however, I said I told Master. Whether she is willing to come or not, I don't care. That's natural. Great monk Manjushri nodded and smiled slightly. As for Yi Shizhu, the way of cultivating immortals you cultivated should be a secret that cannot be passed down. We will not ask. Well, you can't say that either. Yi Feng shook his head, the star refining immortal canon. You can still show the masters a look. Maybe it will give the masters some insight. Anyway, the alchemy of stars is engraved on the ceiling and stone walls of ancient temples. Isn't it just for people to see? Yi Feng spread the star refining immortal code everywhere without any psychological burden. On the contrary, Yi Feng will only pass on the star Tumart to his own people. Otherwise, he will feel sorry for Su Feiying. The eyes of the 3 old monks brightened at the same time when they heard Yi Feng say that they could watch the canon of star alchemy. This Yi Feng is very righteous. He even passed on to them the precious cultivation methods from other worlds. But they don't know. Even if they understand the star alchemy code, they still can't cultivate true energy. Because these 3 old monks are essentially the same as other earthlings. There is no pil core in the Dantian. Of course, it is impossible to cultivate true qi. Absorbing the aura of heaven and earth and transforming it into cultivation. It can only be internal qi. Of course. This does not mean that the alchemy of stars has no effect on them. The star refining immortal code is extremely mysterious. Maybe it can give people in the hidden Shaolin some insight. It can also enhance their strength. Yi Feng didn't say much. He just took out the jade slip that was engraved with the star refining code. Then he took the paper and pen beside him, and accurately drew the several star maps in the star refining code. Then he handed these pictures to the 3 old monks. The 3 old monks took these pictures cautiously. After just a glance, they could see the unusual things in these pictures. They all expressed their emotions. Benefactor Yi understands righteousness deeply. The old monk admires him. Monk de Guanyin repeatedly praised, if it were an old monk, I might not be able to hand over such a mysterious mind map. Master, why be polite? The rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility. What's more, Yi has a master in the world of cultivating immortals. It is also appropriate to contribute one's own strength. Yi Feng smiled. Since that's the case, the old monk also has a gift. I want to give it to Benefactor Yi. Please don't be too polite. Seeing Yi Feng's generosity, Monk Grand Guanyin also stretched his old arm into the bosom of the Buddha's cassock, as if he wanted to take out something. Being able to talk peacefully with the three eminent Shaolin monks was undoubtedly beyond Yi Feng's expectations. But what Yi Feng is most curious about now is what the Great Guanyin monk will take out as a gift for him. As the monk Great Guanyin stretched out his old arm from the Buddhist robe, what Yi Feng saw was a golden spherical object, which looked a little familiar. When he felt the aura coming from this golden spherical object, Yi Feng immediately remembered, isn't this similar to the Buddha's son that Zen master Wenlu transformed after his death? It's just that the one given to him by the Great Guanyin monk now has a much stronger holy aura. Relic. The relics left by the Buddhist eminent monks after their death, the monk Grand Guanyin wanted to give Yi Feng such a thing. Yi Feng didn't reach out to pick up the relic that the other party took out, but asked with some doubts, Senior Grand Guanyin, what does Yi need this relic for? Master Yi, this is a personal gift from the old monk, please accept it. The great Avalokitesvara smiled gently, the master of the old monk passed away 40 years ago. This is the relic that the master of the old monk passed away. If you ask what the effect of this relic is, if you often wear it on your body, it can improve your health by 30%. Inner Qi recovery speed. Increase the speed of infuriating recovery. Yi Feng's expression changed slightly when he heard that this relic has such a miraculous effect. In this way, the role of the relic is not small. Yi Feng kept throwing the relic transformed by Zen master Wenlu in the storage space, but he still couldn't feel its effect. It's a pity. However, among Yi Feng and the people around him, the one who is most suitable for this thing is not Yi Feng. After all, he has been wearing Luotian water all the time. If he loses his true energy, he can just take a drop. It is more effective than this relic. But except for Yi Feng, everyone who is not with Yi Feng needs this kind of relic very much. Then thank you, Master. Yi Feng finally reached out and took the relic exuding a holy aura, and solemnly put it into his sleeve. Treasures like this, that can increase the speed of true energy recovery, are also of great value in the world of cultivating immortals. This relic can increase the recovery speed of true Qi by 30%, and in the cultivation world, at least it can be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of immortal coins, which is equivalent to the value of a set of Heli Di Xingsha and its 9 sons. Unexpectedly, there are treasures of this level on the earth, and there are so many of them, which really surprised Yi Feng. If other immortal cultivators knew about this, wouldn't many powerful people flock here? Cooperation with Yin Shaolin is imperative. For Yi Feng, the most important thing now is to strengthen his own strength, and then go to the Monghuang realm to try to find Su Feiying's trace. Benefactor Yi, the old monk bids farewell. If you have important matters, you can come to Songshan Yin Shaolin to find the old monk, Ba. The great Avalokitesvara put his palms together, performed a Buddhist ritual to Yi Feng, and then left the villa with the great Manjusri and Dadi Zong. They didn't ask about Tianheng Shuiying's matter, maybe because they guessed something. There was no need to ask more, maybe because Yi Feng was very cooperative and handed over the star refining immortal code to them. And Tianheng Shuiying injured their junior monk De Puxian, and they didn't want to pursue it. After all, next, they want to resist the disaster from the sky, and they still rely on Yi Feng to some extent. They left? Soon, Long Wanner came down from upstairs alone, leaned gently into Yi Feng's arms, and asked softly. Yi Feng thought about it for a while, and didn't take out the relic for her for the time being, but asked first, Wanner, how do you feel after watching the Dragon Sword Ju? It's hard. Long Wanner said solemnly, but then smiled, but I don't think there is any problem with me. it's just that it seems inappropriate to abolish the Star Tomb art now. If she abolished the Star Tomb art, then her cultivation base would be low, and she would have no ability to protect herself at all, which seemed inappropriate. If you stay on Peach Blossom Island, then it will be fine. Yifeng smiled. However, if you are outside all the time, it's better not to be impulsive. Then there are Menghan and the others, how are they doing? You should be very familiar with everyone's talent. Long Wanner smiled. Although they all think that the dragon sword art is quite difficult, they have learned a lot about it in a short period of time. I think it should not be a problem if they continue to practice, but it's a pity that these cultivation bases. Hearing this, Yifeng said solemnly, abolishing it now is better than abolishing it after discovering the problem. What's more, after practicing the dragon sword art, you will become dragon sword maids, and I can take you to the dragon sword tomb. It should be able to improve your cultivation a lot. For example, Yuechan directly possessed 90 years of cultivation in 9 months. Even the inheritance of Sunflower Immortal Jew has enough talents and treasures to raise one's cultivation level to 100 years, let alone the Dragon Sword Jew. However, Yifeng is not very clear about the relationship between Dragon Sword and Dragon Sword Maid. Attitude. Let's talk about this next time we go to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. Yifeng's plan was to rest in Yanjing for 1 night, and then return to Peach Blossom Island, ready to activate the cross-boundary teleportation formation, and go to the Menghuang realm to find Su Feiying. First, Kunlun Mountain and Penglai Island are no longer a threat, and Yin Shaolin has a good relationship with Yifeng, so he doesn't need to worry about these women who are still in Yanjing. Second, the first experience of the Dragon Sword inheritance is to let him pass on the Sunflower Immortal art. And Tang Qingling's desire to completely control the Sunflower Immortal art is definitely not a short-term matter. Yifeng can just take advantage of this time to go to the Menghuang realm to find Su Feiying. However, a sudden change cancelled his plan. After finishing talking with Long Wanner, Yifeng ran to the villa next door to thank Long Baxian. If it wasn't for him, Yifeng might be caught by the monks of Yin Shaolin together with Tianheng Shuiying. In that case, the conversation between the two sides would not be so friendly. But just as Yifeng came out of the villa, he wanted to go back and sleep with Long Wanner and the others in his arms, when he immediately felt a palpitating aura from the Dragon Sword Order hanging on his waist. Yuechan is in a hurry. Yifeng's expression changed. He could clearly feel that the aura fluctuations from the Dragon Sword Order were telling him one thing. That is, Yuechan is in a difficult situation and is extremely dangerous. He didn't even have time to think, and with a thought, he conveyed a wonderful fairy voice towards the girls in the villa. I'm in a hurry, let's take a step first and come back soon. After Yifeng finished speaking, he activated his true energy in the backyard of the villa and activated the teleportation function of the Dragon Sword token. Both Dragon Sword token and Yuechan's maid wear have a teleportation function. As the heir of Dragon Sword, Yifeng can directly teleport to any Dragon Sword maid. And this is also an important reason why Yifeng wanted Long Wanner and the others to practice Dragon Sword art. Swish! Without hesitation, Yifeng stepped into the space channel created by the Dragon Sword token. What kind of danger Yuechan will encounter, Yifeng can guess, with a little thought. When the Tomb of Dragon Sword was separated, Yuechan said that she wanted to go back to her former sect to take a look, but Yifeng didn't stop her. Because he felt that, after all, Yuechan was a genius disciple of the Luoha Immortal sect, even if her cultivation base was abolished now, and it took only a few decades to repractice, she must still have feelings. If the other party doesn't go back to the sect to take a look, it's too unreasonable. But now Yuechan has fallen into a dangerous situation in such a short period of time, which is obviously the danger she encountered in Luoha Shenzong. As for the specific danger, Yifeng has not guessed it yet, but he can be sure that it is mostly related to Yuechan's 2 senior brothers, that is, the 2 masters who were refined into magic puppet pills by the magic pupil of the world. Yi Feng stepped into the transmission channel of the dragon sword token and disappeared without a trace in an instant. When the girls upstairs in the villa heard his voice and ran out to look at it, there was no trace of Yi Feng in the backyard, only the sky was full of stars, as if they were talking about something. Yi Feng was protected by the Dragon Sword Order, and quickly shuttled through the cross-boundary transmission channel. Soon the stars moved and the light passed through the gap. He passed through a dark and deep mysterious space channel, and finally came to a bright place. Swish! The sun shone down from above. Yi Feng opened his eyes, and found that he had come to a place like an altar. Looking around, there is a sea of people. Wow! When his figure appeared above the altar, there was an uproar all around, and there were thousands of people in total, surrounding the entire altar in the center. Those people were all dressed in ancient costumes. The men were handsome, the women were young and beautiful, all of them were like immortals, and in Yi Feng's opinion, these were all immortal cultivators with extremely high cultivation. These immortal cultivators all looked at Yi Feng, who suddenly appeared above the altar with strange eyes, a little puzzled. They felt that when Yi Feng appeared, he was accompanied by an extremely strong space force, which was more violent than their long-distance teleportation space force. Could it be that this is an extremely powerful master? A group of people projected their consciousness towards Yi Feng one after another, and soon discovered that this young man in strange black clothes was just a rookie who had cultivated for 100 years and hadn't even condensed the young god. Suddenly, a group of people laughed out loud. Although I don't know why this young man made such a big fuss and appeared here, there is no doubt that this kid appeared here to make a joke. When Yi Feng stepped out of the space tunnel, he took up the xuanhuan sword and flew over the altar. Before he had time to look around, he felt a wave of divine consciousness enveloping him, and there is no ability to resist. This is simply like a strong woman with chiguoguo. Yi Feng doesn't like this feeling very much. No one likes the feeling of being probed and having no secrets, but the helpless thing is that Yi Feng's cultivation base is too weak now, and he can't stop the other party's detection at all. I can feel that among the immortal cultivators around, not to mention the old ones, each of them has a cultivation base of 500 or 600 years, or even 700 or 800 years, even those young people have 200 or 300 years of true energy cultivation for. Just pulling one out will easily trample Yi Feng under his feet. And there are thousands of such immortal cultivators around the entire altar. This is the Luoha immortal sect in the center of the immortal cultivation world? Yi Feng felt awe in his heart, and then his spiritual consciousness spread out to the surroundings, and he realized that his spiritual consciousness was too weak, and after extending it a little, it was already suppressed by those strong people around him. In such an environment, his spiritual sense could not detect any useful information at all. The world of cultivating immortals is like this, strong and weak, everything is so transparent. Once they are weak, they will be bullied and suppressed, not to mention fighting. Whether the weak can stand firm in front of the strong is a big problem. Yuechan? Yi Feng's spiritual sense had no way to work, he could only rely on his naked eyes, glanced around again, and finally saw, in the center of the altar not far behind him, there was a handsome but haggard man. The woman was tied to a stone pillar. It was Yuechan wearing a purple gauze dress. Yi Feng instantly felt that many immortal cultivators around here were watching Yuechan, who was tied to the stone pillar. It seemed that someone else was interrogating Yuechan. Yi Feng raised his head and looked around, and saw that there were bursts of powerful aura fluctuations above the sky. In this nearby area, the power of space is completely shielded, and it is impossible to use any power of space at all, and no one can teleport in it. No wonder, Yi Feng's sudden appearance above the altar just now attracted so many people's attention and surprise. Little friend, dare to ask where you came from and where are you going? A very magnetic and elegant male voice suddenly silenced all the surrounding noises, and it came to Yi Feng's ears like the sound of heaven. This elegant male voice seems to be the most moving voice in the world. If it were placed on the earth, this moving voice alone would be able to impregnate the ears of countless women. This place is where Luoha Xianzong interrogated traitors. Today, all major sects gather here, which shows that the matter is serious. If there is nothing else to do, little brother, please leave quickly. The elegant male voice continued, gentle and convincing, a born leader. Yifeng raised his head, only to see that surrounded by the crowd, there was an elegant man in an ancient white robe, with unrestrained and unrestrained eyebrows, and his eyes were as bright as stars. This man seemed to be as light as a feather, and could be blown away by the wind at any time, but he seemed as stable as Mount Tai, able to withstand even if the sky fell. Leave? Yifeng listened to the other party's words, and thought quickly in his heart. It was absolutely impossible for him to leave. After all, Yuechan was still here and was surrounded by so many people, it was impossible for him to let it go. But it seems extremely difficult for him to rescue Yuechan, unless... My lord of the Luoha Immortal sect, feel free. Seeing Yifeng, the refined man was unmoved and did not get angry. Instead, he explained his identity without saying a word or humbly. So this is the suzerain of Luoha Xianzong. Yifeng carefully sized up the head of the Luoha Immortal sect, and after a while, felt that this was the head of a sect in the world of cultivating immortals. He has deep cultivation, personable manner, and treats people decently. Everything looks good, even for Yifeng, an unexpected guest, he is so polite. Of course, Yifeng didn't rule out the possibility that the other party was afraid that he had some powerful backer behind him, so he didn't dare to turn his face for a while. Sect Master Xiaoyao, hello. Yifeng shrugged with a smile. It's easy for me to leave now, let me take Yuechan with me, I won't bother with other things. As soon as these words came out, the audience suddenly fell silent. Yuechan, who was originally in the center of the altar, lowered her head. Her consciousness was shielded. She didn't notice that Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of her. But when she heard Yifeng's voice, she finally raised her head and saw this young man who had been with her for a long time. Immediately, she opened her lovely eyes wide. She never thought that Yifeng would appear in front of her at this moment. Did he come to seek death? And when Yifeng said that he was going to leave with Yuechan, thousands of immortal cultivators around him booed at the same time. This kid is joking. It turned out to be the rescuer invited by Yuechan. Xiaoyao, the master of the Luoha Immortal sect, smiled faintly and raised his hand, making the voices of all the immortal cultivators around him lower. It's a pity that Yuechan is the common enemy of our major sections. Young man, you want to take her away. I'm afraid it won't go so well. If you don't try it, how will you know if it will go well or not? The corner of Yifeng's mouth curled up. No, Yifeng. Get out of here quickly. The things here have nothing to do with you. Yuechan's anxious voice suddenly rang out to the ears of many immortal cultivators around. With your current strength, you can't take me away. Yuechan is right. Xiaoyao laughed lightly, glanced at Yifeng, and said with a light smile, the power of space around here is blocked by a large formation. With your current cultivation, you absolutely cannot take her out of here. Young man, don't stop us here to judge her. In the other direction, the suzerain of another sect seemed to be very unhappy, and said, do you know what the identity of this witch is? Oh. What is her identity? Yifeng raised his head and looked at the old man who made the sound with great interest. Huh. She colluded with the ancient demon. She brutally killed 2 senior brothers. She also abolished her own cultivation mind and cultivated a kind of magic power. The old man stared at the big eyes like copper bells. He said angrily, this is the great misfortune of my immortality. Magic power. It turns out that in the eyes of these people, the dragon sword Ju inherited by dragon sword will be a magic skill. Unless Yuechan tells others, otherwise no matter how high the cultivation base is, it will be difficult for others to detect the flow of true energy in Yuechan's meridians. Therefore, they naturally don't understand the nature of her current dragon sword art. Maybe they just think that the dragon sword Ju practiced by Yuechan is very fast and of high quality, so it must be a magic skill from a wrong source. What's more, last time, many people saw Yuechan and her two senior brothers being covered by a burst of demonic energy, which further deepened their suspicion. After that time, Yuechan and the three of them never came back. They originally guessed that all three of them had suffered misfortune. But now, Yuechan has returned alone. Not only has she abolished Luaha immortal sex immortal cultivation method, but she has also cultivated an unknown supermental method. This is not the point. The most important thing is that Yuechan has always been vague about the experience during this period of time, making them all make guesses. In order to understand this matter, they summoned the surrounding major sects of cultivating immortals and wanted to publicly interrogate Yuechan today. No matter how bad it is, the supermental method he cultivated must be forced out. Yifeng guessed all the way, and guessed a lot of things. Although the other party didn't necessarily think so, but since they tied Yuechan up, it was destined that the other party was already Yifeng's enemy. Since we are enemies, there is no need to talk nonsense. Now Yifeng can't beat them. But there is still a way to escape from this place. The way is to use the dragon sword token hanging on his waist. Dragon sword token. It has the function of teleportation. But it can only be teleported under 3 circumstances. First, open the space tunnel. It leads to the dragon sword maid who holds the dragon sword. Second, at the beginning of an experience, open the space tunnel to send to the place where the experience needs to be carried out. For example, the first time to send Yifeng to the Earth. Thirdly, when an experience is over, the space tunnel can also be opened, allowing Yifeng to directly teleport back to the Tomb of Dragon Sword. Now, the first and second points obviously cannot be realized. The only thing left is the third point. Originally, Yifeng was very anxious about what to do. But he tried it just now, and found that the power of the space around him was sealed. However, the Dragon Sword Order responded. Quickly gather a large amount of space power. Obviously, the previous first experience is over. Yifeng can rely on the Dragon Sword Order to teleport to the Dragon Sword Tomb. By the way, it's not difficult to bring Yuechan. Mother, she has cultivated for 100 years. Yifeng thought in his heart. Some doubts. But now he can only think so. No matter what. Anyway, he can open the space tunnel of Dragon Sword Order. That's enough. While thinking, Yifeng raised his head and glanced at the immortal cultivators around him. I came here uninvited. Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused to everyone. I will leave now. Leave. Don't hit me. His appearance immediately made the immortal cultivators around burst into laughter. Even the heads of those sects had a smile on their faces. They didn't feel that Yifeng wasted their time, because they had profound cultivation and long lifespan. They didn't have much to do at ordinary times, so they were very boring. Now Yifeng came over and made some jokes for them. It's also quite funny. In several interrogation meetings of their major sects, someone appeared to make trouble out of nowhere. It was the first time in history. After the incident, they must arrest this kid and interrogate him well. However, just as they were thinking this way, something suddenly happened on the field. A burst of violent space power immediately tore through the surrounding space ceiling formation, and quickly condensed in the center of the altar. Just for a moment. The entrance of a space tunnel appeared in front of Yifeng. Walk. Yifeng didn't hesitate. Yu Jian flew to Yuechan's side, and the entrance of the space tunnel extended out following Yifeng's movements, covering both Yifeng and Yuechan in it. Space conversion. The figures of the two disappeared from the altar in an instant. The immortal art of the various sects teaming up to tie Yuechan to the stone pillar in the center of the altar was destroyed in an instant by the power of space in this space tunnel. Immediately afterwards, the power of space gradually dissipated. When Xiaoyao and other advanced practitioners wanted to chase into the space tunnel, it was already too late. This guy. The calm look on Xiaoyao's face was completely replaced by surprise at this moment. In any case, he never thought that the altar space ceiling formation passed down by his Luoha immortal sect for several generations would still fail one day. How did those powers of space come in and form a space tunnel? Not only Xiaoyao, but all the cultivators around the altar couldn't figure out how Yifeng was able to escape here with Yuechan. The most important thing is that they can't feel from this space tunnel at all, where this space tunnel leads to. They ran away. Those immortal cultivators who were still laughing just now wanted to cry at this moment. Nima, thousands of powerful immortal cultivators gathered together, and Yuechan was taken away by a brat. What is their face? Fortunately, all the surrounding sects participated in today's incident, otherwise everyone present would definitely be ridiculed by other sects for their incompetence. Well, now, everyone is in the middle of this matter, and no one is making fun of anyone. Only. The heads of several major sects looked at the suzerain of Luoha Xianzong, Xiaoyao, at the same time. Today's event was initiated by him, and they must figure out what kind of mentality is Xiaoyao now. Sect Master Xiaoyao, ahem, what do you think? The old man who spoke before coughed and said to Xiaoyao, with a little fear. It can be seen that although Xiaoyao looks very young on the surface, his cultivation base is extremely profound, and his talent is even more impressive than the past, so he can become the suzerain of Luoha Xianzong. Even the old man is afraid of Xiaoyao. No, since she ran away, everyone should disperse. Xiaoyao lightly waved his hand, but he looked thoughtfully at the place where Yifeng and Yuechan disappeared. Xiaoyao. Don't deceive others too much. Immediately someone jumped out to express dissatisfaction. Diaoxing asked, so you let us come here today, is it a waste of our time? Brother, why did you say that? Xiaoyao raised his brows, and didn't pay attention to the other party at all. Didn't your respective leaders raise their hands in favor of today's matter? I just want to know the secret of Yuechan's super cultivation method. Xiaoyao thought about it in his heart, but didn't say it clearly. After these words came out, those sect leaders couldn't sit still, and they spoke out to appease their disciples. After confirming that Yuechan definitely had no chance of being found, they all shook their heads and sighed, and left with their disciples. At this time, Yifeng, with Yuechan, had already quickly passed through the space tunnel, and when he reappeared, he was already in the hall of the Dragon Sword Tomb. I'll go and see the situation first. Yifeng said to Yuechan, and then led her into the hall together, then walked to the side passage alone, preparing to meet the soul of the sunflower dragon. After all, the experience he has completed now was given to him by Kuei-shui Shenlong. Has Tang Qingling really cultivated for 100 years? Yifeng didn't know, but if he asked later, he would know. Besides, he still had another doubt in his heart. Yuechan integrated the maid pendant into her body, so the maid pendant was not noticed by others and searched away, but it stands to reason that the maid pendant can also stimulate the power of space to condense a cross-boundary space tunnel. However, when Yuechan was in danger, she didn't do that. Instead, Yifeng didn't take the initiative to teleport over to save her until he felt that she was in danger. Yifeng also asked Yuechan in the space tunnel just now, but Yuechan said that around the altar of Luoha Xianzong, there is a large formation of space seals, and in that formation, Maid Pei can't condense any power of space. Then why, Yifeng's dragon sword token can open the space tunnel? Soon, Yifeng came to the hall where the soul of the Kuei-shui dragon was located. Young man, I didn't expect you to be so fast. The voice of the Kuei-shui Shenlong came to Yifeng's ears, and then a burst of oppressive aura descended from the sky, and a water-blue dragon's soul appeared in front of Yifeng. Yifeng remembered that the last time he saw the Kuei-shui Shenlong, the opponent appeared in the form of a blue broadsword. But now, after he completed the training, the other party used his body to meet Yifeng, which shows the difference in treatment between the two times. Junior Yifeng, see Senior Shenlong. Yifeng clasped his fists and saluted without saying a word. Free gift. The Kuei-shui divine dragon has obviously been worshipped many times by people, and was not surprised by Yifeng's actions. It just finished speaking lightly, and then the entire huge dragon body circled in the hall, and the huge dragon's head pointed at Yifeng. That dragon's head is really big, bigger than Yifeng's whole body, and the two eyes are like the moon in Mid-Autumn Festival. Young man, if you have questions in your heart, you can speak them out, and I will answer them for you. Seeing Yifeng's appearance, Kuei-shui divine dragon's soul quickly saw that Yifeng had something on his mind, so he decisively asked him to bring it up. So, Junior, you're welcome. Senior Shenlong, the first thing this junior wants to ask is, why is my training completed this time? Yifeng asked respectfully, the person who practiced Sunflower Immortal Ju should not have reached 100 years of cultivation. Hoo. Kuei-shui divine dragon's soul laughed twice, and then said, actually, 100 years of cultivation is just a cover. The real test of this experience is to make the candidates you choose fit with the flame of eternal night. After hearing this, Yifeng was a little stunned. Compatible with the flame of eternal night? This Kuei-shui Shenlong is still playing tricks. Many people with top talents are trying to use force to suppress the flame of eternal night, but they don't want to do so. Flame of eternal night will never be compatible with its master. Therefore, my trial this time is an eternal can't pass. Kuei-shui Shenlong said with a rather regretful sigh. If you don't pass the trial of the senior here, can you carry out the experience of the other Shenlong seniors? Yifeng had an idea and asked. No. The moon-like eyes of Kuei-shui Shenlong's soul did not move, so, several people before you have not completed my trial yet, and are stuck here. I see. Yifeng suddenly realized that this Kuei-shui Shenlong is really insidious enough, using this method to cover up the real content of the experience. It seems that the future experience must be more careful, otherwise it will be easy to be tricked. And this time, it should be considered Yifeng's luck. Tang Qingling was able to cooperate with Yongye Zhihua so quickly. This was unexpected by Yifeng. But when I think about it this way, the soul of the sunflower dragon seems to have a lot of eternal night flames. Yifeng kept guessing at what level the dragon sword inheritance existed, but he was still unable to know the truth. From the looks of it now, with so many eternal night flames, at least 9 of them will be distributed to all practitioners of the dragon sword inheritance. This dragon sword inheritance is more generous than Yifeng imagined. The inheritance of dragon sword is by no means focused on the inheritance of the world of cultivating immortals, but on the whole big world. Yifeng was certain in his heart that after obtaining the inheritance of the dragon sword, the stage would definitely not be in the single realm of cultivating immortals. Regarding the level of dragon sword's inheritance, Yifeng didn't think much about it. Anyway, the current Yifeng doesn't know much about the big world. He doesn't understand a lot of things. Just don't think about it. Now, all he needs to know is that dragon sword inheritance is a very powerful existence. That's all. Therefore, Yifeng turned to ask the second question, why in Luaha Xianzong space ceiling formation, the Maid Pei can't condense the space tunnel, but the dragon sword token can. Luaha Immortal Sect. Never heard of it. The soul of Kuei-shui Shenlong said lightly, about this, it should be related to the classification of the power of space. Young man, you probably don't know yet. There is also a classification of the power of space. When Yifeng heard it, he was at a loss. I haven't heard of it. Please ask Senior to clarify. Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, and Man. Kuei-shui Shenlong's soul made a sound, as if talking about something commonplace, the power of space is divided into the above 5 grades. The power of human-level space is the weakest, and the power of heaven-level space is the strongest. And the maid's pendant and dragon sword, compared with it, the power of space it can mobilize is 1 level behind heaven, earth, xian, huang, and man. After hearing what the other party said, Yifeng probably understood a little bit. That's why. He had a similar feeling before. But no one told him the specific classification of space power. Only now. He finally understood the general principle. Then. Senior, can you explain to me? What are the specific differences between the power of the 5th grade space? Yifeng paused and continued to ask. Although Yifeng finds this kind of question involving the level of strength troublesome, since there is an opportunity, it is better to ask clearly. After all, these things are knowledge that even Su Feiying does not know. Kuei-shui Divine Dragon Soul glanced at him lightly. The power of space that the ancient ring of the dragon sword allows you to experience is the power of the lowest level of human-level space. What the maid can use is the power of mysterious space. The power of the dragon sword can use the power of the earth-level space. The Luoha Immortal sect you mentioned. The formation of sealing space. It should only be able to seal the power of the first 3 levels of space. Therefore, the Dragon Sword Order can open the space tunnel. After Kuei-shui Shenlong's soul finished speaking, Yifeng finally understood the power of space at all levels. It turned out that the reason was that the level of the Dragon Sword token was beyond the level of Luoha Shenzong's sealed space array, so it was able to break through its limitations and forcibly open the space tunnel. Young man, the power of space that you are comprehending now is the power of yellow-level space. And it is not complete. It can only transform short-distance space. You can roam freely in the medium. As for the power of more advanced mysterious space, it will allow you to freely travel across worlds. The Kuei-shui Shenlong continued to talk, making Yifeng more aware of the effects of various levels of space power. Human level. The most basic power of space. It can teleport people in a short distance. It can also refine a small storage space. Yellow level. Advanced space power. It can teleport people for a long distance. When the cultivation level is infinitely high, it can theoretically teleport to an infinite distance in the same world. Xian level. The power of space that crosses the world. The cross-boundary teleportation array condenses this kind of power of space. You can use the power of space of this level to leap across various worlds. As for the more advanced earth and mysterious grades, Yifeng didn't know what special effects they had. The Sunflower Dragon's soul didn't give details either. Of course. The transition of the power of space from the yellow level to the mysterious level is a huge watershed. The soul of Kuei-shui Shenlong said lightly, with your talent, you can devote all your attention to comprehend the power of space. If you want to comprehend the power of mysterious space, you can freely cross the world. I'm afraid it will take 1,000 years. This sentence shocked Yifeng even more. 1,000 years of time. With such a heaven-defying talent like Yifeng, it would take 1,000 years to fully comprehend the power of the mysterious level of space. Then in the entire known world of cultivating immortals, I am afraid that no one can comprehend the power of the mysterious level of space in their lifetime. The formation of Luoha Shenzong is probably left over from ancient times to the present. It is like the cross-boundary teleportation formation in ancient temples. It can use the power of mysterious space. However, Luoha Shenzong's formation can only seal the power of space, and cannot allow them to be transported to another world. Now the world of cultivating immortals. Few people know. There are other worlds outside of the world of cultivating immortals. Yifeng pondered in his heart. He felt that this guess was quite reliable. After all, Yifeng and Su Feiying had never heard of it before arriving on Earth. There are many other worlds, besides the world of cultivating immortals. And now in the mouth of the Kuei-shui Shenlong, Yi Feng has finally confirmed that there are indeed many worlds coexisting in this world. The earth, the realm of cultivating immortals, and the realm of wild wasteland, are even just a drop in the ocean of this vast world. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt a surge of passion in his heart. If he could see more worlds in this life, how wonderful it would be. And to achieve all of this, we can only rely on the dragon sword to pass on this bridge for the time being. Okay, young man. You have completed my experience. You can pass through this hall. Now go to the next one. Sunflower Dragon answered Yi Feng's question. Seeing that Yi Feng was lost in thought, he sounded a reminder. Senior, there is one more question. Yi Feng quickly came back to his senses and said hastily, about condensing Yangshan. Is there anything that needs attention? 100 Years Sun God. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Kuei-shui Divine Dragon Soul was a little puzzled. Young man, you haven't even mastered such basic things. How did you come to the Tomb of Dragon Sword? Seeing the other party's reaction, Yi Feng was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Senior, I came from the countryside. I haven't seen much in the world. Please forgive me. That's all. Since you came here, it is also a kind of chance. Kuei-shui Shenlong sighed and said with a smile, let me first explain to you about the competitors you are facing. When Yi Feng heard it, his eyes lit up. This is good. Know yourself and know the enemy. 100 battles will never be imperiled. If you can know the identity and talent of other Dragon Sword Inheritance competitors, it will undoubtedly be of great help to Yi Feng's ability to obtain the Dragon Sword Inheritance. So far, the trainee who has made the fastest progress is a youth from the Sky Clan. The Kuei-shui Shenlong spoke up and gradually explained the situation of this young man from the Sky Clan. This young man is just like you. He came to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword at the age of 20. It took a total of more than a year. Level 3. In this regard, he is not as good as you. But, having said that, Kuei-shui Shenlong paused for a moment, glanced at Yi Feng, saw that his expression was normal, and then continued, however, the birth of this boy is billions of times better than yours. Do you know what the origin of the Sky Clan is? Sky Clan. Of course Yi Feng didn't know. Hearing this, he could only shake his head. I would like to hear the details. There are many ethnic groups in the world. There are countless races of human beings alone. On the earth, there are black, white, and yellow races. If you want to subdivide them, there are countless people. In other worlds, it is naturally the same. In the story of the Kuei-shui Shenlong, the Sky Clan is a very powerful group in a certain world. In the Sky Clan, geniuses come forth in large numbers, and there are countless strong people. Even when the founder of Dragon Sword is around, people from the Sky Clan will not be underestimated too much. And a young man from the Sky tribe got an ancient Dragon Sword ring, by chance. He came to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword and started a journey of experience. His talent is not as good as Yi Feng's, but his background is much stronger than Yi Feng's. The natural treasures you want are within your reach. It's easy to improve your cultivation. As long as the upper limit of cultivation can be raised, his cultivation can be raised. This is the biggest advantage of the Sky Clan youth, compared to Yi Feng. On this point, there is a huge difference between the two sides. Except for the youth from the Sky Clan, the backgrounds of the rest of the competitors are not bad either. Kuei-shui Shenlong's soul said lightly, in comparison, your background strength is considered the weakest. No one even told you how to refine the young god. There's no other way. Yi Feng scratched his head, but his face didn't change. Instead, he said naturally, however, isn't the inheritance of Dragon Sword more important than personal talent? What about other backgrounds? After all, it depends on external things. Well said. The eyes of Kuei-shui Shenlong opened a little wider. There was some approval in the look of looking at Yi Feng. He originally thought that after telling Yi Feng about the backstage background of those competitors, Yi Feng would have a lot of psychological fluctuations. But now it seems that Yi Feng's psychological quality is very good. Yi Feng not only knows where his advantages are, but also knows what is needed more to become a strong person. It's not a foreign thing. It's about personal talent. Besides, even personal willpower is more important than background. In that case, I will tell you about Yangshan's affairs. Kuei-shui Shenlong gradually explained to Yi Feng everything about the young god. And what Kuei-shui Shenlong said was many things that even Tianhing Shuiying didn't know. In terms of the understanding of the whole journey of cultivation, the understanding of Kuei-shui Shenlong is obviously higher than that of anyone Yi Feng has ever met. While listening carefully to Sun God Dragon's explanation of Sun God, Yi Feng felt a little emotional. He didn't expect his competitors to be so strong. Listening to the tone of Kuei-shui Shenlong, it seems that he doesn't pay attention to the world of cultivating immortals. And the overall strength of the Sky Clan seems to be stronger than the whole world of cultivating immortals. Geniuses born in this ethnic group can imagine what kind of training resources they will have. There will be no shortage of natural materials and earthly treasures. As long as you are willing to work hard, 1,000 years of cultivation will no longer be an unattainable thing. Even though Yi Feng had many adventures on Earth, compared to that young man from the Sky Clan, he still couldn't compare to him in flattering horses. I'm afraid. The other party has already owned 300 or 400 years. Or even a higher level of cultivation. The condensed young god is much more complicated than the Yin god. The condensing of the Yin god can be done in just a moment. But the condensing of the young god, according to what Kuei-shui Shenlong said, with Yi Feng's talent, it will take at least 3 or 4 months. Back then, it took Su Feiying a year. From this, Yi Feng knew that his talent was indeed much stronger than Su Feiying's. In addition, Zhu Gua and Yi Feng will only need 2 months to condense the young god. The most important thing to condense the Yangshan is not the speed, but to condense the quality of the Yangshan. Low-quality Yangshan can only double the cultivation speed. But if you can condense high-quality Yangshan, it will not be a problem to double the cultivation speed. And Yangshan's improvement of cultivation speed is an overall improvement. Even if it is Yangshan whose cultivation speed can only be doubled, combined with Dragon Sword Art and Wonderland Peach Blossom Island, its natural cultivation speed can reach nearly 10 times that of ordinary people. If Yi Feng condenses another top-grade young god, then the cultivation speed can reach more than 10 times that of ordinary people. This is undoubtedly a terrifying figure. As the upper limit of cultivation increases, it becomes more difficult to widen the meridians. If there is no young god to increase the speed of cultivation, even if Yi Feng has practiced the Dragon Sword Art, he will not be able to successfully cultivate the Dao fruit. Because of the 1,000 years of cultivation, this upper limit is almost difficult to reach. After hundreds of years of cultivation, what restricts the improvement of immortals is only the upper limit of cultivation, not the cultivation level. Young man. You understand. After Kuei-shui Shenlong finished speaking, he stared at Yi Feng in front of him. Condensing the young god. The most basic thing is to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. But if you add some specific treasures of heaven and earth, it will be able to improve the quality of the young god. Understood. But Yi Feng wept bitterly. Where do I have to go to find so many precious materials to assist in cultivating to become a young god? If you want to cultivate into a high-quality young god, you also need enough treasures from heaven and earth. What's more, ordinary cultivators have never even heard of the treasures you need. Back then, Su Feiying seemed to have only cultivated the most common young god. And Yi Feng. He didn't want to be the only one like this. If you want to find enough heaven, material and earth treasures to condense Yangshan, the speed of cultivation before this is very slow. It is really a dilemma. The most important thing is that Yi Feng doesn't even know where to find these treasures of heaven and earth that he has never heard of before. Young man. Since you are confused. How about this? Kuei-shui Shenlong smiled faintly, you do one more thing for me. I will give you enough natural materials and earthly treasures. Let you condense the Yangshan. How about it? Senior has the heaven and earth treasures that condense the Yang God. Yi Feng was stunned, but after thinking about it, even things like the flame of eternal night, the other party can easily take out, so it's not a difficult thing to take out some treasures of heaven and earth that condense the Yang God. What's more, in the box of heavenly materials and earthly treasures given to Tang Qingling, there must be some heavenly materials and earthly treasures for the cultivation of Yangshan. What needs to be done for the elders? Yi Feng asked respectfully. If it is something within his ability, it is quite cost-effective to exchange for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that condense the Yang God. I'll tell you about this matter after you truly become the heir of the dragon sword. Kuei-shui Shenlong finished speaking mysteriously. He smiled lightly, come on. Sign the ancient contract. After truly becoming the heir of the dragon sword. Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then he heard the other party say that he wanted to sign an ancient contract. This Kuei-shui Shenlong. Yi Feng will have something to do. And it is so sure that Yi Feng can become the successor of Dragon Sword. Or, this Kuei-shui Shenlong set out such a condition for every practitioner of Dragon Sword. Yi Feng doesn't know. But now he has no doubts. He can only accept this ancient contract. After signing, both parties cannot go back on their word. Soon, an ancient contract was signed between Yi Feng and Kuei-shui Shenlong. If it wasn't for the high status of the Kuei-shui Shenlong, Yi Feng wouldn't even have the qualifications to sign an ancient contract. It would be the same as signing the ancient contract with myriad realms before. The content of the contract. Naturally, the sunflower dragon gave Yi Feng the special material for condensing the Yang God. After Yi Feng successfully became the successor of the dragon sword, he would do one more thing for him. In fact, even if this contract is not signed, if Yi Feng really becomes the heir of Dragon Sword, the other party asks him to do things, he is not easy to shirk. After all, the other party is his senior. According to the secular world, the last heir of the Dragon Sword inheritance is equivalent to Yi Feng's master, the Sunflower Dragon, which is the soul of the dragon condensed by one of Yi Feng's masters. After the ancient contract was signed, Sunflower Dragon transferred several special materials from its own storage space to Yi Feng according to the agreement. There are 4 pieces in total. These are the 4 treasures condensed by absorbing the ancient Sky Thunder. They are the Sky Thunder Wood, the Sky Thunder Stone Crystal, the Sky Thunder Copper, and the Sky Thunder Ice. It is used to condense the words of the Sun God. It should make the Sun God with the power of thunder. Sunflower Dragon explained to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the 4 treasures. One of them was a piece of blue-green wood that shone with lightning. It should be a kind of precious wood called Shimu. It absorbed the ancient thunder and became what it is now. Tianlei Shijing. It is a translucent stone with thunder light, Tianlei Copper. It is a purple copper block with thunder light, Tianlei Jibing. It is an ice block with thunder light. Yi Feng did not reach out to pick up these 4 treasures, but used his true energy to lift them up and float in midair. If you want to condense the Yang God, you need to work hard on your own. If necessary, I can send you into the meditation space. Sunflower Dragon said lightly. Meditation space. Yi Feng was overjoyed. In the meditation space, the speed of time passing was different from that of the outside world. If he practiced inside for 2 months, only 2 hours would pass outside. Although, for him, it is indeed an increase of 2 months. But he still has a lot of things to do in the outside world. This way can save a lot of time. I can't ask for it. Thank you, Senior. Yi Feng immediately cupped his fists in thanks. The operation of the meditation space also requires countless auras of heaven and earth. I only have the authority to allow you to practice in it for 2 months. Sunflower Dragon reminded. It's okay. 2 months should be enough. The junior will not let the senior down. Yi Feng said confidently. Let's go then. After Kuei-Shui Shenlong finished speaking, a familiar force gathered from all around, wrapping Yi Feng in it. Soon, he entered the meditation space again and started the process of condensing the Yangshan. Yuechan stood in the hall of the Tomb of the Dragon Sword for 2 hours with a little blank eyes. She was thinking about what she saw and heard after going back to Luohe Xianzong these days. Suzerain Xiaoyao. She still looks like a fairy in the past. But after knowing that she has lost her cultivation base and practiced other methods of cultivating immortals, the way she looks at her is obviously different. However, at that time, she didn't see the difference. She thought that Xiaoyao still treated her the same way as before. In order to investigate the traces of Yuechan, Tianheng, and another senior brother, the Luohe Xianzong tried their best, but there is still no clue. Originally, nearly a year had passed. Luohe Xianzong, including Xiaoyao, had given up all hope. I didn't expect Yuechan to come back at this time. They think that the current Yuechan is no longer the former Yuechan. It wasn't until they completely imprisoned Yuechan, and then tied her up and sent her to the altar for interrogation, that Yuechan finally came to her senses. Now she can't go back to the past. She's a little sad. But at the same time, she also cherishes what she has now. The identity of Dragon Sword Maid. When Yuechan was arrested by Xiaoyao and others, she integrated the maid's pendant into her body. This prevented the maid's pendant from being inspected and searched away by the other party. Otherwise, Yi Feng would not be able to sense her danger and could not be teleported over to take it away. She has. Now, although Yuechan was taken away by Yi Feng and rescued, but Yuechan's mind is still at the Luohe Xianzong. Xiaoyao. What will I do if I encounter such a thing? For Xiaoyao, Yuechan has some admiration. After all, Xiaoyao has been the suzerain of Luohe Immortal sect ever since she was conscious. Establishing a foothold in the world of cultivating immortals is not such a simple matter. Especially in the competition for certain treasures of heaven, material, and earth. It requires people to rack their brains and use all means. Absolute strength alone is not enough. But now, the relationship between Yuechan and Xiaoyao is no longer the same as before. When Yuechan thought of how Xiaoyao took care of her when she was a child, and how she devoted herself to cultivating her talent after discovering her talent, tears flashed in her beautiful eyes. The old life. I really can't go back. But now, all she has is the identity of Dragon Sword Maid. Thinking of the wish that she had been determined since she was a child, Yuechan knew. Now she can only move forward. Now that she has encountered the Dragon Sword inheritance, it is obviously easier for her to realize her wish. The past. Let him pass. From now on, I will be the maid of the Dragon Sword. Yuechan thought for 2 hours before she finally figured it out. Yi Feng, if you can help me realize that wish, I. After thinking for a while, she shook her head and sighed slightly. Even if Yi Feng had the opportunity to practice the Dragon Sword inheritance, with his current strength, there is still a long way to go if he wants to reach that level. But she didn't know. She would fall into this situation. It was all because of Yi Feng and Myriad Realm's demon eye. At this time, she suddenly felt a flash of lightning in front of her. Then a familiar figure rushed out like lightning, flying in front of her every now and then. Yi Feng, you came out. Yuechan hurriedly said, how is the situation? I became the god of wrath and thunder. It should be pretty good. Yi Feng laughed out loud. Following his laughter, a phantom of Yi Feng floated out of him, like a shadow, floating beside him. This phantom of Yi Feng gradually solidified. There were streaks of lightning on his body, and soon he became a human figure exactly like Yi Feng. Yangshan. It's done. And this wrathful thunder sun god is the result of Yi Feng's 2 months in the meditation space. During these 2 months, he absorbed all the energy in the 4 heavenly thunder supreme treasures, and consumed the ripened vermilion fruit he obtained before, finally condensed the Yangshan. This young god. Yuechan was a little stunned at first, but soon revealed a look of astonishment. Obviously, the appearance of the young god made her feel an extraordinary aura.